What up? What up, birds?
I'm looking up deep sea creatures.
You ever look at the Marianas Trench? They got like two weird fucking things down there that they found. It's not even really that weird. It's just the fact that they live there is crazy.
Yeah, is it Neil deGrasse Tyson and the bow tie guy? I've gotten a lot of flack over the years. People are like, "Oh, Rick, your profile picture is so spooky. It's so weird, scary." I'm like, it's just a deep sea creature. That's it. They're interesting.
Is it a cuttlefish?
This one is an octopus. It's a see-through octopus, like an actual one. This is an actual picture. See, that's the thing. You think these are fake, but then, I mean, there's a lot of really interesting real pictures, real far down in the ocean. I wonder how many deep sea pictures are fake. I get the feeling that they're not. Wow. Here, I'm going to type in the GIFs. Let's see what pops up. Hey, look at all these jellyfish. Isn't that dope?
One time when I was a kid, we used to go to Jersey all the time for vacation, and there was just fucking the whole beach was just filled with jellyfish. Fucking disgusting.
Huh. Yeah, I think, isn't that dangerous?
Yeah, we couldn't even go swim in that here.
Doo-doo. Okay, always animate.
They got that bioluminescence shit going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I like to look at. The bioluminescent deep sea creatures. Very interesting.
Cuttlefish are the dopest ones. I think octopus do kind of the same thing.
Hmm.
Do they do the thing where they can like mimic the rocks and shit like perfectly?
Yeah, some of them have that, or they can camo.
Yeah, that's some intense fucking camo though. Because not only is it the
Yeah.
color, they do the texture too.
Hmm. And they're somehow able to like scan the surface and replicate the the image. Yeah, I think the bottom of the ocean is like some of the most interesting shit. That if I could just watch for hours upon hours without dying, that would be really something. Hmm.
What up, Issa?
Hey, what up, brother? How you doing, man?
Chilling, buying some pants for the kid. Starting work.
Oh, yeah?
Turned 18. Told them they got 1 year. You got 1 year to get a job or go to school. Whatever you want to do. But when 1 year comes, if you ain't in school and you don't have a job, I don't know what we would do. But you got to get a job. Start paying bills. Can't be freeloading your whole life. I got a bone to pick with USC yesterday. Why'd you say the horizon's not flat, bro?
You got to get over that, bro.
Well, I mean, aren't all horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Yeah.
So the plane of the horizon, it's a plane that all horizontals are parallel to,
Uh-huh.
and planes are not flat.
You see, look, the only thing I want you to get out of that is the only distinction I want you to make is that some people think that flat is an orientation. That's
But
what I want
horizontal
to.
is but horizontal is flat though, always and forever. It never curves, never bends, right?
Yeah, you can think of
Yes.
it that way. I'm not saying no, bro. But
Okay, so the horizon is flat.
you see like I said, you can say that, right? You can say that the horizon is flat.
Well, what?
But just keep in mind, this is my only beef, right? Is that some people think that flat is an orientation. You get what I'm saying? Like some people
Yeah,
think that flat and horizontal are synonymous, right?
I get
But
it. They're not, but horizontal is always flat. It never curves, bends, slopes, none of that. It's always horizontal,
yeah.
flat.
So now, Jeremy, you can have a flat wall that's vertical. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
So
I
flat
understand
is
that.
not always.
Flat's not only horizontal. Yeah, I know. We know, bro.
Yeah,
Anyone who
that's my
thinks that
only.
is just stupid. Anyone who thinks that's just dumb.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who think that, bro.
They're
That's
silly. I
why.
don't know what to tell you.
Bro, I'm serious. I'm not making shit up.
I
There's a
know.
lot of, and there's even prominent names that think that. I don't want to start any conflicts because we have enough
Nah,
problems. But
start naming names. Let's get
no,
this. Let's clear this shit out.
we
Let's air it
have
out.
enough problems. So that's my beef, bro. That flat can be horizontal, vertical. It could be in um, any orientation. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I get it. You can have vertical flat, sloped flat, upside
Yeah,
down, flat. I know, but
yeah,
the
yeah.
thing is, this horizontal thing, it's always flat. You say it's not flat sometimes.
Look, like I said, it's you can call it flat, right? You can call it. I don't have a problem with that, as long as the distinguish is made. That flat can also be vertical and any other orientation. So did you look into that new energy thing that I was talking about yesterday? Anybody look into that?
No, I didn't have time for that. I'm trying to get these guys over at FPD to show me how to do celestial navigation. He told me to look it up on my own. I don't want to look up no goofy stuff because the
So you
Glover
mean
tried to
you
have
went over? You went over?
not to Oakley show. No,
Okay.
I got to catch 10th man. The only way this is going to happen is if I catch 10th man in a pre-show, right before all the madness starts.
Well, I think well, yeah, but the best way is if you can get the answer in the live show. This way, they can't wiggle out of it. If you ask the question, because you will be met with fierce resistance. I'm telling you from now, bro.
My bad. What'd you say? I missed it.
I said you will be met with fierce resistance.
I'm not doing. I'm with them. I'm with these guys. Yeah, we're forming a flat. This proves flat Earth right here. Let's go.
Yeah, but you're gonna mention distance to the sun, no?
I'm gonna mention all kinds of crazy stuff. Se, I'm gonna get crazy on them.
Good stuff. Good stuff. They need a little bit of shaking. They're too rigid and set in their views.
I'm a rebel. What are you? I'm a rebel. I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel. What are you? I've seen sunrise, seen sunset, but there are so many things that I ain't seen yet. Like love in a school, in a government, teachers to trample with no regret. So who is wrong? The working man I get full amount on his own paycheck, and everybody talking about it. Want some respect? Go to the university when the bullet flex. Gunman on the trigger is a government sent. So we all are running now, the government vexed because they can't catch us up, still perplexed. I am the people that you can't reject. I said, I'm a rebel. What are you? I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel. What are you? No, no, no. Since yeah, man. Sing good days, sing bad nights. Never again will I go think twice because they want me behave, want me be nice. But all them ever do is start the fuss and fight. And then they say we are wrong, could not be right. They beat down the people so right at them inside. They make so much rules, so impolite. Give them second chance and they'll do it twice. I said that I'm a rebel. What are you? I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel. Forgive me, I haven't played that one in a while. So I'm breaking the conversation and went for it.
Good stuff, bro. A little reggae helps the soul.
No doubt. Yeah, I was thinking of some old music I haven't played in a while. I've been lying, I go to see, giving right to everything. Go watch it grow for the people I know. Need this medicine. Angry police sent like disease. It's been a while. Smoke one for me. Yeah. Smoke one for me. Smoke one for me. I'm just prison or smoke one for me. Smoke one for me. And behind those mental prison for planting a seed, cultivating, they after me for fighting for freedom, waiting to catch anyone who falls in their snares. Waiting the sheep kept cozy asleep, one by one with each mystery. Explained in full so you'll know exactly why they fight us. So smoke one for me, smoke one for me. And I'm those mental prison. Some lick a tea, some smoke and touchy. Some lick a solid to see. All of your mysteries around us. So don't ever judge, show them the love. Know who you are from the Almighty above. Be one of the children that's sent to bring love. Congregation, smoke one for me, smoke one for me. Darling, I'm not welcome to the show. You don't know. Welcome to the show. You don't know. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-fueled scars, rage quit repertoires, no ancestry yards, caught up in emotions, not even yards. Past the truths like yeah, it's been a minute. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms. intoxicated hate makes you feel. Oh yeah. Intoxicated hate makes you feel like you're swimming in space. They have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate. How to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with the dreadful fate. Forced to try to wake the footplate. No one tell me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate. Fight through hidden gates. You don't know. You don't know. Guys, I gotta do something. Sex in the sky and love on TV. Your empty eyes break it all for me. And the moon is landing on my head. And I can't feel anything you say. I can't feel anything you say. And the blood is thicker and the anger spills like over the edge where Columbus killed. Into the light, the trees cutting shade. Washington, Washington, Washington. Parade that nonsense to me. Visions planted in your brain. So do not conform to this way. Such a soul. Close your eyes if you can see the destructive side that's breaking you enemy. Breaking you enemy. Sex in the sky and love on TV. Your empty eyes breaking out for me. And the moon is landing on my head. And I can't feel Remember you told me the sun would never set, the moon was in my eyes, and never to forget. Always guard yourself from those with no respect. Wise as serpents, watch out for our innocence, she said. Taught you not to fight. Said it would be easy. Taught you not to fight. Said it would be easy. There is no innocence in my isolation. There are no enemies, only confrontations. There are no victories, only lamentation. But I will defend myself without hesitation. Cause I got to try, walk long, and live your life. I'm going down. I got to fight, even if I die. I'm fighting for what I like. Taught you not to fight. Easy. Taught you not to fight. There are no problems when I see only solutions. There are no above all your illusions. I would not sell my garden for your pollution. I would protect myself from all of your illusions. Cause I gotta try, walk long, and live your life. I'm going down. I got to fight, even if I die. I'm fighting for what I like. Ah. Taught you not to fight. Said it would be easy. You told me the sun would never set. The moon was in my eyes and never to forget.
Good, guys. Listen, if they're making a straight line to the fucking to the guy making the measurement to the guy to that from that guy to the GP, if that's a straight line, and you know you got two angles, and if they know that I don't know what they know or not about this whole celestial navigation thing, that's why I got to pick 10th man's brain.
You got him, bro. They have an angle and they say they have a length, right? So
So they have
have
two
one
angles.
angle.
Two
Yeah.
angles.
Well, yeah, they get two angles so they can form their triangle, right?
Yeah.
So then you can tell them, well, then you
I don't
can
know if they
figure.
have a distance.
No, they're
I
going to
don't know
tell
if
you
they
they
have
don't have a distance to the sun. That's what they're going to tell you. They
a
don't need
distance
to
to
have a
the
distance.
I'm talking about distance to the GP from the guy making the angle measurement to the GP.
Yeah, that they have. They will tell you
Are
they
you
have.
sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to go up there and start making assumptions and shit.
Look, I'm not 100% sure,
Me
but
either.
yeah,
Have
because
that
they're not
distance.
pretty
They have that
clear.
distance. Have that distance, then you can get the distance to the sun. If they don't have that distance, then you can't get the distance to the sun with just the angles.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But from what I gather, they have their angle, they have their GP, so this way they can figure out the distance. But they're gonna tell you, no, we don't need the distance to the sun. That's what they're gonna tell you
No, he
because
does
that
need it. They've been asking for it for years now. He does need it. Desperate. Desperate. Sounds like he desperately needs it.
yeah, you, you're the second one to come up with this one on
Not for
paper.
celestial navigation. He doesn't need. You don't need the distance to the sun for celestial navigation. But so what? We have the information from the celeste. That's all good information, I'm guessing. So we can now use it for the triangle to the sun. Because you can celestial navigate the sun. I know that. The sun and the moon can be used for celestial navigation.
Yep. And they use nautical miles. Yeah, their whole thing is fraught with questions and holes. Yeah, but they don't want to discuss it. Pink Panther is all triggered about the inventions of Tesla. He says he was able to harness cosmic rays and make electricity. These guys are fighting it tooth and nail. It's gotta be particles. See, these guys have no problem believing in space time, fabrics, dark matter, dark energy. But when somebody says they harness the power of cosmic rays, no, that can't possibly be true. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know what I actually need, and I asked Kosho for it last night, and he fucked up and gave me the wrong video. I actually need I need the episode where they said Google Earth is a flat Earth map. They did it on like
That's
a ball
the
buster
FED
episode.
boys. That's the
Yeah,
FED
I
boys.
need that.
Yeah, yeah.
I know I need that episode though, where they spent the whole episode going over that.
Oh, that was a long
If
time
anyone
ago.
has that, I know if anyone has that episode, I need it.
Jeremy, I got big news. Are you ready for this? I don't know if you're ready.
You entirely transitioned.
Yes, I transitioned from being really,
You
really
went from
sure
Pat to Pat.
to Matt to Pat.
No, you went Pat to Pat.
Pat to Pat, yeah. Man, I miss Pat on SNL. That was good. That was a good skit.
I believe it.
Jeremy. The Earth is a globe.
Wow.
So you transitioned from a globe to a more globe?
No, I tagged Jeremy and I did an LPV approach, which is like it's a precision guidance approach for landing an airplane in really bad weather where you can't see outside. And the accuracy just got upgraded on the system that I use. It's now down to about 2 feet. Was 4 feet. Now down to about 2. It's something else.
Don't they consider the ground flat, Maisty? Correct me if I'm wrong. When you fly, don't you consider?
No, all of the distance, as shown on GPS navigation systems, show the ground as curving.
Hold on. I could have sworn even left lane said that they assume the ground flat when they fly. Left lane, was I wrong?
No, it's just what my comment is. It doesn't make any difference. It'll do the same on either surface.
Right. But when they teach you to fly, don't they teach you that you're flying over a flat, stationary surface?
No, it doesn't. No, the shape. The shape doesn't necessarily come up. You know.
I think you're messing. I think you're mixing up something about a 1970s simulation for space or flight or something like that, and actual GPS navigation systems that we use in airplanes.
The only place that curvature came up in my studies is how low altitudes may affect you being able to see your VOR, the thing that emits the signal that you want to fly to.
Oh yeah,
You know?
I mean that's huge in VOR stuff, and NDBs are the same way. Yeah, there is definitely a radar horizon on VOR.
Dude, this plane thing ain't proving nothing. Me and you went over it one day, RC. You were trying to prove the distances.
Jeremy.
It came down to, hold on, don't spiral out on me just quite yet. Remember the day we went over it? It came down to, you were trying to tell me the planes prove the distances. And then I said, how'd you know you flew that distance? You said because the cones on the ground, the wind cones or something was this far apart. So the question is, why were we even talking about planes if you're using the cones on the ground to tell how far you flew? Why don't we just say, how did they get these cones on the ground that far apart?
It's not the cones on the ground, Jeremy. But
that's what it ended up with that one day.
The thing that I was using yesterday or 2 days ago, I can't remember, it was the 31st that I did these LPV approaches, and the amount of precision that they've gotten these things to is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, they'll actually land the plane now.
Yep, it's not like I did this with this is even an older model that we just put an upgraded chip in the thing, and holy crap. the amount of precision, even like this airplane was built in 1960. No, this one's a 72. So it's a 1972 model, but we upgraded the avionics in the thing and we took it out in bad weather finally on the 31st. Did a couple of these LPV approaches, which is using GPS to be able to get you right on the center line. And we lined up in the center line and could see its accuracy down to 2 feet from that center line. It was 33 nautical miles that they put us on a really long approach to sequence us in because there's a lot of other planes there too. And holy crap, the accuracy that you could drill down this thing with. And we came out of the clouds with these LPV approaches. We came out of the clouds and you're right on the freaking center line. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
And funny enough, this airplane's so old, we don't have autopilot. You have to hand fly the thing, right? So it's not like the autopilot is controlling anything. I'm the one controlling the airplane, but I have this LPV display up and it goes right to my CDI. So it gives me a crosshair, right? So it's left and right and up and down, and it'll guide you right in to the center line, right on the nose. It's amazing.
I have a question. It might sound like a troll question, but it's not. It's for real. When you guys were training, right, Left Lane and Meisty, when they taught you to fly like at an altitude, your trim and your autopilot, did they ever mention the curvature of the Earth or how the plane kept level when it flies around a mythical globe? Is it? Did they say pressure? Did they mention eco-gravitational potential? Anything like that in your course?
Yeah, I mean, like you have to know these things for any commercial test. You're going to be asked about things like basic aerodynamics. You're going to be asked about things like, what is the vector of lift to weight? And the answer is always 90 degrees to it. And so there's absolutely. And then when it comes to things like distances, I mean, Left Lane brought this up, right? It's like, hey, why is there this limited radar horizon when it comes to VOR? So I was like, well, it's very easy. Very easy answer. Curvature of the Earth blocks it.
Yeah, it says right in there that you have to be at a certain altitude depending on your distance due to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. I asked not the radar stuff. I asked about the plane, the attitude of the plane.
Yes.
When you're flying in autopilot.
Yeah, it's in fact on the aerodynamic section of the pilot standards. If you go to the aerodynamic section, you will see an exact. You'll see not only a diagram, but then they'll ask you questions about, okay, so if with this particular wing camber, what is the vector of lift? What is the vector of weight? And so, yeah,
No, but that's
exactly
lift to weight ratio you're talking about. I'm not talking about that.
What are the vectors? The vector of weight is always.
Yeah, well, I imagine your vector of weight will be towards the ground, right? Is Meisty cut off or something?
It sounded like he clipped.
Yeah, it's always towards the center of the Earth. The reason you don't want to say the ground is because you could have high terrain around you, and the ground could be rising around you, right? And what you don't want to do is say, "Oh yeah, it's always towards the ground," because, well, if you're flying between a canyon, the ground might be above and to your right, which doesn't make a whole bunch of sense, right? It's always towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is, in order for you to achieve level flight, right? You put on the autopilot. You gotta adjust Oh, the trim, the lift, the power, all that, correct? You got to be at a certain degree
Yes,
of
and that
nose. What is it, 2% or something?
no, well, it's different for every single airplane, and it depends on like the thrust symmetry for every single airplane. Like every single airplane has a thrust symmetry with it, so that's going to determine the angle. But
Like a sweet spot.
the whole point here is like what you're trying to actually achieve when it comes to trim and a power is an equilibrium, and that's
Right.
all based on the forces that are acting on the airplane. The force downwards, aka the weight of the airplane, is always towards the center of the earth. And so if you achieve an equilibrium where the lift vector and the weight vector are
Lift, drag,
equalized,
speed. Yeah, I get all that. I get all that.
well, you need to listen though here. If you achieve that equilibrium will be maintained as long as the forces do not change relative to each other. And if you're good with that, and if you're going around the globe with you, like with that vector always pointed towards the center, the lift is never going to change relative to that, even as you're going around a globe.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. Exactly. So what you're trying to say now, it's the combination thereof. Because I heard two reasons. First of all, I heard Blue many years ago say the equal gravitational potential. That's one thing
Yes,
I heard.
that's a very technical way of saying what I just described.
Exactly. That's why I said it. Now I heard another one. I heard another one more recently, and they say it's the pressure equilibrium. In other words, you maintain that altitude, and it's
Yes.
the pressure that keeps the plane going
Well,
around this mythical ball.
here's the thing: is like both of those are directly related, but one is in reference to the forces acting on the airplane in terms of the thrust, drag, lift, and weight ratio. The other one is it with respect to the aerodynamics that are causing these lift weights. So, for example, the pressure that exists around there is because of this gravitational potential. And if you have equal gravitational potential and that gravitational potential is based on an acceleration, you are going to get a more dense air at the bottom of that gradient than at the top of it, especially if the vector of that weight is in that direction. So the farther you go in the vector of that direction, you're going to get more dense air. That more dense air creates a density of pressure. That density of pressure creates the aerodynamic forces on the airplane that's going to give you the same reaction to your trim or your thrust that you would that allows you to have this equipotential that you ultimately are trimming for at cruise.
So you're saying both of these things are factored in.
Well,
Both the
it's
gravity.
they're essentially the same thing, but what we're talking about is in reference to the aerodynamics, you would talk about the pressure. In reference to the forces on the airplane, we would talk about the equipotential gravity or the potential gravity on the airplane as a system as a whole, right? So just one's in reference to the forces of gravity as a whole, the other one's in reference specifically to the aerodynamics, the
So
pressure.
what would you say is the mechanism by which the plane is held at a certain altitude going around the ball?
Well, mechanism implies medium, and medium is the aerodynamics. So I would probably go towards, if you're going to say the mechanism, I would probably get towards the aerodynamic explanation, which is you have an equal pressure that exists right there. But then if you go back to, well, what are the dynamics behind why that? What's the dynamic explanation for why that is? Well, the answer is equal gravitational potential.
So
So
this
it's
is
I
like
mean
I'm trying to wrap my brain here. It's like a dualism here. You got
well,
two
no,
things
no,
going on.
Well, it's not that there's two things. It's that there's one thing that's happening. We have a constant vector of acceleration, which is gravity, that causes a equipotential that you can reach. But if we're flying through the air, aka using aerodynamics, then we have to ask ourselves, well, what is the medium that we're using to create the force of lift? And the answer is, well, air, aka aerodynamics. And so that gives you, it's not talking about two things, it's just asking, is like, they're asking just two different questions associated with one phenomenon.
Because,
But it's
look,
not dualistic.
you can say, let me steel man you here. Are you saying that the gravity causes the pressure to stabilize in a certain way, which causes the plane to fly steady around the globe? Did I steel man you correctly?
Yes, in like in like a very narrow sense of like, yes, the first part was absolutely correct. The gravity does cause this pressure gradient that is uniform. The question is, with that pressure gradient that is uniform, right? Are there any other effects on the airplane from that or from this gravity? The answer is yes. There are more variables to consider, but if you want to just ask the question, does the gravity cause the pressure gradient? The answer is yes. Does that pressure gradient allow for a uniform, or does a uniform pressure gradient allow for uniform aerodynamic forces to be exerted on the airplane? The answer is also yes.
Yeah, that's quite a hodgepodge of things that have to gel together. Now, I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm going to say it anyways because you got another force here that you got to account for. The magical C. Dare I say it, Coriolis.
The Coriolis, yeah.
So you got another, which I don't believe in, but in your model, you have to account for that as well.
Yeah. Well, I would say simply this. Factors like Coriolis become relevant when you're going fast enough and far enough. So because Earth, and this is where I would say, like, look into things like Earth transport, Coriolis, or Earth transport precession, and if as long as you're just not pigeonholing Coriolis into a two-dimensional example like we use on a merry-go-round with a ball or something like that. You put the merry-go-round on the inside versus the outside, all that kind of stuff. That's a two-dimensional example. Now use a three-dimensional and now blow it up to like, a scale factor of 80 billion. And okay, well now we got something approximating what we see with the globe. Because ultimately, think about it like this. Even in the two-dimensional example, I have to take the ball from the inside of the merry-go-round to the outside of the merry-go-round. The three-dimensional example of that would be on the globe would be going from like the equator to the pole in a matter of 1.3 seconds. Like, in order to see that amount of Coriolis, you see why I mean, hey, I need to go a huge distance very quickly in order to start seeing this. Now, is it completely unmeasurable? No, it's measurable. Is it completely like unfathomable? No, it's like we can go fast enough in a lot of airplanes for it to start meaning something. But the question isn't, can I go fast enough? Can I do this? The question is, well, how much? It's like, well, the answer is, if you're at the 45th parallel, the answer is, well, you get about five knots of correction, or 5 degrees of correction for every 500 knots that you're going. Which is, if you think about that, is kind of insane.
What you just said there, you'd have a lot of pushback from some ballers, like Bob, for example. He says it's indistinguishable. And I think I even heard Left Lane say it's indistinguishable from the wind. I've heard Jeremy have a lot of fights with these guys on that matter.
Well, and I think that's fine, because in one respect, for most airplanes, right? I'm talking like when you're going 500 knots, like there are very few airplanes that anyone ever comes into contact with where and operating at a specific latitude going in a specific direction where this ever even means something, right? So and I'll just straight up tell you right now is like the number of people who have flown airplanes that where this means something, where you're going to have this significant amount of correction for that amount of time in that specific direction that it's going to take. It's like they are very right in saying is like this is not something that you're going to like always take into account that means something to you in your airplane at your latitude with your speed and your direction. But it's not something that's especially when it comes down to the precision that a lot of these inertial navigation systems, the gyros, use. These, people call them read laser gyros, like we call them inertial navigation systems in airplanes. It's something significant to the point where, like, yeah, the engineers who create these things, they most definitely know that this effect exists, and it's significant enough that when you're talking about instruments that are this precise, yeah, you have to account for them.
So we have a Coriolis meter then? Is there such a thing as a Coriolis meter?
No, not a Coriolis meter, but when you're talking about, look at this turn up for me real quick. Earth transport precession.
Give us a rundown.
Sure. If I go from one place to another on the globe, and I have a gyroscope that's calibrated at one particular latitude, given one particular speed, maybe that's 0, maybe that's 100 knots, maybe it's 500 knots, whatever. As I transport myself on that globe based on that speed, I'm going to see a rate of precession that will equate to one of two things depending on how my instruments are calibrated. A slight variation in speed according to one vector, or a slight variation in heading according to another vector, depending on how I control the variables and how I set my inertial navigation system up. And so the reality is that as somebody at Garmin, really good geospatial engineers and physicists, they have to, when it comes to reading inertial navigation systems like this and giving readouts for them, they have to be able to calculate this based on the actual speed and the data that's coming from the GPS.
So are you saying a gyroscope can detect the Coriolis?
No, I'm saying that as you travel on the Earth, that the effects of gyroscopes are going to be noticed. The effects of Earth transport precession on gyroscopes are going to cause, if not corrected for, inconsistencies in your readouts.
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Give me a second. I'm going to go into my photos here on my phone, and I will send you it's from the navigation handbook, the FAA, a table. It's called the Z correction table. That if you actually just Google it right now, Z corrections for Earth transport precession, you'll probably find it in the FAA manual. But let me go back. I have a photo of it on my phone.
Oh, I kind of understand. I think what you're saying. You're saying as the plane processes, the gyroscope
as the gyroscope processes.
Processes where? On the plane. It's on the plane, right?
Well, precession is what happens to a gyroscope when you're...
Yeah, I understand the terminology, but I'm saying the gyroscope is on the plane.
Yes, the gyroscope is on the airplane.
Okay, so you're saying as the plane moves forward, maybe I used the wrong word, then the gyroscope processes. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
in relation to the lateral movement and to the forward movement of the plane, correct?
Yes. Well, I think a more specific way of saying it, just so that it can't be misunderstood, is as you go from one place to another on the Earth, right? So I just don't want to get the forward, backwards mixed up, all that kind of. As you go from one place to another on the Earth, right? Because of where the gyroscope might have been calibrated at the start, the difference in latitude, because we're on a rotating Earth, will cause precession within the gyroscope.
Gotcha. Now, you know that the gyroscope is designed to keep rigidity in space, right?
Yes.
So what's causing the precession?
Essentially, it's because you're at a different point on the rotating sphere.
So in other words, the plane would have to have changed attitude for that to happen.
Well, attitude relative to where we started.
So you see, there's a paradox here, because your plane has to fly level and straight forward, but in order for the precession to happen, you're saying that the attitude of the plane has to change because it's going around the sphere. So there's an issue here. I don't know if you can
Well,
see it.
no, because level in aerodynamics, level is not defined as a vector relative to other defined levels. Level is defined by the vector of the forces acting on the airplane. So if like this is even on private pilot exams, the question is, what is the definition of straight and level flight? The answer is unaccelerated flight. It is always in reference to the force of a vector.
No, I understand what you're saying, but do you understand what I'm saying? In order for a gyroscope to process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you started it off, where you said you started it off, right? And you started it spinning. It's going to maintain that rigidity in space. It's going to maintain that attitude. Now, in order for that to change, something has to change on the plane. Do you
SC,
understand
can
what
I
I'm
ask this
saying?
question a little better? Maybe.
Of course, bro. Yeah.
Like if a plane takes off and the gyroscope is going to precess, how does the plane stay level during its flight?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well said. Yeah.
yes, it's because the force that's acting on that gyro is always towards the center of the Earth, and 90 degrees to that is where your artificial horizon is always going to be. So as long as you are always, if you are like maintain the axis that is 90 degrees to the center of the Earth, you are going to be in straight and level flight as long as you're not accelerating forward.
It seems silly, man. Because if you're saying that the gyroscope's going to precess, and you would know, like you're saying that you just don't notice the precession of the gyroscope.
That's not what I said.
It's a paradox. It's a
I'm
No, that's
asking.
paradox.
not. Hey, hold up,
I'm
hold up.
asking. I'm asking.
That's not what I said. What I said was the typical speeds and the typical distances that you are going in most commercial aircraft is not going to have a big enough effect for it to be relevant to you. But that doesn't mean that you can't go that fast or
When does
that.
it adjust? When is the precession notable in the
I,
gyroscope?
I just told you about 500 at the 45th parallel. It's about 500 knots. You start to get like the effects that are going to mean something to you.
As you're saying, that's because of the speed.
Yes, because again, this is like the using a two-dimensional example, not a three-dimensional example. But if I put a ball in the middle of a merry-go-round versus the outside edge, and I push it while it's spinning to the outside, you're going to see this Coriolis curve, for lack of a better phenomenon, a way to look at it. You're going to see this precession that happens right one way, but in that example, you just went from the inside of that center of axial rotation to the outside in like 2 seconds. For you, that would be like going from the equator to the pole in the three-dimensional globe example in 2 seconds, which you're not doing. So it is based on the amount of speed that or the speed or the velocity that you are traveling over this rotating object with.
Right, I get your point, but it just seems a lot to ask.
Well, I mean, it's a lot to ask if you are saying,
Well, I mean, if it's
hey,
I can
but
understand like the idea of the physics, but what I mean is it's a lot to ask, and the idea that
well,
that this would, somehow, or I don't know, I just don't find it
well,
conclusive either way, I guess.
when you're trying to create instruments, and this was my point with the LPV approach, when you're trying to create instruments that need the amount of precision that we do for an LPV approach, which is like it's a type of GPS approach that we use in bad weather where the airport doesn't have something like an ILS system that's a ground-based one. We can use a GPS to be able to do it, which is using 5 satellites and at least a three-dimensional picture of where you're at, essentially in both altitude and in coordinate system on the Earth. Like we can get down to essentially 2 feet now of accuracy with that. And the reality is like if you're going to with your inertial navigation system, you're going to need to know exacts to that amount. That even though they're very small, they're big enough adjustments that when we're talking about the precision that we are, yeah, like there are people at Garmin, there are people at Northrop Grumman, there are people like all over the industry, even at Rolls-Royce, that they need to know how to actually account for these things when it comes to these very precise inertial navigation systems that we're talking about. And it's not just, like the typical, government hack or whatever. These are actual, these are private citizens with private industries, and hundreds of thousands of people who work directly with this equipment.
So that was just a few forces. Then you have the at-force effect, right? So you're talking about 4 forces now equalizing and magically keeping a plane at the exact altitude, correct speed, going around the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, again, if you're going 500 knots or even crazier, right? Like let's say you're going 800, 900 knots, you've already got a lot of smart people who have worked getting you that fast. You probably have a lot of smart people who have the ability to create navigation systems that can help you go that fast.
It's not a question of speed. It's the question of you believing all these forces somehow magically acting together to keep a plane at level flight.
Well,
To me, that's a tall order.
It's not about believing. It's about being able to demonstrate these things, right? Can you demonstrate the Alphys effect? Yes. Can you demonstrate the Coriolis effect? Yes. Can you demonstrate how to, account for these things at different speeds, at different latitudes? Yes. Like, are they small? Yeah. Right. When
You
you're
can
going
demonstrate. Hold on. You can demonstrate those effects, yes, but not on Earth. For example, you know that there's such a thing as a Coriolis meter, right? Did you know that?
You're talking about
Most
that's like
people
a
don't know that.
plumbing tool, right?
Yeah, it's to for flow. That's right. Kosha knows about it. So there's an actual thing called Coriolis meter, which actually measures these kind of things, right? Kosha knew about it.
Yeah.
But
To
as
what?
pertains to
To
the
what?
Earth,
I've never used one. I know what you're talking about. I've never used one. Like to what precision?
I'm not sure to what flow it detects. Maybe Kosho is aware, but I know there is such a thing because I researched it and I was quite surprised actually. They call it the Coriolis meter, something like that. It's a while ago.
It uses the Coriolis principle, or there's a principle that helps it make the measurement, but it's not really relevant. In the same context of Coriolis that we're talking about.
Yeah, but I just wanted to tell the people and everybody that I'm not saying that there's no such thing as a Coriolis effect, right? There is such a thing as a Coriolis effect. It just not pertaining to the Earth. It's never been shown. I challenge anybody
Well,
out there.
Earth transport procession definitely has been shown, and it's not even that hard to demonstrate gyroscopic precession based on Earth transport.
You can say that. You can say it's because of this and that, but how can you prove that? Have you stopped the motion of the Earth to verify that it's that and not something else? No, right? I mean, no.
Well, I mean,
There's no proof.
by that logic, I need to stop the unicorns that are sprinkling fairy dust in my water to make sure that it's not unicorns that aren't boiling my water.
Exactly. Well, not really, because you can.
I would say, well, I hope that you wouldn't say exactly to that, because that's a very, very salient point against this like appeal to. It's really a reductio ad absurdum, right? It's like, well, can you prove to me that it's not fairies that are, causing like you can't appeal to something else. It's essentially that's also an appeal to ignorance. Like you can't just appeal to something general as it might be that, and then now prove to me that it's not this. It's like, well, no, it's not how.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's like, isn't that kind of the
It's a
conundrum of like
sentence.
gas pressure? Like, without a container, like that's our argument. Is like we're saying, hey, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And then you guys are like, well, we have gas pressure, right?
no, but that's again an appeal to something that doesn't exist. Like asking me to say, give me, or you
No,
asking me
that's
give me gas
you're
pressure
right.
without a
That's what
container.
you're saying to us, that there's an open system. We're saying to you, there's no way you could have gas without a container.
But that's a
As
claim.
well, I'm
There
just
is
saying, like,
there,
now it's a
there,
claim, huh? See,
yeah,
now you're
no,
going to do
watch
exactly
this.
what you
Watch
said you
this.
don't like for people to
No,
do.
I say, watch this. You are asking me to, you're doing the same thing that I just accused SE of doing, right? Show me that it's not something, right? The answer is like, we observe no container. Therefore, I don't have to claim a container. And claiming a container like you are requires evidence.
Well, the evidence would be gas, like the tires,
No, that's a
kerosene
claim.
tanks.
That's a
Those are
claim.
that would be evidence for
No,
gas
that would
pressure.
not be evidence of a
Well, the
container in the
evidence,
sky.
here's the evidence, right? If I put it in a container, it gathers pressure. If I take it out of the container, then there's no pressure. That's my evidence. But
That's
that's a different
not
argument.
evidence that there's a container in the sky.
Well, I'm just saying. You're saying that prove there isn't a container in the sky.
No. That's not that's what you're saying.
No, that's well. Excuse me. You're saying, where's your evidence for having gas pressure without a container? Then
The without, that word without right there, that's asking me to prove a negative. That doesn't make any sense.
am I mistaken here? Can somebody
You
else?
are
I mean, I don't.
mistaken.
I really don't think I am. Actually,
You
I think.
are. You're completely backwards on
Yeah, no.
this.
I think
Like,
I would say the same
you're
for
asking
you.
me to prove
I would say the same for you.
something that is a without. How do you
Right, and you're
do a
saying
with?
proof, and fair enough. I mean, I can see your point, but could you also not see mine?
No, I don't see your point whatsoever. Because
Okay.
if you want to claim as a container, I'm 100% willing to say, okay, if we see evidence of a container, right, that is not just your appeal to your argument, was we can't have gas pressure without a
I'm
container.
saying in order to have
Okay,
gas,
fine. Like then just show me the container, demonstrate it, measure it, whatever you want to do to demonstrate the container, and then I will say, okay, there is a container.
well, I mean, if I have like a kerosene like thing that has pressure in it, like air, or if I have a tire that has air pressure in it, and
Okay.
then like so I can substantiate the idea that that I'm going to get pressure when there's a resistance against something, right? I
Great.
can make
You
that deduction.
substantiated that. You
Right.
substantiated the possibility of creating pressure,
Well, I'm
gas
saying like
pressure in a
there's no
container.
other
No, but
means.
hold up. I say you demonstrated the ability to create gas pressure in a container. You've not demonstrated the ability, or sorry, the claim that all gas pressure requires a physical container.
Right.
And
And
that's my
what's your
question.
demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
That that number one, that's reversal. Okay. That doesn't
No,
make
that
any
was
sense.
you're imposing. You're
Number
imposing.
two. That's not the question.
You're
Is
so fucked up in the
where's
head.
this container?
I feel sorry for you, motherfuckers.
Okay, but where's the container? That's my question. It's a very simple one.
I never quite understood the container argument, to be honest, because all you're actually arguing is, can we have variable pressure without a container is more the question. And my hot water system has that. I've got a gauge at the bottom next to the
Right.
downstairs boiler.
Right. So
That's
you've
got,
showed what's up, Stingray? So you show is it Stingray?
it is. Hello, Brian.
What's going on, buddy? Well, anyway, I've showed you where I showed you a gradient and pressure inside containment with my PVC pipe, and like you just described, a gradient inside containment, basically.
Yeah, because I
Do
keep
you think?
I
Do you
keep
think? Let
having
me
to.
ask you a question real quick. Do you think it's a negative? What Meisty's saying, like to ask for evidence, whether you believe it or not. I mean, a fallacious question that asks to for somebody to demonstrate gas pressure without a, because he's saying it's a negative, but to me a negative is like it's proof Santa Claus doesn't exist. You
No,
know,
no. I think the problem is the meaning of words and how we communicate. So, container. Do you mean physical barrier?
well, you could be pressure. It doesn't have to
Let me
be
just finish this,
containment.
Brian. Let me just
Yeah,
finish
yeah,
this,
yeah.
Brian. Because if you mean a physical barrier, then we've got a problem with what we've both demonstrated. Because I have to video call my bleed outside inlet for the water mains is upstairs, just past the pressure reduction valve, and I've got to video call my girlfriend downstairs. I have got a gauge upstairs, but I've got to call her downstairs for her to show me the boiler gauge while I'm letting it in upstairs, because the gauge upstairs always shows less pressure than the one downstairs, obviously. Now, because that is pretty demonstrable in the fact that we've got a gradient there. That gradient, so from that top pressure point of, let's say, 0.1 bar difference, well, I think it's actually 0.3 bar difference between downstairs, because I've got quite a big water system. That pressure difference between it through those pipes that are all freely flowing does not require any containment for that variance. It only needs a containment to spill out everywhere. So I've got a variation from the top to the bottom without any containment whatsoever.
What was your example? Was it liquid or was it a gas?
Fluid, yes, fluid, water.
Oh yeah, well I probably couldn't. I don't know. I'm talking about gas, but no, I was asking. Do you think that's a negative? That, like I said, you don't have to agree with it, and you can answer however you feel. But do you think it's a fallacious question? Like he's saying it's a negative, like a negative question. I forgot the name of the fallacy, but that doesn't fall into that category, whether you can prove it or not. But I don't think comparing waters is really accurate, because look, you're not necessarily saying there has to be a dome. You're saying that the pressure is not a fucking vacuum up there, you know, or containment, you know. But
Yeah,
I guess at some point there would have to be some kind of containment, but
Well, our evidence is that
containment.
our evidence is that when we have pressure under like air pressure under containment and we release it, it then dissipates the thing. So the fact that we have gas pressure, it's like a positive indication that there may be some kind of container. To say that there isn't one is to be the one that's asking for the, like they're like, oh yeah, no, there isn't one, and that's just because, and you can't say that, like, I don't know, it's so weird to me to say that you're gonna say my question is a negative.
It's incredibly straightforward. I'm not going to believe there is a container.
Bro, I think you're mentally like handicapped.
Okay, that's fine.
You're like cauterized in some position,
all right, that's
some
fine.
point of your brain. It's all right.
That you thinking what I think and why I think the way I think has
Amen.
no relevance.
Yeah, that's fine. But we're not necessarily asking for a container.
My question,
we're asking for pressure.
My very straightforward thing is I'm not going to believe there is a container, a magical physical container in the sky, without evidence for it. And that seems to be like, question gravity all you want, question anything all you want. If you're going to claim there's something physical that exists, then show me evidence.
Bro,
of it.
you're the one who's claiming something. You're the one, when you say gravity, you're the one
Show
making
me fucking
claim.
dinosaurs. How about that?
Right? Ain't you the one making a claim talking about gravity is what's containing it? Show me gravity containing gas.
I said question anything else all you want, but the moment I said the moment you are claiming something physical like a container in the sky, then I'm going to ask you for evidence of it.
No, it doesn't have to be physical. It just has to be containment. And gravity doesn't contain gas. We can prove that even by your definition of gravity, your description.
That's physical then?
What?
Are you backing off the claim that it's physical then?
I'm saying that it's not necessary. It could be temperature. It could be like a type of fucking energy. It could be plasma.
So
it could be physical.
Can you answer my question here, Brian? The question is it physical or no?
It could be physical, but it doesn't have to be physical. You're trying to box it in.
It could be unicorns. But my question is,
you see now that you're saying it could be unicorn. Now, what we're asking is just a demonstration of gas pressure without containment. Okay, we're not asking for you to show us that Santa Claus doesn't. We're asking to show us something specific, and because we could show you the gas pressure inside of containment, we could show you a gradient inside containment. The question is are we contained? Right? The question is are we contained? It doesn't have to be physical, but it could be physical, right?
That's asking for me to demonstrate a negative. Doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not. A negative would be, like I said, to demonstrate, show me that unicorns aren't real. That's a negative. For gas pressure,
without is a negative word. It's saying show me the opposite of this thing.
Okay, so if I ask you to show me freaking fire without heat, is that a negative? Show me fire without heat.
That would be a negative.
No, so show me a unicorn. Show me a unicorn without horns.
Hold on.
Yes, be a negative.
You're crazy, bro. So all of a sudden you're saying that that's a fallacious question to ask y'all to demonstrate.
No, it's not a fallacious question.
I'll specify then.
Hey,
I'll do it like this, and I'll make it quick. So I'll specify. I hear you, bro. You ain't got to keep repeating.
Let me and talk one at a time. What's going on here? We're having a good convo. Chill. We have all day.
Repeating. So here's the thing. I'll make it specific. Can you demonstrate gravity containing gas pressure? And don't say look outside, because I'm gonna say that proves containment. So can you give me a demonstration in a lab or elsewhere that gravity can contain gas pressure?
Yes. At 30,000 feet, there is.
Oh my God, dude! He goes straight outside. The only thing I ask him not to do, he does. Bro, if you go outside, that proves containment.
I didn't say go outside.
You're saying at 30,000 feet, bro. That's you're talking inside of containment, bro.
I said at 30,000 feet, there is significantly less pressure than at 10 feet.
Bro, I've already demonstrated a gradient inside. Brian, bro, why are you being disingenuous, dude? I've demonstrated a gradient inside of containment myself. Okay,
there is no container between 30,000 and 10. Therefore,
there's no container in my example of a gradient in 70 foot of PVC pipe of a pressure gradient. There's no barrier in between the two, yet there's a pressure gradient inside that containment. Now, what I'm asking you is don't point to outside or nature. That's what's in question. Show me pressure outside of containment in a laboratory, or show me gravity containing gas pressure at any level. Good.
Brian, could you like with a centrifuge, could you contain gases, so to speak? If you had a centrifuge, maybe set up like with a plate.
I think you could. And that would be valid. That would be valid if you could demonstrate a force that contains the gas, whether it's plasma, whatever. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm telling Meisty.
Why not? But that's my point.
Centrifuge containing the gas to show us doing. This
is my point, though. I just said a random force, which gives an acceleration, because all forces will do that. And
you still have to have containment,
so with a force, you can contain it because you're applying acceleration towards some surface or something like that. In our case, towards the surface of the Earth. But
yeah, but you'd still have to have. I could get picky and anal and say you'd still have to have some. The centrifuge itself is containing the gas, but now I ain't gonna get that anal. I'll say, okay, a force we could demonstrate. We could demonstrate the pressure, and it's.
Well, then that seems to be the only.
Can you show gravity containing gas pressure?
It seems to be the only requirement, though, is to have a force, specifically the acceleration caused by a force. Seems to be the only requirement for containment in this way.
Ain't the centrifuge container though?
It doesn't have to be. It could be a plate, for example, like a focal, like a concave surface or something like that.
But you'll agree, gravity won't do it.
No, gravity is also a force, which specifically one that accelerates masses. Yeah.
Hey guys, we've had this problem like a million times, right?
Sorry, go ahead, Essie.
No, sorry, you finish off, Kosho.
I was gonna say, have you seen the observation of a density tower? Except for instead of being placed upright, it was on a centrifuge, and it behaved the same way as one does when it's sitting upright.
No, can you post that, bro? I've always wanted to see that.
You sure? I gotta find it. Be sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, the point is
how many liquids is there? There's at least. I mean, well, there's only 2 or 3, I guess. But do you know how?
It's one of those common looking density towers.
Sure, yeah. I think like I said, I could be anal and say that inside containment. I'm not even gonna. To Meisty, that Kosho is whether it's valid or not, whether I accept it or not, he's off pressure gradient without the containment in his mind, and so you don't think it's a fallacious question, Kosho, like Meisty does?
You'd have to be more specific. I didn't hear the context of what
he thinks it's a fallacious question, like a negative. He thinks it's terrible asking, like, if Santa Claus doesn't prove to me Santa Claus doesn't exist. That's what comes to my mind.
It's fallacious for you to put the burden of proof on us or Meisty, for example, when you're like I said, I'm showing you that the principle is true for all forces. So it shouldn't be. It's not a outrageous claim. You know what I mean? It's just claiming that this is what causes pressure.
It's not a fallacious question. What is fallacious is you making a claim based on whatever you think the answer to or not the answer to that question is. Prove something, right?
Well, I made a demonstration, though.
If you want to, so let's take the answer to that question in your basic positive form, okay?
We're not asking for answers, though, bro. We're asking for demonstrations.
Oh my gosh, Brian.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Jeez, Pete. So let's take the positive answer to your question. Let's say I cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Okay, cool. Does that mean that there's a container around the Earth? See, that would be if you concluded that based off of the potential answer to that question, then that would be fallacious because you just ask someone to prove a negative when they couldn't prove a negative according to your criteria. Then you turn around and create a conclusion from it. That would be a fallacious conclusion.
I see what you're saying, but to me, to have pressure, to have gas, if you're saying the universe, then that's your starting premise, bro. Is your universe, your space, is a vacuum, and so now we're saying that it's contained somehow.
Hey, Brian, real quick, Brian. What we're saying is this. It's very simple. We're saying, look, being that there's no other way for us to make gas pressure without a container, right? And we use every day, right? We use tires, we use all these things like that. We know there's gas pressure, we know it changes. Now, because of that, it seems logical to deduce that there may be a container around the Earth. Now, for anyone to come and
No,
say that,
that's fallacious.
well,
I
is
just
that really
explained to you how
fallacious?
that's fallacious.
Is it? No, no. It's just an interpretation of a microcosm of science and
No,
extending hold on, and extending the possibility forward. Now, being that we have gas pressure, right? You know what I mean? On Earth, it just leads. It's not like a dire situation. It's just a matter of it's a simple logical deduction that if you
no,
have gas
it's,
pressure, I mean,
it's
regardless of
absolutely
your
fallacious.
position, I'm just letting you know, like for the rest of this sane fucking world, like
And
the
thank you,
fucking thing
ISA.
is that because we have gas pressure and we have containment with that,
You're,
when we recognize that we have gas pressure on
you're
our
just
Earth,
repeating yourself for the fourth time, ISA. I
right?
gotta
Well, yeah,
say,
you know,
so
fair
here's
enough, fair
the
enough.
point. Here's the point, ISA. I thank you for doing that because you've just committed the exact fallacious reasoning that I pointed out to Brian that would indeed be fallacious because asking someone to prove a negative and then drawing a conclusion based on their inability to prove a
I'm not
negative
asking you to prove a negative, bro.
is
Quit saying that.
the greatest example of fallacious reasoning
We're not asking you to
You're
prove
just
a negative. We're not asking for. We're asking for a demonstration. I offered a demonstration. I showed it. I showed a pressure gradient because that was your response.
it is asking me to prove.
Hold on, man. You keep interrupting. Let's take turns. Okay, I showed a pressure gradient because you answered that
Brian,
the
by the way,
gradient. So what I did is I demonstrated the gradient inside of containment, and what we're asking you
he's not
is
taking
for a demonstration, not work.
you interrupting me and then saying let's take turns is not taking turns.
No, I apologize last time, dude. And
don't apologize to this clown. Yo,
I mean,
the fucking thing is, it's a logical deduction, dude. It's a logical deduction. That's all that it is.
It's an illogical deduction.
we're not
And I
asking
showed
for words, Mike. For the last time, bro. We're asking for a demonstration, not of something, not of something that can't be demonstrated. Like I said, for the last time, uninterrupted. I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick if you don't interrupt. Let me say this one time uninterrupted. Okay, I demonstrated a gas pressure gradient. God damn it, dude! I'm just trying to get this one sentence out. I demonstrated a gas pressure gradient inside containment. Okay, now what we're asking you, not for something negative, we're asking you to show us gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, without is the negative.
No, but I'm
You're
not asking for something
he's just being
negative,
a
bro.
pedantic little whiner. That's all. He's being a pedantic little whiner because you're beat
I'm
on this
not
point. Because it's a logical
pedantic and I'm not
deduction
a whine.
for anyone rational in the fucking world. When they recognize that gas pressure needs containment in order to function and work, it makes sense that being that there's gas pressure in the fucking air, that there may be a container. Now, it doesn't mean like it's not a definitive fucking
Appeal
thing.
to
But the
ignorance.
point is that if you were to make your argument, right? If you were to make your argument and bring it to the table like a fucking man, you would have an example, and you don't.
Yeah.
So you're making up all this
Again, asking
bullshit
me to
because
prove a negative.
you lose when it comes to the logical
Yeah.
reality of this, bro. That's all, man.
So asking me to prove or demonstrate something that is a without, right, is asking me to prove a negative, which is fine.
I'm
Okay.
saying bring evidence.
But then, hey, would you just chill out, ISA? You guys talked over me for 3 minutes. Now you can chill the hell out.
This is
And
our
so
fucking space. I'll talk whenever I
is
fucking
that
want to.
after, oh my gosh, ISA, did
Shut
you
the
not get
fuck
it
up.
on the first 5 minutes? And so, if you are asking me to demonstrate a negative and then I don't, and then you turn around and say, let me draw a conclusion based on that, that would be a fallacious
It's called
conclusion.
fucking science, you fucking idiot.
I think we see who's actually being emotional about this.
I'm saying it's called science, man. Like it's
I
like
know
it's a
what you're saying.
logical. You know what I mean? Like it's called.
Can you show me
you're
gas pressure without a PVC pipe? Is that a negative? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a PVC? Yes, you can. That's not a negative fucking claim.
very good. Now, if I draw a conclusion that's saying, for example, okay, only without a PVC pipe now I can have gas pressure? Does that make any sense whatsoever? No, it doesn't.
Can I add something to this? Because I think it's getting heated, and I've got a soothing, calming voice. Not really.
I mean, I would say that ISA and Brian are the only ones that are heated about this. But
Oh yeah, no, I'm not really heated. I can't hear too good, man. I
love
think I
this
got a
kid.
bad
That's
connection.
actually
Let me drop and rejoin.
it's good to talk to you, motherfuckers. Yeah.
Stingray has a presentation. If you guys are done, it would be good. We can hear it.
Yeah, I'd like
What
some.
do you guys say?
Yeah, I'd like some criticism on it.
Is everybody game?
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, that sounds better, Brian. I think
good
one of the
presentation,
issues, Brian, was you were cutting out sometimes as well for like a few words. The connection would just go blank, and then you'd come back on. But by then, someone might have thought you'd stopped talking. So
Yeah, I think I had a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so we're down for who wants to give a presentation?
Stingray, give him rates for to present.
Oh, you need rights. What do you need?
Well, he wants to show his presentation, so I guess.
Oh yeah, just
video
share
rate?
screen. Just share screen.
Hold on, let me try something. What's your screen name?
The Stingray.
Okay, see if the Stingray.
Yep.
Oh, I see ya. Okay, see if that worked. If not,
No, it says I can't
No.
stream into this channel.
it's not letting you stream, huh? Hold on.
Real quick while he's doing
Man,
that.
Jeremy's still learning.
Oh,
Well,
listen,
well,
you fucked me last night, Kosho. You fucked me big time last night. Wrong video, dude.
What says you?
You're just unreliable.
Listen,
Hold on,
asshole.
I'm Stingray. I'm trying to find this thing for you. I'm not gonna let Kosho wrap me up in more nonsense.
It's probably on Quantum Eraser's channel, Jeremy. I bet it's on QE's channel.
This is my whole life, dude. Everyone treats me like a slave and then is unappreciative of
Bro, it's
fucking
time
work.
for you to start pulling your weight and doing something. I'm doing your guys' work for you.
Kosho, can you? How come nobody's made a type of chart with the naders or the GPs of like stars? You know, I know there's 57 of them, and it's unnecessary. Like you could take them all from Aries and Greenwich and all that. But I'm just saying, how come they haven't made a ephemeris with
like
Yo,
like
hold
a-
on. Does
like a
anyone
book
know
or
the? Does
something, like
anyone know the?
catalog,
Hold on
or
one second.
what's another word? Like an almanac or something. Yeah, they should do
All
that.
right. Hold on one second. Does anyone know the command just so that the Stingray can share his camera? Because I can't. I don't know where it's at.
Well,
Brian,
No one knows the command.
if he could
No
post
one
it
knows
in
the command.
general, one of us could
He
play
wants
it,
to
right?
share his screen.
Yeah.
Oh, is it a video? Is it Stingray? Is it a video?
No, it's my screen.
Yeah, no doubt. We're gonna get right on that as soon as I can. I'll let you know.
All right, cheers. I'm just going to take a quick phone call. I'll be back in 5.
All right.
Kosho, are you saying that that in the almanac it says, like, let's say for example the sun, you're saying in the almanac there is there are the naders are in the almanac, because I couldn't find it in any almanac. I couldn't find any position to any just the the calculations to do. I mean, it gave me the information I needed to get that, but I'm saying, why isn't there just the GP of the sun and the moon and the planets, for example?
Well, there's a special section. It's kind of hard to find, but basically, if you opened a book to any page, almost, it's going to have the description for the given day for where the GP is. So it's the entirety of the book. I'm not sure.
Oh, there's a book? That's what I was going to say. I was going to recommend
every single page of the book, except for the very beginning and maybe the very end, is an entire is a day by day description of where the GP is.
I really want to see that, man. And does it do it for the planets too, or just the sun and the moon, or what?
I think there's some planets, but I actually know it might be only Venus or something like that. But regardless, yeah, the sun, the moon, and like 50, 60, however many stars.
What's the point? I mean, why wouldn't they? It's 2023 now. Why wouldn't? I mean, can you show what you're saying that they exist? Because I looked for it for a couple days,
Yeah,
off and
I'll
on.
show you. Give me a minute.
I've spent 5 hours.
Let me get let me put something together real quick.
If you're looking for a more visual representation, Stellarium shows you the exact GPs of all the stars, planets, and the moon.
Sure, but no, I'm asking for the GP, like the latitude, longitude of where the sun is at, and the do a 24-hour spin. It ain't even got to be every second. I'm just saying, like every 15 minutes, the way the almanac kind of does for certain things. Just like every. Okay, so Stellarium gives
It's
the
every second for 10 years in either direction.
I wonder why that shit ain't charted though, man. Where we could just scroll through and look it up instead of. I mean, it take forever to plot the sun, and we could do it. Stellarium, and thank you, because that is a better answer than I had before you gave it. But just saying, why wouldn't there be a chart of just the fucking GP of the sun and the moon, if nothing else? Where at least every 15 minutes.
You can find the subsolar point as plotted. Timeanddate.com does a really good job plotting the subsolar point. The sublunar point is a little bit more complicated, but I believe there's a couple of websites that they'll plot just that. There also are representations that will give you the entire solar system in a model.
Yeah, but the way you got to do it is you got to position yourself right under the sun. It's not saying where it's going to be. Yeah, you can position yourself underneath for that time, anytime, and it'd be painstakingly fucking tedious. I can't believe none of the ballers have done this yet. Like made a chart, for
the reason you don't is because, like you said, it changes every minute, every even if you did in 15-minute blocks, you would need a different picture for every one. Everything in the sky moves.
Right. You'd need let's see, 96 of them, or 48, 40. Yeah, you'd need a 96 line chart to map out the sun's GP for 24 hours. Doing it every 15 minutes.
Rather than taking an entire book doing it, just give the formula and the calculation and assume that you can do 5th grade math. That's
1 page, bro. No. That's 2 pages. For the whole day, for the sun and the whole day. I'm just saying. So I'm just saying, to do the whole year. Yeah, that would be that'd be a book. I agree, but I'm just wondering why they haven't charted it out for like equinox or solstice. I just curious.
The almanac, it literally has every second, down to the second.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you the GPs of nothing.
Yes, it does.
It does. That's all. That's the main.
Okay, you can do that.
That's the whole bulk of the book.
Ain't that a good idea, though, Kosho? To fucking break it down.
But it's already been done.
Yeah, but you can't just look up the GP of the sun at fucking 12:30 tomorrow. Yeah. Whereas you can get the information, you can figure it out, but it doesn't give you the latitude, longitude of where the sun. It doesn't say lat long or fucking or GPS.
GHA and the declination, but the declination is already the latitude, more or less, and the GHA is a simple calculation to get the longitude.
So you could take that information. It wouldn't be that difficult. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to pitch a fucking argument here. I'm just saying this is something that somebody could do that would be pretty cool. I don't think it would be. It'd take a minute. It'd be a little tedious, but it'd be a cool thing, right, Kosho? I mean,
why don't you do it? I bet I know
Well,
the
I
reason
can't.
you won't
You
do
don't
it.
know how to do the I can't do the programs and all that shit. And yeah, give me your
I bet
smart
the
ass.
reason I bet the reason you won't do it is because it won't work on flat Earth.
What are you talking about? It ain't got nothing to do with the shape of the fucking Earth, bro.
I think he's just
Yeah,
talking about having like. But the thing is, so the almanac has the information. If you just want something that's like a automated, program, those exist too. Those are like you said, like Stellarium will tell you the Latin long of the GP.
Sorry to
I thought
interrupt.
it'd be something.
Jeremy, did you figure it out yet? Jeremy needs to be fired or a like what do they call it? A pay reduction or something?
Demotion.
yeah, demotion. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt.
They're trying to figure that out, anyways.
Because I want to see Stingray's thing, and I'm gonna have to leave in about an hour or so.
I don't know the command for it, dude. If anyone knows the command for it, let me know.
Oh well,
just
too
transfer
bad.
him ownership.
What's that?
I was
I
being
know
a
like
smart
two
ass.
commands.
Sorry.
Yo, listen, if anyone has the thing where FED or the Globe Ball Busters or whoever it was did the thing where they said Google Earth is the flat Earth map, they did like a whole 2 hours on it or something. It was the whole Ball Busters episode. If anyone has that episode, DM it to me.
I mean, I was suspicious.
Dude, you had your shot, bro.
I was suspicious that was the wrong episode. Listen,
Fucking
this
blew
is important. That part that I showed you, where he's going over
And
Sammy's
you only
bridge.
sent me that video because you were in it.
I didn't know I was in that. No, listen,
Right.
dude.
That's
The
why
reason,
you sent that video because you
no,
were in it and you
listen,
wanted me to hear your voice.
he made the exact same argument. Is the point? He made the exact same argument. He showed Stanley's bridge, and then he showed the elevation on both sides, just like he did in that video.
Bro,
And
they went over Google Earth for 5 seconds, bro. I'm talking the one where they did it for 2 hours. It was a whole episode. It was like this big reveal thing. They pumped it all up and shit.
And I remember.
Remember it for like weeks before they
I'll
were like,
back
"Yo,
it up
we
with
got a
an
flat Earth."
equation, man. Here's a question. I'm just joking, but I mean, I kind of did. But anyway, Kosho, what would a map look like? Let's say if my refraction model was proven to be true, or let's just say that we've proven that it's the light bending and not the Earth. So a star at 45 degrees is gonna a star further is gonna look like it's 45 degrees basically. It's gonna be measurably 60 nautical miles. How could you make a map if these angles that we're seeing to the heavens, the sun, the stars, and all that are just apparent? You couldn't, could you?
Oh yeah, that part is the hard part, because the part that you did, which is basically just taking the difference between the AE and the globe and then contributing that to refraction, you could, even if you got away with that, the problem is making the circles onto a map. And actually, I did find a solution, but it doesn't involve circles; it involves ellipses.
Try. Oh, yeah, ellipses, dude. Can you show me that, or can we talk
Yeah,
sometime
we'll
later?
go over that in a little bit, because I know Stingray wants to do his thing as he's waiting on it. So I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, that'd be so good. That's
But
what
we can't do it now, bro. Take your time because we don't have the proper thing, the command. Maybe later when Geo comes or somebody else will do it later.
Okay, because I'll
But
just
to me,
show you.
Dude, there's so many words. There's so many words in this stuff. I can't find it.
I'll get it for you, dude. Okay, just for fuck's sake, man. But
Discord sucks the bag, man. Sucks the
so
bag
many
when it comes to
words.
these things.
I just started reading again. Relax, guys. And I only read by the fires of the bridges I'm currently burning.
My God.
Firelight of burnt bridges.
My goodness, dude. What was it? Oh yeah, Brian. Yes, last week I was actually working on this. It's there because it's also not perfect ellipses. That's the kind of hard part.
Right. I see. I think I know what you're talking about. I've been working on it too, man. But the problem is I think it would be just like Google Earth, though. If it was just apparent, let's say if it's just apparent, and but everything we see, the star's angle wound up being 60 nautical miles per degree, it would map out like Google Earth
Yeah, but
until
Google
you
Earth
zoom out and see
is
the
a
ball.
globe.
And that's how it would map out if you use the stars, even if it's apparent. And optical, it's light bending. It would still map out like Google Earth. So Google Earth doesn't prove whether it's the ground or the light curving because it would
Yeah,
map out the same way.
those are two issues, and if you are claiming that, then you're solving both of them by using the globe. So you're already solving the angles that the stars appear to be by attributing the globe model
That's not true.
numbers to refraction, which is
That's
one
not true.
problem. It's one problem solved, but the other problem, like
There it
matching it
is.
onto a globe, is just that's cheating.
Okay, so how would it work on a globe, Kosho? If let's say we're on a globe and the star that's 45 degrees is really like at 79 degrees, but we're seeing it at 45 degrees, and it's just apparent.
That's what I'm saying. You can make.
That's what I'm saying.
I can show you the equation to make the ellipses. They're not like perfect ellipses though. They're like weird shaped ellipses. But I was trying to solve for them how you would make the circles on an AE map, and like I said, if you can get away with doing that instead of making circles, then you will get the right answer. Also, well, here's a simpler solution now. Right, yeah, the simpler solution is if you were able to determine your latitude on the AE map, you can then use the GP. So let's say you'd only need one star at that point because you have your latitude. You take the one star that you've measured the GP to, and you plot it on some AE map, and then you make an ellipse. So basically, you'd have to make the radius warped. So I can show you the equation to warp that radius because it'll have to be adjusted for if it's pointed directly north versus directly east versus some other angle. And yeah, so if you can get away with doing that, then all you'd have to do is find the point on the latitude that you're on that equals that same distance from that GP.
Right, like that's kind of like how they do with the globe but here's my thing. So would it at least be fair for me to say though that if what we're seeing is apparent and we made our map, whatever map it is, AE or globe, so we made our map based on the star's position and our angles to Polaris and other bodies, and it's the light curving and not the ground. It would make a fallacious map, just like the AE map. But if you then used the AE map and just said it's 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree, and no matter how big the circle is, like the same thing on a globe, but there's a more functional equation to map it out. As it goes out from the North Pole to the equator, as the circles get bigger. But so it's harder to do that on a flat Earth. But that's what I'm saying. We could still use Google Earth. Wouldn't it be fair to use Google Earth as far as for a map? If what we're seeing is just optical, if we're using the stars and the heavenly bodies to make the map itself. That was a fucked up question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Like in other words, we're going to get a map that is bigger as it goes out, even if what we're seeing is apparent, because that's just how else could you do it on 2 dimensions?
Yeah, I don't know, Stingray. Geo will be on soon. We'll get this all sorted out for you, bud.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a. It's not called screen share, is it? What do you call it in Discord? Is it just live streaming? I'm trying to have a look myself.
It's screen sharing. I don't know the command though. Joe has a fucking 1,000-page manual on how to mod, so it's tough to try to find it.
Right. But anyway, Brian, I'll comment on what you just said. You still got the issue of distance in deriving your map from purely refracted observations, because the distances won't match.
What do you mean? No, it's still the stars are moving 60 miles per degree. You know, they're going different speeds and shit wherever you're at. But the angles we see, I'm just throwing out a hypothetical. If the angles that we see are due to the light bending and not the ground, we'd still it'd match Google Earth, even if the ground was flat and it's the light bending and not the ground. Is that at least fair to say?
No, because you'd still be able to do a 3-coordinate plot that wouldn't match your ground distances. So it's the same as like trying to It's the same as like trying to deflate half a beach ball and then trying to turn it into a disc.
No, okay, then you should have no problem doing this then. So show me a globe Earth where this refraction is taking place in a 45-degree angle. It looks like we measure 45, but it's literally at 79 degrees. It's more like 4,000 miles away. It's like 5,000 miles away instead of 3,000, but we're getting a 45-degree angle. It wouldn't work.
I didn't understand that. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. The way you're saying against my my hypothetical is that it can only work out like an A map. You just have to sort something out with the equation, like as far as the like the speed of the stars. But if it's the light bending to show us 45, to show us 60 nautical miles per degree instead of the ground, it would map out just like Google Earth. And what you said, my response would be, if that wouldn't work, then you should have no problem showing me a globe with refraction. You should be able to accurately map a globe with where the angles were off by a certain amount, you know, a compounding amount depending on your distance.
Yeah. Now, what I was saying though, Brian, is the difference between a flat surface and 3 points on that flat surface that have significant distance between them, forming a triangle. The difference between attempting to map that out due to refraction and then it being on a 3D surface, the distances don't match. And when you say it'd turn out like Google Maps is actually mapped onto a sphere, so that you'd still have a problem with your distances.
No, you wouldn't, because you know what the distances are. It's 60 nautical miles per degree.
Sorry. I mean distances between 3 points on the ground. Let's say we took 3 survey points from New York, Washington.
You ain't got to do all that. I get it, bro. That's an argument.
Hold on a second, Stingray, try it now.
Holy crap! It came up. Yeah, what's up? How do you do that?
I figured it out. I'm a fucking genius.
Well done.
It's about time.
Right. Wow. Okay. So pond bombing. Here we go. I'm only joking. Give me 2 seconds. Right. Okay. So I wanted to explain this in a different way, and I need to set out with if everybody's watching my live stream, by the way, and I want criticism of this, of how it can't be true, kind of, or any criticism whereby it might not be accurate. But it's important for me to outline what this is exactly. So, are we watching my live stream?
Yeah, I see it.
I see you there.
Good.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Sweet. Okay, so I don't like Stellarium. Well, no, Stellarium's fine, but it uses a lot of math and complications, and it uses quite a few intricacies as well, which to me I wasn't that interested in. I prefer simplicity. Complicating something whereby, you know, we're adding a variable to it that makes such an insignificant difference, and just compounding these complications didn't make sense. So I wanted a approximate prediction from a model. Now, these are my statements. I do not claim this is absolute reality. I do not claim this is absolute truth. This is quite simply the current model that I came up with based off survey data that I found Googling current values. So the current values in this are the size of our planet, supposed planet. I do not take into consideration that it's not a perfect sphere, because it's near enough. I also Googled the point of the precession of the axial tilt of the Earth that we're in at the moment, which is about 23.4 degrees. Wicked. I put that in there. The distance to the sun and the size of the sun. Great. I put that in there. Now, I put all these things in because I wanted to input now, after getting what I call the survey data, the static data that's there. I wanted to be able to place an observer on a latitude and longitude, given a month, and the month would only, this view here allows us to set the month. So right now, Jesus, we're there in 2023. Ugh. So yeah, so this now sets the orientation or the axial tilt relationship to the plane of the supposed distant sun. So all I wanted to do is I wanted to put in a single observation point. So at the moment it's just set slightly above Perth in Australia. And I wanted to get multiple predictions by just rotating the supposed Earth through a transition of daylight. Now, the things that I wanted to get are the path of the sun through the sky, which also gives me where it rises and where it falls. The terminator line, which I wanted to independently verify with live web cameras, which surprisingly enough, you can do a hell of a very easily these days as well. The orientation of the moon is another prediction that it can make, and star trails from horizon to horizon. It can do that as well. Now, all of those predictions are from one input of latitude and longitude, and then rotating a sphere. And then we can observe in this model the actual predictions that it makes, and I can go outside and, you know, I can verify them. So all that happens now for me to get a prediction on around today's date is I rotate the sphere with the observer on it. The observer, like I say, this is all the same model, by the way. The observer sat in Perth. And this is the path of the sun through the sky in Australia, Perth, at the moment, if we're on a sphere and the sphere is rotating approximately at the 5th of January. The first 1/5 of the month of January. And it shows me where the terminator line is as well. That's another important thing. So on the supposed Earth, this is where the terminator line would actually be. And these are things that I can actually verify, because I can say, well, actually, Sydney should have no daylight here, but Melbourne should. And I can verify this with webcams. I haven't, in all honesty, I've not done it for Australia, but I have in fact personally done it for the Balearic Islands, Menorca, this little island here that I'm showing in the Mediterranean, along with England and Portugal, along with having a live call with my parents in England and a web camera of the live beach in Portugal. And it matched this along with what happened with the sun perfectly by just rotating the sphere at the month we're in. So even though I can't claim this is absolute truth and reality, I can claim that so far it's been within half a degree of accuracy all the time. Now, I give it a half a degree because there is no eccentricity to the orbits in this, because I didn't want any mathematics in there.
Can we pause for a question?
Well, let me last sentence, Essie, and then questions away. There is no difference between this computer model that only uses the distance and size of things. I could do exactly the same as this if someone gave me £100 million, 5 or 6 city blocks, and have a tennis ball and then a beach ball the size of a large building. I could build the same thing physically. It would do exactly the same thing. There's no maths in this whatsoever. Anyway, yes, that's it. Go for it, Essie.
Okay. My one question that popped into mind is, if you were to make the sun in your model move, would you get the exact same endpoint or conclusion?
So the one thing about this is the sun could also, the Earth could be stationary, and the sun could be going around the spherical Earth, and it wouldn't really make that much of a difference visually. You could do exactly the same thing, and either have the sun's orbit kind of processing and oscillating over the course of the year, so that you can mimic the tropics, so the 23.4 axial tilt. You would be able to do the same thing, yes.
Yeah, can you show us this without magnetic declination? You'd have a fiasco. All that shit's adjusted. I'm not talking about in the north, because you could see Polaris, and maybe make an argument, even though to me it doesn't line up, because I'm supposed to be declinated, yet our compass points right toward Polaris. But in the south, where it still declinates using Polaris, and you can't even see Polaris. What's up with that? I mean, can you model it like that?
So,
yeah, but what is his point before we get into that question? What is your argument?
My argument is simply that this, using a sphere and using the rotation on a sphere and placing an observer point from any place on the land on which we stand, so any latitude, longitude, I can set the axial tilt via this little month widget that I've got here to any month on any location, and it will give me the exact path of the sun through the sky on that daylight, as well as where the terminator line's going to be, for anywhere, all the time, consistently.
Yeah, that's what we thought, bro. That's what we thought, and so we put that to the test, and we used time and date, and we did it with SunCalc, and the prediction was I'm not sure if he checked Stellarium, but I'm sure it all matches, and what it said was that the sun was going to rise, due east, and he went out there on equinox, and he went out there before the sun rose, and he showed that with his compass, from Sydney, it was 11 degrees off. So really, we were looking what we were looking right, but it didn't say that in SunCalc or in time and date. It just gave us the degrees that it was going to rise. It said 0 degrees, and it didn't. It rose at 11 degrees north. 11 degrees more northerly than it said. So they should have made a disclaimer that, hey, these are based on declination angles. So yeah, but just saying that it works perfectly mathematically, no, it doesn't. It's adjusted all over the place.
So the one thing about this as well, I have to say, I only use true direction, not magnetic, because the Earth's magnetic fields are all over the place.
Right. You see what I'm saying, though? Like, it said 0, and so your prediction would be if we're in Sydney. Not saying you did Sydney, but we would look on equinox and see the sunrise at 0 degrees, but it doesn't. Now, after they make the adjustment, yeah, once you adjust it and say, well, you're not really looking due east, you're looking 11 degrees off of due east, then I'm not saying that's a dead ringer of an argument, but it's a fucking damn sure a wrench.
Not really. So in Sydney, it depends. If we wanted today's prediction in Sydney, so let me see how good my geography is. I'm guessing Sydney is about there-ish. This is why I say it's half a degree accurate, because my geography skills aren't the best. So Sydney today, let me just make sure it is today, or around today. Yeah, the start segment of January. The actual path of the sun through the sky in Sydney, it would rise about 4 degrees less than southeast.
4 degrees according to what? Like 4 degrees? Like how would we test that?
According to a rotating sphere with a very distant sun at a 23.4 degree axial tilt relationship, it would rise about 4 degrees south of southeast, and then it would come up and it would get to at solar noon 10 degrees, so about 80 degrees, about 10 degrees off straight up, and then it'll set obviously in the opposite kind of.
But what will really happen is it'll rise at if you take a compass to verify this, you'll measure that with just your compass that it rises at 83 north and not 4 degrees south.
Yeah, so
85 degrees or 84 or 85 degrees east.
Yeah, so the reason for that is, and the reason why you don't use a compass, is there's quite a lot of magnetic interference, believe it or not.
Well, how else can we check the degrees, bro? I'm just asking. That's why I asked. What according to what? You just said it's going to rise at 4 degrees south. According to what?
I would imagine the program is purely geometric. It doesn't encompass the magnetic declination.
He's saying it matches reality. So I'm asking how. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just asking what you're saying 4 degrees southeast, but how do we check that? With what tool?
Yeah. So we can check that with a few various different types of apps, but true direction is derived from the stars and the trails. So the star position. So it is from the axial tilt. So that's all we go off, because I think in Australia, west on a compass can be up to, I think it's something at some point, something I did map it out on this sphere. At some point, something ridiculous, like just going off magnets and stuff. It's like 20 degrees off or something. Give me a sec, I might have it.
I think it's more than that, but yeah. So my point is so we couldn't prove it, because if we measured it, then you say it's going off the stars. So then I'd have to measure the stars, and then what would I use to measure the degree of the star? I'd still have to use a compass, bro. You're missing my point. And I'm not saying that everything you're doing is useless. It's a cool program and like Stellarium and all that. It's good. It's useful, but it's not. There's no way to test it if we can't use a compass. If we're going to use the stars, then how do we test the stars to see if they're where you say they are? It's going to boil down to us needing a tool, and the only tool is a compass.
No.
But if you made your model using the stars in the sun, then yeah, it should match, because that's how you made the fucking model, right?
I can have no. I didn't make the model off the sun. I just made it, like I say, a big sphere.
I meant not you. You know what I meant. I meant the
no. So what I can do is I can go to places where the magnetic direction actually matches true direction, or I can just use an app on my phone that uses the magnetometer and an offset to get true direction. And when
it's funny that it's the center of every continent.
And when I've done that, it's been perfect. Every single time it's been perfect.
So I came in a little late to this. Are we talking about a program that could have been reverse engineered from observations we've seen over and over and over and over and over again, year after year?
Absolutely not, no.
This is not a program. What exactly is this?
Sorry, say again.
What exactly is this program we're talking about? What is this proof of?
Oh no, this is not proof of anything. This is evidence of something, and it's not a program. It's just a model. I'm live streaming.
Okay, I got you. So, but I guess I don't understand, because we all have for a long time now realized that if I come up with a unicorn model that's based on the sun coming up in the east, that's evidence for my unicorn model being correct, right?
What?
I've got no idea what that meant.
If I make a model and it poses the idea that unicorns are what causes the sun to come up in the morning on the east, and if every day we match my model that says the unicorns are causing the sun to come up in the east, is that a good evidence for my unicorn model?
No, because unicorn.
Well, let me give my point real quick. My point is this: if we could find a spot Yeah, and to me, it's kind of convenient. Yeah, it's in the center of all the continents, the zero magnetic declination. Okay, so yeah, you can find a spot where it works perfect or at zero magnetic declination.
Are you doing the breakup thing again, Brian?
There's a few little meridians, but then if I move to another place, it's going to be off. You see what I'm saying?
That this is a trivial part of his presentation. A compass is a one tool that will give you cardinal directions. There's plenty of other methods, including taking wherever you're going to observe the observation from, like Perth, for example. Just be at Perth on the equinox and measure the sun at sunset and sunrise. You'll get east and west, and then measure the sun. Then measure the sun's position or direction at its subsolar, or I'm sorry, at local solar noon. You'll get its
measure it with what? A compass?
No, look at it.
How are we going to measure it?
By looking at it.
That's not a measurement.
How are we going to get the
you can make measurement by looking at something.
No.
How are we going to get the degree?
That's not how science works.
On a paper plate, put a pencil on a paper plate and put it on a flat surface. Wait for the sun to rise and note the direction the shadow is. That will be west.
Yeah, but bro, are you not getting this? What's east? Okay, I need something to tell me what east is, not just a program. I need a way to test the program.
That's what I just said to you. No programs. You wait for the equinox. You wait for sun to rise.
Okay.
You get a pencil, put on the ground. Note the direction that the shadow is pointed.
What's the direction? How am I deciding the direction, Kosho?
With the sun.
Where the sun comes up, Brian.
Where the sun comes up. Okay. Oh my God. Y'all are not realizing that, bro, you got to know where east is, and the only way to find that out, whether you want to get a declination or not, you got to start with a compass.
Yeah, Perth would be a good place because I think Perth has a zero declination there.
Yeah, but on the equinox, every position, everywhere on Earth, the sun will rise in the east. So you can just stay where you are, wait for the equinox, wait for the sun to rise, and
wrong, bro.
The shadow is.
You're absolutely wrong. Like I just said, if you must have joined a little late or was out for a second, but watch Mitchell do it live, and he went out there before the sun rose, and he checked sun calc and time and date, and they both said 0 or 90 degree east, and it didn't. It rose 11 degrees east. It was or not 11, but it was 11 degrees off, and it was. They say it was because of magnetic declination, but according to the compass, which is the only way to test your direction and of the stars and the sun and all that without comparing them to each other, the only way to do it would be if you can't see Polaris, then you test it with a compass, and it didn't match the compass. It was off quite a bit. So the sun ain't coming in from the south like they say it is. It's 11 degrees further north.
If your buddy trusted his compass and he didn't trust looking at the sun, then he could wait for a different day, any random day. He picked his birthday and look at the sun at local solar noon and consider that to be north. And then all he'd have to do is on that same paper plate, just make a 90-degree right angle, and that will be east.
And that's the case where it doesn't match. What I'm saying, you got to add the declination to get it to match the fucking.
Forget about this, dude. This is how you.
Well, if I just use the north thing, I'm off by 11 damn degrees every fucking sunrise. Period.
Every sunrise doesn't matter. It's only on the equinox, first of all. Second of all, I'm talking about noon. Local solar noon will give you, and from Perth, it'll give you the sun, the direction of north. It'll tell you exactly where north.
True north.
Yeah, so true direction, Brian, is all that I use on this. I keep putting up the Earth's magnetic map over it, by the way, just to show you how bad Australia is.
Yeah, and that's what I had a contention about is time and date. You know, they said that it's coming in from 90 east, and when it rose, it came in 11 degrees further north than that, and then it come to find out that's the declination. But it pissed me off because it should have stated that. It should state that all these predictions? You think they're perfect? Everybody says, yeah, they work. No, they don't, bro. The only places they work to the compass and match the compass, the only way we have to measure it in reality without comparing them to each other is they're all only the places they're accurate are places with zero magnetic declination, which are just a few select meridians.
Listen to what you're saying. There's a disagreement between the compass and what time and date is saying, and you're saying that time and date, it's their responsibility to tell you that they're the wrong one. When that's not the case. It's obviously the case that the compass is wrong. So that's it. As time and date,
So how am I determining
doesn't have a responsibility to tell you that.
So right now, in my location right now, what do I do to determine 90 degrees east? Right now.
Right now, you've got to wait for like I said, your local solar noon. And once you determine the direction of the sun at that moment, that will be directly south. So you can just rotate 90 degrees from there.
Or you could find your
Then it's going to be
declination
off
for your
8 degrees.
or you that's if you're aware of that, you take that into consideration, Brian. That's all.
Right. There you go. There's the honest answer. If you're aware of that, you take that into consideration. If you're aware that they decline, that the declination is everywhere, and it's routed into time and date, and that these measurements don't literally match the compass, then yeah, that I'll accept that. Yeah, if I accept the declinations, then I'll say that what Stingray said he could do. Yeah, he could do it, and time and dates perfect and all that, as long as I take into consideration all these adjustments.
Well, just don't go on the fluctuating Earth's magnetic field. Just go on true direction, and everything is fine.
Well, the only way to measure direction without using the bodies themselves and comparing them to each other is with a compass.
No, Kosho just literally, not literally, actually told you, at your solar noon, you can get your south if you're
right. I'm gonna be off by 8 degrees sunrise here because of declination. So if I get north from here, let me make this simple. If I'm in Sydney on equinox and the day before I measured solar noon and I marked it, and then I checked 90 degrees east, it wouldn't rise there. It would rise 11 degrees further north than that because of declination.
No, forget magnetic, forget a compass. Let's just go on true direction. If you do what Kosho just said, I'll give you the prediction, but don't use a compass. Don't go for magnetic fields. Don't care about a compass. Just do what Kosho said, and this will predict the exact path of the sun through your sky tomorrow. If you just tell me which state you're in, I'll do it now.
Yeah, that's a test right there.
Okay, all right. So solar noon, I'm gonna make a mark in the road at my location, and I'm 8 degrees off. Okay, so now on equinox, if the sun, here's another problem I have is all these places that we're using these adjustments. So you're still using the sun to mark the north. Okay, you're still using the sun. So, and I don't think that's going to work. I think the declination is still going to come into play. But in that case, we're all looking at the equator. We're all looking towards the equator along any given meridian.
What state are you in, Brian, by the way?
Florida. Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, that's easy.
My compass points, they say that I have declination, but my compass points toward Polaris. But I've never measured it down to the dot, but I just got a rough look at it, and it pretty much matches up. Like the compass, you got to kind of walk with it a little bit to keep it pointing north. So I just walked in a straight northerly line, and I'm walking like right toward Polaris. But like I said, I didn't go down to the dot. What's my declination? Like 8 degrees on the east coast of Florida?
Probably.
Compass is a crude tool for this, for what we're talking about or trying to figure out. The compass is too.
The only tool, though. It's the only tool besides using the heavens itself. Okay, so that's what I was asking for. I see what you're saying with the sun and north and all that, but I'm saying without using the heavens themselves, the only way to get direction is with a compass. Then you make your adjustments from there.
Okay, well then why not exclude the thing you just said? You said other than this, you use a compass. Yeah, you're right, but why don't you just use the other thing? Why don't you just use?
Because that's what's in contention. what's in contention? So wouldn't you agree that they got all the magnetic, all the compass readings for every spot, and then did the declinations basically based on the position of the sunrise and the solar noon and sunset and all that shit?
I'm not sure what you're asking. But
how else would they have got the declinations without using a compass?
Yeah, but Brian, if I can just suggest something though, if you think about this logically and say, well, on a globe, and on a flat Earth, there's two things given the heliocentric model and the flat Earth, the fact that it's flat model, is solar noon is the only consistent way where you can come up with the axiom the sun is the closest to me, let's say, or at the highest point in my sky. And with that, you know, because you're above the equator, not by much, but you are, that is in fact south. And the same would be true on a globe. And then just basing everything from that to then test is brilliant, rather than saying, well, all these surveyors went out and you know, and the magnetic declination of this area is this, and it just complicates things way too much. Like I say, it is here. I did put it in, but it just doesn't. I'm not really interested. I want a true direction. So anyway, Essie, if you're still around. Oh no, you've gone.
No, it's a great model. It's a useful tool and all that. But I'm just saying it doesn't match the reality until you add the declinations. So I'm saying whether they're right or wrong, you have to take them into consideration. And so if the sun's directly overhead, and let's say I'm at Cancer and it's directly overhead at solar noon, then what way's north?
Yeah, well,
that's
like I say, before compasses and not using a compass where it's quite a crude tool, you know, it works if you don't use the crude tool, which is a compass with the various different. It can even be affected by a building. Your direction can be affected by a building that you stood next to.
But why are the freaking the declinations correcting to Polaris when you can't even see Polaris? Like, why in the southern hemisphere is everything still correcting to Polaris? That's kind of fucked up. Ain't it?
It corrects to the axial, you know, the axial orientation, not necessarily Polaris, but the two are within a, you know, fraction of a degree of each other. So yeah.
Yeah.
The North Star is not what defines true north. True north is rotation, but it just happens to be very, you know, infinitesimally close to Polaris. So
that is crazy, though. There are some spots like in Antarctica. There's spots where it's like you got to turn around 179 degrees. Dude, that's crazy. But I guess that's how it would have to work. The Earth was a sphere,
yeah.
But
when you mentioned it last time, when you looked at this and said, you know, the magnetic declinations, I overlaid this map, and it's like, holy crap! Yes, this is interesting. Compasses are not the best way to to decide direction. They really are not.
But that's the only way we really have to test the heavens. Okay, I'm saying I'm not cool with using the heavens to test the heavens. I'm saying, you know, but yeah, as a system, you know, according to each other's position, you could make an argument for that. But for me, the only true measurement we have of getting degrees is with a compass, with to test the heavens.
No, well, like I say, you'd have to know your declination, and that's derived from you know, geomagnetic surveys and stuff. And to be honest, I'm not interested in that. It's easier just to go off true direction. So
yeah, I appreciate what you do in your programming and all that too. But I'm just throwing in a little wrench. But ain't it interesting when you look at the declination of the continents, how they kind of make it into a sphere, the way they curve out to each edge. Most continents, Africa or Australia's a little bit off, but it still kind of does that. But toward the middle, it straightens out, and toward each edge, the declination feathers out. It almost like makes the continents into spheres. I mean, you can see where it helps it just by flaring out either coastline and then going straight down the center, damn near. It's
So another prediction though, Brian, that this makes, given the same observation point, is this terminator line. So if we are on a sphere that is rotating on a distant sun that almost gives parallel light, or as near to it as we can measure, then this is the terminator line tomorrow for you, that we could actually just verify that isn't along a certain longitude. It's a relationship of a 23.4 degree axial tilt and what month we're in. So it changes, but we can verify this with webcams. And I've done this for Europe, by the way. I've never done it for the United States.
Yeah, and then you go to Google Earth and then you draw the lines out. None of them are parallel. Like the latitudes are parallel. So if all the sun's rays were just coming in and following the latitude lines, like our orientation from the equator, then all them lines would be parallel no matter what way I tilted it, as long as the light was coming from that direction and following because the latitude lines themselves are parallel. But when you draw the lines out on Google Earth, they're all converging. Whether you're dipping over backwards or whatever, still they're not parallel to each other.
Yeah, I did try and explain this to you last time when you got upset, and that's
I've seen that. But do that math, that convert. If you even the way you did it, if you do the math, it puts it converging like at 10,000 miles. So it doesn't give you 93 million miles, no matter how you do it, even with the lines you drew on the outside of the ball.
These are actually still the same lines looking in different directions, but because it's a sphere, you're looking at the same sun. So this is that, Brian. It's because it's on a sphere.
Right, but I'm just speaking from each individual position. And I'm not talking about the ground. I'm just saying you got 5 people along, one at the equator, or one at Cancer, one at Capricorn. We'll say 3 people, and they're all just standing on one little flat patch of ground, and they're all looking due east. Then their lines converge like 10,000 miles.
Yeah, they converge because they're on a sphere, and east isn't a uniform single vector based on their locations.
So it's not parallel light then, right?
Now, the light is parallel. East, for all those observers, is not.
So if I'm looking at the light, if I'm looking at the sun, and I got a laser coming out of my eye, and so does the other 2 people. If all of our lasers converge at 10,000 miles, then the light's not coming in parallel, right?
Now, they would only converge at 10,000 miles if the Earth were flat.
No.
Wait a minute, let me just finish. Those lasers coming out of those their eyes are parallel, just like the sun's rays. And these 2 white lines on this model, are those lasers coming out of those people's eyes, and they are parallel, but looking at but they are actually different directions on the surface of the Earth.
Right. No. I'm talking about the angle I'm looking. Like I did the math with what you got on screen, and it converges at about 10,000 miles. It's not exactly 10,000 miles. It's a tad bit over, but yeah, they don't make it 93 million miles. I'm just telling you.
Brian,
Do the math.
Brian, you remember I showed you? I mean, you probably don't remember, but it was a couple of months ago. But I showed you that model that I made. I think Stingray. I think you might have actually seen it because I've shown it in Gems too. But regardless, it was sort of showing you the distinction between light rays that are parallel intersecting the Earth. The light rays that are coming off are not touching the surface of the Earth. They're hitting the surface of the Earth versus viewing that direction from the surface and the great circle that you would draw in that same direction. Okay, or the azimuth, or the azimuthal angle, basically from that same position. The azimuthal angle they're not going to be parallel, as you say, with some other location, even though the light is coming in parallel, because you're talking about 2 different sets of lines. You're talking about lines that are angled away from north on the surface, and you're talking about lines that are hitting the surface.
It's I caught the argument. It's a fair argument, but here would be my rebuttal. So I'd ask Stingray to do me a favor. Draw 3 lines, one from the equator, and move me above. Draw the 3 lines you had, and then where they intersect, like and then draw me 3 lines from my orientation from the equator. So in other words, you can move one person toward Capricorn and one person toward Cancer, and leave one guy at the equator, but don't change my orientation. So in other words, I'm looking with a equatorial orientation. What do the 3 lines look like then? Because I wouldn't be looking toward Africa then. I would be looking directly down a latitude line, and I'm curious to see how that shows up on your little program. You can't draw it the same because it's not going to be the same direction. So if you see what I'm saying, in other words, keep an equatorial orientation and leave one guy at the equator and draw the line straight out, and then do one at Cancer and one at Capricorn with an equatorial orientation. And let's see what them lines are doing.
So basically, the sun on the equinox and the angle from all 3 locations at sunrise, or when? You're talking about at noon? What time are you saying exactly? Brian? Did you disappear, Brian? Well, if you disappeared, I'll just tell you that the...
Oh, sorry, I muted, man. I'm talking about the sun really doesn't matter. I'm just talking about drawing a line due east from the 3 positions based on one orientation, because he did it with the 3 orientations, and the lines, they'd change if I kept the same orientation, then my lines would follow the latitude line, because I'm not changing my orientation. In other words, if me and you were at the equator, and Jeremy and Jeremy sat at the equator, and I went 30 to 24, or I went to Cancer, but I didn't change my orientation. I kept my same orientation as Jeremy at the equator, and you did the same to Capricorn. I'm curious to see how the lines map out then, how the 3 lines show each other. But I would say like 20 minutes before sunrise on equinox, but I don't think the sun position matters, because I'm just talking about the due east lines from a equatorial orientation. I mean, it's going to follow the latitude lines.
You're saying the latitude lines aren't parallel.
Yeah, the latitude lines are parallel, but due east is not.
Yeah, no, they're called parallel because if you were to intersect a plane into the Earth at those latitudes, those planes would be parallel. But the lines, other than that, those lines aren't. Like they're parallel only in reference to like 3-dimensional space, and so it's like I said, a plane intersecting the Earth.
Yeah, a good way to think about it, Brian, is if you had a projectile that could stay off the surface of the Earth, like a mile off the surface of the Earth, and then you shot it, and you shot it due east, pretty soon that's not going due east relative to where it is. It diverges away from east, because east is going to diverge to the left of it.
Yeah, but it's a cardinal direction. Due east is a cardinal direction, and from your particular orientation, if you draw a line, let's say I'd get higher and higher. If I came from Cancer and you came from Capricorn, I'd get higher and higher above the Earth. But about 10,000 miles out past the globe, we'd all meet but we'd all be right above the coast of Africa if we did it from around 30 degrees around the 80 meridian or longitude. Then we'd be about 10,000 miles out past the globe, and I'll be directly over the coast right before the Africa, over the equator.
This is my point, Brian. There's a fundamental there's a fundamental understanding about the distinction between these lines as you're talking about them, because the surface of the Earth versus what you're saying. Like when you leave, if you're talking about like the Earth in 3D, and some 3D reference frame or whatever, a coordinate system, then you can say that those lines are parallel and they're pointed due east. But those lines, they go around in curved paths if you go on the surface.
Sure. If I'm standing at Capricorn, and I had a equatorial orientation, then if I'm looking due east, my line of sight would follow Capricorn, right? As long as I didn't change my orientation, and I maintained my equatorial orientation, and I just moved from the equator to 10 degrees to 20 degrees to 23, then my line of sight would be perfectly parallel with the equator. As long as I didn't change orientation, I could move any direction, and my line of sight would be parallel with whoever's at the equator, right?
But it won't.
What do you mean it won't? How couldn't it? If we all have the same orientation, I could move any direction.
Yeah, but you have to make a distinction between what you're saying is line of sight. And if you're talking about a line going from your eyes going out into 3D space, not following the surface, versus
I'm not. So I'm trying
a line that is following the surface.
I'm trying to describe this without using the surface because the surface is just confusing this. So the only place we're going to talk about the surface is where we're standing. And so, like I said, if me, you, and Jeremy are at the equator, and me and you move away from Jeremy, if we don't change orientation, and our line coming out of our eyes is going to forever be parallel. No, we could go a gajillion miles if we don't change orientation. Then the line coming out of our eyes will always be parallel to each other, right?
Let me think for a second.
I think if he's talking about his line of sight being a horizontal, shooting off into space, then they would stay parallel, I think.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
It'd be like building railroad tracks alongside other railroad tracks, but just further out. They're all going to be parallel next to each other.
Well, right. He said he's not worried about the surface, though. So that's why I use the sun on the equinox, because that's a good example of when the sun from the equator looking east and the tropics looking east, it's going to be the same direction.
So if I move to Cancer and you move to Capricorn, Jeremy stays at the equator. If we don't change orientation, then the sun's rays will be following the latitude lines and hitting and coming in parallel because we're all looking parallel out at the sun. But as soon as we change orientation, that we're never looking at the ground. We're looking out above the ground. But when we change our orientation, our lines of sight are no longer parallel.
I can barely get people to agree that if you move east, you've gotten closer to the equator.
Can I just ask you a quick question of like this model here? Where did all this data come from to make the model? How did you made this model? Is that what it is, or based on what information? I'm curious.
So just Google search radius, distances, size. That's it.
Radio distance size.
Radius, distance. Radius is size of a sphere, but just the size of things and the distance of things, and then the angle that. And I learned something quite interesting actually. The 23.4 degree axial tilt. We process over like 40,000 years, according to current science. I didn't know that when I was figuring this out.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what they say. No one has documentation of that, but that's just what they say. But I guess so. You're basing all of this information. So where does this website get this information?
Oh, it's a big circle. It's just a big circle, bro. If Equinox falls in Virgo or in Cancer, Capricorn, that makes me question like the last time the equinox was in Capricorn or Cancer was a long fucking time ago, bro. And it should be in. I mean that I could make an argument that the ephemeris, if they're using Aries. And Aries was a long ass time ago. Then that they would have had to make that ephemeris like millennium ago.
Yeah.
But
the precession helps the flat Earth. It doesn't hinder it. It's a big fucking circle.
it could work on both. It's one of the things that fits in both baskets. It could
I don't see how it could work on a globe, bro.
Explain.
Well, whatever. I mean, well, if the tilt is whatever it is, and I mean, a lot of things have to be correct in order for it to work. But my point is, my question is, where does the website that's getting this information, or where does this model get its information from? The data of, like, is it just looking at the sun and stars and then documenting it and then putting it in a program?
No. So I did a Google search for the radius of the Earth, and remembering back, I think I asked it for in meters, and it came back with 6.2 million meters or something. So I created a sphere of 6.2 million meters with that being the radius, and then I said, "Oh, what's the distance to the sun?" And it came back with 97 million or whatever it is miles. Great. So I added a location for that, and I said, "Great. Well, what's the radius of the sun?" And then I added that. And then I said, great, well, what's the angle on our orbital plane to the sun? And it came back with 23.4 degree, well, 23.4 something. So I added that. And then that's it. And then all I did was add an observer to the sphere and rotate it, and thought, oh, yeah, that matches reality.
Almost like that's how they work. Once again, it doesn't. Almost like that's how they modeled it.
Well, that's exactly it. It's like, if I notice every morning that the sun is coming up over in this direction, I can make up any story I want to say why it does that, or to see if, as long as whatever I say in my explanation of the sun coming up in the east includes the sun coming up in the east, anyone looking into whether or not I'm correct or not is going to find me correct every single morning.
I think you misunderstood everything he said.
Yeah. So there's
you're saying it matches reality. You're saying it matches
right.
reality.
Yeah.
I understand that, right? So, but again, I could, you can, based
now,
on basically
you
reverse engineering something from something we see observably.
No, please stop. I haven't reverse engineered anything. Yeah. So reverse engineering.
You're calling reality.
No. I know. Hold on. I got you. I know that you didn't. But the people that came up with the information on Google definitely did.
Please let me finish. So the way that people reverse engineer things, I mean, you can make a model based off statistical analysis. In other words, you look at repetitions, you look at patterns, you go based on this repetition and pattern. I can now predict this, and fair enough. That might be true. However, if you go back to the fundamentals of either mathematics, which I didn't want to do, or geometry, which I did, so the physicality of geometry inside something that I can put on Observer, all I dealt with was radius, distance, and angle, and then I rotated a sphere. I never said, well, what did the sun do on this day? I said, given any location on the land on which we stand, in any part of the month, show me what the prediction, if the Earth is a sphere, if the sun is this size and this distance away.
I already told you it doesn't. You got to do magnetic declination. Where the only place it's going to match is where there's zero declination. And then if
we're not talking about magnetic declination.
If you're using the model to prove the model, that's like saying, hold on, dude. That's like saying if I model my front yard.
Guys, one at a time, please. Brian was in the middle of this thing. Brian, make it concise, and then somebody can go next.
All right, I'll try to make it quick. If I use the model to prove the model, if I model my front yard or my neighborhood using a small camera and the angles to something overhead, and then I write down the model. I write down my neighborhood, my little hemisphere, and then I check the angles to see if they match. Of course, they're gonna fucking match because that's how I modeled it. So you're using the model to prove the model.
The whole point of this is to actually prove 93 million miles, to actually prove the actual radius.
Sorry, you missed.
Hold on, guys. Someone's got an echo. Hold on one second. Who's got the echo?
Well, it is a shame.
Is it me?
Yeah, you're live. No, sorry, you missed the start, Fuzzy, when I said the two statements that I made at the start were, this is not proof. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I absolutely believe this is not proof. And I cannot swear this is the reality. I cannot do that at all. Impossible. Can't do it. But what I can say is probabilistically, it has never been wrong. Statistically, it's never been wrong. And the predictions that it makes by me simply rotating a sphere are correct every time I've tested it.
Keep saying that, bro. Why do you keep saying that when I already told you?
Brian, hold on. Let him finish, please.
That's not to say one time someone might say, have you tried this? And I'll think no, and I'll put it in there and make a prediction and measure it against reality and think, shit, it doesn't match reality. And I'd be very interested in that. But with true direction, not using a magnet, not using a magnetometer or anything like that, using true direction, it's never been wrong.
Right. Okay. So a farmer's almanac is basically just tracking the sky all day, every day for a year, every year after year after year. Right. That's all they're doing is seeing what they see. I could take that information and reverse engineer a distance or anything for a flat Earth, and we could. I mean, if we had millions of dollars and decades of coming up with reverse engineering what we see based on the thing, do you don't think that we could get closer than we currently are? Because I guess the point is that again, you're just using. None of us here want to just trust Google. We're here because we asked Google, and now we're trying to figure out why Google comes up with a radius of 2959. Right? Like, why we need to prove that number first before we start using that number to be evidence for something.
No, you can use it and test it.
Inclination on a flat Earth.
No, you could use it and test it and see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, the brilliant thing about a model like this, which is based on the physical distance of things, is I can say, what's the supposed radius of the Earth? What's the shape of the Earth? What's the distances? And put them in. And then I can say, well, at what point does this fail? So far, it's 100% correct. What about if I make the Earth 30 times bigger? What about if I pull the sun closer? What about if I make the sun move? And I can even say, does this work on a flat Earth?
As long as you made your model, as long as you're mapping it out to them same measurements, whatever you map it as is what it's going to match, bro. You're using a model.
Exactly. If you're going to make a model based on what we see in the sky, and then use what we see in the sky to see if that model is correct, then I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay. Let me show. Let me do this again. It is not made from observational data. It is not. There is no observational data. It is made from none whatsoever. I simply input three things: the distance, the size, and the angle of things. Then all I do is choose a location and rotate the sphere. And then I say, give me a prediction off of this. I haven't put anything into it.
Bro. You're not letting us use a compass, but you're saying use the model. Don't use a compass. Use the model. Use the true directions. The direction that I told you. You don't see the fallaciousness in that, bro.
No, so all I'm saying, let me just finish this without interrupting. So all I'm saying is, when we use true direction, and when I rotate that sphere, I look at any location, and I've been to a few in Europe and the Mediterranean. I look at any location on any day of the year with the survey data, not with any historical data, and say, give me a prediction on this day when I'm going to be stood here of the path of the sun through the sky, if we're on a sphere and if it rotates. And it matches reality when I measure it against that. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I guess I don't understand why you're using 93 million miles for the sun.
He's testing it.
We're trying to.
You're correct. To be honest, I've halved the distance, and it didn't make a big difference.
No, it wouldn't. You're saying don't use a compass. You're saying it's going to match reality. The only way I can get a direction without using the heavens that you're modeling. You're talking about observations to the heavens. So the only way to test them directions of the heavens without using the heavens that I modeled is with a compass, and it doesn't match.
Then all you got to do is take into consideration the declination, Brian. If you insist on using a compass, consider declination, and voila.
Yeah, that's fair, but I would appreciate it if he would input that. If when he next time he makes that bold claim, if he says, as long as you use the declinations, then it'll match reality 100%. You know, he needs to add that in or it's dishonest.
Well, no, because I know how variant magnetic direction is. So I thought it's unreliable and it's not great. So I'm not.
I have to use the model, bro. Then I have to use the model directions.
No, just the sun.
Which is the fucking that's what's in contention, dude.
Yes, but it wouldn't matter if I've told you previously, Brian, it does not matter if we are on a flat earth or a globe. The sun at noon is the sun at noon.
No, it's not the same on the globe.
Yeah. Then you're going to put it on a map. Then you're telling me to use the sun at noon on fucking, and then the rest of the models around it, and then I've got to use declination. Or it's not going to match.
Because it's a thing.
Declination, use the sun at noon.
Bro, what do you think declination is doing, bro? In other words, if I'm using the sun at noon, which is north, and I'm looking fucking north, then the adjustments is that I'm in Sydney, I'm going to be 11 degrees off because...
No. You're missing it, Brian. You're missing it, Brian. Sorry, you're missing it. Don't you throw the compass away, have a protractor, a sheet of paper, and the sun. And that's it. Nothing else. Don't use anything else to get true direction.
Then the sun's not going to match my compass, and that's what's in contention.
Yeah, no, okay, we agree. The sun is not going to match. True direction is not magnetic direction. We absolutely agree. Let's just go with one of them.
Based on an observation.
So,
you're literally forcing me to use your model to prove your model.
No. Okay, so here we go. Here is a flat Earth model on the same kind of thing in Australia.
Tell me how much it's off, and then I'll give you the declination on a flat Earth. Tell me how much it's off.
Sorry, say again.
Tell me how much it's off in Australia, your position. I'll tell you what the...
So here in Australia, we've got an observer in Australia. It's the right-hand screen here. And we can see that's what the sun does coming past Australia on a flat Earth. Now, what we can see from an observer in Australia is what the sun actually does. I've plotted what the sun actually does. It does this. In Australia. That's what an observer in Australia sees.
Yeah, like a Pringle chip, like the analemma. If you turn the analemma sideways, you get 4. You get 2 small, what you just drew out, and 2 long ones and 2 short ones. It's like a Pringle chip, kind of. But I'm gonna give you a different AE map to use instead of that one.
Oh, do it. But I mean, it doesn't alter the fact that the Earth is flat and this is what it would do. It would intersect the ground. Anyway, that was my little presentation anyway. I look forward to criticism and great criticism when I come back, but I've got to go play with my 1.1-year-old daughter.
Well, congratulations on that. Real quick, I have a quick criticism.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I think it was a good job. And also, me and a few other people, we dabble in Blender, mess around in Blender. But me specifically, I've been trying to do a lot what you've displayed as far as the lighting goes with your thing, and I've used a bunch of different techniques, but I'm trying to get exactly what you did. Would you be willing to at some point go over that specific program, that project?
Yeah, I'll even send you the file if you want.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Right, I'll be back later. See you later, guys. Cheers.
See you there.
Yeah, that was fun, man. I hope you hear me as you fade away off into the night. And congratulations, man. That was fun.
It was fun, and then you asked these weird questions. I think Flat Earth Data was the one we wanted to show that to, because Flat Earth Data was the one who came up with that issue.
What issue?
The Perth angle thing.
Yeah, I used Sydney, but ain't it kind of, you got to admit though, when you first seen the magnetic declination, the way it flares out on every continent. I mean, Australia's a little off, but in general, it flares off and goes like straight down the middle, and then flares off toward each shore. And that is kind of, you see where we would look at that and be like, that's a little suspect.
Yeah.
You see where I get that from, right?
Yeah, but the suspect in that investigation would be the magnetic compass, the magnetic field, not anything to do with the actual directions. That's just that's just verifying that yes, the compass is not is not as dependable as you would think it is. It's a crude tool that works in cases where that being crude is okay, but in these arguments or in the things we're trying to solve, it's actually quite a like I said, a crude tool.
I'm good with that, and I'll agree with most of the declinations in the north that I don't agree with. But here's the thing: you see where I was being facetious, but when I told him to, go ahead and give me the angle, and then I'll give you the declination, because that's all they did. They took the and seen that the compass wasn't lining up with the heavens, so they're not going to say that the heavens are wrong because they just made a fucking entire model and been navigating all the other shit. They're going to say the compass is off. And so then they'll tell you exactly how much the compass is off by seeing what the compass reads. So that's why I told him, I was being facetious, but I was making a point at the same time, telling him, give me the degree that the sun is, and I'll give you the flat Earth magnetic declination.
How
Just
old
an
is
adjustment.
About 600-700 years.
What?
How old is the technology of compass? Like 600 or 700 years?
I don't know.
Well, my question following that would have been, what technique?
More than the globe, fair to say?
What?
I'd say the compass probably predates the globe, right?
Sure, yeah. Well, probably not, but regardless.
You don't think the compass predates the globe, Kosho?
No, I don't think they had compasses thousands of years ago, and they had a globe thousands of years ago. So,
bro, you shock me to death sometimes, bro. They had globes thousands of years ago. They didn't have a compass.
Unbelievable that you just said that.
Where's evidence of a compass prior to being thought of as a globe?
You're seriously like y'all are doubling down on this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, what about the astrolabe? What about the astrolabe? Astrolabe. Yeah, didn't they have that thousands of years ago?
How would you know any direction without a fucking compass?
Jin, a compass is different than an astrolabe.
Yeah, but how would you know any direction without a compass?
In itself, isn't it? It's like a compass, though, isn't it?
What good would a globe do? What good would a globe do to give you direction, though? You give me a globe and throw me out in the middle of the woods. What the fuck good would that do? The only way I'm gonna know direction is if with a fucking compass. That's the only way to get direction. And initially,
yeah.
No, you watch the sun.
How am I gonna know what direction the sun's coming up from if I don't know what direction I'm looking?
Exactly. Very true point.
In the northern hemisphere, solar noon is in the southern direction. The shadows point directly north.
You wouldn't even know where you're at. If all you had was a globe, you could be anywhere on that globe. You got to know directions. I mean, I thought they were joking about the compass predating the globe.
To be clear, I'm claiming that the invention of the compass is after the idea that the Earth is a sphere. Not a physical globe, like making a map into a globe.
The Earth being a flat plane would be the first that every ancient people would have come to that conclusion, because how would they know it was a globe?
Jin,
How
they
would they have
also
known it was a
concluded
globe?
that the sun went under the earth. Are you willing to say that too?
No, not at all. I'm
So
not
they were
willing to
wrong
say
about
that.
that.
Why would I be wrong about that? What
No,
would
the
be the
ancient peoples
clue?
were wrong about the sun going under the earth. You're saying.
Well, they would have been very wrong about that, wouldn't they? They would have just seen the sun disappearing in
So you're
front of
keeping
their
their flat
eyes.
Earth ideas, but not their ideas about where the sun goes at midnight.
Not at all. The point is, there's no curvature for them to distinguish that the Earth is a globe, is there? No curvature at all. It doesn't measure curve. And today's cutting edge technologies isn't able to find a single degree of curvature of Earth. Today's modern technology, modern man.
Yeah.
Your
Except,
conception of
except
today's
that's wrong.
technology.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong at all. Not wrong at all. GPS can't find it. Laser beams can't find it. Radio signals cannot find it. Radar cannot find it. Long range telescopes, short range telescopes, aeroplanes, and ships. We're not finding any curvature with any of that equipment. Zero. Nada.
Well, yeah, you're not. That's true.
None of us are. None of us are. No human being has ever seen the Earth's curvature. No human being. Anybody that
Buzz
makes
Aldrin
that claim
did.
is a lying bastard. It's as
So
simple
Buzz
as
Aldrin's
that.
a lying bastard.
Yeah, he's definitely. I'd kill the cunt. I would run him over for his lies. Definitely. Knock him out of the way.
You would inflict capital punishment on someone for.
I would inflict capital punishment for that kind of lie. Yeah, he didn't put a car in space. He stole the name Tesla, tarnishing a good man's name as he lives. That cunt Elon Musk. Yes.
I'm glad you're not king of the world then.
Well, don't worry. If I was king of the world, you'd know about it. You better believe that. The truth would rule supreme. The truth only. And the fact is, none of you can claim you've seen the curvature. You would have brought it to our eyesight by now. You've never seen it. Okay?
I've also never seen Wi-Fi.
You've never seen the thing you believe in. The thing you believe. You don't know it exists. It doesn't exist. You've never seen it. You've never measured it. You've never experienced it. But you defend it like you're defending your family. It's
well, I experience it daily. Jen.
No, yeah, you're in your delusional state of mind. That would be the only place.
Oh, so now I'm delusional. I don't know, Jen. You're basing
a delusional state or a drunken state or a drugged up state. But in reality, in the waking times that we're all awake, living in reality, there is no curvature.
In reality, it gets dark at night. There you go. Experience that every day.
What does that prove? What does that prove? It gets dark. Somewhere else, it's late daytime. What does that prove?
It proves that the sun is not above the horizon.
It doesn't prove your shape of the globe Earth that we do not measure.
It just invalidates the flat Earth idea.
We don't measure the Earth as a globe. There isn't a single degree. We cannot find it with the latest cutting edge technology.
I can't find the sun at midnight.
So that,
I look
that
all over
throws
the place. That
throws to the ground. It throws to the ground. Aristophanes has been called into question here. How could he have managed it with no technology, some sticks, a loincloth, battered pair of sandals, and a couple of wells? How could he have proved that? Impossible. Totally. Assumptions galore. The man never lived. And then we've got today's cutting edge. The technology we use to make aeroplanes, jet engines, cars, buildings, ships. We are not able to find it with today's cutting edge technology. Don't ignore the truth, yeah? So stop lying. You've never seen the curvature. You've never seen it.
Jen, your argument is like turned into just
I am telling you the
big
truth.
Fat lie. I mean, it's just
have never
it's ridiculous.
Seen the curvature of the Earth. You have never seen that. Stop lying. Stop pretending. Start owning up. The year 2023 is the year that we, the flat earthers, throw out the trash. As I've said, you are lying. You have never seen the curvature of the Earth.
Jen.
For if you have done, you would have absolutely photographed that wonderful sight of the curvature of the Earth and brought it to the server. You haven't done that yet because you haven't seen it, because it doesn't exist.
So, Jen, over here, we try to have discussions amongst one another.
Yeah,
it's not really a preaching It's not really a preaching platform. So
Who's
that's what you're
preaching
doing.
here? I'm stating a
You're
fact.
preaching.
It's a
You're
fact.
preaching.
You haven't seen the curvature of the earth. That's a fact. It's not preaching. It's telling
You don't know
the
what I've
truth.
seen.
The
You don't know
integrity
what
of
I've
your
seen.
situation.
You don't even know me.
Integrity,
You don't know what I haven't seen.
honesty, honor. These words that you do not practice. You've never seen the curvature of the earth.
You're
You've
starting to
never
be
seen.
insulting.
You've never seen it. That's the point I'm making. Had you have seen that, you would have photographed it, and we could all examine it and go to the same place you saw it and say, yes, indeed, you have it. But you haven't done that. So I state again, with the loudest voice I could muster up, you've never seen the curvature of the earth. Ever. Stop lying. Stop lying. The globe does not exist. It doesn't measure from the dimensions we've been given. It doesn't measure that way. So you need to work very, very hard in the year 2023 because you've never seen that curvature. Hurry up. Go get the photographs of the curvature that you've seen with your own eyeballs with the best equipment you've got. Go and get it. Stop wasting time arguing about degradation and this shit when you haven't seen the actual curvature yourself. Yes. That's the combination of to you lot for 2 hours, umming and ahhing for 2 hours. I get 1 or 2 words in. I get muted for hot micing, but I didn't know I was unmuted. But now we're getting into some positive direction here. You've never seen it. That is my claim. My claim to you is I'm putting it to you. You have never seen the curvature of the earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you
sounds like
you
negative
watch it
direction,
from
not positive
120,000 feet up or 280,000 feet up. 62 miles. It's all flat. So you need to prove that man wrong. The world's #1 astrophysicist is telling you
Even
will
if
never
you want
see
to
the curvature
engage, you
from
can't.
120,000 feet up.
It's true,
Come
Jen.
on.
Jen, it's true that you did say about 1 or 2 words, but you said it about 80,000 times in the past 4 minutes. So
That's called driving home the truth, yeah? The truth will be heard. Or this tittle-tattle that you lot go on with for hours, screaming and shouting shit. Only one people are telling the truth. There's the flat earthers and you globers. You
It's
have
ironic.
nothing. Your globe does not exist. From the minute you mention it, it's an assumption. The moment you mention the word globe, that is an assumption. It doesn't exist. So you're assuming. You are begging the question. It is affirming the consequence fallacy. That's what it is. Show me. Show me that globe in the reality that we live. Show us all it.
Any evidence of the flat earth, Jen?
Well, it's not curving, as Wisbit said years ago. If it's not curving, it's obviously flat. When you cannot measure curvature, so don't ask me. Remember this. Please remember this. When you're a child, you're born from your mother's womb, your first year, your second year, your third year, your fourth year of life, up to your fifth, sixth year of life, if somebody came up to you as a boy or a girl and asked, is the earth a globe? The child is going to say no or I don't know. The child will not be saying yes. That's for
That's
sure.
strong.
For if he
Oh,
or
that's
she
big
did,
time.
we would have to know what evidence does that child have that the earth is a globe at 6 years old when there's no input of globe in his or her head.
Actually, Jen, it's funny. I have a survey here, a poll of 2 to 5-year-olds that were polled via phone call. It turns out that 95% of them said it was a globe.
Well, that's not because they see globes on screens. They don't see it in real life.
That's
correct. And that's how
So
good. That's why the indoctrination is working. Because you're right. That's why 95% of the people believe it, because we're indoctrinated with it.
Thank you. If you remove all the indoctrination tools,
could be
like
true
I
in our
said,
reality.
The globe doesn't exist.
Also,
like I
hold on,
said,
real
if we
quick,
go back to the basics.
If you ask Jen, real quick, if you ask that same 95% of people who believe, of those kids who believe that the Earth is a globe, I bet you 100% of those kids would also believe that Santa Claus is also real.
And I bet you both of you
But let me
guys
just go back
believe
so we
that there
don't
was a
get
poll that
distracted.
phone
Let's
called
not get
for 2 to
distracted. I'm
5-year-olds.
staying on the rail here. Shinkansen coming from Japan. The fact is, when you question those children, when there's no globe input at all, they've never seen the globe. So now you ask them, they're going to say no. I don't know the shape of the earth, or its level, if anything. Right? Now, we go to school and the teacher tells us it's a globe. We're now 8 years, we're 9, we're 10 years old. We're being told the earth is a globe, yeah? The first question the child asks, because he can't imagine it, he or she can't imagine it, where's the proof? So now you cannot expect the child to have any burden of proof, because the child is being told about his world for the first time, which is a surprise to the child. So the people who make the claim that the earth is a globe spinning
Fingers
through
on the
the
trigger,
universe at 2.2 million miles an hour have that burden of proof in any court of law.
Yeah,
So
Jen,
start proving,
Jen, I got
you
you.
mugs.
Jen, that would be
Start
a great
proving.
test. Jen,
Start proving.
okay, sir, that would be a great test. But I think you would find it odd if you were to ask them how babies were made, like a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, how babies were made, and see how many of them got it correct without the information.
Right.
Because
Well,
it
that's the
turns out
point.
that people who are
You want
kids
to muddy your problem?
who
Go
don't
ahead.
who haven't
You want to
learned
muddy
things
your
yet,
problem? Go ahead. You want to obfuscate your
Jojo,
responsibility? Go
just
ahead.
because the
Go ahead.
kids believe it or think it doesn't mean that that's reality. Santa Claus doesn't exist. Just because they all
Exactly.
believe and know the story and know how it works.
So why does Jen use it as some sort of an indicator of the
No,
shape of the
because
Earth?
he said
It's
a child with no globe input, just walking around the world without an iPhone in their face all day that has a globe as its home picture. If they don't have that input all day, every day from everywhere in society, they would not expect it to be a globe based
just
on
absolutely,
what they see walking around.
just like they don't know how
absolutely.
babies
Where
were
would
made. Yeah.
Right. So it's not
Right.
self-evident. Like it's not self-evident.
absolutely? There's no evidence for it. It doesn't exist. Is my point.
Well, hold on,
Doesn't
hold on.
exist
I'm
at all.
gonna
Globe
hear.
has to be like explained through theory and through conjecture and through models. It isn't.
Words and
It's
models
not
that don't
a part
exist.
of actual.
Perfect the question fallacy,
Jen,
affirming the
hold on. I want to
consequence
ask Gio a
fallacy
question.
models. It's an assumption from the very beginning. As
Okay,
soon as you mention the word globe, that is an assumption. That is
okay, I
not a
want to ask
fact.
Gio.
It does not exist.
Okay,
There's
I
your
got you.
problem.
You're
Start
saying the same
proving.
thing again and again. Okay. Gio, just real quick, could you just clarify what you mean by so like what you mean by self-evident? Just because we might mean different things or something. So like when you say self-evident, like what do you mean exactly?
Horrible, silly
Well, I mean,
question.
something that's self-evident, like it doesn't need to be excessively like explained or demonstrated. Meaning, it's just it's foundational.
Would you
Like
call radio waves
Self-evident means
the Earth
there it
not
self-evident?
is.
moving.
It's there. You can see it.
Oh man, I
It's
can't say
there.
anything.
It's obvious. It's clear.
Jin, give it a
Jen,
rest.
could you let
Jin,
somebody else
please,
jump in?
No, I'm not
give
going
it
to
a
give it a
rest,
rest.
Jin.
Sorry, it's my turn now.
But
No resting. Sorry.
Okay,
you're
we'll go away and
speaking
come back in
over
20
me.
minutes.
Bearing
and
in
your
mind,
turn
I've been
again.
You
listening
are
for
interrupting.
3 hours.
Jin,
I've been listening
you're
to you lot for
interrupting Gio.
3 hours. Okay?
Jin,
I'm not going to give it a rest.
Jin, there was a direct question asked to Gio, and you
Sorry.
interrupted him.
My apologies. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, I think
Okay,
kosher. Yeah, no, I was just saying that. Like, if something's self-evident, it doesn't even need to be demonstrated or explained. Like, it's foundational. So the Earth not moving is self-evident. Like, we all experience the Earth is not moving. So in order to believe it's moving, you have to be told an incredible tale of physics that can't be validated and theories and ideas and all kinds of ad hoc. Like you have to create this medium that it's moving within, and then that's not self-evident. That has to be ad hoc. You have to believe other men. So I think just that foundation of, I think someone was mentioning, like, you know, as a child would never have to be
would never come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, because he or she would never have had any clues to that end, to that regard.
Gio, would you call radio waves self-evident or not?
Sorry?
Gio, would you call radio waves self-evident?
What type of radio waves?
No, that is not self-evident. No, radio waves are not, because we can't see
So
them.
you ask a 5-year-old if radio waves exist, what would they say?
Well, you would. A 5-year-old wouldn't know what radio waves were. A 5-year-old wouldn't know what that is.
Are you asking Gio that?
I'm answering that question as well because it was me who posed up this particular situation we're talking about, and I'm not just here listening. Okay, as long as I know you don't like my voice, but I'm sorry, I couldn't give two shits. Now the point is, a 5-year-old
Yeah, you're
would
going to
not
have
know
to
that.
give two shits, Jen,
A
because there are other
5-year-old
people in the
wouldn't
room,
know what a
and this is
radio
not
wave
the Jen
is.
hour. And if you
A
continue with
listen, I've
this
been
way of
listening to you
interacting,
lot.
you're just going to
It's
stay
been
muted.
you lot hours for 3 hours. I'm not just a listener.
He
I
didn't even
bring
know
in
he was
facts.
muted.
Listen to the facts. A 5-year-old would not know what a radio wave is. Let's get real here. Silly ass. Silly ass.
You know, it doesn't matter how long you're not on the server for or not speaking. That doesn't mean you have like a saved up amount of time that you can just fucking talk. I don't know why you're saying it, but
Do you know what? It gives me a chance to say some words. Some words I will say.
Look, so let's say
Matthew's in
here. Matthew's in here. Skyline's in here. When they're talking,
let's see where it goes.
Okay, Jen.
3
When they're
hours you went
talking,
around in circles.
I don't just
no
try to talk
direction.
over them.
And I'm speaking. Now you're getting to some direction here. Proper direction. Start proving the globe. Start.
So, Jen, do you want to have a conversation, or are you just going to preach?
I don't preach. I tell you what to do. Now start proving. I'm listening. I'm listening again.
Okay.
Right, proof. Let's go. I'm an 8-year-old.
All right, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And honesty. I hear a lot of dishonesty and I hear a lot of obfuscation, which is frustrating when you're listening for 2 to 3 hours. One does get exasperated. That is what you're experiencing from me. Exasperation at listening for 3 hours, trying to get a few words in, but I bided my time. Now I'm pressing my foot down on their necks. Start to prove the burden of proof and stop lying. That's all I'm saying. Now I'm listening. I'm waiting.
Well, I think Matthew was the last one that had asked a question, I think, or I don't know if he's back or.
Yeah, we were talking about yes. So we were talking about what is self-evident, what's not, and I was trying to get clarity, like Kosha was, about what self-evident means. So I was asking Gio whether the existence of radio waves was self-evident, and what 5-year-olds would say if you asked them about that.
Yeah, I would say that radio waves are not self-evident. You would have to demonstrate or explain radio waves to a child.
They're not. They're not self-evident to adults either. No adult is thinking that that's self-evident either.
That's true.
By the way, childbirth or birth, you could figure that out even in the wild. If you were raised by wolves, you know you could see a female wolf and a male wolf, and now there's baby wolves. That's self-evident.
However, you could very easily demonstrate radio waves to someone, a 5-year-old, a person who lives in a tribe in the jungle. You could do that because you could have the equipment and you could show them how, we put these circuits and we do this and we do that. And then look at this, we can send this, this signal over to this device. And now you're listening to radio on this device and it's coming through the air. So you could very easily demonstrate and, I beg to differ. A 5-year-old wouldn't understand what a radio wave is at 5 years old. You can explain it and you could demonstrate it.
Yeah, you can explain it. They wouldn't understand it.
Why not?
I tell you that now. Not a 5-year-old. A 5-year-old wouldn't understand that. No.
Okay, a 10-year-old.
That's ambitious. That's an
But
ambitious.
the actual invisible waves are not intuitive or self-evident to anybody. Adult, 5-year-old, it doesn't matter.
Right. And my
Yeah,
point is that
absolutely.
just because something is not self-evident does not automatically mean it's false. That's all I was saying with that example.
And just because if something is possibly self-evident, the explanation for it doesn't automatically make it true.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's correct. That's
Yeah,
what we've
but
got to be
that's
careful
the
of here.
opposite of our argument, though, because yeah, like I said, Gio's saying it's not self-evident, and actually, I have to agree with him. Based on after talking about it, yeah, they're not self-evident, but there's a lot of things that are not self-evident, like how babies were made, for example, or really any number of complex ideas about the
You
world.
missed
That
the
yeah, as adults
explanation,
seem
though.
simple to us. Regardless, though, that doesn't really speak to the truth of it, right? So now that you're allowed to demonstrate things or explain things further, a layperson could determine for themselves whether it was a globe or not.
Right. Which is just why we always ask for demonstrations of all these different things and theories and ideas. We need demonstratable things like a radio wave where we can turn it on, turn it off, switch it to a different channel, talk to people, play with it, demonstrate it.
Right.
Yeah, like in terms of these two words, demonstration or explanation, I think one could explain a theory as to why someone's on a globe to like a young child or something like that, which is obviously done all the time. And that could be explained into all kinds of ideas and theories and models. But where the demonstration comes in is what's completely lacking.
Look, what's lacking is the actual proof of the pudding. The actual globe as a globe measuring visible, it's not there. That's the problem. We're told at school about the globe with no proof, which is where the 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old puts his or her hand up and says, Miss, do you have proof of that, please? That's where the burden of proof lies. Can't lie with the child. The child is shocked to hear that it's a globe. Yeah? Understand now why you have the burden of proof. Those of you who are making the claim that the Earth is a globe hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles an hour, you need to prove that to us. That's fantastic. It's not believable from the natural law that I live in. So you're going to have to prove that.
Yeah, it
Otherwise,
involves
it's
pseudophysics. It involves physics that aren't actually verifiable and don't actually exist on Earth. So you have to also invoke a type of physics that literally doesn't exist anywhere that we can verify. So you also have to blindly believe that, and that can't be demonstrated either. So it's very problematic.
And also,
right.
kids
So
are
you
not
have no globe.
necessarily
There's
all
your
up on
problem.
their
Your
logical
model
fallacy.
does not exist in the reality that I live in and that we all live in. In order to believe the globe, you have to lie to yourself. You've got to be a liar and live a lie every day of the week.
Not necessarily, Jen. You can be tricked and fooled the way, like, it just, you have to, once you recognize a logical fallacy, which children aren't necessarily able to do very easily, the globe starts coming apart pretty quick. Because
you see, with the
logical
children,
fallacies
they're
are not.
innocent. They're believing because they're trusting the education. I'm talking about the adults where you've laid down you're giving them all the information as to why we can't find the globe. So we can't find it now. So we must be doing something wrong because they believe that it exists. They need to prove it to us. We've gone out to check all the latest cutting edge technologies. It's not out there. So they need to prove to us where we're going wrong with evidence, proof that we can see.
Okay, thank you for your thesis, sir. Do you think that this video that I posted just a second ago, a child would be able to see this and comprehend what's happening? It looks like a demonstration of something leaving the Earth being curved, and it going
Here's
in
the
orbit.
problem. We already kind of ran up to the problem before when Kosho, when you said that you have a poll that 95% of kids believe in the globe, but that's only because they're completely inundated with it everywhere. I mean, it's on every iPhone, right? So
I made that up.
Hold on. So, well, no, but that's true. But it's kids do. People do like understand. Kids think that we landed on the moon without ever knowing who Neil Armstrong is because they see it in pop culture everywhere. You just see it. It's part of the culture because that's what the culture has accepted and believed. And if you are now that you're indoctrinated into that belief system as a kid, and if school now just basically reconfirms all of the stuff you already think you believe in based on what everyone else already tells you to believe in, then that's not much of proof of anything. That's just reaffirming what you've already been told.
That's not the question. The question was, the claim was that it's not easily demonstrated, or it's not. You've been asked.
It's not self-evident.
Stuff.
Right? You don't
This
walk. I don't walk around the world here thinking, "Oh, it's clearly a globe."
Is coherent enough for an adult or even a child to understand.
Well, I know you have to believe in the globe before you believe in Santa Claus. That's why they do it in that order. You have to know where Santa Claus lives. Santa Claus lives on the. That's where. It's like. That's the core lie that we're telling children to make Santa Claus become real in their mind. That he goes to the North Pole. Where's the North Pole? Oh, let me show you. On this globe. That's where we live.
That wasn't really an answer or even relevant to the question. I'm
responding what are you talking about?
I'm responding to the claim that it's not easily demonstratable. It's not been demonstrated. I'm showing you a demonstration. I'm asking, is this something a child or anyone can understand what's happening? And it looks like a rocket going into orbit and seeing the Earth being curved.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, as soon as you say, if you tell a child, like, look at this, if they have already been indoctrinated into the belief of the globe system, and then you show them this video, then that's just reconfirming, yeah, that's how you get up out into that outer space thing to go to the moon. But if you didn't,
it's reinforcing the fallacy.
It's reinforcing the lie.
So then you can see then that there is demonstrations of it then.
No, there isn't. No. There isn't any demonstration of the globe spinning on its axis.
So this isn't a demonstration of it then.
Show me.
No. Kosho. If you're just I'm walking the dog right now, and I'm just walking around in real life, just walking around. What is it about me walking around is self-evidently obvious that I am walking on a globe?
Listen,
the globe is not self-evident.
You guys are having a real hard time.
I completely tell that to Kosho. He's the only one who doesn't understand this right now.
We had a discussion about this.
Move past that, dude.
Kosho, I don't think
Matthew and I both agreed that okay, it's not self-evident. So then somebody asked for a demonstration.
Right.
So demonstrations are things that are not self-evident. So I'm asking
proof, physical, tangible proof, Kosho.
Kosho, I don't put a video. Proof. I don't put a video in a category of a demonstration. I mean, if you wanted to, like we were talking about the radio waves earlier, if you went to like a tribe in South America, or like we were saying, a young child, someone like that wouldn't like know about radio waves, and then you tell them that these things exist and they go through the air and they're not visible, etc., and then you whipped out a video, I don't think that's an adequate demonstration.
I mean, Bigfoot isn't self-evident for everybody, but here, check out my video.
Yeah, I just don't think that fits into demonstration category.
I mean, in theory,
we've got to see the globe. Kosho, we've got to see the globe. I'm trying to talk as well, yeah? We've got to see the globe. Show us the globe. Show us that we're moving through the universe that you've never been to, never measured, don't know it exists. The universe, yeah?
Right.
Show us that.
There's not a video, though.
I hear what he's asking, Coach. You're asking why is this not?
See that we're on a globe, but not through picture or video, through maybe me showing you in person. I don't see how that would work.
Yeah, but also, that's just a rocket landing, right? Or taking off. There's plenty of video of that. But I mean, like you can.
What this is just the old story. This is a rocket that goes up. It definitely looks like a rocket, that goes up and launches. And then I'm looking at it now. So at 2 minutes and 35 seconds, roughly 37 seconds, it just literally cuts to this other video footage of like what looks like kind of high above a globe Earth. So it just goes from a rocket from the ground, and then it just cuts to this sort of 2-layered composite-looking video of like, the close-up of the side of what looks like a rocket, and then this very like fuzzy, faint kind of like a layer in the background that does look a little bit like a curved Earth. So that I mean, you're calling that a demonstration, something that just shows a rocket from Earth and then just cuts to this kind of composite video, which is always what they do.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm limited to SpaceX's video capture of them going to space. Otherwise,
again, that's a begging the question fallacy, affirming the consequence fallacy right there. So you've got no evidence for that. We can't validate that at all. Again, you're demonstrating your inability to prove that the globe exists, which is in our findings. It doesn't exist. That's what you're exhibiting at the moment, for you're not able to prove it. So thus proving our point. It doesn't exist. Try harder, please.
I want to say something very quickly. I just want to say, just for the sake of clarity, I'm not meaning to convince you guys of anything with this or use this as in a way to convince you the Earth is a globe. I'm simply trying to demonstrate that what was just said, that there are no demonstrations of this, it's not accurate, because there are demonstrations of it.
But yeah, but
there are no demonstrations.
Hold on. Then what have we been doing here for several years?
Yeah.
If you actually did have proof of this claim, you would have used it. Until now, you're saying that until now you had it, but you're just not trying to prove it now. You were trying to prove it before, but not right this very second. And that this should be taken as an example.
You're just lying to yourself again.
Like you using this as an example is why we are not trusting it, because that's the whole point. That's what we've been not trusting for years now.
Yes, I know. This is why people don't bring up this stuff. It's because it's kind of cheating in this community. So we don't bring up pictures or videos from space, because that would be an ace in the hole, right? But my point is not using this to prove it to you. My point is to show you that the claim that there's no demonstrations of this is just not accurate. There are demonstrations.
So if I show a child, I got you. If I showed you if I showed a child some video of Santa Claus from a movie, it's realistic. Let's go with Miracle on 34th Street. He's in courtroom. Look at him. He's real. There's a photograph. Like, is that? I mean, that's circumstantial at best. Like
it's not the physical. It's not the physical Santa Claus in the room.
But it's also just like, it's something that you know that easily can be faked. So if you understand that it can be easily faked, and that these organizations are not necessarily the best at telling the truth, and then why would you use this as a demonstration to prove what you're trying to say right now? If it wouldn't work before, why do you think it would work on a child? That's why it works on a child.
He's not trying to make it work. He's just saying that the statement that no evidence and no demonstration is ever produced is inaccurate. It's just not true.
But that's not demonstration. That's I mean, I guess that's not the demonstration isn't quite the right word. I mean, that's video evidence, possibly for.
Yeah,
but that's not proof of.
Please. Yeah, no physical proof of the Earth has been presented to us by you lot. Physical, tangible proof. Okay, right, you understand what I'm saying? Physical. You go out to the horizon, you see the ocean, you touch it, it's level. We can measure that, and it measures level. Please show us the globe in the same regard.
Please show us the globe. But here's the thing, Kosho. We're not here like, hey, we want to hear what you think. It's like, hey, why can't you accept reality yet? What's holding you back? Like, we know what you're going to say, but why do you still believe it? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all.
I mean, Kosho, if we were to accept, the reason why you think that should be accepted as demonstration is why we're in this problem in the first place. Because children would look at that video and be like, well, yeah, okay, cool. Makes sense. Yep. Must be real. Is why you're saying this. But that's what we're trying to buck against, because that can be faked. And children don't necessarily know that unless they're also told that.
Okay, to answer what Grant had said, just like the same way that Fuzzy and Jin don't agree with the video, Geo, they're not convinced by it. I am convinced by the evidence I've seen, so that's the reason why I.
Yeah, it's good
But
for
as a
me.
child, I was
that's your
convinced of Santa
delusional state of
Claus.
mind.
I was
Coach, if
convinced
you're
of Santa
shown a
Claus.
picture of Bigfoot, do you just go with it?
No.
Yeah.
No. So
You have
okay.
no
So what's the difference
standards.
between? Hold on. If I sent you a video of Bigfoot that I caught in my forest right here, why would that be different than SpaceX giving you footage of a rocket going to space? To you, what's the difference? Is it SpaceX? Is it the source? Like, why would you believe that and not footage of Bigfoot?
Here, Skyline, go first, and I'll respond to it.
Yeah, I would just say all the other supporting evidence that goes around it, for me, it's not beyond my imagination that this technology exists and that we can do this, that man can put rockets in space. It's just not beyond me. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's very possible, and I think we do it.
Realms of imagination.
Beyond your
Imagination has no place. Imagination has no place where we're trying to find the truth. All right?
Left lane,
Imagination is not going to cut it. Okay,
are you
let me
saying
just
that
finish my
Sasquatch
piece.
is?
Now, my turn. Thank you. Imagination is just not going to
No,
work.
Jen, actually, it was my turn, but let Skyline go first. I just said
Proof
that.
is what we want.
I want to ask real
proof,
fast,
tangible proof is what we
just to
want
understand what he's saying.
real time, real world, not imagination. Okay, we need to be able to verify this stuff, and you haven't verified anything. You're carrying a belief that rockets go to space.
Fucking hell,
You've
man.
never been to space to know that space exists.
Okay,
That's a begging the question fallacy and a permanent consequence fallacy. Again, you're living in fallacy at the moment. You're not
They
proving
asked
anything.
him his opinion, man. They
Yeah.
asked their opinion. Left lane. Just to clarify, you're saying that as it pertains to the comparison with Bigfoot, it is beyond your imagination that Bigfoot or Sasquatch exists?
Well, we've got big animals like gorillas, right? So we know that big animals exist like that. However, the evidence for Sasquatch does not have all that other supporting evidence around it. They've just got fuzzy, fake images of this big critter walking across the woods and stuff like that. Where's the rest of them? There's no other supporting evidence that would indicate to me that Sasquatch exists.
Well, you hinged your whole argument on this whole beyond your imagination thing, but all right, Coach, go ahead.
No, yeah, actually, what I was going to say was so kind of similar. So I guess I can kind of elaborate on what Left Lane said, because I would say, first of all, that it's a different question, Geo, than the one I was responding to, and the reason I gave that evidence for the SpaceX. So the evidence for SpaceX to me would not be the answer to a question. Give me one thing that will prove this to somebody who is either incredulous or has no knowledge of whether it's a globe or not. I wouldn't use that footage. But
why would you show it to a child then?
But from what Left Lane said, once somebody like me has understood the model, and I've seen all the the atlases and the things with longitude and latitude, and whatever, all the information that the model has to provide, and then I'm shown that video. The reason why that holds more water for me than just seeing a video of a Sasquatch is the Sasquatch doesn't have all the other supporting.
But that's why I use Santa Claus. Santa Claus has a lot of supporting evidence, lots and lots of supporting evidence for Santa Claus.
Everyone believes it, but this is what I'm trying to. This is what I don't understand, right? Because I think that you guys. I'm not trying to be rude. I just feel like it's disingenuous, right? Like, if I show you Sasquatch and then there's a glitch in the video, or you can tell that the video seems to be faked, you'd be like, wow, get this away from me. This is stupid. But when I show you the Artemis video glitching out and the entire ship disappearing in less than one frame, within one frame, the whole ship just disappears. You guys just breeze right past it. You just don't even care.
The glitches don't need to be in the Sasquatch video. It could be a perfectly filmed footage, and I would still be incredulous of it for the same reasons, and for the same reasons why I wouldn't be in with the Artemis is
You
because
see how you just breezed past it right after I said you
regardless
guys
of the
breezed
graininess
past
of the
it? Like,
footage, the model behind it, you know, it's all filled with things that I consider to
What
be
about
true.
children have a model behind Santa Claus, how the elves work, reindeer magic, all of it's very calculated.
Yeah. Right.
but
I'd
you see
like
how
to
you just
address the
breezed
point
right
with the
past
video
it,
again. One
though?
second. I'd like to
Oh,
address the point with the video again now. Hang on a second. Just because you have a video of a Ferrari, okay, you see the video of the Ferrari, you got pictures of it, that would not be enough to say that it actually exists until you actually drive one. Then you'd say, yes, this is a nice Ferrari. I'm driving a Ferrari. Right? So you can't be saying, I've got a picture of a Ferrari and photographs and videos, and then say I own one and I drive one until you physically drive one. Okay? So
right.
your images of Sasquatch or the globe, stupid images that they give us, CGI stuff, doesn't prove anything until we actually see it. And one way we would know that is to measure it here on Earth. We're
Okay, I'm
not
going to
able
answer
to
Richard's
do that.
question.
So again, you're carrying beliefs. You are not proving anything.
I'm going to answer
This is
Richard's
the proof we're
question.
asking for. The actual physical proof of your globe.
Okay, I'm
You
going
are
to answer
umming
Richard's
and ahhing
question,
and you're not
and
getting
moving
on with it.
forward, I'd appreciate it if you didn't, in between everybody saying something, add in like an extra 2 minutes, because it's going to be hard to remember what the question was. But I think what he asked was, you know, seeing that graininess or seeing the Artemis disappear or whatever. That doesn't, you know, that doesn't. You can ask the question again, but it was like something like,
Breeze right past. That's my
yeah,
point. It
breeze right
doesn't
past.
just
That's right.
disappear or whatever. Like at 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the link I just dropped, in one frame, the entire ship Orion just disappears. You can contrast the image, do whatever you want to. It's not there. It disappears. I've had ballers go as far as to look up some type of camera that exists in 2022 and now 2023 that can remove things from the frame in less than, try to find something that can do it in less than one frame, which nothing even exists that does that. It takes 2 frames. No one even can figure it out how to try to, but my point is, why are you trying to do that? Why are you trying to dismiss it? If you look at that video at 3 minutes and 39 seconds, you'll see it just disappear. They showed
Wow.
the whole world
Yeah.
this, bro.
Absolutely. It shows it's a layer. It's a composite image,
Exactly.
composite video.
If this
Yep.
is layered, it would do just that. Like you could easily have it removed and or even glitch.
Yep.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, like I said, stuff that would look weird or does look weird, it is gonna cause me to have to, you know.
This is not just like a little weird. This is not just a little. This is not just a little like fuzzy weirdness or what, you know. Some of these. This is not like you know the one where the guy's like grabbing the wire and some people say, oh, he's hooking the guy's pants with his pinky. Like there's a little bit of like interpretation with that. This is just straightforward, dude. Like the entire layer of the ship just vanishes, but the little Earth, I assume that's the Earth down there.
Yeah.
It just stays in the frame. How is that even possible unless it's a layered composite image?
It's crazy.
Well, I would say that I don't know how that happened, and what I wonder is how do you expect to be able to say that you do know what happened?
You see what I'm saying? You see what they do, bro? Like instead of just addressing what's right in front of them and thinking critically, they're just like, "Oh, how could you ever know?" It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is supposed to be a camera mounted on the side of this craft. So you know, you're supposed to be seeing the side of the craft and then the Earth. So if the entire craft just vanishes but the Earth remains,
it makes no sense. It's exactly what would happen if it was layered. It's like if I showed you a video of Bigfoot, and then like all of a sudden Bigfoot disappears from frame in less than one frame, you'd be like, yeah, you layered a fake Bigfoot. You know what I mean? Like you would actually address it. But when it comes to this, you are pretty set in your ways that this must be real. So you've then responded with, how would we know it's fake?
No, see, but here's the problem: is that they want to use Bigfoot when it's appropriate, and they want to use Santa Claus when it's appropriate. Because in their Santa Claus model, they could just say the reason Santa Claus disappears in one frame is because the elves made him use the magic.
Yeah,
and the magic is easily part of the whole entire explanation that I already believe in. Therefore, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think any of us brought up Santa Claus. I think that y'all are the ones
I
that
know,
keep
but
bringing up
instead
Santa
of
Claus.
using Bigfoot, use Santa Claus, because Santa Claus has a very well established systematic approach behind it and how he works, where he lives, the elves, the the reindeer have actual names.
Listen,
It's
dude.
very
It has a massive
everyone knows
following
this.
as well.
Jim, before you go in and respond to it too, yeah. So the elves thing, these are things that I do not believe exist or agree on. So I
But you
said
did
the
at one
reason why
point.
the reason why the Artemis would seem more realistic would be that all the things that surround it, I already agree on the evidence that built up the model.
Right. No, I know, but as a child, as
Yeah,
children,
you can't
about
verify the evidence,
Santa.
though. That's the problem.
I
It's a
haven't said
belief.
that.
What you've got there is a belief going on again. You're
Yeah.
believing the stuff.
Sure.
You're not proving. You're
Hold
not
on.
proving or validating.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Jen,
Listen, I don't want to talk about elves,
Belief.
No, Kosho,
We
the
don't
reason why
do
you're saying that,
beliefs.
Jen, hold on a sec. Kosho, the reason you're saying that is because you don't have a well-established working knowledge about how Bigfoot clans work. But you do, and as kids, we know all about how Santa works. And at one point, you probably believed in Santa, unless you're part of the very small minority of people that grew up without believing in Santa Claus. But I think you can understand the analogy.
Yeah.
If
So
you see, if you know who Rudolph is, and you see a red dot in the sky, is that evidence for Santa Claus? Because you have a well-established understanding about how Rudolph works, and I should even take video of the red dot in the sky.
Listen, I may get to that question. I may get to it, but I gotta tell you, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and just respond to what you said again with this Artemis footage. This is gonna probably piss some people off, or people aren't gonna like this. But my explanation for this footage, because I've seen this several times and it actually fits what's happening, is the cameras that are used that was filming the people who are controlling them from the ground. They're adjusting the exposure settings, and it seems like they're trying to get that Earth to look less like a big ball of light and more like the Earth that we know, like a featured Earth. And I think in doing that and changing the exposure settings, it completely it made the less bright ship and all that kind of stuff completely disappear. And
No,
they don't know how
you'd be able to
exposure
contrast that.
that's what would make sense to me.
No, it doesn't make sense. You'd be able to contrast the image and see the outline of the ship if that was true. Duh. See, this is the big overarching part here, right? Really, none of us cared about NASA for the most part. Like, it's prior to Flat Earth, the person that was really obsessed with NASA was a very rare, weird case, including you guys.
I was Neil Armstrong in
conversation
6th
that's
grade.
challenging the globe. So you've now become a NASA apologist, and so now you defend it. But before Flat Earth, if you had saw this, you would have been like, if you were just sitting with your friend and they showed you, like, look what NASA just showed the world and blah blah blah, you'd be like, wow, that's sketchy, that's suspect. But now you're so far in the pool, bro, that like you've got to just come up with an explanation. You've got to dismiss it. You got to do what Left Lane did. Oh, how can you prove it's fake? What the dude? Do you know what reversal of burden of proof is, man? You're claiming people are going to a vacuum.
Fucking shit. This reversal bull crap. We're all just talking, man.
See what I'm saying? Like you don't know how to use logic. Like it's sad.
You're the one claiming it's fake. That's your burden of proof.
See what I'm saying? They don't know what logic is, bro. I'm not claiming anything, okay? I'm saying you're defending a claim that this is real. Yeah, yeah.
If you're not claiming anything, then why are you even talking about it?
There you go. Exactly. I bet there you go. Shut me down. As opposed to addressing the point, shut the point down. That'll somehow convince everyone you're right, you know? And then when I bring up a reversal of burden of proof, you get emotionally triggered and say, we're just talking. It's called logic.
You just overused that phrase.
Do you know what logic is?
You don't even know what that phrase means, do you?
Okay. So the positive claim is that people went to a vacuum of space and took this video of a spacecraft in a vacuum. Okay?
That is not the positive claim.
Your
It literally is the
positive
positive
claim
claim.
is fake. Your positive claim is that the footage of the mission is fake.
No,
Make
if
your
I
case.
say this footage is not real, that's not a positive claim. You don't understand
yes, sir.
logic. That's why you shouldn't be allowed to speak. That's my honest opinion. You guys shouldn't be allowed to talk in this
Hold
conversation.
on. Left Lane, I got a question. Just a real quick question. Left Lane, why can't you let it go?
Why can't I what?
Why can't you let it go?
I think it's reality. It ain't a matter of letting go of it. It's reality to me.
By the way, I don't want to speak for Austin, but
I really
never
are convinced it's reality.
You're breaking up a little bit. But
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I never heard Austin say the word "it's fake." What he was saying is that it's inconsistent with a consistent stream of footage that is supposed to be from a camera on the side of the craft and indicating the composite layers involved because they could just delete one layer. That was
Claim the composite photograph.
No, we're saying that actually makes sense. Do you have some other intelligible response other than just walking up to the board and knocking all the pieces off of it?
Yeah, nice attempt to turn things on.
See, no, you don't have one. That's the true answer, is that you don't have one. You don't have an intelligible, coherent,
You can
logical
talk over me
response.
if you want, Austin. Not a problem. You can just talk right over me and try and funding me.
You interrupted me, man. So, like, my point is very simple, right? Like, the positive claim being made to the world, the entire world, is that they're in space, and this is a video from them being in space. I'm showing you guys a video, right? And I'm saying, look, you guys believe these people are telling the truth. You believe they really are in space. You believe this is a real video of them in space. Okay? Can you please explain to me, if that's the case, how does the entire ship disappear in less than one frame?
They just did it.
What?
Yeah, they just did it, man. They made it disappear. Don't you understand?
How did Jesus resurrect from the dead? He just did it. It is a religion, bro.
That's
You
not
treat
what
it
I
like
was
a...
referring to. He just gave you the explanation of it.
That doesn't
Did you
work,
hear?
though. I rebutted it.
Yeah,
No,
they adjusted the saturation and the brightness and the whole thing just disappears. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, we contrasted everything. We contrasted the
You've not
image.
presented any evidence to rebut that.
We
I
contrasted
tell
the
you why
image.
it's unbelievably retarded. Okay, listen. I tell you why. Listen very closely. Okay, the one source that is lighting up the very spacecraft that is being shown in the first part of the footage before it disappears is the same light source lighting up the very objects that you're trying to bring in focus by adjusting the brightness, which means that the same light that is lighting up that craft should still keep that craft inside of that picture, because you cannot just say that in the far distance the planet or whatever you see there is lit up by the same light, but for some reason there the light is much more stronger than the same light that is lighting up the spacecraft makes the spacecraft disappear. That's not how brightness adjustments work, man.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you.
Levels of light.
Golly, these glowers.
It's unreal.
Objects reflect light differently. Not a problem.
That's not what he said,
That's
man.
not what
If
he
you
said, man.
adjust exposure settings on the video, it's not
Think
going to
it's
just...
fake or you think it's layered, demonstrate it.
No, I'm saying that would make sense. Do you have any type of intelligible response outside of that to defend your funny and goofy belief system? That's what I'm saying. Okay, if you adjust the exposure settings, it doesn't make the ship disappear. You don't understand what you're talking about. If you adjust exposure settings, then it would be able to be contrasted and you would see the outline of the ship. You can't do that, though.
You know, it's always the same. It's always the same. I give a sufficient answer and then they jump just to the next thing. But now prove me that it's multi-layered imaging.
It's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. That's what it is.
I'm a photographer, and that's not how adjusting exposure and contrast and stuff work. It doesn't do that. Yeah,
exactly. I went to a school where they actually teach us this stuff. And if there's the same light source, you cannot just bring one object out of existence in the shot if it's the same light source illuminating it, which means that the light that is brought forward hitting that object has
Let me
the
read
same.
this for the room. Shifting
Yeah.
the burden of proof is
Okay.
a special case of argument ad ignoranum. Is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. That is textbook what you're doing.
We have good warrant to understand exactly what's going on. We know where the spacecraft was. We know where the cameras were, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're the one questioning that. That's your burden of proof.
I just read
Actually,
it
you
off for
don't
the
know.
whole room,
Actually,
and then
you
he
do not
responds
know. You're
by saying
assuming.
it. He
Can
responds
you
by saying
share
it
the mic,
again.
please? Can you share the mic?
He
No,
just
it's my
shifted the
turn
burden.
now. I'm
Yeah.
not just a listener.
I just want to read one more time, okay? He responded by doing the very thing he's saying. We have good reason to believe this, so therefore you're questioning it. You have to prove it. That's literally what the fallacy is, okay? The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. You shift the burden
not
over to
what
the
we're
person denying or questioning
I
the
would like
assertion.
It's not what's being done, and you know it.
to check if it is possible. Gene CBR1,
I'm not
just a
questioning
listener.
it was there.
I'm not just a listener. Okay? Thank you. Pass the
Maybe you should
mic.
be for a while.
Right, no, I listen too much. Now it's my turn. What you're doing is you're pretending that you know space. You don't know space. You haven't verified that the rocket was in space. So you can't say you know. We do not know. It's an assumption. Stop lying.
Yeah, Bob, what Austin just laid out, absolutely is the case. NASA's making the assertion that they're in this medium called space, and that little light at the bottom of the picture is the globe, and they're in a craft out there. It is a shifting of burden proof fallacy. That's absolutely textbook.
And it's completely verifiable. It's completely verifiable. That is reality. That's what's going on.
That's not addressing the fallacy, though.
It's not anything. It's not anything. It's simply reality.
Verifiable. How is it verifiable, lads? How is it verifiable? How have you verified it? How?
We saw it. We saw this face.
No, we didn't. We saw images. They're not real.
Oops,
so
there's
that's
a
not going to
positive
be
claim.
enough, is it? Surely.
They're not real. That's a positive claim.
Dude, that's a negative claim. You guys don't understand logic.
That space exists.
If you say that's not real, that's a negative claim.
We saw the spacecraft through telescopes.
How do you guys understand the basic aspects of logic? If someone says Santa Claus is real, and I say Santa's not real, that's not a positive claim to say Santa's not real. That's a negative claim. Why do you keep interrupting me? Is it because you know that I'm going to break down the logic that you are too inept to understand?
No, you just keep going on and on with the same thing.
I haven't talked for more than 15 consecutive seconds the entire time.
Santa Claus and Artemis are not equivalent by any means.
No, I'm trying to break down logic because it eludes your cognitive grasp. Left Wing keeps jumping in and saying that's a positive claim when it's a negative claim, okay? This is the source of the shifting of burden of proof fallacy, which is why I brought it up. I had to drop a meme because you guys just said, nuh-uh, it wasn't one. It is. The source of the fallacy is the assumption.
It's not.
Listen, dude, it's the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise, okay? When someone questions your positive assertion, that's not a positive claim. It's a negative claim. If I say that's not true, that's a negative claim. It's the word not.
Austin, that's not the case here. We're not making an assumption that something is true unless it's proven not.
You are.
We are not making any assumption. We are simply stating a fact, a demonstrable fact.
You can't just
we know when
baselessly
Artemis
assert.
was launched. We know when Artemis was launched. We know its trajectory. We visualized it with civilian telescopes. We tracked it. That's not an assumption. That's simply verification of reality. You're claiming that's wrong. That's your claim.
You're just making stuff up. That's all you're doing at this point.
Do you mind if I just real quick share something? Just based on my, like I said, my analysis, I could be wrong. I'm wrong sometimes, but the exposure settings seem to have been adjusted in between those shots. You can tell by the Earth changing its view, and then of course the Artemis, the Orion craft disappeared. Now, what I'm about to share was from the eclipse from 2019 when Soundly was recording it. He had an audience of like 500,000 people, and he was live streaming it. And I'm going to share the timestamp, and I'm going to share some still shots from the eclipse from before he adjusted the exposure and after. Hold on.
And you're going to show me an object that's lit up by the same light source that disappears from the frame, and I can't contrast it. That's what you're going to do?
Yes.
Absolutely. Can you start
not.
addressing the very fact that the same light source that is illuminating the craft is, for some reason, by adjusting its brightness, disappearing, and the other object that is being illuminated by the same light is still there?
Yes. All 4 of these shots.
You're just saying yes, address it, man. It's absolutely something that... golly.
All 4 of the shots were pointed at the same object during the span of about 10 minutes. And because he wasn't aware, just like the eclipse that we observed a month or 2 ago, people were trying to observe it, and they were having the same issue where if they didn't adjust their exposure settings, you couldn't see it as it was entering the shadow. And that's just what happens. It's because the exposure, the light that's that you're receiving is much dimmer, and so if you have the same exposure settings, it's not going to allow you to see. It's going to disappear. Just like in that, there's a shot there where it's completely black, and that was when it was completely in the shadow. His exposure settings weren't allowing him to pick up the moon at all.
So now you're saying that there's a shadow, right? So now you're claiming that the ship is in a shadow.
No.
So you don't understand how this.
I'm not claiming that.
Yeah, you are. You just said that once the moon was in the
That
shadow,
wasn't
and he
a-
contrasted
no,
the
that's
image.
a straw man.
This is why I don't know. I want to debate you on modern day debate because you can't
That's
control
fine,
yourself.
dude. I didn't say that though, dude. I didn't say anything about that. I'm talking about the moon. My example is the moon. And the Artemis wasn't entering a shadow, but they were adjusting the exposure settings.
Dude,
that's the commonality.
Dude. How can you use this, what you just posted, as an example for what we see in the video where we have 2 objects or 3 being illuminated by the same light source, and from the very object that is extremely close to, or no, in fact where the camera is attached to it physically, makes it possible by adjusting the brightness to let the physical object right close to the camera, right left of it, completely disappear, and everything else in the background that is also illuminated by the same light source is just adjusted by brightness. It's absolutely something that you will never see, and it's absolutely not possible.
Clay. So you think it's not possible? Even though I lean toward the fact that this could be some type of multi-layered photography, and I think it looks like it. Hold on, can I finish? Can I just finish the sentence?
Yeah.
So it looks like it is some multi-layer. It could be a layer that maybe it turned on and off during this. And it has image recognition, and it pulled out that object maybe to help the vision of the other object, that small illuminated Earth or whatever it is, the moon. The point is it possible that when you turn the contrast down or up, that you can change it so drastically, even though there's illuminated by the same light source, that you can't see the dimmer, which is kind of a little bit shadowed. It's almost like looking in a dark room and you see a little dot in the back of the room. Sometimes you can actually illuminate that room to see tables and chairs and things, even though it's dark, especially using infrared, for example. But that's just to make a point that if I don't have it contrasted properly, that everything is gone except for a small light source, maybe in the back of the room. It's possible. I know you don't like it, but you say it's impossible. I don't know for sure. And hold on.
Listen,
all we have to do.
Possible.
No, you've already told us why it's not possible. All I gotta do is show you. Hold on. All we have to do is show you a similar situation where this is possible. Now, you saying it's impossible is a little bit incredulous.
No, it's not.
You don't know for sure. Listen. It makes sense to you, but it might not be right. Thanks for interrupting.
Zenik, listen. We have an object that is completely painted in white. Okay, we know what the reflective capabilities of white are. And
we don't know.
Literally,
We don't know anything.
listen. It's directly in front of the camera. The camera is attached to that physical object, okay? The camera is not free-floating or anything like that. So if the same light source that is illuminating the physical object, also illuminating the physical object in the background, that is also seems like to be a planet or whatnot. I don't know if it's the Earth or the Moon in this case. I don't really care, but it's illuminated by the same light source. You will not find me anything in reality that makes it plausible that something physical, even by using a program afterwards to adjust to maybe get it back, because there is nothing you can find. Literally,
okay.
Listen,
okay.
1 second.
I'm listening to you. You said it over and over again. You said it over and over again.
Let me finish. If you would have a similar picture, and where the case is that indeed the object is so much darkened because of the change of brightness, okay, then you could use a different program to get at least a shape or anything back. But if we adjust the brightness again...
You keep on saying the same thing over and over again.
No, I'm not saying the same thing over and over again.
I get it. Yes, you are. I get it.
Zenik, I'm not saying...
I get it.
Zenik,
I totally get it. Stop.
If you would really get it, you will understand that's a possibility.
Stop.
Zenik, if you would really understand, you would know that it's an impossibility. But you're still wanting to apologize or somehow come with something up that is absolutely nothing we can observe in reality regarding the adjustments of brightnesses in photogravity. Okay?
Okay, now pass the mic. Let him speak now. Go ahead, Zanuck.
God, thank you. My God. So I
get
what you're saying.
Screaming at him is not the solution. But
he won't. You should just mute him because he was just going over time. You know he was. So I get the point very clearly that we definitely see it, and it is illuminated by the same light source. And we logically think that there's no contrast that ever could possibly exist based on the luminosity of that object, that changing the contrast would remove it from sight. There's no evidence of it. But what I'm telling you is that there could be. It's possible. It is very possible that that object, the moon that's illuminated in the distance, is so saturated that when you bring that contrast down to where it is a faint light, where you can actually see that it's a half moon or half Earth, whatever. I think it's half moon. That light being removed, that contrast being removed, would actually remove the image that is illuminated completely. You're saying it's not possible. I'm saying it is possible. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's possible.
Give me an example for in photography that shows exactly what you're claiming, because I think it's an impossibility that what you're claiming.
That's a fair request. Thank you for that.
That's what I presented.
I mean, you're claiming it, so just give
me
something.
Kosher's presented. I've seen things that
Kosher's presentation has nothing to do with what we observe in the circumstances.
I know, because you're saying because it sits in a shadow. I get that.
Hey, Kosher,
golly, this guy, unbelievable.
Can I go before Zanuck goes for another 5 minutes, because he's kind of already answered. I just want to ask. I want to address something with Kosher. Kosher, the comparison that you posted in that YouTube video, I watched it. There was one part at 2 hours and 6 seconds, or 6 minutes and 51 seconds, something like that, and then there's another part. But that first part where they're going through like the different settings on the camera, and then the entire screen would turn black because it's almost like the camera's resetting, almost as if closing its eye, or the iris at this point of the lens, and then opening up again and then bringing something into view. But so that total darkness in that description was because the camera's resetting to the new exposure. But you have to realize the entire camera shut down. So in the thing that Whitsett is showing, in that frame, and I think they calculated it's like a 34 seconds or something, that millionth of a second of the whatever. There's still that disappeared, but there's still the Earth in the background. So if they were adjusting exposure, as you tried to say, this is the answer, maybe, then all of it would have went completely dark. But now I wanted to say, in the video that Whitsett posted, there is a part where it totally goes dark after about I don't know, a good while of it just being the Earth. So if you watch it entirely, it's just the Earth way in the background, and then all of a sudden the whole thing goes dark, and then all of it comes back. So your description that it's exposure changing, when you change that exposure in a camera, all of it's going to go black because the eye has to reset. So the Earth won't be in view anymore, but it is. And that's where we find our crossroads. And now you're either going to believe the nonsense that it was actually, it was a vessel in space and looking back at Earth, or you're going to believe this is some type of CGI. It's a layer that was accidentally removed and then placed back into place once they caught it. But that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Camera goes off and completely reset.
I didn't take it from when the camera was shut off. I took it from immediately after this point. Hold on.
No, right after this point, I watched it.
No. It was almost going black, and then it went completely black.
No, Kosho. I'm talking about comparing the YouTube video you posted where they're going through the exposure settings, and then to use that as an example why it disappeared in the video that Witsit had, because again, when you change settings on the camera, it's like that's a good. I'm glad you posted that video because it only further is like more proof and evidence that it's not what you're saying it is. And I don't think you even realize, you just like shot yourself in the foot, because when they're changing the exposure settings, I think you go to like 2 hours and 6 minutes and 51 seconds or something. I forgot the timestamp. I should have like screenshot it for you. But when they change a setting, you'll notice that the whole thing disappears and then it comes back in view, because it's like the camera closes its eyes, resets, and then opens them again. So the video that Witset posted, just the ship disappears, not the Earth. So this is where you're wrong.
Parvin, you said that 5 or 6 times. I've already addressed it. I didn't get the footage from when the camera was shut off. I took it from directly when it was just like the image I just posted, where it's about to be black. Right before that, right after that, when it was black. And then I'm showing also a comparison of before the settings and after the settings were shifted. It's the same moon. It's just the only parts you can see is the part that's extremely bright in the other one. But in that one, it's much brighter than the other part of the moon. So you can.
Oh yes, Kosho's right. I didn't know what he was showing there.
No,
yes,
he's not right. By contrast, you see the moon.
This is. Can I? Now, I let both those guys talk for 5 minutes. I didn't say a word. It's just let me have
Zenik.
You can't have yourself play. You can't. Gio, can you please do me a favor and just so I don't have to yell, because Clay does this.
What?
Just shut up. Just try to control yourself for a second. Just try.
Dude,
have some self-restraint.
You're hilarious.
No, you see, you can't even do it. Just stop. There's no need. We're not talking about it. So what Kosho, thank you. So what Kosho did there is show this illuminated part of the moon. And this is very similar to when we see a sliver moon in the sky where you see nothing behind it at all. All you see is the illuminated part. But with contrast, you can bring the entire moon out. And I don't know whether Kosho is showing this with this picture. It looks like it is. That moon is brought out with contrast. But when the contrast is reduced down, it completely evaporates. It's gone. You can't see any. All you see is black. Is that true, Kosho?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was a problem that Stanley had because he wasn't aware that was going to happen. And yeah.
Okay.
Kosho, can I say something real quick?
In your video you posted, they show you on screen when they're adjusting the exposure and all these other things. It shows you. Like, just watch your own video. It shows you. You will see that there's a menu and they're going through it, and then it changes. Now, Zenik to jump on and be like, "Oh yeah, Coach is right. You're just swinging from nuts. It's like your boss right there or something."
No, it's true.
But no, it's not true because
the setting on the telescope is different than the setting on the Artemis. Artemis has a click. Hey, go to high contrast mode. Go to long contrast. You push a button.
Can I quickly say something?
Yeah. You can quickly say.
Listen.
As usual.
Zenik, yeah, exactly. Why do we actually entertain this weird example that is not even example, because it's like explaining bananas, explaining apples with bananas. Okay, literally the thing that we
literally
see,
is not actually.
No, it is. We're looking
practice.
at one. Listen, Zenik. We're looking at one object, which in this case is the moon. Okay, with one camera that is pointing at this one object being lit by the sun, right? And then the camera is changing. It's changing the brightness setting or the adjustments or exposure settings, to be more specific, and we can see indeed, yes, you can make things disappear. That's something I would never say it not to be the case, but this is literally using a banana to explain an apple. The thing we're talking about here is that we have a camera mounted to a physical object, like I said in the beginning, that is being lit by the same light source, and for some reason completely disappears, while in the background the other objects are being lit by the same light source are still there. The thing that Mr. Kosho posted has absolutely nothing to do with the thing we're talking about.
Yes.
It's like I use an airplane to explain a car. Absolutely
No, it's
ridiculous.
not like that at all.
No, it
And
is, Zenik. It is. Can you show me
can
the
I
second
talk or no?
Zenik,
Tell me when you're done.
Zenik, if you can literally show me the second object in the video that he's showing that is for some reason disappearing while the moon is still lit, I will be happy to believe you, but there is no such video showing us another object being lit by the sun, then completely disappearing, and the other thing is still there. It doesn't exist.
That's the problem, and it's been said 5 times, and he's correct, and you guys keep ignoring it. And I said as soon as Kosho brought this up, I said, okay, wait, what are you talking about? Are you going to show 2 objects being lit up by the sun, then one of the objects staying in frame as you contrast the image, right? As you change the exposure settings, and then I can take that screenshot where one of the things lit up by the sun remains in frame, and then I can go contrast the image and I won't see the other object. How many times do we have to say the same thing for you to just keep repeating baselessly that this somehow is analogous, despite the very specific
it's
rebuttal?
not analogous, and you got to use words correctly. It's not like literally like comparing apples and bananas. Because if we're literally talking about apples and bananas, we'd be fucking looking at apples and
right
bananas.
past what I
So
said.
It's not literal. No, it's not. He's not right. So the point is,
not the cognitive abilities to understand what we're
can
saying.
I finish my sentence? Are you able to control yourself? I let you talk forever about the same thing incessantly. Just stop for a second.
You just jumped off your mic, Zanuck, to say it's not literally bananas and apples, not literally oranges and apples.
That was a preface to my response
sophist.
to you as well. So let me respond to you now. Yes, it is the same. It is analogous because we do show an image where there is something not there, completely gone, although the illuminated part is there, as Kosho showed. And then when you change the contrast, suddenly you see the entire moon and the slightly overexposed area that we saw before. If that is possible, it certainly is possible to happen in the Artemis picture. Now, I'm not saying that did happen.
Agree.
Hold on. I'm not saying it did happen. It's possible.
I agree, and I see. Here's part of the. I have to go, but what's it? If you have a video or somehow where you took it and you tried to change the contrast, and you should. You're right, because that could be happening where there's enough of a difference to where I know exactly what they're talking about, and that's how you can expose to one thing. I get it. I get that that's how it could happen. I would love to see if you have you actually tried adjusting the taking the screenshot of the thing.
Yeah, we did. Me and Jaron did it live.
Have that? I'd love. Can you clip that, or do you have a
you can't take a screenshot and do anything with it. You can't.
Look here, right here. Look, I just took his image of the moon. I contrasted it, and you can see the rest of the moon. You can start to see where the rest of the moon goes in the dark.
You can't.
This is why I want this, Zanuck. Hold on. This is why
they go.
What's asking, because just because you have a screenshot, yes, you can change it. But the whole point is that if you can contrast the image and you can actually see, you should be able to see the outline of the
I get it. You get these things go so long and winded about.
Here's me just kind of messing with it super fast with not even a professional photo editing tool.
Can I finish?
No.
I was talking to Fuzzy.
No.
Why do you?
You can
why do you
see the rest of the moon. You see how? Compare the pictures. Compare his picture with this picture. You can see more of the moon as I just barely begin to contrast it.
Okay, I get it. Okay, that's a good point. But it doesn't show all of it.
Because I just messed with it for 2 seconds.
You think you can pull the whole moon up with that Photoshop?
If I had an actual professional editing tool that would fully contrast the image, look, I just brought parts of the dark back.
But can you do that with? Can I see where the ship? Where can you see? You know,
we did it with the ship image, and you can't find the ship no matter what you do.
That's weird. That's suspect. That's suspect. If you can't see the ship, then that's problematic.
Yeah, it was removed.
Am I just the only one that doesn't get how we can use this as a comparison to the very thing that we're trying to discuss and prove to be something possible in reality with cameras? Because I just see someone using a banana to explain an apple. It has the thing that Kosho brought up has nothing to do with the.
It has and I think Fuzzy already explained it. And I listen. I agree. I agree.
I'm talking with people straight out of a mental asylum, man.
Stop
it's
talking.
Absolutely insane. Zenik, you are intellectually so dishonest that you.
Why can't you just let me finish a fucking sentence?
Dude,
so I agree.
Dude, you do the same thing.
It's muted here. I wasn't paying attention. Gio, were you paying attention on who?
Yeah, I just muted both you guys for a second. If you're going to overtalk like that, it just destroys the VC. So we'll carry on. I'll unmute you in a second, but you can't just do that. It just destroys. No one can hear anything when you guys do that. So
Gio, do you see how I'm messing with this image and I'm seeing more and more of where the moon outline is?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a very simple concept, right? I mean,
yep. And with exposure changes, that's how it works.
Correct. Because you didn't remove it completely from the image. You removed the photo's ability to detect it relative to its surroundings. So when you contrast the surroundings, you'll be able to bring it back. You can't even get the slightest bit of an outline at all from that ship, no matter what you do to that picture, that screenshot of the video, because it's not there. It was removed from the layer. It was removed.
Yeah, but based on what you're saying, shouldn't you be able to see the bottom half of the moon?
I'm bringing more and more of the moon into place.
No, what he's saying, Kosho, is that you should be able to see something simply because there is still light in the frame, and that exposure, as he's showing you using what you've presented, that even just not even using professional, editing software.
I get his argument, man. I get his argument.
Try to understand this stuff. Have you played with that picture at all?
Hold on, Zanik. In one image, you have a full circle, so there's a contrast between the background and the moon, and so by what you're suggesting, you should be able to bring back the bottom part of the moon in the one where it's dark, not just the top half.
Dude, how are you not? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Look, I'm about to drop the images. The part that's dark, you can start to bring back.
Are you dropping
each other? That's what the second image is. The second image is I brought back.
No, it's not. That's the image. That's the image of after he changed the exposure settings.
Yeah, look how much more of the moon you can see the outline of as I start to change the contrast.
But it is a gradient. We know it's a gradient.
There's a gradient
see the bottom. Bring back the bottom of it, Witsit. Then you make a real.
Oh my god, dude, this is stupid. Bring back Witsit. Do the job that they are trying to say that you can't do because they're proving that that's what happened on Artemis.
Bring back the bottom, then you'll make your point.
Full of shit, dude.
I don't think there's enough information there to bring back on the bottom.
Isn't that what you are doing?
We know the moon's going to be.
Yes.
Why can't? Why is it not possible to talk?
Yeah, you guys are
doing that.
Unbelievable. And all I got Krypton in the background, just yapping in the background.
Hey, Zanik, how about you bring back Artemis for us?
You guys,
the way Witsit has brought back the moon, why don't you bring back Artemis? Go ahead.
Okay, in looking at Artemis, please, can I make literally, I'm speaking in 5-word sentences, so just give me a freaking break. So I was looking very closely at that picture from Artemis, and if you look very carefully, you can see an outline of the object on the right and a little bit of the object on the left. I might be seeing some just an artifact that looks like it. Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, could you show that then? Could you show that if you're gonna claim that?
Also, every time you see the two moons that Witsit posted, there's one on the left, one on the right. The whole point of the one on the right is the image after he already did bring it back. Correct, Zanik?
Who bring it back? No.
This is me. No. If you look at Kosho's picture, he's got the picture where the moon's missing, and then the one on the right of it's got the whole moon. Now I'm just taking that picture with both of them on there, and I'm just showing that as I start to contrast the image, you can see further and further down into the dark portion of the moon. So I'm just going to get it to where it's going to show the whole ring, okay? Which I have no professional editing software at all, which just goes to show you guys aren't even trying to figure this out.
Yeah, you just increase and then you should be able to see it when you see half of the moon, and then you increase the exposure and contrast and brightness, and then you're able to see the full.
Now here's the thing
exposure.
Though. But here's the thing though, guys. Here's what's being missed.
Can you increase the exposure on an image?
Here's what's being missed. Okay, now Witsit and Jaren were doing the same thing that he's doing right now with Kosho's moon on Artemis, and there was no bringing back anything. It was completely gone. Okay, there's no bringing back. The way Witsit's bringing back this, even getting one beginning layer of moon coming back in the darkness is more than he got from Artemis. And then if you go further to the total darkness, that's even crazy. But Zanik and Kosho, why don't you pull up the Artemis picture and show us what he's doing to your moon? Do that to Artemis. So like if it was Witsit's claim that the moon is a solid object, and I can prove to you that it doesn't disappear because look at when I change the contrast, it's showing a full moon still, even though it's in the total darkness. And then he did this, then everyone would be like, all right, cool, applaud. All right, good job. Like you proved us wrong, right? But your claim is that Artemis disappeared because of exposure. So prove us wrong and show us that it's still there but it's only because it's a setting on the camera. I guess,
You guys
but I'll
look
tell
at
you
the
what,
picture
though,
right there I just posted. You'll see that yellow line through the middle. That's where it gets dark on the top of the other image, right? That's where it becomes dark. You see how much more of the moon we've brought back already?
Yeah, of course, because that's. I mean, if you look at the plain image, the very bright part is at the top, and then it gradiates away until it's black at the bottom. The part where it's gradiating away is obviously going to show up.
Hey,
It's
look
the
at
part that's
Kosho's
black the
picture.
part that disappeared completely is the part we're talking about.
Hey, look at Kosho's picture. You can literally see how the back template of the two-layered picture is. We have almost still the same pixel constellation, and where you have the physical white box, for example, in the right hand top left corner, there's absolutely nothing. You have a pure blackness even.
It is a layer.
Like Kosho just made a picture to.
Osho, you just
Thank you, man.
exposed your layer, bro. Like, thank you for that. You just exposed the layer that's being overlaid on top of the other one. Thank you.
How is there any layers
Great
exposed
picture,
there?
man.
Because
shouldn't the whole
okay,
image be black?
Okay, look
Maybe
at
I need to
one
put some
except for the
red
one object in
circles
it?
on there so he understands it better. I don't know what people were dealing with here, but I mean, if
look
be
at
dead
Kosho, hold on. Clay just explained it perfectly, right? So literally as I was typing it, literally. If you look at the first image on the left, one of the brightest artifacts from the spacecraft is in the top right. Would you agree with that? One of the brightest artifacts
It'd be hard to
from
say
the
without
ship.
looking at the pixel magnitude.
He is willfully not able to
Overall,
wanting to see it.
just squint your eyes in that first picture. Where are the brightest sections? One of them is in the top right. Now, when you go to that second image, you look in the top right, and it's one of the darkest portions. How is that possible?
Yeah, the top part of there is actually dark. The bottom part on that right side is the bright side. The top part is one of the darkest parts. Same thing with the
what are you
saying?
Did you just say that the top part is the brightest? That is also
I said the opposite of that.
The darkest.
If you look on the right side, that small white object, the bottom of it is bright, the top of it is dark. Right? So
what are you talking about?
The object on the top right.
The object on the top right of the first image, right? On the left?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. On the left, on the one with the actual craft in it.
Yeah, there's an artifact that is dark in between the two brightest, with the exception of the moon, the brightest portions of that picture.
No, I'm talking
and
about...
then when you go to the second image, those two bright things somehow become some of the darkest portions of the image. How do you explain that?
I'm talking about
there's just no evidence.
The specific one object on the right side of that image, that object has the bottom of it is brighter than the top part, which is darker. Right? There's obviously a gradient there. So when you say the top part of the image is dark, that's not inconsistent with that image. It's true that has it's true there's a brighter spot on it. That bright spot shows up on the when you.
Kosho, are you doing this on purpose? Like, for real, are you on purpose? I don't want to be mean or anything, but you can't be this ignorant. You must be doing this on purpose. You must.
Coach, I mean, there's no evidence.
Just stop.
There's no evidence or indication.
He's doing it on purpose.
Hold on, let me just say one thing. There's no evidence or indication of the craft whatsoever in the picture where it disappears. There's just none.
Yeah, there is actually.
Okay,
if you look at the, you just have
I hear it in your voice. I hear it is.
So please,
let him respond.
Yeah, the image where I've highlighted the luminosity of the pixels, like the magnitude. If you look on the side with that white, so let's call it the top right, corner of the image with the craft in it. The bottom of it is brighter than the top part, which is darker. And then when you look at where the magnitudes of the pixels are highlighted, it's the same thing. Where the top part is black and the bottom part is it's like it's got bright spots.
That is reaching.
It's the same exact way.
That is reaching.
It's not
That's not
reaching,
even
it's
a
exactly
reach.
how it shows up.
That's not even reaching at this point. Like that's saying you're reaching and he has no arms. Like for real.
It's like what Jeremy says. It's like Dalsum out of Street Fighter.
Except you don't spit hot fire, Coach.
Without the fire breathing.
You know, because you can actually
ain't
pull
spitting
up
no fire
pixel,
shit.
you can actually pull up the magnitude of each pixel, right? And so you can actually measure to see where the brightness shows up. And I
So
assure
let's
you
do that
that
between the
that-
one on
that-
the left and the one on the right. You have background. So the image on the left, what we would call space, you have light and dark splotches to the space, right? So you have some background noise. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's some
like a pattern, like a background noisy pattern.
Yeah, near where
in what should be
near where the crafts are, probably where the light's radiating off of it in the image.
right. So what we would call space in that image, the blackness of space seems to have some sort of like background like interference to it. Would you agree with that?
According to the images, yeah.
The image on the left, right?
Yeah.
So if
But
we
not
look at the image on the right, we get the similar effect of this background image of space having some sort of, pattern to it.
Yeah.
Okay. If we look at the two images together, one would be led to believe that the background that we're seeing that is space takes up all of the image with the exception of the little dot in the bottom, meaning that any type of other artifact has been removed, and now we're just seeing space in the way that we saw space in between the artifacts previously in the other image.
Yeah, in the images themselves, not like I said, that's before you look at the actual magnitude of the pixels, but yeah.
So you're telling me there's an adjustment done in exposure that completely eliminates the spacecraft, but then we still have these background images of pixels, right? With this kind of staticky pattern. So now you're going to count the brightness of the static pattern in space that still remains, though we have somehow completely eliminated any other artifact.
Yeah, it's not eliminated. What's happened is the camera, the thing that actually captured the image, it's not picking up the light. They changed the settings so that it's not picking up the light at the same magnitude as it was previously. And
Yeah,
so
you're pulling your leg.
because of that,
Oh,
So
God.
would you say that
because of that, a lot of the craft that is a lot less bright than the bright Earth is going to be washed out, and if anything, you're just going to pick up exactly what you see, like this.
He must be trolling.
Background.
So
of,
when you
Has to
so
be
when we
joking.
look at
Otherwise, he
the
has no idea what you're talking about, Coach.
so when we look at the first picture on the left, and we get that kind of background staticky image of space, would you say that that's possible, that that's kind of a artifact that's created by the camera's sensor because it's actually just pitch black there?
On which one?
The first image on the left that has the spacecraft in it.
And you're talking about the one with the actual image, or the one where the magnitude is being highlighted?
I'm talking about the image that still has the spacecraft in it.
Right.
Look at the bottom right
and
there.
you're saying
and when we look at your adjustments that you're made, right? So if we're looking at your post at 23 minutes after the hour, it's like a black and white image. On the left-hand side of that split, what would be the blackness of space has scattering pattern to it, right? Would we say that maybe that's an artifact of the camera sensor, because that should be just like pitch blackness, as black as black can be?
No, I wouldn't say that, because that's what I'm saying. It's not a flaw.
And what is that?
It's not a flaw or random noise that's just showing up in the sensor. It's actually the sensitivity of the sensor picking up it's not picking up as much as it was picking up earlier, but it's still picking something up, and that something is the the craft. That's why.
No. I'm not talking about where the craft is. I'm talking about where space is.
Below the craft.
In the bottom right.
Bottom left.
Whatever you want to call it, where space is in that image. When you've done this adjustment, we see some type of background image, right? That's fuzzy.
Yeah. Sure.
I would say that that's an artifact of the sensor. I wouldn't say that it's actually picking anything up in the distance that is actually being illuminated. I would say that that's an artifact of the sensor of the camera.
Because it's all black and it's hard to tell one black pixel.
Well, I mean, there's a concentration.
It's called macro blocking.
There is a concentration.
A lot of the same information.
There's a concentration of brightness that coincides with the large part of the craft in the image, right? So it's not just like in random spots.
But it is in random spots, unless you can show me otherwise.
Yeah, the part that's the whole left side of the right picture. It's still that's where a predominant amount of that white noise is coming back up.
So then we'll stick to that left. We'll stick to that left-hand side, and you want to talk about brightness of pixels. So if we stick to that left-hand side, in the very bottom left-hand corner, directly below the craft, what is the pixel intensity of that corner on average?
Well, based on the exposure settings, it's somewhat close to the same magnitude as the sensor
as the picture on the right.
The craft.
No. Let's move to the one on the right, though. Let's look at that left-hand corner of the image on the right. Are we seeing a similar result in pixel density?
No, I mean down in the bottom. You talking about the bottom right?
Bottom left, in the right-hand picture. Bottom left corner. Look at the bottom left corner of both of those images.
Yeah.
Why do we see the brightness of that bottom left-hand corner being very similar between the two images, but we completely lose the craft above it? If you're claiming that that is an artifact of the craft in some way, shape, or form that's being picked up on the sensor, then how has the craft completely disappeared, but we're still getting the same relative brightness within those pixels?
Exposure settings are so low, right, that the amount of the craft that it's picking up is getting is just about the same magnitude as the amount of light it's picking up for just right outside the craft. Like that part that looks like the light's kind of reflecting off a little bit, and so it's a little bit brighter than the kind of the open space or whatever, where it's really dark. That part, because the exposure settings are so low, the light that's picking up is almost the same. So when you go to measure to see if you can still see the craft there, there's gonna be a lot of mix up with actual space.
Let me just get this straight real quick. You're saying that
that's the same reason why in the other image the moon is being confused with the background of space, and you can't bring it back. It's because the exposure settings are so low that.
So you're saying that the craft,
so angry.
The ship that is literally 1 foot away from the camera is being confused with the light hitting it than the void of space. The camera can't tell the difference.
This is how exposure works.
That's not how exposure works, bro.
Yeah, you're not very familiar with
this is why there's nothing you can do in the moon picture to bring back the bottom part of the moon. It's because it's actually
the camera. No, see, here's the thing: the camera is able to actually capture a bunch of different images.
The amount of light the sensor is receiving for the dark part and for the completely the darker part of the moon and the completely darkness of space is identical. So the camera actually picked up the same signature for both, and when the settings were set.
You know what? When you're recovering highlights or shadows in pictures, you do realize that the camera can see levels of shadows and brightness that the human eye looks like it's either overexposed or underexposed, but you can go and change it because the information is in fact there, because the camera and computers and sensors can see a lot more differently than what we can see on a certain screen. You can actually recover shadows and different things, right?
Yeah, you can adjust the settings and make the exposure to be a lot greater and a lot less than the human eye.
So you can exactly, but it's not confusing. the exposure coming off of the ship that's right there next to it with the void of space where there's nothing coming. No.
Exposure
Nothing.
is so low that the magnitude of light that's hitting that part of the sensor for both outside the craft and the part on the other image that where you can see the craft, when the exposure settings are that low, they're actually close to the same value. So the sensor reads it as practically the same thing.
But you see, here's the problem. If you're adjusting for an exposure value from a single light source, and you're looking at something right next to you and something that's very far away from you, from the same light source, and you're going to adjust the exposure to see the thing, but you're saying, like, if I'm adjusting to see the moon, like the way you guys were saying before, and if I can see it and I can adjust, if I'm shooting through trees, I won't be able to see the tree. But if I do a long enough exposure, if I can change the settings, I can still see the tree. But I can, while I'm exposed for the moon, if I play with the settings, because there actually is information there, there is actual light hitting that. It's not just a void space.
Yeah, that's what you can do when you have control of the settings on the camera.
You just said that they changed the controlling settings.
Where the CCD sensor has already captured information, you cannot bring back information that it did not capture. When you change the exposure settings, you're basically telling the camera what magnitude, like basically giving it a threshold of magnitudes to discern between.
Right, but there you know that there are levels of pure white or pure black. But there are levels of pure white and pure black, right? That there's a gradient that you get towards, and some of it's recoverable, some of it's not. Once you hit pure white, you can't recover it. You're right. There's no data there. But up until you hit that, you can recover a lot of overexposure or underexposure. But there's going to still be a physical thing there that you're going to see light and macro blocking and digital noise, because you're going to see the outline of a ship that's right there. You're not going to see infinite void space where all the macro blocking is the same.
But that's why I brought up the picture of the moon where you cannot bring back the bottom. You can't, and the one where the moon's completely gone, you can't bring back any of it. So there's not.
Dude, if you watch where the video
after the image is taken,
if you watch where the moon is completely gone, if you watch that video, it clearly goes and it resets the camera. One frame of it, the camera stops receiving information as it resets the settings.
Yeah, but that's
why would you then take a screenshot of where it resets the settings so the camera intentionally no longer receives information because it's resetting its settings? You can just watch the video and see that's what happened.
I said that. I've already addressed that.
So then
that's
why
what I
would
was
you
saying
pretend that
earlier.
somehow shows something that doesn't show anything?
That's what I was pointing out earlier, that he's talking about something that to where the camera closes its eye to reset and reopens, and what you're showing is that just the ship disappears. The camera doesn't close its eye as it because his whole argument, and Zanuck and Bob's and every other moron, the argument is that they changed the exposure, which is why it dropped the spaceship out of frame. But in reality, when you change exposure, as Kosho so thankfully provided for us to show us that when they change the exposure in the camera, the entire camera it goes blank. Because so in other words, that moon or Earth, whatever's in that distance on the one you posted with it, that should have disappeared too. For that split second, that should disappear. If it disappeared, then we would have not even been talking about it right now. We would have been just agreeing with Kosho. Oh yeah, look at they just changed exposure. That's why
Is it possible they switched cameras?
No.
No, that's the same camera shot.
But don't you see why it's weird to us that you
why
say
is
stuff
it,
like that, where it's like,
why is it not possible? They had cameras all over the damn thing.
oh my gosh, dude.
No, give me a good reason why they couldn't have
Because
switched cameras.
the alleged Earth remains in frame the whole time.
So
what?
It's the exact same stream. What are you talking about?
You could
a camera 2 or 3 feet away wouldn't change anything about it. I mean,
Oh, so they took a camera 2 or 3 feet away and it didn't have the ship in it?
Maybe.
How?
Why not? I mean,
Because
what if
the
it was
ship's
on the
still right
leading
there.
edge of it in relation to the direction of the Earth? I mean, it's possible though, right?
No, because it's just one stream they showed us.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just an idea.
You're a religious zealot, Left Lane. Like as respectfully as possible.
No, it was just an idea.
Why are you desperately trying to find a way to make it somehow legit. Like, isn't that somewhat religious?
It's weird.
I've listened to y'all argue for like 45 minutes over this damn image, and I had a suggestion that maybe they change cameras.
Yeah, you
That's
obviously
all.
weren't particularly satisfied with how your side's been represented in the grasp at straws thus far, so you grasped at another straw, and it's all good. The only reason I even brought this up was not even to debate the picture. It was just to point out that you guys are inconsistent with your alleged criticism and skepticism. When it comes to something as incredibly bold of a claim that someone's in a vacuum of space taking pictures and videos, you guys are just like, oh yeah, so checks out. If someone shows
Well, the
you that
thing
you can
is-
like physically walk outside and do something yourself on the earth, you're like, oh no, that's not legit.
The thing is, this little camera anomaly for me does not debunk the entire mission.
It's literally not there. Like, I have tried so many things within Photoshop to get it to appear, but it's not there. It doesn't exist in the second layer of picture. There's nothing to be found about this object. It's completely vanished because it's a 2-part picture.
That's correct. You can't, like, so first they were trying to say, the problem is they come up with this random, they think if they can come up with anything that seems like it's possible, then therefore they're good. They have to create any ounce of like plausible deniability. That's all they have to do. It's like a religion. It's just like a religion. So what they were telling me and Darren at first, they're like, oh no, they must have just cut the light off. They just cut the light off. That's what it was. We're like, what? No, the supposedly what's lighting up the ship is the sun. You don't even know your own belief, and you just start making excuses for it. You're like, oh, look, here are all the other videos. You see that the angle of the light constantly changes relative to where they claim the sun is. So are you then going to admit that they're intentionally making it look like the light from the ship is imitating the light from the sun? So you're basically admitting that they're faking the alleged light from the sun? Oh, no, then it must not be that. Let's find something else. It's just religion, bro. It's like an honest person like, that is kind of suspect. I don't know. For it to disappear in 1/30th of a second and then be entirely gone and can't be brought back is weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would make perfect sense if it was layered. I don't know. I'm not going to defend it. I don't know. But that's not what you guys do. And that was the only reason I brought it up, was to show how inconsistent you guys are.
It doesn't matter. It's just some weird anomaly that doesn't really bother me. I still believe it.
Yeah. Like, it's weird, bro. But if I show you star trails of time-lapse star trails over the ocean water, you're like, oh, no, you must have done something wrong, you know? Like, you can go do that, though, you know? Like, it's just weird. It's a weird psychological phenomenon where you're like, I don't know how it's not akin to religion, and I know that that's like a provocative word, I guess. So you guys don't like when I say it, but like that is what, in
That's
my
not really
opinion, that's the
relevant.
best way to describe it. It's like you've predetermined that you know it's legit, right? So it's like there's really no feasible avenue of logical conversation with you. You've already decided that you know it's real.
Well, let's ask you guys a logical question. Okay. And it's not very difficult. But in that top image, which is the frames before and after the ship disappears, is it clear to you? Very simple answer, because it's a simple question. Is it clear to you that they adjusted the exposure settings based on the image of the Earth in that frame?
Yeah. So here's
That's
the
a very
issue.
simple
Here's the
answer. It's a
problem.
very simple
In your-
question.
It does look like
so in
what would
your
happen if you
moonshot-
adjust exposure, yes.
Right. So it is clear that in between
No,
these
it's not
frames,
clear
the
that it's
exposure,
real
the
and that you're
exposure
taking a
was
video of
adjusted.
something real, Kosho. How do you know? When you ask your question, you bake in the assumption that there's some real video being taken in space. Isn't it obvious to you that they adjusted the exposure? No, that requires you being in space, really taking a video of a spaceship and a freaking Earth, a little rock in a vacuum, changing exposure relative to what you're observing. No, I don't believe that. I don't
Assume
believe
that because we're analyzing this footage to test it for if it's real or not.
Yeah,
So we're
that's what
gonna
I'm trying to show you.
we're going to use it as it is real to judge it on that basis. Otherwise,
Here you go.
there's no point in
here's no.
judging it. So that's what I'm asking: is if assuming this is real, it looks like that in between these two shots, at least as the Earth is. Regarding the Earth, they did adjust the exposure settings.
No assuming, please. No assuming, please.
Kosho, really quick. So you posted a shot of just a close up of the moon with a crescent, and then you showed it when it was really exposed. It's differently exposed with blue, and you can see it right just a moment ago, right? You see underneath all of that where you see it's not black, but you can see a lot of different macro blocking and like a layered distortion in the shape of a circle?
No, you don't see the bottom part of the circle. Is what's
Not the whole, but no, because there's
not.
not right because there's not enough information to fully bring all of that back. But
That's
up
right.
until the point where but like from the very first picture, you don't see very much of that the rest of the circle. But in the second one, you see about half of it, or let's say half, and then you can see like the layered almost topography of it.
Which
of
pictures are you
the
talking
gradient. The ones the 2 moon pictures you posted, the close up of the moon.
Just now.
Yeah, just like a moment ago.
Yeah.
Like
one of them is literally after he changed the exposure settings. You can see the entire moon again.
Coach, do you think we can replicate this? Can I take an object?
No. The ones the crescent of the moon was just a big close up picture of the moon where you can't bring back the full amount of moon, but you can bring about half of it back. You can see more of the outline of the moon, even though it's all really pixelated and blocky, where it's all blue, right? The reason why you can see part of that moon, you can't see all of it because it goes into deep black to where you can't expose, there's no information there. But there's about halfway to where the light you can see visibly and where the macro blocky sort of pixelization of the circle happened. Correct? You understand where?
No, yeah, I know, but the
right now here's the problem. Hold on. No. I was asking a qualifying question.
No, but you're misunderstanding something, dude. That you can visually see the entire moon.
No, you can't. Not in the shot. No, you can't. Not in the shot. The first shot, you can't see the whole moon. You can just.
I know, but that's why I posted. That's why I posted the picture where the moon's next to it. This is the same. This is like moments apart. All he did was
listen to what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up and listen. I'm trying to talk to a specific point. The reason why you can see the pixelated part of the moon, even though you can't see the entire thing, you can't bring it back. You can still bring back part of it, but it's pixelated. What we're not seeing is Artemis being pixelated in this shot. We need to be seeing pixelated versions of Artemis trailing into blackness.
Fuzzy, it's not the top part of the moon that I'm concerned with in this image.
I'm not concerned about it either. I'm concerned about the bottom part.
The part that is not being brought back at all. Okay, not the top part that is slightly being brought back.
No, I'm talking because that fell off into.
So we should be able to replicate this, right? I should be able to have like a really, really bright light source with an object super close to me and then an object further away. And this really bright light source is lighting both of them up. And I can have my camera right behind the object that's really close to me, brightly lit up. And I can just mess with the exposure settings on my camera, and all of a sudden that object closest to me being illuminated by the same light source the object further away is will just completely disappear, but I'll be able to continue to see the one further away.
Yeah, but depending on the magnitudes, yeah.
Oh, so I should be able to replicate it then, right?
There's plenty of examples. Like,
okay, drop one. Drop one example of a singular light source lighting up 2 objects, one of which is right in front of the camera, and that you can just change exposure settings, and all of a sudden, what's right in front of the camera disappears, but you can still see what's behind it being lit up with the same light source. It completely disappears in one frame.
Is able to reflect more light or a more concentrated light, then when you take a single image and you can see everything, though that it's very possible for the further away thing to actually have a greater magnitude of light, and so that if you were to change the settings, that it would only capture those very high magnitude light sources, then that would be the only thing that showed up.
Well, can you drop a video for me, please? Can you drop a video where someone's making a video and all of a sudden in one frame the object completely disappears and can't be contrasted at all when the light source doesn't change at all? And the object in the back remains in a video in less than 1 frame, please.
You asked me for something that exists other than the thing that I showed you. There were sound.
What you show me doesn't do that.
Literally, I have to find somebody else who had the same phenomenon happen.
What you show me doesn't do that.
Sound
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show 2 objects being lit up by the same light source, and then you have a video of it, and then the object closest to you being lit up by that light source just completely disappears in 1 frame. It doesn't show that at all.
Right, but it shows you 2 parts of the same object, and then later on,
that's not what we want. That's not what we want.
You can't see the portion of it that was more dimly lit.
That's not what I want.
Kosha, please, I actually do really have to go, but can you please look at what I just posted and tell me why we don't see pixelated versions of Artemis in the picture of some kind, of any kind whatsoever?
Yeah, you actually do. And the one where
Well, I guess
the
we're done
motion
then.
has changed,
Good luck, guys.
where the Artemis is on the left side of the pit image, it shows up as a brighter, more concentrated part where there's.
Dude, it's the background pixelation that you can literally see below the Artemis object. It's not doing that. If it would be doing that and would be constant to the claim that you make with brightness adjustments, we will also see it going into the middle of the top corner. But it's not doing that. So whatever you're claiming there is completely wrong.
That's
And
right. Like you can
provably.
just look at the outline of the ship, and if what you're claiming is that on the right is the pixelization pixels
This
of the
guy-
actual ship, you would see it outlined with where that ship is. That's not what it is.
Yeah,
at
but
all.
you're obviously not going to see an outline of the ship. You're not going to see because like the sharp outline of the ship when the ship's in the image is not
No.
going to show up in the
I'm not
image.
asking for a sharp outline.
It's not a sharp outline.
I'm not asking for a sharp outline. I'm saying that that portion of the image that has the ship is where the pixels would be. It wouldn't be all out past it.
It's on the left side of the image.
Yeah. So why is all the pixelization further over in the image than the ship is?
I mean, why? Because that's probably where the more concentrated. Like if you actually break down the image, which you could do, and take a look at the magnitude of each pixel,
You're
probably
imploding.
be able to better.
This guy is.
You didn't answer the
I mean,
question.
you
It
can
can't be
literally do that.
answered. There is no
It's
answer.
more difficult than this. This is kind of a crude.
Coach, what is wrong with
way
you?
of doing that? But if you were to take each pixel and look at the magnitude, I'm sure that the concentration of them turn out to be on the left, where it's showing up on the right image.
You guys notice how he didn't answer the question? Just for the edification of the room here. If you look at what Fuzzy posted, this bottom picture right here, you can see like on the right, like this lighter purple area, it extends way further over, especially at the bottom, further over to the right towards the middle of the image, way further than the actual ship is supposed to be located. So to claim that this is an artifact of the actual ship there makes no sense. It's where the ship
Exactly.
is not at.
Yeah, I know. But
The artifacts
you have to look at
of the brightness that you're claiming are at the complete wrong position. Coach, there is no debating about this. Every photographer I would show this would agree that is objectively honest.
Okay. You have to look at what the image is actually capturing.
I'm about to literally tomorrow
I'm not going to try to respond to what
listen, I'm about to go tomorrow to a rephotographer and show him this picture and record what he's saying to it. I hope you can speak. I'm about to do this. If you can not come to a point where you're intellectually honest.
Thank you very much, man. Right. So if you look at what
It's so annoying.
if you look at what the never mind.
Whatever, I'm over this. Like, I think that an honest person will look at it and be like, you guys are claiming there's a ship there, and that because of contrast, that the ship's no longer there, and it disappears in one frame, which we've already found there's actually no camera in the world that can even do that. The Globers went around trying to find a camera, and it takes longer than one frame. This new feature that can remove objects from a live video, like the newest, most up-to-date, it doesn't even matter. Worse than that, you guys are claiming that if you do contrast, you can see the artifacts of the ship that's there, you just can't see. But the artifacts you're invoking are like down below where the ship is, to the right of where the ship is, and then not even all the way over to the right at the top where the ship is.
Trying to respond.
Obvious, those are not artifacts from the ship unless you're a religious zealot.
Yeah, thanks, Witchit, for again saying the same thing. But what I was going to say to you last time is when you look at what's actually being captured by the CCD sensor, when you change the settings, it's now going to take in. So the threshold for discerning whether or not there's an object there and how bright to make the pixel in the image, they're so close to they're close to the same value whenever those adjustments are made, so that when you go and you look at what the magnitude is in as they're done in Fuzzy's footage or Fuzzy's picture he posted, it's going to look like they're going to confuse some of those pixels, which is why there's not going to be an outline, and that whole region is going to be like this would appear like a big white blob. That's because the way that the camera picked up those pixels were treating them as almost the same value for objects that were at that brightness.
Wait, why does space have like lighter areas? Well, why would outer space have all these lighter areas throughout the whole picture?
Well, it's not the outer space has those values. It's that the image that it took when the craft was in the, like when you can see the craft there, because of the way I don't know what it is with the camera. I don't know what you'd call it, maybe glare or something like that. The parts that are right next to the craft are, look like they're more illuminated than the parts that are further away from it.
What about the parts on the right side of the image that's just in outer space? Why are those lighter?
Yeah, but like I said, those parts, most of those parts aren't. It's like that's more concentration of the darker parts, but there's some lighter parts. But like I said, all those pixels at that point when they changed the exposure settings, the threshold treats a lot of those pixels as the same value. So they're more when you go and you adjust it as we've done, both me and Fuzzy. They're going to confuse a lot of those pixels because they were recorded at close to the same value.
You should have just said sensor artifacts. That's what you should have said. You had your chance, but
Hey, Kosho, it's 2023. Like, are you going to be doing this all year? And what I mean by that is, are you going to be taking like a blatant, obvious, like factual, hands down, enough said argument that you cannot win? Are you going to drag it out for hours? Even like, is this the new you? Is this the 2023 Kosho?
I mean, it doesn't have to be dragged out at all. I've given an
But
example of how
this has been drug out for the past hour.
You can claim it doesn't, but it clearly does this. You can do this. This is why in some images you can see the sun.
Guys, can we move on? I'm done with this guy.
Hey, Kosho,
for the same reason. In some
Kosho, in law, I think the lawyers would have called this a slam dunk case because there's no fighting it for you. Like, you can't fight this. Ballers can't fight this. It's a slam dunk case. But somehow you've stretched it out for over an hour of saying.
Yeah, present this to any person who is not a flat earther, just a regular person who knows a thing or two about photography. Show this to them and see how they respond, and if you convince them or not.
Do you want me to record live like them answering? Because I have not only like one of my cousins, but I also have I think two of my best friends since high school. Like, they became professional photographers. Do you want me to call him and record the conversation and real time send him the video or the message or picture? Do you want to hear what his response would be? No, they are not flat earthers.
And sure, yeah, go ahead. But don't
I won't even yeah, I won't try to steer the witness. I won't try to do that.
Response, yeah, and see what they say.
No. I'm not like you guys. Don't worry.
Okay, can we stop talking to the ballers? So if you go to 6 minutes, dude, go to like 6 minutes. Yeah, like watch for like 10, 15 seconds after 6 minutes of the video I dropped. I already dropped it. And watch what comes back into view.
I can't see it.
I just dropped it. So go to 6 minutes.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. You see how it all just pops back into view?
Oh yeah, no, I watched this already.
But now it's something else there than was originally there. Like, dude, I don't know. I just I think this is just for people that are honest. Like, I think this
Did you debate a Mensa member recently with it?
Debate a what?
A Mensa member?
No. I don't know.
Okay. On the Oakley show today, they were playing a debate between two people, but they kind of sped up the recording, so you couldn't really make out the voices. Like, it sounded like an high pitched voice because they were fast forwarding it, but couldn't tell.
The debate was about a Mensa number. What is that?
A Mensa is a organization for gifted people. So
with very high IQs, people that get very high on IQ tests. It's like a Mensa group
test that they have. It's just like a stupid group for people who think they're smart.
They call it Mensa International, High IQ Society.
Oh wow, sounds really cool.
You could take the test online, see if you'll pass it.
No, I've had my fair share of that.
Your video's not playing, by the way. I don't know why.
I do. Ever since we brought this conversation up, it's been glitching out on my
It says the
browser.
media cannot be loaded either because the server or network failed or because the format is not supported.
Yeah,
But
what's going on, dude? It's just doing the same thing to me, and I was playing it right before. It's just a coincidence, bro.
see, what happens is you let Kosho or Zanuck see the link, and then they submit it to their bosses, and then they they scrub it, and they like how FBI was telling Twitter, you got to stop this. It's just the same shit.
Like, we need to change it so when you contrast it, you'll see the outline of the ship. Like, you guys need to update it post production. So then Zanuck can come back tomorrow and say, "Look, you do see it."
Wouldn't be the first time they've done that.
Nah, bro. Especially when Jaren says something about it, they like literally respond. How did Baller see that Jaren, a flat earther, can point out something sketchy about what NASA says, and then NASA comes in and subtly changes it? Well, what does a Glober think about that? Do they just deny it?
Yeah, they've been responding directly to Jaren for years.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like within days.
Yeah. Yeah. They even stole his jingle. And is it the Curiosity or the Ingenuity? When they were giving out the ones and twos, actually how it was going to work, they're giving us a demonstration. Before they intro the program, they actually used Generism's intro song. Bastards, you know what I mean?
Didn't Jaren point out a long time ago about how Stephen Hawking wasn't on the
yes
wasn't something from MS
list or something? Like, he made a video about it. He wasn't on the ALS list for like 25 years, and then a week later he was on it after Jaren made his video. They're definitely the streets is watching.
Yeah, not only was he on there after like a week later, but he was like
after that. He died after that.
He was actually the premier slot afterwards. He wasn't even on the list. Jaren pointed out, and then all of a sudden he was like the lead guy on the website. Dude, there's so much stuff like that. They pointed out. They said they took a picture of Jupiter and they showed like the Jupiter's aurora borealis on its like pole, and they said, "Look, new picture from Jupiter." Blah blah blah. And Jaren found out that it's the exact same picture, so he pointed it out, and they went and changed the article. They literally went and updated the caption on admitting it was from an older picture. After Jaren pointed it out, like stuff like that happens all the time, like within days. The ballers will literally say that we're crazy or like we just paranoid or pareidolia or whatever because they have to live in this world where they deny everything. There's no way that NASA is responding to flat earthers, so they'll literally just lie about it. But yeah, I've seen it happen personally like multiple times. It's very crazy.
You're saying Jaren Connect? That's what you said?
Say again?
You said Jaren has made corrections towards NASA?
Yeah, like Jaren will call out something NASA messed up on. He'll catch them slipping up on something, and then NASA will fix it within a few days.
Oh my God, bro. Like, why isn't he on the payroll?
Dude, and it happens over and over. Like, me and Jaren have talked about it. Like, we kind of probably help them out so much. Like, Globebusters and stuff probly helps NASA's lies
I
out.
would be asking for money, dude. I'd be saying, you know what? Your fucking editors are crap. I want to get paid for all this, dude.
Hey, with it. Yo,
it's like ethical hacking. You know, ethical hacking.
With it.
They basically like they pay someone. Yeah, to try to. It's like you're trying to hack someone's system to help them out with their security, but you actually get paid for it. Like, ethical hacking.
Yeah, we should get paid, dude. Yeah. With that big of a budget, we're over here like just trying to pay our bills.
I would demand it. You should be demanding, not even settle.
I'm gonna say this: they may have shut down your link because I've been trying. They might have shut it down, bro. Honestly, you don't know. Kosho, he's a fucking little hacker guy. But here you go. For someone that can't see it, because here's the good thing, bro. I downloaded this way back when I saw you first were bringing this up. So here you go. Here I have it. They can't get my shit because I have it stored on drives outside of my phone that I have it stored on. So.
Think about this. NASA's been responding to flat earthers for a long time, right? So like flat earth becomes a thing. All of a sudden, big think with NASA employees are putting out videos as to why the Earth's not flat. Flat earthers found out that there was a Photoshop box around the Earth, and one of the pictures they claim were from the moon. and then NASA comes out and updates it, takes the box out, and then we go to the Wayback Machine and prove it used to be there. Like, they've been responding to what we do for a long time, and that has got to, like, really kind of freak out the ballers. You know, they have to deny it. I mean,
And the
you let
way
any baller jump off mute right now, they will just deny it because of psychological motivation. Like, the mere premise that they would be responding covertly to arguments that flat earthers bring up, like live time, that they can't accept that.
I mean,
That just completely goes
Witze,
against what their position is.
Witze, they are the same people who made information boxes below flat Earth videos and changed the algorithm that when you type in flat Earth, you see these weird disinformation, heliocentric mixing with geocentric BS. And also when you type in Google flat Earth, you get the Flat Earth Society. You can see how much fear there is from NASA or from the institutions that push the heliocentric religion against us. That like we've seen it in the past few years in a way they try to censor and suppress all that information. They're scared.
Yeah, look at this. If you type in "Witch Gets It Simon Dan," Simon Dan made a video about me, and it's got like almost 400,000 views. It doesn't come up because he did such a bad job, and then I like absolutely destroyed him in a response live time, like off the cuff, like just destroyed him. But what pops up is Simon Dan Glober humiliated by Witch Gets It. That does pop up, and then you get 5 worst arguments in flat Earth debate. And you get with FTFE, and then you get Professor Dave humiliates flat earther David Weiss. Then you get shutting down flat earthers Neil deGrasse Tyson. Response to Globebusters Professor Dave. It's how is it not obvious that they're like hiding the info? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
we just
just a
need to start
coincidence.
naming our videos that. We just have to title our videos that same crap.
Yeah,
And
maybe
then
So
they
the
can
reason
cross
for this is actually not because they're scared and they want to censor us. It's because of refraction. That's the explanation. It's all due to refraction and relativity. Actually, it's all relativity that this happens.
Why is NASA responding to Jaren, bro? I want to hear like a Glober apologist explain to me why NASA is reacting to Jaren's most up-to-date arguments over and over. You're just
By
gonna
the
say,
way, the
"Nuh-uh,
journalism made a video about this, the very thing we have discussed for like 2 hours now, and came to the conclusion that we are willfully ignorant Globers in here.
They'll just say nuh-uh, I guess.
It's funny too because the Wayback Machine is almost like documented proof that it happened. You know, because up until this date it was this, after this date it was that, and you can go to Jaren's videos. You know,
You
kind
know
of
what's
crazy.
really crazy is sometimes when you go to the Wayback Machine with certain things they've changed, like Jaren will have like he'll made a video or we'll have an OBS screen recording and he'll have screenshots and stuff like that, and then they'll change it, and then if you go to the Wayback Machine, it won't show the old one.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
Nuh-uh,
there's
really?
a few examples of how they've somehow managed to backdate the change.
Dude, that's like the live stream that Jaren saw the problem with the one camera or whatever, and then they updated the actual live event on YouTube.
Yeah. And you and
So
like for
crazy.
everyone
Dude,
else,
that's
you
so
can't even
seedy,
go
bro.
back into a live stream. Say I do a
SpaceX
live stream, you
rocket,
can't go
yes.
back into the live
SpaceX.
stream. You can't go back into the live stream. It's against the rules. You can't go edit it. They
But
can
they
edit
do,
it.
don't
SpaceX and NASA can edit their live streams post production and live time. Why?
So
Yeah,
shady, bro.
absolutely ridiculous.
Why would they need to be able to do that?
Shady as fuck.
That's wrong. That's not
I
ethical.
would love a Glober to comment on that right now. You know,
That's just a claim for me. I
Hey,
don't know.
well,
I don't know that that's true.
We've proven it.
go check it
I
out,
haven't
bro.
seen
if it
it.
was
It's
I
true,
haven't
true.
you
seen
No,
it.
it's
still
true. It's improved.
Okay, Levelin, if it is true, what do you say?
I don't know. I'd have to see it. I'd say, huh, that's weird.
I'd have to come up with an
Yeah.
excuse somehow.
He said it's weird.
Yeah, but if
That's
it is
it.
true, what would you say if it is true? If it
Yeah.
is
I said,
found to
huh,
be true, which it
that's
is.
weird.
All right,
That's
well,
it.
but it is true though, and that's the point. Like we're telling you
Yeah.
that we're telling you a fact that this happens. So what do you do with that information? Do you
I'd
just?
love to see it. I'd love to see it. I think
Yeah,
we should post Jaren's video.
yeah.
that
I
was
think you
actually a
need to
much
show
better.
proof of it.
We're asking you to hypothetically assume it's real. Now what? I
Why
don't
are we speaking
understand why you
hypothetically?
keep
Why
going
not
back
just post the
and
video?
saying I'd like to see it.
I mean, to
I
be
said,
fair, he
huh?
did say
That's
he
weird.
said it would be weird, which is one of the more honest things I've
Oh
heard
yeah,
him ever say.
weird.
That's the
Weird,
most you're
bro.
gonna
Yeah,
get is
weird.
oh,
Let's just
it's
chalk
weird,
it up.
but we'll take it. I'm not going to get it for you. You guys can. I mean, the fact that you guys don't know anything, but you stay up to date with Flat Earth every day is weird to me in and of itself. So, like, we've already proven this has happened multiple times. We've actually live stream covered their live streams, shown mistakes, and then gone back to them and seen that they changed the videos. Me and Jaren have watched them live together off the air, watched stuff happen, time-stamped it, and went back to the live stream, and the timestamps are different. We've watched it happen multiple times. So it's like, you know, you
That's
can
weird.
pretend it's not real, I guess.
Dice low.
Left lane, I'm posting it for you right now. This is one of them. There's more than one, but this is one of them.
Yeah, it's happened a bunch of times.
Yeah. How would an honest person not be like, okay, that's super sketchy, bro? Like this is not adding up.
Like exactly. Even if you're like on that team, right? You're on that side. You're like, okay, all these flat earthers are fucking idiots, and we are smart, and we have everything. But then if a flat earther was to show me as a baller something that's super sketchy, like that would have to make me be like, wait, what the fuck? Like, why would our team have to do that? Why are we doing that? Like, you have to think that way. If you don't, then holy fuck, are you brainwashed?
Well, let's see. Maybe this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. Maybe we'll get totally
It's
honest
just a
reactions from
quinky.
them.
See here.
Hey, Witsit.
Yeah.
That guys over there where you were, by the way.
Wait, what?
That event that was happening earlier.
Oh yeah. Yo, I forgot about that. Yo, I don't know. I'm so confused. Like, why would what does a baller say to this?
That's
Well,
weird.
there's a lot of stuff that makes me like, you just got to throw your hands up in the air sometimes, because how many times do you have to show them, prove to them, like explain to them, but they just will not accept it. They won't accept the truth. They won't.
Oh, it's just a 9-minute video. You guys can watch it.
Yeah, Gio, maybe you should like stream it and everyone could tune in, and that will be like the focus for 10 minutes will be that video. So that way ballers and flat earthers can both watch it together, and that can be discussed after. That would be really cool. Little event real quick.
Hey, left lane. When you get pulled over in your big rig and the cop says you were doing over 100 miles an hour, do you just say that's weird?
Yo, did he just leave? He might have just left.
Wow.
Did he just bounce?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sure did.
That's weird.
Probably
I don't even think you can do 100 miles an hour in a big rig.
He's probably just watching the video that you posted.
Yeah, look, it's like number one, SpaceX trimmed portions of the live stream, which is not allowed for videos with over 100,000 views. SpaceX inserted new video over the original stream, which is not allowed ever by anyone. How's this even done? SpaceX moved an out-of-place segment to where it should have been. Like, how does someone... Why is your side having to lie?
You lied the other day, and I haven't called you out for it yet.
Oh, well, please don't address the fact that your side's lying.
Well, no, I'm not going to address a blatant. I mean, that's like a straw man fucking. It's like a loaded question. You're claiming that my side's lying, and I'm accountable. I'm accountable for it to the point where I'm responsible to come up with an explanation for it when I haven't even watched the video yet.
You know, Flat Earth is going to end up taking your girlfriend, right? Because she's going to hear you saying stuff like this, and she's going to be like, "Man, they're making good points, and you're really just kind of lying."
I already hit that.
First of all, how do you just say that when this should really open your eyes and make you think something. That's what we're asking for. Your
I
reaction.
know, yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is I haven't watched the video yet, and you're asking me to defend
It's
other
not the point you
people.
just said, bro.
You're saying I'm
This
responsible
guy's
to.
Jewish, bro, and you're asking him for an
I'm
honest
responsible
answer.
to.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude, we're asking you to watch it and then
Jesus
ask us
Christ. I
what
know
you
that's what I'm doing.
feel
I
about it.
am watching it.
Kosha,
Okay,
you
well,
didn't
that's
know
not what
about
you
this?
said.
I watched it.
You didn't know about this years ago? I mean, this was a whole thing. It went
Oh yeah,
on.
I've heard people make this claim about this one, and I remember that they didn't understand how the fairings and the craft and all that kind of stuff works. But I'm gonna watch this video and see if this is the same.
But it's not about the pairings. It's about them actually changing the live broadcast.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna watch it and see what this is pertaining to.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, just to
they
let
were
you know,
given
I
power that no one else on YouTube has.
did
It's happened
watch
so
that
many times,
live
too.
personally. Yeah, I did personally watch that live, and I noticed exactly what was eventually brought up, like the next day by Jaron, as far as like them changing the feed.
Yeah.
What was it again? I can't remember. I remember it was one of the cameras, like on the landing, right?
Yeah, the landing pad. So the original,
Yeah, the landing
it
pad.
had
That's right.
It had both rockets
Yeah,
landing on
both
the
the
exact
same
same
view
pad with the
size.
same image on the landing pad.
Yeah, okay.
But then when they realized they made the mistake, so then in the replay it had two different landing pad images or whatever.
So it was
Which
more
wasn't
about the
the
fact
case.
that they edited the live event, right?
So this is what Flat Earth needs
Yeah,
to do.
and
Flat Earth
edited
needs
whilst
to
we were
have
watching it.
artificial intelligence cameras with huge amounts of data storage capacity, just live time recording every single thing that they do. Right. And that's like probably not particularly cheap and kind of annoying, but it's the only way that we can really get them.
Hey, want me to share something really cool with you guys? Well, I mean, I am going to. Not want. Do you want me to? So when I used to deal with like telecommunications and shit for my uncle's company, one of his clients was Harry Shearer. Do you know who Harry Shearer is? He's the one that does the voice for Mr. Burns on The Simpsons and other voices. I think he does Mr. Burns, but like you know what I'm talking about, right? Anybody? You know the guy that does the voice for Simpsons?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
His name's Harry Shearer. So, anyways, I went to his house over in Venice Beach because he has like he has a setup where I thought he must be like some kind of conspiracy theorist or something, but because he records every news outlet possible like 24/7, and back then he had like a VCR setup where he had like multiple decks of VCR tapes. This is how long ago it was. But he recorded 24 hours of news because he had this idea that this was way back then too. This was a long time ago, over 20 years ago. But he had an idea that he has to capture it live because there's things that they don't put back, that they like scrub. They'll never show again on TV. But he would have all the like 24-hour news, all of them, MSNBC, CNN, Fox, C-SPAN, C-SPAN 2, local news, just a bunch of them. And he had like a bunch of satellite dishes on his house. And that's what I went to go like check out because he lost, one of his signals went down. But anyways, he was doing what you're saying right now with it, that we should like be like, like 24/7, just like, capturing whatever they put up. He was doing this over 20 years ago. And, like he was like just some rich, Simpson guy that was
Which way
just
did you
capturing
point the
all the news.
satellite?
Back then, I don't remember, dude. The azimuth and elevation, I don't remember.
Yeah, but you
But-
remember how you were telling us how there was you had some kind of weird theory or conspiracy.
Oh yeah, when I was younger.
Well, just in the sense of the direction that they were facing all these satellites, like they all have to be facing a certain direction, but then
Yeah.
you had like a contradiction that you found.
Yeah, that's and then the way we used to point them, and then I think if I remember the story that I told you, it was because I told several stories. So the one I'm thinking of is when I accidentally kicked the leg of it, and it went off like signal, like we lost signal, and then I was thinking like, if we have to be like pinpoint, like down to the 16th of an inch, like to be fine tuned, and then once you crank that way, then you get it down to like a 64th of an inch, just to like focus in. Like then how are we hurling and moving and speeding and it not getting off, off its signal? Like if let's say like if you have these satellites floating and they have to adjust a little bit, for whatever reason, because of they for whatever reason, then how are all the satellite dishes still keeping a signal if they all have to be within like a 64th inch accuracy? Like it just made no sense to me. And then also the way like you're pointing them, I used to think like we must be bouncing it off like something up in the air. And then I remember Michael saying, yeah, we shoot it to the satellite and then they beam it down, or they capture it from it being uplinked and then they downlink it to us. So like it just things didn't seem right. And then that's when I was young, dude. I was already questioning things back then.
Yeah, that's interesting. That guy was recording all that.
Yeah, Harry Shearer. Look him up, dude. He's the guy. He gets paid like he's a rich dude, and he came out like in a few movies. He's not really big as an actor, more than he's the Simpson character, dude. He's like the principal, I think, the black guy, the principal. I think I forgot all. He does a bunch of voices. He does a bunch of voices, but I forgot which all ones he does. But anyways, yeah, dude, he used to capture everything, and he was big on politics, dude. This guy was huge on politics.
You talking about Hank Azaria?
No, Harry Shearer.
Oh, Harry Shearer.
Yeah, I've been to his house several times. Matter of fact, I still have his phone number in my phone.
He did those movies like A Mighty Wind and those.
Yeah. I think he plays like the cello. Oh, that's right. I remember one time I was there and like he was just kind of watching me, just seeing what I'm doing, and then like he has a big cool ass cello right there in his living room next to like a baby grand piano. So then he just starts like playing on the cello. He gets down, dude. He's a badass musician. Like he really plays that. That's not like like actors act. He actually plays that. Matter of fact, I think they traveled the country as that band. The band that they made a comedy out of.
Oh, did they actually? Yeah, they might. Okay.
Right. I think they actually are that band. As like a comical, road thing. But anyways, he was a cool dude though. Super rich.
Did you talk to him about FE?
No. This was years ago, man. This was before Flat Earth was even a discussion. Let me see. How long ago? I want to say 99, 2000. Yeah, around 99, 2000. Over 20-something years ago.
That's before we didn't even have time for a meeting for the Flat Earth Society. We didn't. It was before that.
Yeah,
it's way back. 99 is like the Matrix and shit.
Yeah, dude.
You guys ever heard Gregory? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have you ever heard Gregory do the Obama speech? It's pretty funny.
Yeah, he does a good Obama impersonation.
Bro, he sounds just like.
This is Oops.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
We don't have time.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Michelle, get my keys.
We don't have time. We don't have time.
We don't have time.
Sorry?
We don't have time. We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society. Do you remember that song? Dave Gibson's song? We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have
Uh,
time.
we don't have time
Remember
for
that
that,
song?
Jim. Michael, get my keys.
We don't have time. It must have been the founding father of the flat earthers.
Has anybody seen Michael?
That must have been
She's got my keys.
founding fathers of the flat earth society.
Yeah, he had time for a meeting of real flat earthers though, but the Flat Earth Society, he's like, y'all are bitches. I'm not meeting with any of you. Your shit is fucked up. That's what he said. They edited that out. He's like, but you real flat earthers, I got time for y'all. That's what he said.
We got time for that.
Like, shit, I'll make some time for real ass flat earthers. That's what he said.
If somebody says the earth is flat, now that's something worth looking into. Remember you said that? That's something worth looking into. But you might want to look at a lot of facts that seems to have a notion the earth is a globe or whatever. He said something like that. Do you remember? And someone says the earth is flat. Now that might be worth looking into. But perhaps you want to look into a bunch of notions that prove the earth is a globe or something.
Right. Yeah, it's like a follow up. Like weeks after he was at a university giving a speech, and he goes, "Yeah, it's like, yeah, we should look into shit that's weird." He said, basically. I'm paraphrasing with that one. Good stuff. Biden. I don't even know if Biden knows he's on Earth at all. I don't know.
Well, he wasn't born in the United States of America. That's for sure, Obama. He wasn't. Born in Kenya on Hawaii. And his birth certificate's a fake. His birth certificate is fake.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
But now he's retired, right? So he definitely has a more open schedule.
It's true. We should knock on his door.
He does the level sign with his arm, you know.
Oh yeah, a little over his head. All right, who wants to watch a Wheeler video?
I think he kind of gets on my nerves now. Somehow. He got on my bad side with one video, and then I was like, it's not on my bad side, but it was just like, it's like, I don't need to struggle to understand this guy. He's saying a lot of normal stuff, you know? And he's like, nobody eats caramels wrapped in paper anymore. Nobody does that. and then he'll continue on. It's just like what?
Yeah, Diesel. After Ken Wheeler did that stream with the Globebusters guys, what has he commented on the shape of the Earth since then? Has he brought it up again, or how has he responded to people in chats and all that stuff?
Yeah, he's still talking shit about flat Earth, which is kind of weird. So it's like I think he's hung up on the sense that we're calling it flat. Like, I think he has some kind of an issue with that.
Yeah, well, a lot of people do. I mean, there are some issues. I don't think flat is it's not a descriptive enough term to even describe the Earth. Although, yeah, I mean, one of the definitions of flat is, horizontally level. So on that
What
level,
I try to do so people don't get lost in the weeds so often when listening. I try to say that it measures flat against the globe mass. Now, I don't know if the motherfucker's flat, all over the damn place. I'm not going to be arrogant enough to say that I know what each inch of the Earth is. And I implore no one to say that they know what each inch of the Earth truly is. Every inch, you don't know that, and you won't know that. So it measures flat against the globe mathematics. That's the point. That's why we call it flat Earth.
Yeah, I get that. We're just talking about somebody in particular who's I guess it could be perceived that he's flip-flopped, but I think he's just being super concise and pedantic.
but I mean,
talking about Ken Wheeler.
But I mean, does he think the Earth is stationary and planar, or he did? I remember in that video at one point he said, "Oh yeah, it's a plane. I've always said it's a plane." He kind of said that. I don't know if he actually means the Earth being a plane, but I mean, does he think it's a globe? Or I mean, I get the thing with the word flat, but does he seem to indicate any of that?
Well, in that video, he did say that I've never considered the Earth a globe or a sphere. I forget which actual word he used, but he essentially denounced that shape and said, I've always said it was a plane. That all life resides on the plane of inertia. So I don't know. I don't know, man. It's a good question.
Yeah, because when he said that, I wondered if he was more just talking about like the electric field or kind of using those geometric terms, or whether he really meant like the entire structure of Earth has that geometry.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it might need to be readdressed. He might need to be a little bit more specific, but I honestly think he avoids all that due to fear of being discredited.
Yeah, the term conspiracy and conspiracy theorist gets tagged with questioning the globe. So I don't know if that, perhaps he doesn't want to be tagged as that, and
Right.
have that. Yeah.
He's always saying how he's not a conspiracy theorist or a doom and gloomer, but then 90% of his videos are exactly that, pointing out the inconsistencies coming from mainstream and how they've got it wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah, it is kind of a challenging line to walk, because the truth does involve in some way. I mean, I would say in today's world, there's so many deceptions there are entities conspiring to push those deceptions, and some of those deceptions are accepted by a lot of people. So to even discuss the truth, it's like getting into that realm. I mean, I guess like it's possible maybe just to discuss the truth completely separate from that, but yeah, people are gonna attach it to that in today's world without a doubt.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he attacks science, modern science, on literally every front. So it's just like how could you not be placing yourself within the boundaries of that realm? Yeah.
It's like the gap hasn't really been bridged yet. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I often bring up cannabis just as a relation, but it's like if somebody in like the 50s or 60s or 70s was speaking out about cannabis being medicinal. I mean, there probably were some people talking about it back then, but I'm just saying if someone had like some kind of channel or something like that, the equivalent of that time, and was talking about it, yeah, they would probably be called, a druggie or a drug dealer, whatever the crazy propaganda at the time, whereas in today's world, if someone speaks about that, they're a doctor or, someone medicinal, like depending on who it is, but it's not really viewed in that same way.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting if somebody could get him on a live stream again and kind of pin him down. I think Witsit said he was trying to do something, but I don't know.
This electric field that we have and we can measure and get power out of the atmosphere, do you think is just the same above the seawater? Or do you think we've just done our measure over land?
It would be so cool though if Witsit could get Ken Wheeler on his show, dude, and ask him all these questions in specific. I'll have to remind myself to ask him next time I see him.
Or we could get anybody who would be able to something like that. Get some minds together, write some questions we all agree upon, and go with that. Or do you want to just let one person do it?
Yeah, I would rather like one person. That way, it's like I feel we can get further, and especially if it's somebody that's actually followed him for some time and knows what he's referring to on many topics. It's the topics that are vague that we want concise answers on. Like, I mean, you could sit there for an hour asking him questions that he's already answered throughout the years. It's the questions that he's never addressed, or the answers to the questions he's never addressed that need to be posed.
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is with it and a bunch of other people too, not just like Winston could start it off. See if you can bring him into the fold, then we can get Ken Wheeler in here, and a lot of people can start talking to him.
I would just hate to see what happened last time.
This subject isn't fringe. We're talking about the truth. So it's not like we shouldn't have hotshots in here with us talking about. If we're going to still be talking about it, if the Globers are still unwilling to admit the truth about their reality, we might as well start doing that, bringing in even bigger names, spending more time trying to get as many different new people and more popular people. Shit, right? Get some minds in here, get some professors in here, get some people who think they know what's going on to get ballsy enough to come in and talk to them.
Yeah, that would be cool. But I just don't want to see it, the same outcome as last time, where it's just like we get stuck for an hour talking about the things that he's already addressed in hundreds of videos. It's like I want to talk about the things that he doesn't talk about, and that would require someone that follows him to a large degree.
Yeah, perhaps he doesn't really want to take on the whole Earth topic. It could be, but maybe as the paradigm continues shifting, he may integrate it at some point. That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, people change, and he's definitely changed throughout the years. I think it's only a matter of time before he dives into it. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, with his understanding of electromagnetism and all, it's like the Earth being planar and the magnetic field of the Earth, like, in my viewpoint, it brings it all together because the globe is all ad hoc and involves pseudophysics. It's just a mess for a magnetic field on a globe. But the Earth being stationary and the system of the heavens above, the Earth, and then what's below, and the way that fits into the magnetic spectrum and the magnetic field, it's like it literally grounds it, like figuratively, symbolically. You actually have the real ground now, because a ball in space really doesn't fit with the way grounds work in magnetic fields.
Right. He always says space is not a terminal for discharge. I mean, there's certain things he says that he doesn't really dive into completely, and I kind of take it as like being a hint. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to like really dive into those topics with him.
Yeah, I think that would be a cool thing for him to do, to have like, maybe have like a panel with like 5 or 10 of his, audience members that are really into his work, that have seen a lot of his content. That would be cool, just to like, let, like 5 or 10 people just ask him questions on things and go deeper on
Well,
certain
it's
things.
funny because the other day he did a live stream and he said that, I would love to be able to hear people's voices like interacting with me on this, and it's just like, dude, like, why haven't you come over to Discord or at least connected the two together, kind of like what Oakley does? Like, it just makes no sense why he hasn't done that yet. I don't get it. Like, I've emailed it to him. I've put messages in the comments section. Like, I don't know what his holdup is.
Yeah, he knows he's going to be proven wrong on some of his beliefs, probably. Some of his beliefs are going to be shattered.
I mean, maybe, but he says that he doesn't mind being wrong because that just puts him closer to being right. So I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Well, maybe he feels that he lacks the ability to debate, and sometimes people feel that winning a debate means that the information is truth, or that the truth always wins the debate, which isn't always the case, right? So maybe
Well, he
he's
says
concerned that the constant feedback, I don't know.
He says that, he's debated on a lot of topics. So he seems like he would be a good debater, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
know.
I was disappointed that
Yeah.
when Globebusters had him on, or whoever had him on, like, why wasn't Austin on that
It
panel?
was Globebusters.
Yeah, you've got somebody who's not normally on the panel, and Dave Weiss, that comes in and is literally like, I mean,
Evangelizing.
well, what Dave Weiss does is good for a specific audience, but it's like, okay, bud, you don't need to talk to Ken Wheeler as if he's like a 5-year-old, like you do maybe some other people on podcasts that you go on, And he was just kind of going through his routine, and it's like, I don't know if that was the best use of
I
Ken
know
Wheeler's
the
time.
episode you're talking about. The episode you're talking about, Ken Wheeler did act a little bit where he needed to get that kind of approach. He did, though. He was obfuscating a little bit, and that was annoying to me. So what Dave Wise did there was pretty good, just to bring it back to reality a little bit. I mean, maybe you might have thought he went over a little bit. I think it was deserving so, because these people have high intellect. When you have a high intellect and you start acting silly and obfuscating, my voice goes up. I'm going to start raising my voice now, just like your mum and dad would do. You get scolded. You know what I mean? And sometimes they need that. Okay? Because we're all grown men here. We're adults. We're not really children. So we understand what's going on. We know they can't prove it. So it's just holding him to a proper level. But anyway, since we're talking about debates, there's a very interesting one that I'd like you lot to get your teeth into if you've got the time. It's Bill Nye and Ken Ham. And the argument is evolution versus creation. Is it called creation? Okay, really good. But they slag off the flat earth, the pair of them. Both sides slag off flat earth, because one's coming from the biblical and the other one's coming from evolution, and they both slag off flat earth. Worth a watch. 2.5 hours long, but it's a really good debate. Essential viewing for those interested. Okay, Bill Nye, Ken Ham. Ken Ham is from Australia, so he's bringing the Bible and what creationism is from God created us. Okay, but they slag off the flat earth though. And Bill Nye, you know what he's all about. His evolution thing. Pretty good. Very, very interesting. That's why I called it Doctrination of the Highest Order. It's worth a watch. You know me? I don't post things that's going to waste your time.
Wagwan.
Wagwan,
Wagwan, my friend. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. How you doing?
Yeah, all good, man. All good. I made a flat Earth map, and I made a flat Earth map like the Orlando Ferguson map, but the land were to proper scale shape, and yeah, it works pretty well actually.
Well, can you DM it to me so I can see it?
Oh,
That would be fantastic if you can.
Yeah, I'm just doing the video
Well,
and
yeah.
then send the link.
Well, yeah, in your own time, if you can remember, because I would be loving to see that. No rush, in your own time. I'd like to see what because you've been on about the map and that, and if you created something, I'd like to see, very interesting. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it.
The thing is, you can't, if you have a hump in the middle, let's just say for example, if there's a hump in the middle, then the outer edge can't be the same contour. Then eventually it just goes on itself. But like a speaker, Orlando Ferguson map, but to scale, because it's too deep, you only need like something like 10% rise and 10% dip.
Yeah, I'm just interested on how the layout is. What's your layout is what I'm interested in.
Well, South America twists like clockwise, because like everything that you put at it, it always suggests the magnetic equator will skew at the top of South America. So if you straighten that up, then naturally you have to twist South America clockwise about 20 degrees, and that straightens everything out. But then you get like almost like a triad, I would say, because like you'll have the extension of the Africa, which is one leg, the Australia, Indonesia, and all that is another leg, and then you get the South America, which is another leg.
Okay,
just
like
the
the Isle of
original
Man,
source.
like the Isle of Man logo, like the Isle of Man, 3 legs, yeah, that kind of thing.
Possibly. So that's good. That's good. You know what? The funniest thing is like if you look at the air map of the world, 1945.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Rome.
There's a user on here called Pukarel. He's on the VCA5. There's two of them. Has the symbol in the middle because when they're measured across, they.
He's disappeared.
Oh, sorry, mate. I was trying to find a better spot so you can hear me.
Yeah, we got you now, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so like measurements and stuff like that, it's sort of in Orlando Ferguson type of idea. You're going to get longer land measurements than the actual dimensions, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, like things like the magnetic equator, it just seems more the terrestrial equator and sort of redesigned the Orlando Ferguson map, where it dips and it troughs in two different hemispheres by only 10%. Like a shallow Earth, but like a shallow Orlando Ferguson. But the lands in the south on mine are to scale, and then because you've raised the center, you've reduced the diameter, if that makes sense, because you've kind of pulled the cloth.
Yeah.
You're
pulling inward. Yeah.
Or outward. You got a flat hanky on the ground, and you pick it up from the middle, and then you've got more surface area. Anyway, because I think we start on then is we can do comparable things, but I think the Orlando Ferguson map is more I'm not going to take this word very lightly, but instead of a bump, it's a cavity, and then you've got a second cavity on the other side. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the only problem is you don't see these cavities when you're in an aeroplane over the land, over the earth. You don't see them.
Yeah, but if you've got the North and South Pole, let's just say at a minimum 2,000 meters high, you've got the equator, the ridge of the equator. There's probably a lot of ridges that we've mined away, so they're not there anymore. But the equator, they all, the highest bits that are left over, Brazil, whatever like that, of the original equator, 2,000 meters high. They've got a magnetic field that sort of like goes up to about 2,000 meters high. So it's kind of like they don't quite know their elevation in those areas there. Probably 10 degrees either side of the equator. There's a lot of anomalies they have, and they chose the equator because it was the flattest route to do their measurements, because the actual original equator of the Earth is a magnetic equator, and it's bumpy and it's all sorts and magnetic anomalies up to like at least 2 to 3 degrees.
Okay.
But interesting, because I never really get a chance to talk like freely like this, because you're a native sort of to where I live, so I find it easy to talk to you. And interesting, I was saying to you like a while back that I reckon they dropped the latitude of things, or indeed raised them. So if you think you're Japan, you're at 36 north, you're actually at 26 north, therefore making the distance. It doesn't make sense. Now I got proof of this. It's a little bit of proof, but it's the flight data, the actual flight data. And there's a journey that goes from Tokyo to San Francisco, and there's an estimated gap in the data of 1.5 hours, and that's enough there. When the plane comes back into tracking radar distance, it's 10 degrees adrift. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a virtual from Japan to San Francisco. That is a virtual line though on the Gleason's map.
Yeah.
It's a straight line, taking in Alaska along the way. Yeah, straight line. So I don't know why there would be a discrepancy if there is one. That's an easy peasy straight line.
I mean, mate, you're roboting.
Almost as straight as the crow. Almost as straight. Yeah, as straight as the crows fly. That one.
Yeah, but the estimation, as soon as the estimation takes over, it knocks the whole information that's been recorded by the instruments and not the pilot. When it comes back into range, it jumps 10 degrees of latitude. So it was meant to be, they thought they were at 40, but actually they were at 30. And it's kind of like, you can easily make this a smaller
Where are you getting this information from? Where are you getting this information from?
There's a
Where are you
website
getting
called,
this information from? This discrepancy. How are you discovering this?
there's a website called flightaware.com. And if you choose any previous flight, right, don't go to a current flight, go to a previous flight and look for a magic blue button called View Track Log. It's a special button that nobody really presses. They just take the information on the front screen. There's a button, blue button called View Track Log, and you can see the actual data that is going on, and then you see the gaps in the data. You see missing amounts of information because it's not being tracked. And in those areas there where they say, oh, we can't reach it so far away, it's on purpose, because if there's an anomaly, you just go, oh, it's an anomaly, because it's just our capabilities. But obviously we can, have a conversation with someone on the moon, but yet we struggle to track planes and stuff like that.
Yeah. I understand where you're going with that. Yeah. So as we know that we can't fully trust the airline industry.
Well, I think we can in a way. No. I think we can trust them. They get given the information to go by. They're magnetic. The runways change their angle because of magnetic declination updates. So every I think it's like once a year or every 5 years they have to change the angle of the runway because to catch up with magnetic declination. But like if you measure, if you go to the flights in the southern hemisphere between South Africa, Perth, Australia, Santiago, different combinations, you will see that there's up to like 7 hours of data missing. And when they arrive back and they get back on radar, those flights there are 3 degrees off, because obviously, I don't know the comparison, but still something. There's 7 hours of missing data. Now, if you go from Cape Town or something like that up to Singapore, there's loads of data missing there. There seems to be like a black spot over Africa, Central Africa, because there's a black spot there. You've got these sort of like black spots. They're just bits where it's just estimated because there's no information.
Not enough flights or information being hidden, perhaps. Who knows?
No receiving.
What I do know is it's not a log.
Yes, but if they've, I think I've got a relative that is works as a hostess or whatever on a plane, and they say there's a blank spot over Africa. It's common knowledge to just general aviation staff. So that's close to DMT.
What do you mean? And when you say there's a black spot, what can you describe the black spot? What is it? An anomaly? Lack of numbers? What compasses end up spinning? What do you mean? What do you mean, black spot?
Like
I mean, look, they go to Lagos, They go to Lagos, they land in Lagos. They go to Congo.
On the way. So yeah, so on the way, oh mate, you're roboting.
They land in Kenya. They go to Nairobi. Sorry, they go to Tanzania. They land in Tanzania.
Yeah,
What's
but
the problem?
if you check the flights going from, so there's gaps in data. There's gaps in data. How about that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
It'll go offline.
You're sounding brilliant.
It'll go offline, and then it'll come back online again.
Okay. Yeah. I wonder why that happens.
Because there's.
Why does that happen?
Because there's more Earth than there is Earth, if that makes sense. No. There's less Earth. There's less Earth.
Yeah.
So if the Earth was smaller of any dimensions compared to what we think it is, in the place, yeah.
Which is why this happens. Yeah, I don't know. I still think that could be a deliberate deception to keep the globe alive. Keep us invested on the globe. Keep you lost, as it were. That's what I think. A deliberate spanner. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like someone's deliberately trying to mess up.
You know what it seems, because
your
we had the
ability to discern.
We had the mudslides of years.
To me,
yes. You know the mudslides. Yeah. Anyway, so it appears that the Earth would slope down from the north.
Talking about the Tartaria thing, yeah.
If you're sloping down from the North Pole, if you're sloping down at a very, very slight gradient, just 8% or something like that to the equator, and then you slope up again. But you're at a straight level of gradient, because the gradient is what, 1 in 1,000. They use that a lot on some information, but there definitely are gradients if you're going to an elevation of 2%.
How many years ago?
Huh?
Yeah, this mud flood thing. How many years ago are we going back? 200, 300, 400?
150.
150. Is it documented?
Well, the thing is, they realized that they needed to build bumps everywhere so that they could drain away the rain and the snow and all that. So they wouldn't have gone all level in the populated places. But I think we had time before a time before a time. This comes every 300 years or something like that. And basically, we just came and uncovered what was here and then carried on. So the UK, I've got evidence of mud sludge everywhere. Not everywhere, but in the relevant places.
I mean, did they have mud floods in America?
Yeah, in the
Across
northern
the ocean.
in the northern parts, you'll find the northern America, you'll find the northern Europe.
Even there's evidence of it in South America, all over the world.
Really? Well, coming back from the South Pole towards this is what? Yeah, there we go. 2 slopes, a flat Earth, but it's sloped from the poles to the equator, and then you can get your sludge in the south, and you can get your sludge in the north, and then it evens out at the equator. But you're looking at very small, but you need some type of drainage with a north in the middle, because all the water gets sucked into the trenches, which we've probably dug out and reclaimed all of our land around just mountains or whatever. We just reclaimed land and made what we've got today and split it all up into the triads.
Most interesting, I must say.
If the northern hemisphere sees the same as the southern hemisphere, in a delayed time, because the southern hemisphere is like delayed. So if we're both seeing the same thing, then and it's above the middle of us, then why not like a W? You know, a W when it goes VV, vice versa.
Yeah.
You see it from the side. You look at it from the side. How do you do the dimensions from the side? And then if we've got our highest at 2,000 kilometers in the north and the south, at 2,000 meters, then over a distance of 10,000 kilometers and 2,000 meters, you can work out that it's what, like 1 meter for every 5 kilometers, which is 20 centimeters for every kilometer, but just at a gradient, at a slope. So it's always going to appear flat, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it's shallow.
It's shallow.
It's shallow. So all the water in the earth, it gets sucked in through the trenches and then makes its way to the North Pole because of the salt water displacement of that and fresh water, because it's been filtered through the earth. It forces it out at the North Pole. And this, I'd imagine the south as well, because we got cold sub-Antarctic currents from Antarctica. So there's volumes of water.
What did you say about sucking the water or something? I just got back.
So it turns out that the trenches, Mariana Trench, all these trenches that we've got in the sea,
World War I trenches, all those ones too. Yeah, right.
Well, Mariana Trench, those deep ones.
Okay, deeper. Okay.
So, that absorbs water, and it takes in more water than it releases, something like that, which didn't make sense to me. But the water comes out through springs and through the water cycle.
The geysers and all that. Right.
So exactly geysers, hot
Geysers,
springs,
geysers, right.
and you've got salt water, density, displacement versus fresh water. You've got warm water versus cold water. And if the canal systems that we've got, like in the UK, which is like a stairway to heaven, as you might call it. Sorry, bad echo.
That might be me. Hang on.
Might be Jin.
Let me mute
Go
myself.
ahead.
Yeah, it's me. I'll mute myself now. I shall mute myself now. About to do that now.
Like I was saying, it seems that the North.
Everybody's got a bloody echo.
When they say things that.
Jen, your hot mic is still Jen.
When they say things like it might work out that the sun and moon are closer in the southern hemisphere and further in the northern hemisphere. I think that's just a play on time. The way they measure it and stuff. So I think possibly it's quite even, and everything just has its order. There's no further or less than or whatever like that. I think it's just change in latitude. When things are going further away from you, they're not going further away in distance height wise. They're just going crosswise. So I think this close and far, it might just not even be something. Just everything has its own layer. And then you've got yourself a kaleidoscope.
I got one, yeah. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. The kaleidoscope, the Mariana Trench, and the distance to the sun is actually invariable. All those things make sense. Okay. I was gonna say I don't want to change the subject. But I watched Jeranism's video. took me a while because I accidentally put it on half speed. I didn't realize that.
So what did you think, Kosho?
Well, I mean, actually, to be honest with you, there's a lot of things I didn't realize, and I'm gonna have to take my underwear back off and start my day over. I feel like I've been doing things backwards for a very long time. No, but not really. I think actually, I know Jaronism is honest. Most people say he's an honest guy, so I'm not going to claim dishonesty, but I'll claim this, and there's no evidence that the video he claimed was live streamed on YouTube was actually from YouTube, especially when the video player he was using wasn't YouTube.
Dude, it 100% was. We all were there live when it happened. There was tons of people watching it live. We all went through it. It absolutely happened.
Well, no, I've seen that footage. That it is a live stream from SpaceX, but I just don't have any evidence that was on the one from YouTube. And like I said, in his video too, he shows both videos, and one of the videos he shows has like the YouTube layout and says YouTube, and then the other video has it's like a different player, like the play and the meter that shows the time on it and everything wasn't even YouTube. So it was kind of confusing, but
Well, we watched it live, and there were shenanigans. Like we watched it. They shouldn't be allowed to do what they do, but they can. No one else can do what they do.
well, that's not true, Jim. 2 million people, I think, can do what they did, according to YouTube, because that restriction only applies if you're not a YouTube partner member or whatever, which they clearly are. And like I said, there's a lot of channels that are 2 million channels, I think.
Could have over 100,000 subscribers or something, wasn't it, or something?
100,000 views. But yeah, like I said, that restriction only applies
views.
if you're not a YouTube partner member. But even still, there's not a lot of evidence that the other videos from YouTube. But it is clear that there is differences. One of the because I have that original footage. I was looking at it, and I mean it's clear that the original one or that original one, whoever was displaying that one made a lot of errors. Like when the Tesla first appeared. In the other footage, they were showing a totally different screen, so it wasn't even a screen. That footage doesn't even have the Tesla first appearing at all. It just it's showing like because they have the whole thing where he's like, oh, there's audience roaring, and they're roaring at nothing basically in that footage because I think they were displaying the wrong screen.
Yeah, that was confusing to me.
Because when you watch the original footage, it is like that. I mean, everything after that is timed the same, but that scene. They're just looking at a graphic, whereas where the people are cheering and the music's playing, it's supposed to be displaying the car for the first time. And then also, yeah, there was another thing too. Obviously, it looked like that original, the 43-minute footage just had errors in it. Yeah, it could have been due to their, fucking up at live videos or whatever. But like I said, even in Jaren's video, there's no evidence that was even YouTube. I forget where else they post that. I think they posted on SpaceX's website or somewhere. I found it on some Russian website. I don't know. That's everything. It also still exists, so it's not like they got taken down off the internet. It's just if it was on YouTube, they just switched it on YouTube.
Yo, Kosho, what's the parking lots in space again? I can't look up I looked up parking lots in space and it's not giving me the.
You mean like the orbital ones? Are you talking about for the trash? Is that
Lagrange point?
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ask Jeremy. He's the dude. Is that what they call them, parking spots? I didn't know that.
That's why they put a car up there, Kosho.
They didn't put a car in. Okay.
Where are you seeing Tesla put the Where do you think Elon put the
Very
Tesla?
funny, yeah.
He didn't put it in any stupid parking lot, that's for sure.
No, you didn't.
Nah,
Isn't it
there's a
supposed?
bunch of they're just parking spaces. They're not parking.
Isn't
lots.
it supposed to? Isn't it supposed to
Orbiting the
like
sun.
slingshot around Mars and come back or something?
Something like
Like
that. I think it was
Yeah,
supposed to go to
and tickle
Mars.
your balls while it's at it.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just going to go
orbiting
around
the
the sun. It's going to orbit around the sun in a big orbit.
Which is cool, man. I mean, it's weird that people think that people. It's weird that people think that it's weird. Where it makes perfect sense that he owns two companies. One of the companies sells cool cars. He also sends rockets to space, which deliberately launch nothing but bricks when they're testing. So it just makes sense that, for publicity stunt, they just launch a car instead of a ton of bricks.
Totally, it's totally cool. They put
Well,
yesterday had a guy.
Musk
I'm talking. Had a guy on there with the camera and all dressed
$200
up.
billion yesterday.
Keep on talking over me.
Elon
That
Musk
sounds
lost
great. Everyone wants to hear
$200 billion yesterday. $200 billion lost. $200 billion was lost by Elon Musk yesterday. $200 billion lost yesterday. Elon Musk.
Poor guy.
Say that one more time.
Poor guy.
And that has to do with what you're talking about? I don't understand. Besides just blurting something out, Jen, that makes has no relevance to any.
Yeah, how did Elon
He
lose
lost
$2 billion yesterday?
$200 billion yesterday. Yes. $200 billion.
How did he lose that? How did he lose that? Jen, how did he lose $200 billion? What did he lose it in?
Well, look
Cash?
it up. Why don't you just Google it and look it
No,
up?
I know what he did yesterday. You do not.
I do
You
know.
the money,
he lost
Jen.
money. He lost.
No, he didn't lose any
lost
money. He did not lose
He's lost
any money
and his
yesterday.
shares have gone down a little
He
bit.
did not show me a
His shares have gone
citation,
down.
please. Citation, please.
According to the
Make a
news
claim.
report,
Back it up.
his
Make a claim. Back it
shares
up.
have gone
Go
down.
ahead.
You make
According
to the
make
news
it up.
report.
Either you make it up or you
According to the news report that
No,
I
you're
heard yesterday,
misinterpreting it like
his
everybody
shares
else
have gone
is.
down. He's lost $200 million, but
what'd
he's
you
still
say
got
went down?
$148 million,
There's no
and he's still the
loss.
second
There
richest
is
man in the world.
no.
That's the news
No one.
report.
No.
That's the news
No one.
report, Danik.
Stop
Shove it in your
Jen.
pipe
I don't
and
know why I
eat.
even engaged with you. You're such a fucking.
Eat the pipe. Don't smoke it. Eat it. Thank you. Danik.
Guys, come on, guys.
Eat it. Eat it up. You don't know it all.
He does not know how to communicate unless he's rolling over somebody. Nonsense.
Yeah, Zanuck, I've just got an article though. It says Elon Musk. Musk is the first person ever to lose $200 billion in wealth. Bloomberg reported.
There you go.
Jen said he lost that yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday's
the article
news.
came out
Yesterday's news.
You said yesterday he lost $200 billion.
I was curious. Zanuck, I was curious if you'd explain what you know happened, or seriously.
When you don't lose money. You don't lose money, for example, on stocks unless you cash them out, and then that value is less than you.
It's probably all taxes.
He's lost
Hold on.
He's lost money. The news report said, you hold on. No, you can't.
No.
He lost money.
Hold on, Jim. Let him finish. Zanuck.
Jeremy, would you please moderate? My God.
Yeah, Zanuck. I think he lost it in capital gains, probably.
That means he made it to begin with. He didn't lose it. How do you lose?
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that what you're proposing though? Is that he?
Well, you only lose it when you actually buy something and sell.
Well, not lose it, but he paid taxes on his values. He paid taxes on his earnings, is what you're saying. Is that what you're trying to say? Is the explanation?
No, not really. I'm just saying that.
I was just curious what your explanation was.
There was a loss of value of his stock due to the stock market going down. But like my portfolio has gone down substantially, but I haven't lost that money. I never had the money. It went up and went down. Not losing. You don't lose it until you actually cash. You buy something for higher than you sell it for. Then you lose money.
Was billed as he was the first man to lose wealth. He's the first man to lose $200 billion in wealth. That's what it was said. He lost money. Shut up.
He didn't lose it because he never had it. It's all fictitious.
That's
It's all
pedantic,
fake.
though,
It's all
Zanuck.
pseudo
Zanuck,
games.
that's really pedantic, though, bro. That's really pedantic.
It's
But he
not
did have it.
pedantic.
Yeah.
Because a loss means you lost something.
He lost money, Zanuck.
No,
Lost
that's like
money.
saying I go to the
always say
blackjack
that. He
table.
lost money.
So I go in the blackjack table and I have $1,000 and I come out with
I don't give a
500. I
shit what
lost
you do,
500.
Zanuck.
Shut
I
up.
don't give
for
a
a
shit what
second.
you.
Jin, can you
No, you
please?
shut up.
I implore you to
No, you
moderate
shut up,
Jin.
Zanuck. You're
It's
talking
impossible to have
if
a
your
conversation
You're
401
talking.
with Jin blabbing away.
k
I know, but
Impossible.
Zanuck,
if
if
your
you,
401
Zanuck,
oh,
you're
sorry.
impossible.
I assure you, Zanuck, even though you're not in the wrong, you'll probably be corrected. So if I were you, it's probably best to just let Jin fucking ramble on for half a second and then.
Well, then he stopped and asked me a question. I started answering.
Yeah,
And he started talking over.
exactly.
Listen, Jin, here's what happens. You go into a casino
He's
with
the first.
$1,000.
No, listen, Zanuck.
Would you
He's the
stop
first
it,
man
Jin?
to lose
Please. Fucking A, I'm talking
$200 in
again.
$200
Jeremy,
billion
would you just
in
mute
wealth.
Jin for a second?
He lost it.
Guys,
It was lost.
Jim, give
No,
him a
you
chance.
Why
shut
do you
up.
mute me
Give him
when
a
he's
chance.
going off? You don't mute him.
I told you,
So if
Janet.
you go to a casino and you have $1,000, and you come out with 500, you lost 500. But if you go into a casino with $1,000 and you go up to 10,000 and you come out with 1,000, you didn't lose anything. You didn't lose the 10,000. You never had it because it only is realized when you cash in your chips.
Elon Musk lost
That's my
$200 billion. That's the
All right.
news
We just-
report. He lost
I'm going to annoy you and
$200
say
billion. The
same.
first man to lose that of his wealth. What it was built at. Okay. The news headlines.
It was
He
Zanuck's
lost
right
it.
though. Zanuck's right because I've been at a
Zanuck
Trump
is
Taj
not right at
Mahal.
all.
Thank
Zanuck
you,
is not
my
right at
man.
all.
Thanks,
The man
brother.
lost money.
Yeah, when I was at a Trump Taj Mahal, I had
He
$300.
still lost money.
Yeah,
His
and
money has
I
declined.
had $300
Still the
bucks.
second richest man in the world, though.
It doesn't matter though, Jin. Doesn't matter, dude.
Yeah, he didn't. The government didn't think he lost money either because he wouldn't be able to get a tax deduction there either because he didn't lose it, Jin.
Hold on, before Jin
He
shuts
lost
up you,
money.
I'm trying to still respond to Jin.
He didn't lose any.
Anyway, I was saying the Trump Taj Mahal. I was there, and I had 1,100, which I spent 300, and from that 300, I got up to 15,000, and I bought some stuff and stuff like that. But then I lost all that 15,000 at the end, and so technically lost that 300. But I still had the original, what is it, 800, for what I originally came with. So I tell people I lost $15,000, but really I never. That money was, I gained that money while I was there, and I didn't lose any of the money I came with. So it's kind of it's a statement you can say, like you can tell it to people, but it's not very accurate.
It's accurate because he was worth that money. The business, he would have made that money and took it, and he would have been worth that money. He lost the money he made. He lost the money. He lost. Thank you. He lost. Don't try and soften the blow. He lost $200 million.
So what?
The first
So
man to ever
fucking.
do that.
So what? So what? Reckon hell.
So what? So what? I was just making sure you understood that he lost money. That's all. That's the news.
I mean,
Elon
yeah,
Musk lost money. So that's
I mean-
so fucking what? He lost money. Okay?
Yeah, but
Elon Musk
we've been
lost money. That's all. It only became
we've
something because
talking
Zanuck
about it for
tried
20
to
minutes.
twist it. Tried to twist it. He lost
So
money.
let's move on then.
Shut up.
All right, let's move on. He lost
He
money. We got
didn't
it. Let's
lose
move on.
money. The value of his
Jesus,
company went up.
Zanuck.
The value of the company went down. That's not losing money, Jin. Wake up, please. Embarrassing for you.
Look, if you were losing it like that, you would never be. You'd never get a loan. If you were
I've
losing
lost it
money
like
that
that.
way.
Everyone's lost it like everybody has lost money like that,
Don't
but it's
lie,
not
Zanuck.
losing money.
You're a poor.
I don't
mate.
get it. I don't
Don't
get a
lie.
tax write-off
You're
for that.
lying, Zanuck. You're
Here's
a
the bottom.
liar.
Jeremy, will you help me out, please? Please have him shut up for a second. Yeah, I lose money like that. Everyone does every single day. Fluctuation in the market. Nobody can claim it as a loss. Why? Because it's not a goddamn loss, Jen. It's only a loss when you cash it out. What you buy it for, what you sold it for, that determines the loss, not whether there's fluctuations in the market. Get it
Yeah,
straight.
I'm curious about something. Oh, by the way, Zanuck, now we can talk freely. There's a lot of I was getting attacked. My feelings were actually, honestly, they were getting hurt a little bit earlier, because I was displaying to people. I thought sane adults, something that was obvious, which was that the footage or the footage was they were changing what do you call that? The
contrast.
No, what do you call that? The whatever the exposure settings. It's clearly it's clear they were changing the exposure settings, and it's clear that at that same time the craft
The image
disappeared.
changed.
So what are the odds that it would disappear as they were changing exposure settings and it not be due to that fact? Seems a bit odd if that were the case.
Yeah, if you had one button that removed part of the image based on image recognition and changed the contrast setting at the exact same time, it's a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, it is a bit of a stretch, but I guess it would make things easier. Yeah.
But it makes no sense that they do that and being able to look at the picture. And then it's funny they said, "Well, take this picture that I have on Discord and see if you can enhance it." It's like, my God, that thing's been through so many iterations of compression and transfer, lossy type of transfers of information that whatever is there, if it was there, you'd never be able to bring it back anyway. I'm surprised they could get a little more out of the picture that he did try to enhance with his more advanced Photoshop than you did, Kosho. The bottom line is, give us the original footage, 4K, and then we could take maybe a screenshot and see if we can dig into that. But as it stands now, all bullshit.
Well, there was a scene later. Yeah, he was laughing because there was a scene later in the footage where it came back, and so I posted 4 frames as it was coming back, and you can see that as they were adjusting the settings, you get more and more of the craft, more and more of the image. It's clear that's what's happening.
Right. It's pretty obvious. They're just this is their way. They have to do this. Latch on, dog on a bone. They're convinced because what did Chunky's not Chunky incessantly about this? I know for a fact that that's what happened. You don't know for a fact. Good idea. Talk about it. No, it's the way it is. Because I know. You can't have something like one frame and then next frame can change. That can't happen. All right. Not possible. No. What I was saying was possible. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, it was just funny because I was up in the morning with them during the eclipse a couple months ago, and they were stating that. I think and Travis were stating that issue that they were having, or that Travis was having at least. This is the exact same thing I showed with Soundly's footage, and that's that this effect comes up a lot, especially in like there's a sunset footage where the sun disappears, and all this kind of stuff. It's the same sort of thing. As if you have the exposure settings set up in such a way that when it's really bright, you can see it, but it's not going to pick up the less lit objects. Then it's going to completely disappear at some point.
Right. I guess you need to find a picture that shows that effect in some other context. But I mean, they don't realize how little light there is to begin with. In fact, they remove that light by changing the contrast, brightness settings, and then what you end up with is no information in that black area. There's just literally nothing there. Even though it's there, there's nothing that's being received by the photoreceptors of the camera. And they think, it has to be there somewhere because there's a light out there and it's illuminating it before, and it has to be still illuminating it. It's impossible. That's just flawed logic.
It's almost
because it has a limit.
I don't want to waste my time, but there's libraries in Python, the coding language, where you can get in and edit or get information about the images and get the pixel like the magnitude for each pixel and stuff like that, and really make an actual determination of their values and stuff like that, and map out where it's picking up information at, but it's just not really worth it.
Right. It's not. I'd rather go back and talk about length contraction with talk about this.
Something's going on with your mic, Xanic. Your mic's all messed up, man.
It's not me. That's you're squeaking.
No, you.
That was someone else. That was someone else squeaking.
All right, I'm muting you because it's so bad. You've got some kind of very loud, crazy static going on.
It's funny.
He's got some crackling static. Yeah.
It's funny he wouldn't believe you when you told me.
He's
like,
awful.
no,
he might want to sell out some of his stock. Yeah, you see what I mean? He
now,
can't accept anything. So he needs to
Sounds
cash
better.
out some of his stock
Okay,
and go
thanks.
and buy some of those new mics. All right, Zanik, cash out some of that stock you got.
Yeah, I think it's better. Is all you did was just leave the VC and came back?
Yep.
Huh.
Discord, some problems.
Do you use Discord on a browser or the actual app?
I'm on the actual app.
Okay. Because I think on the browser, you know that issue where people have it where they just can't hear like one person at all, and then they have to leave and come back. I've noticed that seems to be correlated with the browser in some cases.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why in this day and age there's any of these problems, but they're there, so I got to deal. I think a lot of this is my machine. For some reason, it just malfunctions occasionally.
You think we'd be able to chat on an app and
I know,
have that
right?
shit, locked down tight?
2023.
Tell your nerds to get their shit together.
Yeah, we're probing the sun, but we can't even get a good connection.
Yeah.
We got people that believe that we're not doing that.
You send us
I turned my computer on.
You got a scoop of the sun, and you can't get a Discord connection. This is terrible.
Forget that. I can't. I turned my computer on. It takes 5 minutes for it to boot up and orient itself so that I can actually do something.
I mean,
My
stop
God.
downloading all the
2023.
You need an SSD drive because with an SSD, the Windows boots in seconds. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know. My son's he's the genius. He's got that on his computer, but it still takes some time. It's not instant. It should be pop like a light bulb. Think about it. All the technology we have. Turn it on. It should be there. Boom.
Well, they gotta load. They gotta
load
all those back programs that track you and connect with their servers.
I know, right? Exactly.
They gotta keep planned obsolescence in place. Otherwise, your computer gets slow. You gotta go out and get a new one. That's how the shit works. Planned up. What do you mean you don't know? You don't know about planned obsolescence?
I know. You're right.
Oh.
Jeremy thinks that
you're right.
everything is
You're
planned
like,
obsolescent.
I don't know.
I didn't mean like that. I mean like, yeah. I don't know about these knuckleheads. They're trying to. We do know that's the plan because they should make this shit bulletproof, but they don't because they want this stuff to be
Plan,
trashed.
right? It would be bulletproof. They want your
But we'd
shit to
never have to get
break,
rid of
so
it.
you gotta go buy a new phone, new computer. All the
Yeah,
shit
everybody-
you gotta get new. Even Kosho's flashlights are planned obsolescence built right in.
Would you say a flashlight?
I mean, I remember. Did I tell you that my sister? I worked with the fleshlight dude. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, because he did the AVN awards, the porn awards, and my sister was friends with him.
Dude, you think you had a threesome because you got 2 flashlights, bro? Relax.
Okay, man. But yeah, he needed help making the app for that.
Well, no, my girlfriend and I just broke up, so maybe I should find out what those things are all about. Do they work?
No, I thought.
Wait, you did? The one you were saying you were going to marry?
Yep. She wanted me to sell my house, and I didn't want to sell it, so she said, "Well, I'm going to find someone who wants to sell their house and move in with me." I got kids and stuff. I can't be selling houses and moving around. I'm done for a while until they're gone.
That's fair.
I even told her like next summer, and she goes, "Nope, I'm not waiting until next summer."
I don't even want to tell you what I.
So I guess she
that with my
didn't
girl.
love me.
Who needs him?
She'll be back middle of next week. This is like the 15th time we've broken up.
I don't want to get into
Tell me.
What?
So she's also questioning the globe?
I think she questions everything.
And she said you ain't hitting it right.
Oh, that's one thing. That's the only reason she comes back. Everything else I do pisses her off, except for that.
You lured her in with your American Gladiator story of the old days.
That's right. It's like a web.
Yeah, Zanik. Your
You like Al
girlfriend is like
Bundy
the globe.
talking about I
It
scored
doesn't
4
exist.
touchdowns at Polkai.
Yep.
You be telling American Gladiator stories like you're Al Bundy at Polkai.
I have my marketing people do that for me. My wingman. Take care of all my promotions.
You guys are a trip.
Motherfucker went to the Olympic trials for. What dude said? What event did you do the Olympic? Said sport.
I said what?
You
Sports.
said
Yeah,
we
sports.
asked you what event. We were calling bullshit.
sports.
You said sport.
That's why I put the medals in the picture and sent it to you, but you didn't like that, I guess.
I sent you one before you did sent me. I sent you
I know which
a
sport it is,
gallium
but-
in my hand, and it was just I was told you that a picture is no good, bro, because I could send you.
No, I put
send it.
I put the
He doesn't
picture
want you to identify
I put the picture with the gladiator medal in there too, so no one else could have that in the world except for me. No one.
I predicted exactly what you're gonna do. You're gonna send a lump of fucking metal. And exactly
no one
what
can
you
have
did.
the trials medals and the gladiator medal all in the same with the picture of like today's paper's date. No one in the
Why
world
was
can
the
have
gallium
that.
solid in your
You
hand,
want a picture of
Danik?
that? I'll get a picture of that. I'll get a picture of that for you by midnight. With
I got one and sent. Yeah, I got one and sent it right to him, dude. I said, don't send a picture, bro.
Before that night was up.
I told him specifically, we don't want to see a picture with just your fucking hand, and he did it anyway. I said, what? Send us a picture. So I went ahead and pulled one up and sent a picture of a hand, gallium in it. Just and he didn't even he had gallium in his hand
had
that
gallium arsenide
melted,
as well.
bro, so it wasn't gallium.
Who would have gallium arsenide and the medals and the gladiator medal all in a picture? Who could do that in this world?
Oh, you're so
Dude, I can
dishonest,
get-
bro. Who's talking
You
about
guys said
gallium
before midnight.
arsenide? That's
I
the exact
did.
opposite.
I did.
Gallium arsenide is like got one of the highest melting points, dude.
I did it. Highest melting points. It's low
So
melting
dishonest, dude.
It
I
melted
ain't even
like
gonna
80
say nothing
degrees.
else.
It melted 80 degrees.
Not gallium arsenide.
Yes. Of course it does. Wake
Why
up.
would it
dude.
melt
You're
it in your
lost.
hand then, Zanuck?
No, I don't want to poison myself with it. Or whatever.
Kosho, that's an
It's only if
interesting.
you. That's only if you have a cut.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do that then. I'll put it in my hand and make it
Only
melt.
if you got a cut on your hand.
Want me to
or
take a picture of
something.
it
Like
melting?
it's safe to handle like mercury.
You want me to put it in my hand
to
and have it
handle like
melt?
mercury and shit.
Is that
It's
what you want?
safe to handle like mercury and
Hey,
shit.
do you want me to put it in my hand and have it
You're
melt? I'll put it in
sad.
saran wrap.
Relax, Zanuck. Relax.
I'll go get it and
Relax,
put it in my hand
bro.
and make it melt if you want.
We want to see a picture of you in the American Gladiator outfit with all the medals around your neck with a sign that says Flat Earth in today's newspaper day.
Overnight.
Holding holding with a handful.
I think he's gonna show us a lump
with
of
a handful
metal
of gallium arsenide.
Sucking gallium arsenide out of a straw out of a glass.
I want to see you
You
smoking that
couldn't
shit
do it
in a
right then
bomb.
live. I told you, don't give me a picture, bro. And then
Shut
fucking
up.
try and get
You're boring me
overnight,
now.
bro.
Just be quiet.
Zanuck is willing to go.
Brian,
through
you're
these
just an irritant. You're
Yeah,
like a bug.
Brian, can't you say it's not a question of did he do it or whatever. It's a question
He's
of
a habitual liar, bro.
why the hell would he go through so much lengths to lie to you about
Because, bro, because
it? You know, like it's not like it's a
called him out
stranger
on,
that Zanuck
we were
is
calling him out on
person he
4
talks
or
to all the
5
time.
lies, right? We're calling him out on lie after lie. And he's an habitual liar, bro.
He's
You
not a
haven't.
habitual liar.
I put the
I
U.S.
caught
champion.
Zanuck lying before. I caught Zanuck lying before
I've seen
about
Zanuck
stocks. He said
stretch
he
the
shorted.
truth, but
He said
with
he said he shorted. He said he had GMC and he made 10 G's off it. Then he was hot micing a few minutes later and told someone else he made 2 G's on it.
Okay,
I
well,
never
that's
owned that
true.
stock. You got me confused with somebody else.
No, that was you, bro. That was
I
you.
never
called you
had.
out
I've never owned
immediately on that.
GMC. I've never owned it.
AMC
Oh, AMC,
something.
yeah.
GameStop one,
Yeah.
the GameStop one,
GameStop,
whatever
yes.
that was.
Yes, GameStop for sure.
Yeah, you lied to
10
us,
grand.
or you lied to someone because you told us you made 10 grand, but then I heard you like 5 minutes later when you were like telling someone else you won 2 G's on it.
No, I bought 10 grand.
Oh well, why are you lying to your people? Telling me you only made 2.
Then lost 10, then lost 2, then lost 5, then lost 10, then gained 10, another 10.
Bro, this was 5 minutes later, bro.
It'd be a $5,000 to $10,000 chain every day. I don't know. I don't keep track of them anymore.
This was within 5 minutes. Whatever, bro. You're habitual. You're a pathological liar.
Jeremy,
Well,
you have
that's
a habitual.
It's a non sequitur to our conversation.
You have a bad memory, Jeremy. Bad ears.
No. Zanuck, it's bad to be a
You know
habitual
my
liar
ears
and
are
have
better
a
because my eye.
No, you would think so, but they're not. You
Yeah,
get
listen,
everybody who talks. You always think it's somebody else.
Yeah, you
Like,
do, Jeremy.
Yeah, you get everybody.
Listen,
You
Zanuck's
get the
got
story
a
backwards,
habitual
too.
bad memory.
Hey,
We already had
Brian, I got a picture of the U.S. Championship. I got the U.S. Championship paperweight, 2 medals, 3 international medals, the Gladiator medal, and the gallium arsenide, all in a picture.
Bro,
That's
I
how good the
sent you
points
a
are.
picture before that with this shit.
Hold on, bro.
Listen, we've already had this
And a picture
conversation.
of me holding a check.
Listen, we already had this conversation because gallium arsenide melts at 20.
Do you have a picture of yourself in front of the Jeep that you won on American Gladiators? Too, Zanuck?
I didn't win the Jeep.
That was funny. That one night we were talking about it, and then you were like, "Oh yeah, I think like you want a Jeep if you want or whatever." We were all laughing, and then we were like, "Oh Xanax, so where's that old Jeep?"
Yeah, Gio said he would grant you camera.
I didn't say that as
What is
funny as it. I didn't say that as funny as it was. Do you remember what I don't know? That was funny when that night.
I made a video out of it. I'm gonna post it.
It's just so crazy that how incredulous some of you guys could be for some of the silliest things. Like whenever people thought me and Jeremy were the same person, to the point where they were demanding and he obliged that we sing at the same time. Like, what the fuck? At what point do you think? Like I thought the people were being silly the whole time, but people were actually serious.
Well, the thing is, you used to try to trick them over at 24/7 with voice changers all the fucking time, so it was totally reasonable what they were asking for.
Did you do that, Kosho?
I didn't use a voice changer, but I did change my voice.
He was, dude, for months, like I would join on that server. Like I'm talking the 1.0, the old one. I would join the voice check-in, and there would be some like newer like gold or mod in there that didn't know Kosho, and they'd be sitting there asking him questions and checking them. And I would pop in and just be like, Kosho, what are you doing? I remember you would always do this like Southern accent, like a Texan accent. I would catch you every time. I would bust your attempt every time.
Who was it that was the worst? That just never detected you at all.
I forget his name.
Yeah. There was one guy that just like could not hear voices or something. I don't know.
He had a real country accent. I forget what his name was, but Ron Shekelson, I would get past him all the time.
Yeah, it was Ron. It was Ron. It was Ron, and I think like it might have been a little bit of Helio too. Helio would just be like, "There you go."
Oh, guys,
maybe that
guys,
Justin guy, that Justin, he probably like Kosho through.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hey guys, I hate to do this. This quick intermission or commercial interruption. Brian, you're absolutely right. You got me. It was not gallium arsenide. I was thinking about my old business in semiconductors. I got that in my brain. No, gallium, just gallium, not gallium arsenide. You're right. Yeah, gallium arsenide is totally different.
Because gallium is
Bro, we've already had this conversation.
I know. I probably did. So I did it again. Deja vu, right? Sorry. Why did I say it? Because that term, those two words, I've stuck in my mind for 20 years in that business. So just give me a break, right?
That's what's up, my man.
I didn't discover gallium. I never discovered gallium until I was making that key for the lock. Remember I told you about that?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we were talking about that. About how
I put the key in the lock and it didn't work because it wasn't quite enough of it. I didn't make the mold. I had to make the mold out of clay, and the mold wasn't accurate enough, and it didn't work. But it was a nice attempt. It went in the lock, but it didn't work.
What were we saying? Because I remember
if it dissolved into if it was aluminum, it would dissolve the aluminum. Yeah, and I didn't believe that.
I think you have to clean. I think you have to clean the coating though, because I know that like when I made hydrogen, you mix the aluminum with sodium hydroxide and stuff like that. But you have to actually you have to scrape the coating off of the aluminum because there's like it gets oxygen coating. Yeah.
No, it wasn't the gallium arsenide. Whose memory is bad now? Maybe you didn't win a medal on an American Gladiator. Maybe there was no Olympic medals now. We don't even know.
Absolutely. I did not go. I didn't win any Olympic medals. I never said that. I never went to the Olympics. I went to the trials. I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't win a medal in the trials either. I was barely there. I barely got on board. I was like the last man on.
Your story's falling to pieces.
I bet you I know the sport too, but I'm not going to say it. You probably didn't want to say it because you didn't want people to identify you.
He already told us he was on American Gladiator. How hard would it be to go watch the episodes and find Xanax's voice? Seriously.
You have to watch a lot of episodes though, man, but
so what? Dude, how many seasons do you think they did?
Yeah, I thought it was so funny when I was watching.
We're gonna find it.
Yeah, we're hunting for this.
Half you guys have already found it. I don't care, but just don't don't be doxxed. Don't dox me.
I actually one time I typed into YouTube like Xanax American Gladiators. There's actually a YouTube channel called Xanax, and it has American Gladiator clips on it.
Don't say that out loud.
Is that it? I guess that's
probably not it.
Well, I watched a couple of the clips, and I did see a couple of the dudes that were being interviewed, and I don't know. From what I watched, none of them stuck out as Zanuck, but perhaps I didn't watch all of them. I just skimmed
Dude,
through.
you'd be able to tell his voice. He'd be spazzing, rumpusing the host and shit. The host would be trying to talk. Zanuck would be snatching the mic
Hey,
out
I'm
of his
talking.
hand.
Shut up. I'm talking, host. Let me tell you what happened.
Well, there's this guy named Keyboard. That's on that Zanuck channel. That's the one the one that's called Zanuck. Keyboard.
Well, it doesn't sound like I know Zanuck's real name. It doesn't sound like Zanuck's real name. But if it were, you'd be doxing him right now. Keep that in mind. But his name's, I already know his name.
You know Zanuck's real name?
Yeah. We're old friends, man.
Oh, 66 subs. Illuminati confirmed.
The thing about this guy is he says he lives in Saratoga, California, I think it said. Which is right near San Jose, which is where Zanuck says he lives. So is it just a coincidence that there's a YouTube channel called Zanuck and this dude lives right where Zanuck says he lives? This keyboard guy.
Total coincidence. Total coincidence, obviously. Everything's a coincidence. The sun size and the moon size, the fact that length contraction made the tube contract just enough for the Michelson-Morley at the exact rate where you wouldn't notice it. Just these amazing coincidences. That's all.
I don't know if they have an interview with this guy though. Were you an NCAA All-American in track and field, Zanuck?
Oh, he was. Chill though. You might be doxing him at this point.
Gio
Well,
doesn't care.
How much is it a dox when the channel's called Zanuck and his name is called Zanuck?
That's a coincidence. He spells it differently. And also,
oh, it's not the exact same.
Hey, regardless, the decathlete, by the way, is the most respected, thing in the Olympics, in my opinion. Like people always gave Bruce Jenner, but they forget like he was a decathlete, dude. That's like you got to be good at 10 different things, right? It's way more intense than any other sport. The worst one is the one where you have to ski and fucking shoot. It's retarded. These things aren't even related.
No, that's awesome. That's what James Bond says. Definitely.
Yeah,
related.
it isn't. It's true. It's in James Bond, but those things do not go
Definitely
together.
related.
Yeah,
They
no,
obviously go together. It was in a James Bond
they
movie.
don't.
Dude, then why in James Bond is he shooting guns on skis?
They probably based that scene off of the Olympics.
You don't know that.
Let me tell you something about this.
James Bond was shooting guns on skis. Remember that scene?
Yeah, I know he was.
Killed a bunch of bad guys. That was real.
He did. That is real, but it's also the Winter Olympics. They literally just throw things in there because there's not that many fucking winter sports. So
Zanuck said that was a documentary and the events happened in real time.
What?
The James Bond thing.
The James Bond thing.
Is it the James Bond thing or just not? Never mind.
Yeah, speaking of James Bond, did you hear about, when Joe Biden went to there was a lawsuit on Hunter Biden and he went to Ukraine, threatened them, and they dropped the lawsuit? Well, recently the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands made a lawsuit against J.P. Morgan for the Jeffrey Epstein shit. Biden goes to fucking down there, and all of a sudden the lady who was the prosecutor just got fired.
Well, goddamn. Well, I mean, he is the executive leader of the executive branch, so he's got some leeway.
Right, but that's like, she opened up an investigation. Like, it should be, despite like the credibility of the investigation should be noted, instead of just like the potential that Biden just went down there and threatened her, and got her fired.
Fucking, I would do the same thing. A molester or whatever.
Because you're a corrupt bastard, yeah.
This is why I said you always use your powers for evil and never good.
That's not true. First of all, when do you say that? Why do you say it to people?
I've been saying that.
What?
I've always said that. You always use your powers for evil.
That's the opposite. I do have powers, like not like superpowers, but like magician powers, and I do not use it for evil. I use it for like Robin Hood style stuff.
Robbing toilet paper from autistic children in orphanages and shit.
Come on, man. Let's change the subject.
I felt so bad that day.
Yeah, you should feel bad bringing it up again.
Them guys were going hard. Well, they took it over the top. That whole servers, you know how they get down.
They just like to get on people. But back to the topic at hand, though. Joe Biden, you heard about that diary from his daughter?
No, dude, I don't follow these corrupt fucks. They're so corrupt, dude. I used to be into politics big time. I used to watch Rush Limbaugh, Hannity, the dude that came on after him.
You used to watch Rush Limbaugh?
Listen, I used to listen to them on, was it AM? I used to listen to them on the radio.
I can't even tell when you're listening or watching things anymore, dude.
AM 440.
Man, listening.
Yeah, I cried when the Rush Limbaugh died, man. I was getting broken up with at the same time. It wasn't related to him dying, but I was crying when it happened.
I liked him when he sung for the Doors. That was good.
Oh my god! So wait, do you think that Jim Morrison is Rush Limbaugh? I never heard that before.
Oh, early days.
Yeah, I do.
It is crazy about his dad. Like that, it is a weird. It's always weird when there's like family relations like that. It's like your son's a famous musician, and you're like was he like the head of the 7th Fleet or something like that?
Yeah, I forgot all the details, but it was something off Tonkin.
Yeah.
And there's actually a lot more stuff his father was involved in, but it's just another one of those stories, like basically like the stuff he was talking about, his ability, capability, his family connections. It all just kind of lines up with him being this new person. So
the day that Jim Morrison allegedly died was the day that his father was getting like a Medal of Honor service.
So I guess it was kind of a bittersweet ceremony.
See, that's the thing, though. Like, if they've done it once, could they do it again? So I don't even know if Rush is dead. Maybe he just got bored of being Rush. Who knows?
Yeah. He could just be, Justin Bieber now. It just seems like a big difference between Rush Limbaugh and Jim Morrison. But I guess there's probably something that shows like they have similar features.
Yeah, there's a big difference. But he was always going in and out of his weight too. So like there are stages of when Jim looked exactly like Rush, and then other times he just looked really skinny. So,
but like at a certain point, the music changes a little bit, and like when "Touch Me Baby" comes out, I'm not really sure if they could have switched Jim Morrison's, put a fat one in, swapped them out. We wouldn't have really known. But that's crazy. You could say the same thing for Eminem, though. There's a point in time where Eminem kind of sounds different, and he kind of looks different too. But that's crazy. Hmm.
I wonder if Jim Morrison ever hung out with the band Rush, right? And if like he got the idea for his new persona from the Canadian band. I used to like Rush, but I hate them now.
Oh, the band?
Yeah, but I'm a drummer, you know. And Neil Peart, he had this like $50, $60 video for drum solos, how to do his drum solos, and I really wanted it for Christmas, and I got it. It's just him talking the whole time about fucking his life or something like that, and it's
Right.
literally supposed to be about him doing drum solos. So
He like wrote all the songs. Like he wrote all the lyrics too.
You said what?
I think he wrote like all the lyrics to Rush.
Oh, he did? Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
Like I think it's like a musical genius as a drummer.
Yeah, I mean he's great.
Yeah,
He's
he
a
did
great,
write.
great drummer.
He did write the lyrics. Hey, I see Rumpus is in here. Rumpus, what's the status on your test? I don't know if you're at your mic, but it's positive.
He's the dad.
Maybe he's not at his mic, but I wondered if he was going to do his test.
I was going back, listening to some old videos and shit, and because I was looking for the live, and that's when Rumpus was talking about that test. And I was like, but so he had all that shit, and said he'd jump in if the curve wasn't right or whatever.
Testing.
What's up, man? Do you still have all that stuff, Rumpus? I hear you.
Sorry, yes. Okay, right. Sorry, I was just having to I've just been away for some days and just having to rejiggle my audio equipment. Sorry, just checking it working. Yeah, I heard Gio saying something about my test. Yeah, hopefully well, probably I'll be back on the site in a few months' time, and then I'll get everybody else. Got to recruit about make contact with my team of about 12 people, and then try and do something. I don't know, something on a nice day, probably late spring. For the
So this year, 2023, it's going
absolutely,
down?
yeah. Yes, I'm much more in a much better state than I was last year when I was having some problems to do it. So yes, it should be. I will obviously be doing videos about this. That's not something like I'm not going to keep this a secret. Don't worry, I'll be probably boring you to death with it and putting lots of videos. And Brian will probably be fed up with you. You'll probably be fed up with me talking about it.
No, man, I like discussing tests, but man, yeah, this.
You broke up. You broke up.
I like discussing. I like discussing tests, but this one's definitely long overdue.
You're breaking up again, Brian.
All right,
yeah, I know. I mean, last year was a bit of a write-off for me. So yes, it nearly happened. It very, very nearly happened in October of year before last. What? Not now. The year before last. So about 14 months ago. It very nearly happened. We were just about starting some observations, but it just became too cold, and I didn't have the videos ready. I didn't have the team ready. We were just trialing something, and it just turned. We had a few people, and we just found out that we just couldn't physically do it. We had 5 people there in October of 2021, and but we just couldn't get enough people. I hadn't prepared the videos. I hadn't prepared the preparation videos to explain what I'm doing, etc., etc.
Hey, Rumpus.
Yeah.
Did you ever finish the paper that you were 98% done with back in 2020?
That is something else. Yes, that's that. I've worked a bit more
I
on
just
that.
was wondering where that was up to because it was 98%.
No, it's still about 100. I've got another. Unfortunately, I've got another 200 points. I want to add to it.
Your fans have been patiently waiting, bro.
They have
Please,
been. Yes, I must admit, I agree. I've
fucking years.
Yeah, I can understand people getting a bit fed up with me, but I haven't.
Right on.
They've been waiting longer
We're
for
here
Detox.
though. We're not going anywhere, Rumpus.
They've been waiting longer for this one in Detox.
No, there's a paper that's due.
What's
Like
detox?
98% done. It was back in 2016.
I don't understand what you mean, Jeremy. Yes, there's an even older one. Yes, there's one that's 4 years old that I've got 100 and 200, about 200 web pages on it, and yes, that is
A marvelous work. Is that a marvelous work?
it is it's big, and yes, it's a
I
trouble with
can't
big
wait.
things. It's a big things. Yeah, God, it's a massive thing.
We
But
look forward
it's
to it.
working out how to
Don't,
present it is the
no
problem.
need to, recant. Just we're looking forward to it. I was just wondering where it was at.
Yeah, it's not forgotten. I am still intending to do it. My distractions this year will be much less than they have been over the last year or two. So it both should happen. The probably I'll have the video ready for the wrecked thing sooner than the big 200-page thing on refraction, which is basically mostly about refraction, explaining perspective and the formulas for the various global formulas about hidden and refracted things, and mostly goes on about refraction and how you can see much further than the geometry would suggest you can. The observations that Sleeping Warrior made some years ago, and it sort of analyzes those, models those, and gives you results, and then shows you how you can model it such that you get an exact match against reality, even though you've got some very strange refraction conditions. He effectively, Sleeping Warrior effectively got a black swan observation the year before. I named the thing the black swan, then QE picked it up and then has been hammering it ever since. But he could see, Sleeping Warrior's got an observation, a picture from lying on his belly, which is an enormous thing, of course, but nonetheless it wasn't large enough to account for the fact that he could
Is that
see.
the one where he's in the hot tub? Picture of
He's not in
Riley
a
on
hot
his
tub. No, he's on
belly.
a beach. He's on a
Okay,
beach,
just checking.
lying on his belly, which is not sufficiently large that he should be able to see using simple geometry. This Isle of Man thing that's 50 miles away. He can actually see the shore 50 miles away by lying on his belly from 50 miles, and it's all very compressed, the image he gets, and he was always asking me, demanding that I explain it to him, and a guy called Phil Nye, the physics guy, and I modelled this and learned all about refraction and various complicated mathematics. And then Walter Bislin sort of tried to do something similar. He hasn't done quite as detailed as I did, but since then a number of other people have done sort of modelling things, Mick West included, but I never got around to finishing it. But yes, that will happen. But then I got involved in this Bedford Levels retest thing, wrecked thing, which unfortunately I wasn't able to finish a year and 3 months ago. But it will hopefully happen sometime in the next few months. And you'll be able to see it live.
His
That's
first
the point.
test, on one of his tests at the Bedford level, wasn't he able to shoot a straight line and have all the targets match up?
Correct. That's because he was very, very low to the water. He was only 6 inches above the water, and he effectively
Oh,
had
it
a
was
black
refraction.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
refraction.
So hold on, let me finish my sentence. He had a black swan observation, just like Sleeping Warrior did, just like that BLSM 69 guy did. This happens particularly when you get very low to the water. And if you remember from the BLSM 69 black swan observation, he was only a foot above the water. And if you are only a foot above the water, then you get extreme refraction conditions. But when I'm doing my test, I'm going to be doing it about 15 feet above the water, and 15 feet above the water, and so I will not be subject to the extreme refraction conditions that Rowbotham and the Black Swan guy got. I will be subject to what hopefully will be standard refraction.
So you're saying we see farther the lower we get to the surface?
Yes,
Because of this refraction thing?
that can happen, yes, particularly when you get within about a couple of feet of the water, and particularly if it's a still day. If it's a windy day, then you actually still get standard refraction. But if it's a still day, sunny, then particularly in the evening.
Could you ever demonstrate this? Hold on. Could you ever demonstrate that though, as we go higher and we see less far? Because honestly, I thought it was a Uno reverse.
It is. It is reverse. Yeah, there are two factors. Yeah, you're right. Generally, you're absolutely correct. The normal standard refraction conditions. If you've got standard refraction, then yes, going up high, you obviously see more. But there is a period where if you're below about sort of 2 or 3 feet,
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
I don't believe you that you can go get lower and see farther.
Well, that's what the Black Swan is, and that's what Sleeping Warrior's observation was.
Well,
it's because down there.
Does he have you higher?
I know it's counterintuitive. I appreciate it's counterintuitive.
Hold on.
But
Hold on, real quick. It's the Sleeping Warrior. Did he show the view from down low, and then did he get up and see that you couldn't see as far when he stood up or something off his belly?
He did get up, and we've
Could
got
you
the
not
video
see his?
doing that. But I can't remember. No, now that you say that,
You're
I
just
can't.
making shit up. I know you can't remember. You're making
Yeah,
shit
that's not
up,
going to
bro.
happen. You're not going to go down low to the water, see further, and then go up higher and see less of it. It just disappears.
Afraid that's what
Yeah,
happened.
dude.
What he's
Yeah.
saying makes logical sense, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's because there is
Yeah.
a temperature gradient that as you go towards because the ground gets warmer, the temperature gradient near the ground is much greater because the
Bro,
ground is much hotter than it is above that, and that causes
Rumpus.
extreme refraction conditions.
Okay,
And that's
Rumpus.
what the black swan is.
Okay,
Look,
Rumpus. Show
look
me
at
an
the black
instance.
swan, Jeremy. The black swan condition. You can see much further. Presumably, you've seen several images of that rig. One's when he's up about 30 feet high. He can, on typical days. In fact, even on the day, I'm not sure, but I think even on the day in question, I can't remember now. He did a video on this, and I did a big document on this as well, actually. But even on the day, he's got several videos where he's up about 30 feet. He only sees the rig is cut off in the normal position, where you can only see half the rig.
Right.
On the black swan day, he gets down to within about a foot of the water, and then you can see all of it.
I know, but you need to show me where in one instance where I get up lower, where I'm down low to the ground, and I see farther than when I get up. Like
Okay,
not like 8 days later, like just right then I
Yeah,
stand
I
up and I
think there's
can't see
one
it.
video on the day that he had the black swan observation. I can't remember exactly now. I think he also went up to 30 feet and he could see less. I believe I'm not.
Let's see it.
I think I'm correct in saying I'm going to say 75% sure because I
Well,
did
this
a
happens all the
big.
time, right? So it should be easy.
Oh yes, if you get a black
Oh,
swan, the black
okay.
swan conditions don't exist often though. So if you have conditions of black swan, then yes, if you then go up higher, so if
You'll
you
have to
see
forgive
that, you
me.
get down low, you see a black swan situation where you can see very far and there's no horizon, and then you somehow manage to then jump up 30 feet, you will then not see as far.
When is there no horizon? Listen, you'll have to forgive me if I don't just believe you on your bad memory. Maybe you remember, you don't remember yet.
I have got excellent memory, but this is quite detailed. I'm trying to remember something happened. I did this document a year and a half ago, and I can't quite remember that particular detail. But my memory.
I don't know how good your memory is. Well, the last time me and you faced off on Jose's, what was it about?
When we last faced off about
Your memory sucks, bro. You don't remember.
Jeremy's got the
you asked-
memory of an ex-wife.
Yeah,
I got
perhaps
you. Listen,
perhaps
you're
I make
making
more
shit up,
impact
bro.
on you than you make on me, but I think you certainly asked me about.
Just stop. It's fine.
God,
The point is, you're just making this shit up about going
I'm not
higher
making
and
it up
seeing
at all.
less as far. Well,
No,
let's see one instance of that happening.
Well, I believe the Black Swan video. I collected
I
together.
don't-
I collected
don't believe
together the
you.
videos from that guy, and I believe on the day in question that he did also. But I'm not going to say this for a fact. I believe, as I recall, that he did actually go up further on that same day, and certainly on different days. But I must admit, you obviously wanted on the same day.
Yeah,
I
you're on your
believe
belly. You're on your belly. You can see to a certain point. You stand up. You can't see as far. That's what we're looking for. Something like
Right.
that.
Yes. And on that only happens. I'll say it again. You may have missed the key
Dude,
point.
that shit does not happen.
Hold on. It does happen if you're on a Black Swan refraction day.
I don't believe you.
A Black Swan refraction days
I don't
don't
believe
happen very often. I mean, the BLSM 69 Black Swan guy who took that video, he said those conditions in which that happened only happened one day in a month, and he went there every day. So it's
like what you're saying could happen. I just don't believe you though. Like I'm not going to just walk away from this being like, oh yeah, that happens. Hell no.
Have you ever seen the Metabung curve refraction simulator? Because you can. I'm playing with it right now. You can sit in there and
Bro,
play
I
with the
don't. Your
dials.
computer, your little goofy computer model
he did a good
does
job
not
there.
impress me.
Well, I mean, you will accept, though, will you not, that what I do absolutely know for a fact is that he on different days he showed the rigs from 30 feet up, and he could only see half of them. Yet when he was down on the beach, you could see more. So I can show you examples where being lower does help you. That is an established fact, and that's reasonably easy to show you. Well, I'll have to go and do a bit of digging, but that is an absolute fact. Now, I can't quite remember whether he did on the same day as the Black Swan observation. He went up high. I think he did, but I'm not absolutely sure. But certainly, I can present you with a situation where from the same position, well, from on the beach, he could see all of the rig on a different day, certainly 30 feet higher, he could see less of the rig. So therefore, I'm giving you an example of that happening.
Let's see it all in one shot.
Yeah, but why does that make a difference?
Post the
Surely, hold on.
video.
The principle, we're talking about a principle. Hold on, Jeremy. We're talking about a principle. And if the principle I can show that being up higher on the same location, even might be a different day, then I've established the principle that being lower on occasions can allow you to see further. I've established that.
I believe that.
You...
No, I believe that. I just don't think you're ever going to be able to be laying on your stomach, see the horizon, and then stand up and not see as far. Like, that shit don't happen.
Well, it doesn't go dramatic. Obviously, on a Black Swan day, you have to go up a little bit higher. He went up to the 30 feet.
Dude, you go higher, you see farther. You see farther when you get up higher.
No, not if the conditions are Black Swan condition days, where you've got an area low to the ground. It's usually only about 3 or 4 feet. Beyond that, it doesn't happen. So you have, if you're in that area, then you get a temperature gradient that's very severe. And you will then get this black, particularly if it's a still day, because if the wind obviously mixes up the air, but if you can get the air to form these big temperature gradient, then we have examples of this. The Black Swan guy shows you when he's only a few feet above, he can see further than certainly on a different day when he's up high and he sees less far. So I've got an example that demonstrates my point.
I'm not doubting that day by day.
It doesn't have to be on the same day, Jeremy, to
I'm telling
establish
you,
the
it doesn't.
principle. Jeremy,
No,
it doesn't have to be on the same day
by
to
the
establish
minute.
the principle.
That don't happen.
This is a flat earther, and he's got video evidence of this happening. You can't deny it.
I'm not doubting what you're saying is happening about in that scenario, but I'm just telling you it doesn't happen in an instant. You don't just stand up and then see less.
Hold on, we were discussing the principle. You said in principle, getting lower cannot let you see further. And I'm telling you, we've got video evidence from this flat earther, which exactly that happens. Now, it may not have happened on the same day, but the point is, that's what happened in principle. So I can provide. So the evidence is there.
Yes, but it can happen over time. Yes, but not in the instant when you're
right. But you just lay down a principle. You and Gio said you cannot have going up higher seeing less far, and I've telling you that the flat earther Bill MSO69 video demonstrates. He's got 2 separate videos that demonstrate exactly this.
Yes, over the course of days. Yes, but I'm telling you,
so what? You described a principle. Perhaps you were just describing a principle on the same day, but that's a very odd principle. I thought you were establishing a general principle, which was you cannot see further by going lower. That I thought was a general principle you were establishing, and that's wrong.
The general principle is if I'm low and then I go higher, not the next day or 3 days later or whatever.
What? That's not a general principle, then, is it?
And then I go high.
Jeremy, that's not a general principle. I believe the video does cover that, but I'm not absolutely sure, as I say. But the point is, if you're going to establish that as a general principle, we've got evidence to invalidate that. So your general principle is wrong. You can go lower and see further.
Never in the same moment, though. That can never happen in the same moment.
So
like
you're
now
low
and then you go higher.
Right.
That's
so you
what I've
do
been saying the whole time. I already knew your shit happened.
So you do accept then. So you do accept then that you can go lower and see further, but you just don't like it being on different days.
It doesn't happen on the same day.
Right. So you're
in an instant. If I'm on my belly and then I stand up.
Different days then.
Yeah, if I'm laying on my belly and I stand up, I'm going to see farther.
Right, so you're happy to accept that on different days, being lower can let you see further.
Yes, which is what tells me all your bullshit observations, even this thing you're about to do at the Bedford level.
So you just accepted that by going lower, you can see further. You don't like it happening on different days.
Who the fuck denies that?
I've never said I don't like it or dislike
it
it happening on different days. I've never said I liked or disliked it. I don't know what kind of weird shit you're trying to pull. The point is it doesn't happen in the moment.
You've accepted then that by being lower, you can sometimes see further. You've
Yes, and
accepted
that's
that
what tells
principle.
me. Yes, yes, I accept that, and that's what tells me that
Excellent.
this thing you're going to do at Bedford level is bullshit because you're not going to know the actual position of the stuff that's weighing the
I
difference.
am, because if you recall, you've obviously forgotten our discussions on this, because your memory is obviously much worse than mine. I explained to you, I must have explained this to you about, I don't know, 5 times, possibly 6 or 7 times, that I'm taking the temperature gradient using a thermistor array that George helped me with, to measure the temperature gradient above the water so that I can know exactly what refraction conditions there are, and therefore I can allow for it. But because I'm 15 feet above the water, well, actually more than that, because I'm on the bridge, which is already 15 feet, plus the height of the auto level on its tripod, I would be about 20 feet above the water, and at that height you do not ever get black swan type conditions.
How high was George up when he took his photo of the horizon, or he took his measurement of the horizon above level?
12 feet.
When George did, George had not been to the Bedford levels.
12 feet. Are you sure?
George has never been to the Bedford levels.
Are you sure, Left Lane? You sound like you just made that up on the spot, but
No,
you could be
no,
wrong.
I think no. George's. Hold on. It was
Rumpus,
George's
relax.
observation
This
where
isn't all
he's
You
about
just
you,
claimed that George had been to the Bedford levels. He hasn't.
No, I
No, I
didn't.
didn't.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's
Nobody
Jeremy.
did,
I'm
Rumpus.
asking,
Relax.
not you.
I
Whoever's...
didn't either.
Well, you said something about George.
I didn't
You asked me
either.
what height George was when he made a measurement. I thought you said you're a bit muffled at the Bedford levels. What did you say then? Repeat what you said. You about George. You made a comment about George's observation.
George's observation over Rainy Lake, where he does his observations, and he got the beach above the eye level.
That's
I
right.
think that his platform and his observation point, I believe, is 12 feet above the water.
Yes, it was actually, yes.
So this extra 3 feet that you're going knocks that out of the park. You can't happen
Well,
those extra 3 feet. You're saying?
Right. Well, he had the extra issue with the fact that he was doing this over ice, and that exaggerates the effect even further. So that's that makes it additional. That adds to the height you have to be above to avoid this situation.
Okay, let me just explain something. Just because you know what the temperature is in between you and the object does not mean you know the actual position of the object relative to you.
It's not
when you're
between
looking
you
down
and
the
the
whole
object.
stretch.
It's vertical gradient that matters, not the temperature between you and the object.
You think if you say not long that it's going to make your argument better, or doesn't? Listen to me. This is all based on
What's your point?
up and down refraction.
Yeah, up and down
What's up?
temperature gradient determines the refraction. Right? Do you understand that?
Yes, and you in the end you will not know the actual position of the objects relative to you.
I
You'll
will,
just have
because
a
I'll be
guess.
able to determine it by measuring the
No,
temperature gradient.
You don't know if that's what happens in the atmosphere over long distance because it's never been actually measured.
Yes, it has, because that's what the reciprocal
Where?
zenith measurements do. You can
That's
measure
not
the
what
amount of refraction
it
by
does.
doing
There's
reciprocal
refraction.
Yeah, reciprocal
There's
zenith measurements
refraction.
can measure the exact amount
There's
of refraction.
refraction involved in those measurements too. There's refraction involved in
Yes,
those
and you
measurements too,
measure
and
the
it's
refraction. You
does not.
know the distance between them, and you know the elevation of the two objects, and then you can work out what the refraction is. That's what it's designed to do. To actually measure, not calculate, measure the refraction. And you can do that with two theodolites, and using a reciprocal zenith measurement, you can actually work out what the refraction conditions are. You don't have to determine them from doing a temperature gradient thing. You actually measure what the refraction is by seeing the displaced position. You know what the position should be, and then you measure what it is, and then you say, the refraction here is such and such. But you need two auto levels. You need to do it simultaneously, and it's and I can't do that from the other. I can't do that at because I can't erect the one end. I can only do it from one end, going one way. But anyway, the point is, because this is known, because the physics of air and the refraction properties of air are known and understood in physics literature, and there are rules about what the refraction is. I can determine what it should be using established physics, what the refraction will be, what I will have to allow for. And I suspect that at the height I'm at, and I'm not in a George situation where I'm doing this over ice, where it is, you do have to go up even higher to avoid these super duper refraction events. I should be able to hopefully end up with a standard refraction condition from the temperature profile that I will establish. Because I can measure the temperature to 0.1 of a degree with these thermistors, so it's incredibly accurate. And then I can work out the temperature profile. And I know my thermistor arrays go from water level up to 15 feet every 3 feet. So I've got 5. No, how many is it? More than that. How many did I get? It's 8. It's 8 or 9 measurements I get. So I've got a very good measurement of the temperature profile, and from that I can then determine the refraction effects, and then allow for that to get to compensate for the fact that things are not actually where they appear to be due to refraction. And you'll be able to see all this live, of course, as well as I'll be doing some explanatory videos of this, because that's the reason I didn't do it. Well, one of the reasons I didn't do it a year and a bit ago was because I hadn't done these explain, because I knew I'd have to go, and I didn't want to have to explain them live, although I will have some videos prepared live. I'm going to prepare some explanatory videos beforehand, so we all understand, perhaps Jeremy, even have you on my channel or something, discussing it, going through with you, and anybody else is interested, perhaps if Gio is or something, anybody who's got a brain. Who I can interact with in a reasonable manner, then I will explain it, and I can take questions, explain the principles, and then you will see the result live, obviously, and you'll have multiple views, camera views on the bridge at each of the 4 stations, and you'll be able to see the measurements come in of the temperature profile, and you'll be able to see where these targets move up and down as the day goes on. You will see them move up and down in the auto level image, and we will have to move the targets up and down as the refraction conditions change, and you will see all that over a period of about 8 hours of the day, so hopefully if you'll understand the principles and then you'll see what's going on, then you will certainly learn something, and if you're prepared to be open-minded, you'll see how completely correct I am as usual, and you'll come on board with me. And you'll be enlightened, and you'll have a wonderful time, because you'll be enlightened and understand a bit of physics and the reality around you, and you will be joyous, and you'll have a very good 2023 as a result. How's that? That's pretty good, I think. And I might even have some champagne on hand to celebrate with people, and I'm hopefully will be giving out placards to people who participated, if it's a success. Oh, and of course, Brian Mabbitt will hopefully be there, and hopefully I will avoid jumping in, because if we don't get any drop, as you know, I promised I would jump into the water, into the canal, and Brian thinks that's what's going to happen. He's going to be my observer. I'm probably going to get him on the auto level, and he's going to be looking through it along with the camera. You'll get camera view as well, looking through the auto level.
What's your YouTube channel?
It's called. Well, I think with the YouTube renaming, I think it's called the Rumpus View now. It's just called the Rumpus. You used to be able to search for it with the Rumpus, but I think now it's called the Rumpus View. I think gets you to it more quickly. But if you just search for the Rumpus, you will get there. So I'll be doing lots of videos on that. I mean, I'll be boring. I'll probably be coming in here a few times. Perhaps Gio lets me, I'll do a presentation on it in here, with questions from people who want them. I will be boring you to death with it probably, if I get the chance.
What are you on about, Rumpus?
My rect thing, my rect observation, my Bedford Levels thing.
The one that you were supposed to do 2 times now? That hasn't been done, that one?
That's the one. You've got it. And
this 3rd time is going to be a charm, right?
Right. Yeah, you've got it. You've got it.
He says 2023 is the year. It's going down.
Woo-hoo! All right, I can't wait, Rumpus.
Well, you will be able to see it all at Montreal, and as I say, I'll do presentations and things with videos, and if you want to, of course, we've got to do our little video, our little hangout about contradictions in the globe model sometime shortly. But I will be doing lots of videos on my thing, and then you'll be able to quiz me about it, and I'll be doing a presentation probably on here as well, and then you'll be able to ask me questions on that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if that comes through, because we were supposed to do that when, Rumpus?
We're supposed to do it last year, indeed. Oh, what, the our little thing? Yes, our little thing. Yeah, I know. It's been months since I said I was going to do it. Yeah, it will happen. I've just had a few things like the gas supply to my house had a leak in it and things, and all sorts of other little traumas I've had to deal with. So but anyway, that's resolved now. So other things are resolved as well. So yes, hopefully. So yeah, and I was going to get you and what's it, Mobius and possibly even Page or something. Or anybody else who's interested, because anybody who claims to have some. I mean, your line is that there's a contradiction between the existence of drop and hump. And I think Mobius has got some other claims about contradictions supposedly in the globe model, and I think Page has got some claims about some contradictions as well. So I'll write down as you describe them in some text or something, or if you want to do a presentation, I'll write down, say this is the contradiction that you claim, and then hopefully I will be able to provide you with a response to that will be impossible to misunderstand, because I will be explaining it very, very clearly and in diagrams in such a way that you'll find it impossible not to understand unless you are determined to just deny what's on screen.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to see how the 2 drops become a hump and all that. Definitely.
Excellent.
So when is the test happening? The rec test?
I'm hoping that will happen in a couple of middle spring, perhaps. So a couple of months. I've got to make sure my video's in place. I've got to resurrect my equipment. I've got to reestablish my all the internet stuff at the site. I've got to reestablish contact with the people there, and I haven't actually been talking to them. But yeah, there's a lot. And I've got to get my extra 10 people. Well, I've got to revitalise my 13 people as well, and make sure they can all come. And yes, there's a lot of effort involved. A lot of resurrecting equipment and things, and so yeah. And it's an hour and 3/4 drive away from me, so it's quite a lot. Just going there is and it require to get to the individual. The 4th station, for instance, requires about a 3/4 of an hour walk, and to get to, you've got to, so it's just getting to the. I mean, putting the stuff there was an immense challenge. When you can't just park the car next to it and get out your 15-foot, or in my case, my telescopic pole that goes up to 30 feet. Putting that in place. I mean, it nearly killed Farmer's Boy when he fell over and collapsed through the physical exertion.
Farmer's Boy.
It's nearly killed several people. This test already, and in heat exhaustion for a couple of them, and the sugar exhaustion for farmers.
I would pay to be there. I would pay to see that.
Yes, it was. Well, you will have a video, and we do have some video of Farmer's Boy collapsed. Well, one of the videos, I mean, I've got many videos already recorded, one of which actually is Farmer's Boy lying on the grass after his little collapse, but I haven't published them because I haven't had time to put it all together in a suitable thing, really.
You should put those out. But you know what I suggest? And I know you got to put your pride aside for this. I don't know why you're not doing it, because you have Bev over there. He has all the equipment. He's been there. He knows the setups. He has all the phones, and I don't understand why you don't collaborate. I mean, it boggles my mind.
Well, but he does, all his equipment is inferior to mine, and he doesn't have the internet connection that I do, and he doesn't understand what's going on. I have all the equipment I need, and it's better than his, and I regard the guy. I mean, obviously I disagree with you on being a flat earther, but at least. And you say stupid things, of course, but I'm prepared to tolerate that because you at least seem interested in interacting sensibly. Whereas Bev, I'm afraid the way he slanders people is obnoxious. It misrepresents people. I mean, I just find the guy, along with QE and Nathan Oakley, I'm afraid, those three, I just refuse to interact with them in a reasonable manner. So I just regard the guy as obnoxious. Any other member? Oh, and also, was it who's the other guy? The domesticated primates, the other one I refuse to interact with. But the others I'm prepared to deal with, even if I don't particularly like them. But I actively dislike Bev because of the way he lies. I mean, I don't tend to call people liars very often, but he actually lies about. I think also he's got some sort of memory problem, which I think he's got some problem where he doesn't remember things that he's been told, or he willfully misremembers things. And I mean, just the way he interacts with. He won't listen to what you said. He'll repeat what you said and then repeat it back to misrepresented, and then he'll say the next day you said something you didn't. And so that's intolerable to me. So yes, anyway, so basically I dislike the guy, and I didn't want to, when he was there, when we both were there at the site, I didn't want to go over there and talk to him because if he annoyed me, I don't know, I just might have been, I might have got a bit angry with him. So I just thought I'd avoid the guy. So I just don't like the guy, I'm afraid.
I'm going to slug him.
Well, I don't know. No, I probably not. But I did. There was a 10% risk. Perhaps he might have annoyed. I mean, if he went into his typical Bev mode, then it might have annoyed me.
I don't see you hitting anybody. No chance.
No, I don't tend to. That's not something I do naturally. No, it's not something I'm inclined to. I'm actually sort of quite a moderate, but I was a bar manager at university, and I had to fight off a couple of rugby players in my time. So it's not something I'm not. But anyway,
I must say, I thought you were a wimpy-looking dude, but you're not. You're a husky. You're a husky-looking guy. So
I am. I'm pretty strong. Yes,
yeah.
I have. At university, I used to be quite well regarded in terms of wrestling. We used to have little wrestling competitions. I did rather well. Yes, so you'd have
Match
to
made
be a
in
pretty
heaven.
stonking rugby player to have to get the better of me. Anyway,
We'll have to get you and Zanuck in the American Gladiators ring, and you guys can have it out.
There we go.
I would pay for that.
Yeah, I'm not as fit as I should be. I'm quite fast, but I can't do that. I do fatigue quickly, but yeah, I'm pretty swift at running, but I don't seem to be very good at long distance stuff. But yeah,
I think you'd be good at apple bobbing.
I'm pretty good at most things. Give me. I mean, I was my tennis champion at my company for 15 years. So.
That's a pretty tough game.
Only 50 people in the company, so it wasn't that many, I suppose. One of them was a county player, actually. One was a county tennis champion. Anyway, yes. So, So I'm afraid I dislike Bev. He's got nothing to offer me whatsoever. He doesn't even understand how stupid his test is. Every time anybody tries to talk to him about his test, he doesn't let them explain what's wrong with his test. He just interrupts them. So there's no point in interacting with some guy who doesn't understand basic geometry. He doesn't understand maths. He can't do maths. He can't do geometry. He doesn't seem to interact. I mean, interacting with you is much more almost a pleasure. Whereas with him, he's just I just don't like the guy. Sorry. So that's why I haven't interacted with him, and he's got nothing to offer me. Nothing at all. I mean, the guy from Edinburgh, the what's his name, John, who was going to come down with his 12-inch telescope to do an infrared thing. I mean, that's going to be amazing. I don't know whether I'm hoping to persuade him to come down.
John?
John. Bloody, I've forgotten. John.
John, the guy that would climb on trees there.
Yeah, John, the guy from Glasgow. Got telescopes and things. Yeah, he was going to come down, spend the night in the pub next to the bridge. There's a pub right next to it, fortunately, where I'm making observations rather good. And he was going to come down, put his camper van, set up camp there, and bring along his 12-inch telescope. But he's
about when are you going to do this test, Rumpus? Because I was actually going to be in UK sometime this year.
Oh, really? Okay, well, it'd be a pleasure to have you along, Kosho. I'm hoping mid-spring. I'll be doing lots of videos on this. I mean, who knows what will happen when it will actually happen. I've got to get the, say 13, 14 people recruited, and got to make sure they can come, and so. But I'll be letting everybody know well ahead of time, at least a week ahead of time. The trouble is also the conditions. You see, there'd be, fortunately, there's an airfield nearby, and they give you a sort of week forecast on the visibility, because obviously the crucial thing is the visibility. And because we're looking over 6 miles here. I mean, I don't think people I didn't appreciate this. I mean, George did this when he was doing his observations on Rainy Lake over 6 miles, and he was showing pictures of it, and I was thinking, well, that doesn't look very tremendous. Only when you actually look through P1000s and things, and cameras with magnifications, you realise 6 miles is an incredibly long way away, and the visibility is incredibly tricky. And something like half the time it might not be good enough. So I have yet to, when I've had good visibility, it's always been in the afternoon and evening. And when Bev was there, for instance, and I think that was about 11 o'clock in the morning, the visibility was terrible, absolutely terrible. You couldn't see the lock at the 6 miles away, So, but fortunately, on that day, I wasn't trying to do observations. I had to do a lot of building of this, the 30-foot high pole thing at the 4th station. But his son has got an infrared modification to his P1000, and even that couldn't make out the distant thing. So unfortunately, I'm not going to know exact date, possibly until a week in advance. But I will, because obviously I've got to collect together 13 people, so I'll be warning them, saying, this day's likely, but we need, it might not be until a week ahead before I can actually say, well, this is all planned. Then let's go. And even then, it's possible, I suppose, on the day that the weather forecast might be wrong, and there's no point in dragging 13 or 14 people who have to travel. I mean, people like WS has to travel 2 hours drive for him to get there, a bit like me. And so it'd be, it'd be rather. And other people are now joining in, Alan Davis as well, and other people. Who's it? Yeah, anyway, so lots of people, and dragging them all there to only go away again would be quite annoying. So I've got to, I may have, I'd have to cancel it perhaps at short notice. So even if I were to say it's going to be this weekend, Kosho, it's not impossible that come a few days beforehand that I've said, I've given a week's notice, and then it all goes horribly wrong. So yes. Anyway, mid-spring, but I mean, if it's possible, you that I got several dates available, and you say you're going to be there. I don't know. I'd say on June the 1st or something. It's possible I could say, okay, really, we'll delay it by a couple of weeks and for Kosho, and then
No,
because there was another guy. There was another guy, someone X, who was going to come along the year before last, who was going to come along at the right time from Canada, from I know it was from the US, but he's got British ancestry. I can't remember his name now, but he was going to come. So yes, so I'm prepared to move the date around for people if they're coming a long way.
Was it Zant maybe? Well, regardless, no, it actually works out because I wanted to, because it sounds like Brian wants to do like several different methods or whatever and comparing them.
Brian Mabbott or Brian Leakey.
Right, yeah, but I was thinking about doing something like with GPS, for example.
Well, interesting you should mention that, because WS wants me to do as part of this, do a GoFundMe on hiring a differential GPS system and then traversing the canal along the 6 miles with a differential GPS, like Jesse Kozlowski did over the Lake Pontchartrain, and take measurements every few meters or something to get a profile of it in GPS. So yes, that actually is WS is very keen on that actually. But I must admit at the moment I'm too busy trying to get the normal stuff going. But if I get that sorted, then I might do a GoFundMe to hire, because I think it will cost something like a couple of £100 to hire a differential GPS. You can't use normal GPS. You have to use a differential GPS system because you need a resolution to within a centimeter or so. Normal GPS can be out by 30 feet.
Right. Well, that's the thing is that's what I'm interested in is differential GPS, and so if I go out there, I don't have to actually do it on the same date.
Indeed.
I could just have the data available or whatever.
That's right, but wouldn't it be nice though if I was able to cut? Because we're doing these. I'm proposing to do observations every half an hour of these posts and the fraction, and then in between that, I could then say, and now let's cut to Kosho walking along. And then you could have your little camera going, and then saying, "Look, here I am, Rumpus, and then everybody else on the live feed. Here I am moving along." And then by the end of the day, you could have got to the other end, because it takes about 4 hours or something to walk that 6 miles. So you could actually start in the morning, and then we could be covering you every sort of every half an hour or something, and then that'd be quite fun to get if you could get your data sorted out in real time. Might be tricky for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Rumpus?
Yes. We can.
Okay. Hopefully I wasn't breaking up. So I guess every baller who knows about the auto level and everything is pretty much agreed. I want to see if you agree that differential leveling, I'm going to get a different result. I'm going to get a different
GPS. Sorry, Brian. We were talking about differential GPS, not differential leveling. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, sure. But this is switching.
You're breaking. We lost you again. You disappeared.
All right, Brian. Let me move somewhere. Let me get a better position.
Brian, why don't you sort out your flipping internet? It's absolutely maddening that we can only get half of your words. Why don't you do something about your internet connection? Something.
I was in a spot, dude. I'm still in that spot.
And SE's gone, but I was just curious what you, Brian, and SE both said the thing about dropping fucking dropping hump or whatever.
I fuck with you.
No, I don't want to get into it right now because we're talking about this, but I posted the video again.
SE claims that the existence of drop and hump is incompatible, contradictory. You can't have both on the globe. And so he's made that statement, a claim about the contradiction in the globe model. So I invited him, it must have been some months ago, and I've been meaning to get him on there, along with some other people from Bev's group, to come along, and I'm going to explain to him, showing some diagrams about why there is no contradiction in having a hump and a drop. And hopefully...
it's just the angle. It's just the angle, right? But here's my thing. I want to see if you agree with this, too, because everybody's on board. Everybody's on board. I want to get a unanimous statement here. So differential leveling, right? If I do basically back shot Yeah, just with the auto level. If I do back shots, y'all all agree that I'm doing really, really small curves, and that's why I get level, because I'm doing back shot, 4 shot. So if I go 2 miles doing back shot, 4 shot, and then I go 2 miles, but instead of doing back shot, 4 shots, I just shoot my story pole right next to me. And I don't do back shots. I move the story pole to right next to me, so there's no back shots at all. Every baller so far has agreed that I will get inaccurate reading over 2 miles.
Inaccurate or accurate?
Inaccurate.
Sorry, inaccurate. Did you say? You're breaking up again.
Inaccurate.
Inaccurate. Right. Right. So, yes, if you do a simple 2 mile from your position, and then you do a two miles from away from you, there will be a drop of whatever it is at 2 miles. You'll have an error.
32 inches.
Yes. What is it? 2 times.
32 inches.
Let me just check on that. I just want to make absolutely sure because I'm a bit sleepy at the moment.
2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 8 is 32.
Yeah.
32
Okay.
inches,
Yeah. Okay. 32 inches. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. You'll have a 32-inch error. Yes. If you're just standing at one point and then you do a foresight to a position, then yes, you'll have an error of a curvature of 32 inches. Yes.
Would you be willing to bet?
Well,
gentleman's bet, $10.
Well, I know this to be the fact. I mean, if you look in a surveying book, Brian, this is what they say. So, I mean, I could just end the bet by saying, look, here you are. Here's what the surveying literature says. It says that's what will happen.
I guarantee you that ain't what will happen.
Well,
I'd be willing to bet.
How are you going to bet otherwise? I mean, if you're going to present to me something that you've done, which you make an error, because I think you gave me a little test. Was it about 3 or 4 months ago about what if I had the pole up or down? You got it round the wrong way, for instance. I don't know if you remember that particular instance, that interaction we had, and you made an error in what you were doing. So I mean, anyway, and you got this error you've got about this 1 degree thing. So I mean, if you're going to determine whether or not the bet has been won by you, then I'm afraid I'm not really interested. But I can just resolve this by saying, here, Brian, look at what the surveying literature says, and it agrees with me. But you don't look at the surveying literature, though, do you, Brian?
I've looked over it, Robert. We've already discussed this, but look, I'm telling you, this is my prediction right now. Is that I just wanted to get enough people on board. That,
how are you going to measure what the real value is, Brian? If I tell you you're going to get a 32-inch error, how are you going to determine that it's not that error is or is not there?
I'm going to do it by water. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, you didn't mention how you're going to do this. Okay, you've now told me you're going to do it by water. So in other words,
I mean, there's several ways I could do it, but my point is I don't have to do if I do it by water, I don't have 2 mile differential leveling. I could just do the leapfrog, just basically leapfrog, and I'll set my story pole up right next to me.
Right, the leapfrog method, do you understand that using the leapfrog method, where you use backsights and foresights, will eliminate the error because you got the error back and forwards?
Yeah, well, that's just what I call it. That's just what I'm calling it. Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. No, I'm fine you calling it leapfrog method, but the point is that's the backsight foresight trick is to eliminate curvature. But you were saying you weren't going to. You're going to get a different result. Yes, I mean if you did one way, and then you did one way with the just one observation over 2 miles, and you did another one where you did lots of little steps of 100 feet or something, or 100 meters, then you will get different results.
Yeah, this is. I predict that I'm going to get the same exact result, and this is why. Because over 50 feet, which is what I like to do my shots at, because I can get it right, spot on. I like to do little short measurements, and I do more of them, but it's real accurate, and I can read this shit real good. But at 50 feet, the level is fucking identical, bro. It's going to be nothing different. Even if I go like 75 feet, there's going to be no different in the back shot force in the differential than there is just shot for shot.
Right, so how are you going to do a 2 mile shot then? How are you going to determine what you?
I was going to say
I'm going to do it by a body of water. Here's how I'll do it.
I just interject for 2 seconds. It would be cool to have an auto level that could shoot both ways simultaneously.
I got a laser that does that.
Well, you can effectively do that, Gio, just by turning. By just turning it round, you don't need to do that. You could just turn it by 180 degrees. You don't.
Right.
You've
No,
effectively
but
got that.
I'm talking at the same time, which this could actually be made fairly easily. You could make a bracket and then
mirror,
have two of them mounted on it. I know what you mean, Rumpus, about moving it, but what I'm saying is simultaneously you have it shooting forward and backward.
Yeah, but you don't need. But I don't know what you think that's giving you, because no one's disputing that you can rotate the auto level by 180 degrees and get the results we're after. No, that's not. No one has raised that as a problem.
Well, it ends up being a problem because you then have to link as many of them together, like to get to the 2 miles or beyond, like you're talking about.
No,
so here's how I'll do it. Here's how I'll do it. Okay, I'll set up my water, a 2 mile stretch of calm water, and I'll start off and I'll mark my height at, let's just say 5 feet, and I'll shoot. Let's just call it 100 feet for ease of explanation. I'll shoot 100 feet, and I will and I'll mark whatever the height, my auto level, I'll try and get it close to, let's just say I peg it at 5 foot. So my first mark is going to be at 5 foot. And then when I go, I'm not going to go past that 100-foot mark. I'm going to stop right next to the 100-foot mark, and I'm going to reset up my auto level and just shoot right next to me, like just a couple feet away. And then I'm going to shoot another 100 feet, and then I'm going to go to that spot and just get my height from just a couple feet away next to me. So instead of doing back shot, 4 shots, I'm going to...
You're breaking up.
Did y'all catch enough of that to understand what I meant, though?
Why are you doing this thing next to you? The leapfrogging to get it to work properly, you should have your backside and foresight shots should be the same distance. So why do you think
I'm not going to do back shots? Is what I'm saying. I'm going to do shots right next to me.
I thought you were going to do one. Okay,
Well, if I do it by water, I don't got to the foresight back sights. It's just a waste of time if I do it right by water, because the water would be the level, and in y'all's model it's curved, in our model it's flat. So that's moot. Right. But anyway, every Glober has agreed that I started with Jesse Gordon, and I talked to, I believe, Ruhiv and a couple other people, but they've all agreed that if I don't back sights, then I will not get accurate measurements. None of them said the whole 32 inches, but it will definitely be noticeable. And I'd say that it won't, but I haven't done it like that. So
yeah,
it's worth doing. It's cheap, just a little bit of time. I already got the equipment.
Yeah. I'd have to spend some time with you getting exactly what you're going to do to be absolutely happy with what, because these things need clarifying, and perhaps we need.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
we need to.
Well, I think what would be an even better use of time is to work on something that's not optical, because optical is always going to be limited, right? I mean, is there any?
You can't do any other unless you're going to use GPS. There is no other way. I mean, I don't know if you weren't.
No.
You weren't.
There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways. It just takes a lot of resources to do a lot of.
Such as how. If you're not going to use
it's
GPS,
impractical. It's everything we discussed is impractical. And doing it any way other than GPS or optical.
Yeah, there's the only two options you've got. I mean,
if you guys are pushing away from that, then you're obviously resisting what you know.
No, I'm not. I've spent many days, with George and Brian, in fact, on Brandon's channel, trying to find ways of trying to do this force the line option and stuff like that. And basically, it's very difficult to create a straight line, in a physical straight line thing that's a couple of miles long. It's impossible.
No, it's not impossible, but it is difficult.
It is impossible.
No, that's
not. It is.
So
you're
just telling me, are you trying to claim that the Earth can't be physically measured?
We can do it optically.
I'm talking about
GPS.
I'm just asking, are you claiming that it's impossible? That's what I'm asking.
You cannot create something with a straight line that's several miles long that's perfectly straight, or even close to being perfectly straight. It's physically impossible to create such a thing. You have to do it optically, or now you've got the option of GPS. And the way that the Earth has been measured has been by surveyors, and they use optical techniques to do it.
You're not measuring straight lines. You're measuring topography of the dirt and the water and the hills. You know what I mean?
No, I've no idea what you mean. So the point is, surveyors use optical techniques. If there was another way of doing it that didn't work, then they would have done that. And if you want to create something physical, like a long straight thing, Well, no one has ever done that because it's impossible.
He didn't ask you to measure straight things. He said measure the earth physically with your hands, point to point, the dirt, the water.
Yeah, but he's not
Yeah, I
asking
mean the
that.
line thing is one way, but that's just one.
You can measure the distance. Okay, you can measure the distance along the surface, but you want to know if it's straight or not. That which is a different issue.
Well, when I'm talking about measuring, I'm talking about curvature or lack of curvature.
Yeah, so you need to know, you need to reference the curvature against the horizontal. Otherwise, you've no means of determining your horizontal. If you just go along,
just saying that's one entire. I mean, there's multiple categories of ways to do this.
Well, tell me one, because they don't exist.
I'm just saying there's spherical excess. There's a whole bunch of things, but if you're talking, about that,
yeah, that's optical as
talking
well.
about that one, yes, that's one category of making a completely straight horizontal plane or horizontal line, and then comparing that to the surface.
But tell me one way other than an optical method.
You want a stencil, an earth curve stencil that's made out of material that's according to your math 24,901, right? You take a little human section, you line it up with water. There you measure your globe. We're not measuring the flat earth, we're measuring your globe. And if your globe stencil with all your measurements and all your Google and all your math can't make a material to match, then what did you get the math from? You have to be able to match.
That kind of reminds me of what you're saying there. Reminds me of it reminds me of the idea of like trying to take a mold of the surface.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't match their sphere everywhere, if their calculated sphere has a calculated amount, 24,901 of a circle, of a sphere, 3959. It doesn't get no different. It doesn't get no simpler. So they take a section, and that's what we need, the surface section. That's an earth curve stencil. You put it on any water.
Well, what I'm talking about, Rumpus, is getting something definitive. If you guys want to continue on the optical thing, I'm not saying that has no value to do those things and all of that, like what you and Brian were talking about. But I'm just saying in terms of it's still optical. So in terms of ever getting something definitive, there's going to have to be something that transcends optical.
But there's nothing. We've discussed this for years, and there's nothing besides GPS that does this.
A material.
Well, we've got many that we've talked about.
No, you haven't. You may think you have, but you haven't. I guarantee it.
8 entire categories of multiple ways.
Well, name one. Name one.
I could name several. Just right.
Well, one will do.
We could go into whichever one in detail.
One, just one. Your best one.
I just named one.
All right. So there's the one Demox said. Let me just run through them before reacting.
Just do one. Let's not get wild. One will do.
Well, I said there's many, so.
Well, okay, but let's start with one then.
Well, then but they have different levels of potency. So which one should I start with?
Pick your best one. Pick the best one.
I like the one where you build a triangle.
Pick the method you think is best to show up the curvature or non-curvature.
Well, Jeremy was going to jump
in. I like the one where we build it.
Say the similar one. One of the ones I was going to go ahead.
Yeah, that triangle one was dope as fuck. You would make a triangle and you can measure you make sure the whole triangle's level. And then you measure the angles in the triangle. You can measure the distance in the triangle.
Well, that's optical.
And the distances alone should probably tell you.
Well, no, you can get.
I'll put this near the. I'll put this one near the top of my list. Make a okay. Start with a small triangle with physical triangle. I'm not talking about optical, actual physical. Okay. And there's quite, is it a wall? Is it a metal rod? There's all kinds of ideas for physical. Okay. But okay, you have and make a small one, small enough that you can absolutely confirm, the 180 degrees, perfect triangle, 3 coplanar points that you can verify with all the tools and techniques that you could be able to do. A small one. Right. And when I say small, I mean I'm not talking 2 inches, but 30 feet, and something fairly small. Yeah, and then you would create additional triangles, squaring and leveling from the initial one. So physically making slightly.
This is like forcing the line.
Finish the thing. Hold on. Let me just finish the thing. Yep. So it is kind of like force the line with spherical excess, you could say. But anyways, you keep making larger triangles, larger. But
you don't understand.
Just give me like 20 seconds. I'll just wrap it up. I'm just trying to say this, and then I'll give you as much time as you want.
Okay.
Anyway, so you make a physical triangle that is, like I said, 3 coplanar points, measured, perfect triangle. And then you keep making additional physical triangles off of that initial one. And as you keep making those, once spherical excess, quote unquote, kicks in, if it's a globe, then since you have multiple of these triangles all going out from the center, there's going to be a point at which you're not going to be able to have a coplanar triangle, at which the curve of the proposed Earth would start to play an effect. And of course, the angles would all start getting slightly larger than 180. And as you keep making larger and larger triangles, there's going to be a very measurable spectrum that you'd be able to detect. Oh, here's the first spherical excess, and then it goes, oh, and the next one is a little more, to the point to where you would get basically a beautiful measurement of the Earth curve if the Earth was curving by doing it this way. And then so you've got like spherical excess physical like that that you're building out. And then in addition, there's several additional ideas I had of what you could do with that triangle that you could then cross-reference things like distances between points. There's things with plumb lines and water levels. There's multiple other things you could do within that whole system. So it'd be like an entire demonstration site, but that would be one of the foundations of it, is the actual physical triangles.
Right. Are you relying on these triangles you're mating together with one another, them being in a line, straight? Or are you allowing them to follow the curvature of the Earth?
Well, no, they would all be okay. You would have to make the smallest
level
coplanar triangle that's all leveled, square, perfect coplanar, and then you would be building additional triangles off that initial one.
And how would you be joining them? Would you allow them to be angled where they join together? Would you be allowing them to be angled, or are you insisting?
Sharing sides, right?
No, they would be
Sharing
like they would be
hold on,
equal.
Brian. Let Gio
They would
answer,
be
please.
almost like a dartboard, that goes out with concentric circles. It would
Yeah,
be
but
like
are
this.
you
You'd have
with these triangles that are
basically
coming
just
together?
Imagine
Are
three
you
lines.
making sure they're coplanar? Are you making sure the new triangle you're attaching to the first one is coplanar? Are you attempting to make it coplanar with the first one?
Well, there's some additional details of ways to do it. So of course, like to use tools on that new triangle you've made.
I need to know what you're trying to do here. Are you trying to make the new triangle you're touching with the first triangle, are you forcing it to be coplanar, or are you going to allow it to bend so that they're not coplanar and the second triangle starts to follow the curvature of the Earth? Which is it?
here's what you do.
Hold on, let me just hold on. He asked me that.
Coplanar point is important. That's
hold
important.
on, there's a lot of factors to all that. Let me just respond to his one point, and then I'll pass the mic. So what I'm saying in general is almost like the concentric rings of a dartboard that go out from the center. So you'd have three lines on the ground, basically, that are all coplanar in a triangle. And then when you make a bigger one, you're just going three more lines that are all parallel to those initial lines.
Right. So
you're
I've
literally
got this triangle.
parallel.
I've got your 30-foot.
How it works.
So hold on, I've got your 30-foot triangle, okay? I've got that. Now I've established I've measured it as best I can to be everything's coplanar. I've now got a second triangle. I presume that's what you mean by another 30-foot triangle. And I'm now trying to join it to the first triangle. Am I correct in understanding that's how you're going to go about it?
Well, you're not really joining it. You're just making a larger one. So let's say the first one's
60-foot triangle.
Yeah, the next one would be 60 feet. And all of the lines, the three lines, they're all coplanar. Yeah, the three lines of the new
you've just said it. You've just said it.
triangle.
You've made sure they're coplanar.
Guys, let's just not interrupt. That's all. Each person gets a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
Right. But did you mean, so you just said it, I think, that you would make them coplanar. You'd make this second triangle coplanar with the first one. Did you just say that?
Well, one way to do it would be to make the first one coplanar, measure it with all the tools, and then all...
Yes, we've got the first one. We established that. I'm happy with that. We've got the first triangle, 30 feet each side. It's coplanar. Right, sorted. Now you've got this, I think I understand, you've got a second triangle. Is it bigger or the same size as the first triangle?
Let's just further discussion say the first one's 30 foot and the second one's 60.
Oh, right. So, and then how are you aligning these together? So how are you joining or mating these together to make them, are you trying to make them coplanar with one another?
Yeah, you'd be measuring them. You'd be measuring them from the.
So you are trying to make them coplanar. So in other words, you've got the problem, exactly the same problem of forcing the line. You're trying to make a straight line out of two joints. Are you aware that to do that to the resolution of the curvature of the Earth, you need to have that straight to within a few atoms? If you do the calculations, you cannot. You need to have a resolution to about 20 atoms, I think I recall it being, and that's why the forcing of the line doesn't work. You've got exactly the same
I'll make
problem.
sure to bring my atom measuring tool.
Well, you can't. It can't be done. It's not engineeringly possible to do what you're saying.
Rumpus, here's what we do. Bro. We make a giant level surface. We draw an X on it.
That's water. You could do that with water.
Sorry. We draw.
Come on, we're not interrupting you, man. Just let him speak.
Sorry. Well, when he says a level surface, that means water. I'm happy to accept water. So you don't need to make anything. You've just got, the water.
Well, that's actually a good
We
idea.
need to
We can make a triangular pool with level water. Good idea.
Yeah, so in other words, but the
you
question
ma-
is
if you
now
make
you've got
it-
this level water. You need to know
Right,
is this
right.
level, is this water level or is it horizontal? Is it curved or
Jeremy's
not?
trying
That's
to
the key
talk.
point. So you need to measure that whether or
You
not
make a-
this
you make a
water.
level.
So you need to make sure you've again got this level water of however long you want it to be, a canal, like 6 miles, and now you need to know whether that's curving or not. So you need to compare that against something that is horizontal for 6 miles or straight for 6 miles. So you need to create something that's straight, perfectly straight for 6 miles.
That's what Jeremy's
No.
telling you.
Not in
Go on
my
then,
in
how are
mine.
you
You
gonna do
don't need.
that?
In this example, shut the fuck up, and maybe you'll hear. So in my thing, you make a giant level surface out of self-leveling concrete, whatever. You can check it against water, make
just
sure it's
water.
level. You take
Just
4
water.
points. Shut the fuck up. I'm not
Come on,
telling you.
Rumpus.
I'm not. Don't.
Let
Nobody
him-
tell him.
No,
Nobody
just let
tell
him
him.
speak, dude. Just let him speak uninterrupted. We all
Okay.
we want to be heard, but we have
Yeah,
to
I'm just
listen.
trying to save him some time. You can just do it with water. You don't need to do anything more complicated than that, Jeremy.
Yeah, but you
We have to
jumping
make
all
it-
over him. Just let him be himself and say his thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we make a giant level surface with self-leveling concrete. You can check it against water to make sure the concrete is level. We now have this completely level surface. You draw a square on it. You make an X through the square, or you take 4 points. You put an X through it. So now you have distances between all. You get the distances between all the points, the 4 points and the X, and these distances will tell you if that's a planar or a curving surface.
How are you measuring the distance?
I don't know. How do you measure distances? Tape measure, maybe. Piece of string. You might be able to get a piece.
You know those wheels that you
The
can
wheel
roll?
thingy. We can get a
Also
piece of string.
chains, but you have to validate elevation changes as well to make
Right,
sure.
but if you
No, it's all going to be level. It's
elevation
all going to
change.
be on a level
Let me
surface.
take this real quick.
Gio, it's all going to be on a level. Hey. There's no elevation changes because it's all going to be on a level surface.
That's why I wanted to jump in, Jeremy, because you made it real simple and clear. It is no ambiguity here at all. You take a measuring tape, go from one corner, one side to the other square, and so on and so forth. You get the outer dimensions. This is a square. All these sides will be equal length. You do the diagonal, it'll be 1.41 times one side square. That doesn't tell you anything.
Will only work. That will only work on a planar.
No, it won't. It will work on a spherical surface too.
No,
Yes,
it
it
sounds like
will.
it would vary. But the trouble is to do what you're
If it's a
suggesting, because what you're
concave-
trying to do, you're not trying to measure a drop. You're trying to measure what's the change in distance. Unfortunately, it's much worse than doing it measuring the drop. What you're now doing is you would have to measure a difference go over 100 miles to do what you're suggesting because the difference
I think it's like
between
60, 70 miles or something. Yeah.
Okay, you are aware of it, right? So you need to. So you would have to
very
create
long
something.
distance. Yeah.
Yes, you'd have to create
Giant.
something 60 or 70 miles
200 acres.
long. Yeah,
Yeah,
because you're now measuring, you're comparing horizontal distances, which indeed will give you an answer because it will be different if it's on a plane or on the surface of a sphere. But
He
unfortunately,
didn't say that
it's
though. Now you're saying between the posts, which is different.
yeah. So but it's correct. You can do it, but you can then measure. In other words, whether your level surface is curved or not. And you
That's
can do
some
that by
physical
measuring.
shit that you could do without having options.
But you need 60 or 70 miles now. So you've just
Okay,
made it
we got
totally and
60
utterly
now.
impractical.
There's 60 miles of land on Earth somewhere we could do this.
What where you can do it right? Pull a tape measure on the ground, perfectly
Hold on,
flat.
Rumpus, let me ask you this. Are you having this discussion because you would be interested in like the engineering of doing this and like all of that? Or are you literally just trying to hear things so you can shoot them down and try to disparage?
No, I'm trying to come up with an engineering possible way that we could do it. Unfortunately, all the suggestions.
Well, I just hear you more naysaying rather than productively.
I know, but because you're not understanding possibly what I'm saying. I'm trying to come up with not a theoretical way of doing it, but an actual real world way of doing it, and all the real world mechanisms to try and do what the sort of thing that Jeremy's trying to do and you're trying to do are not engineeringly possible in the real world. That's why surveyors have to use optics or you have to use GPS. All these real world physical things cannot work because the distances you have to create them over are about 60 odd miles in this particular case. No, there's no way anybody can ever do that.
Yeah, well, mine's solid. I mean, we've all agreed. I know every player is going to agree with me, or they should, that if I do my shots just right next to me and I go a couple miles, I'd even be willing to maybe even go 3 miles. But it's going to be the same shit. It's not going to be different in every Glober so
yours would
far.
show a difference. Yeah, Brian, your system would show a difference, I think. But I have to check it exactly because I don't quite understand why you're talking about being next to you. As though, why not just do one? I mean, you could just make one observation
Because I'm
of 3 miles and then
eliminating
just say,
the increment.
You can't do that. there is another way Moyak came up with, where you make a straight line optically, where you probably get a little drop still because of the optical effect, but it wouldn't be anything near the exponential amount that they say we get.
Why don't we just do what I told earlier? Just shoot up a mountainside, go to a ski area, shoot up a mile, 2 miles up a hill, sight that with a theodolite or anything you make shift close to a theodolite, depending on how accurate it is, plenty sufficient, and see the vertical angle changes. See this reciprocal
That's fucking. That's like the reciprocal zenith angles. That's retarded, dude. That's not gonna prove nothing.
There's
That's worse.
refraction happening.
So-
you still got
on a mountaintop.
Oh, dude, this is
7,000 feet high, 9,000 feet high, 2 miles in distance, up a hill, no water anywhere to be seen.
Bro,
No water.
This is like spring of 2016 argument right here.
No, but why would you not do a reciprocal?
This is bad.
Why isn't that the
like a little bit after 2015, but like right into 16, you guys.
No one brought that up since earlier this month. We're talking about reciprocal zenith angles only came up when the main surveyor brought it up.
We've drilled that topic into the ground. We could go on that, but we were actually on something a little bit new. So Rumpus, you were trying to say that the one with the just to jump back to this one with the triangles that I was talking about, you kept linking it to force the line. It's not really like force the line because you're taking a triangle that is physical where you can level it with lasers. You can level because it's a small distance.
Not accurate enough.
Not going to have refraction, and you can actually use water
lasers
levels.
on optical. Lasers are optical, Gio. You said you didn't want to do anything with lasers.
Dude, you're optical. Yeah, no. Oh, the only reason I mentioned lasers is because if each triangle was only slightly larger than the last, if you're only talking about, it depends on how large these triangles are. But
you're trying to make them coplanar.
Small distance. I'm talking about those those laser levels that are like 10 feet, 5 feet. Like that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about.
I thought you didn't want to do anything optical, and lasers are optical. So you now are happy to do something with lasers, are you?
Okay. We have a small.
It just rips me out for saying my
you guys. Just let me speak for a
that's
second.
based on optics, and I was doing the exact same thing with optics. I don't get it.
Hold on. You have a physical triangle. Let's say 30 foot. Okay,
yeah, we got that.
Each wall is 30 feet long. And then that you could use. When I'm talking about laser levels, I'm talking about the ones that are very short distance, the ones that are used in like houses and in building. I'm not talking about long lasers.
That's not
no refraction.
That's not the only way to. I'm just saying that. Hold on.
If you're trying to align, if you're trying to make these triangles coplanar, the laser's not accurate enough. You need to do it to the level of atoms.
All right. I don't want to mute anyone, but what I'm trying to say is you have the coplanar points that are making a physical triangle. The only laser level local laser level, the very small ones that are used in building, that would just be one of many tools you could use to verify the coplanar and the level nature of that initial triangle. And then as you build additional parallel walls coming off of that initial triangle that are 60 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever it may be, you're squaring all of those up using multiple tools and multiple methods to square them
not good enough.
as you go. So that definitely would be able to keep within a margin of error.
No, it wouldn't, because the error
triangle. And when there's no spherical excess, we're going to just get coplanar as far as
if you do the maths, you need to have a resolution of joining these things to make them coplanar, which is, I think, what you're saying you do need to do. You need a resolution of the joints between these physical things of the order of about 20 atoms if you do the maths on it, because the Earth is incredibly flat. And over a distance of 100 meters, it's still only moved by 1 millimeter.
Soundbite right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is a big goddamn sphere.
That's your first Earth is flat soundbite. You just said the Earth is. What did you just say?
I said the Earth is incredibly flat, but it's not perfectly
it's flatter than regular flat. If you just say, that's
it's
flat,
then it's the
flat.
Earth, because it's so stonkingly big, appears just from casually looking at it, unless you're looking at the horizon or the sun dipping down. If you just want to say, if you want to try and measure it, then it's very difficult, unless you're doing it over a distance of, say, 6 miles, or you're looking at a ship, it's 10 miles away going with the horizon dipping down, then you can clearly see the Earth's curved. But you need to be dealing with distance of tens of miles to do this, or, I'm only getting 17 feet of drop over 6 miles. So you need the difference between the angle between these 30-foot things or these 60-foot triangles we're doing. You need to join them to the accuracy of 20 atoms to have something physically straight. And that's why everybody uses optics. And you can't use lasers. That's not accurate enough.
If you want atom resolution, lasers would just be one way that you would double check it all.
But it wouldn't double check it. It wouldn't give you any check at all. It's not accurate enough. So that's not a method of checking it. You're trying to create coplanar triangles, and there's no known system to do that over a decent distance.
It's 24 foot over 6 miles, Rumpus. It's 24 foot over 6 miles.
We got to
On a
create
flat,
it.
hold on a flat surface. If we make sure all the triangles are level, so you can just use water for this to make sure all the triangles are level with each other.
What do you mean by
Right,
that?
and
they're floating on the water.
What's up?
Well, you said you were going to make them all level. How are you going to do that? You just got them floating on the water?
I didn't. Are you doing this on water? I wouldn't do this on water.
Well,
but-
I mean, the water forms a level surface, so that sorts out your level for you. So you don't need to do anything else. You've got a canal, say 6 miles long. In my particular case, it's level, so it follows the curvature of the Earth, as I say, or it'd be flat if it was a flat Earth.
I
So
wouldn't
there's
use
your
water
one
for
surface.
this because
And now you need to compare that against something that's horizontal. You now
I
need
know.
to
I wouldn't
compare
actually
that.
use water. I wouldn't actually use water because you need to do something on it, on the surface of it. So like, I don't know.
Okay, well, okay then. Let's pretend you can got a canal 6 miles long, and then you turn it, you pour concrete into it, as you said, you're suggesting, and then let it all solidify, and then you've got a nice 6 mile long canal of level concrete.
I don't know. You're just
okay?
making shit up now. I'm not.
No,
that's
that's
not what
the
I'm not
theoretical way.
dumping
You could do
concrete in
that.
a canal. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that is.
never,
But
never mind.
We have several canal solutions as well, though, that don't necessarily involve putting concrete in it. But remember, we were talking about you know making like almost taking like a massive PVC pipe and then like cut half of it, so it's like and then make a canal with that, and then we could do various things with water levels. Like with the triangle, in one of the triangles, we could do a canal with water, and then there's several tests we could do with that, which would not only be the distances of the triangles between the points on Earth, but also like there's the ones with the line on the top of the water that you would then pull taut.
If you have, hold on. If you have,
I don't understand, Jeremy. Why are you objecting to me pouring a concrete into 6 miles long? I thought that's what you were suggesting.
You can do whatever you want, bro.
Cement. I thought that's what you were suggesting. So yes, you
I
could
know
have.
you'll never let me talk, so you're never.
Okay, go ahead. But I thought you're not.
Know.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. If you don't want to explain it, I was just asking you a question about your system, and you seem to be changing what you were supposed. But so the point is,
I think he just wants like 40 seconds of uninterrupted
Okay,
time
go
to
ahead.
speak at the end of the day.
Jesus, yeah, Rumpus, relax, bro. You're getting all Zanicky on me. Listen, your triangles. If you had all the triangles were level with each other, then
How are you doing
it's not
that,
hard.
Jeremy?
You get level land, right? We level some land out. Now we make triangles on the land. We make sure they're all the triangles are straight lines, so they don't, meaning not curving left to right. It's not hard to make a line that doesn't curve left to right. Up or down is the hard part on making a straight line. You know what I mean? Having it curve up or down. That's the hard part.
Where do you get this level land from, Jeremy?
Can we not? Is it above humans' capability to level land out?
Yes, it is. If you want to
We
get
can't
perfectly
level
level, water, you can do it with water. Land is tricky unless you want.
We can do it. We can level dirt. We can level self-leveling concrete. There's tons of stuff we can level. I'm not worried about getting land level. That's not an issue. The issue is now here's what you do with the triangles. The thing Gio was talking about. You make a triangle 30 feet long on each side or whatever. Then you make another triangle level with that first triangle. Like the whole land's level that we're dealing with.
So it's bending with the level, right? So it's no longer coplanar then. It's actually you laying one triangle not being coplanar.
Hold on,
with
you'll
the next.
never know. You're never gonna know, bro, because you won't shut up.
But you won't focus on the issues that matter.
Yeah, but why not let him just get it all out, and then you can respond and say, you know what? Here's what I think.
Saving him so much time. If he keeps on saying making a triangle level with another triangle, but he doesn't understand that means it's not coplanar on the globe. Whereas Gio was talking about having coplanar triangles. Now Jeremy's talking about not having coplanar triangles.
He's making a good point.
We're going to find out if the coplanar after.
Sir, the Earth does not identify as a ball.
We're going to find out.
No, but if it is, why not assure that it's not out of your spec? Your spec is coplanar. If it is a sphere, you make those larger triangles. It won't be coplanar. So why not assure that it will be? And there's simple tasks to make sure that that's going to happen.
Zanuck identifies as a future globe skeptic.
The only way to do it is we know what level is. That's what water does. Or, if you've got land, I suppose you could make level land if you poured some water over it. And then, it's quite tricky actually to get perfectly level land unless you want to use GPS again or you use water. I mean, if I said to you, go out and make this land level, you wouldn't be able to do it over a distance of 6 miles, say, unless you have made it
I
follow some
absolutely
water.
would.
Okay,
I
you use
absolutely
water or
would be
something.
able to make
Okay,
land level.
how would you do that with water?
Sure, you could use a water level. I
Okay,
could use
so
a 10-foot
no,
water level, and I can make 800 square miles level.
right, using water. Okay, so you're going to use water to do it. So you might as well use water. So then the question is, having got this level surface, and we agree in a flat Earth it will be flat, and on a globe Earth it will be curved, you then need to compare that against something that's straight, horizontal. So you then need to build something that's horizontal. Now, initially I thought
You
Gio was
don't.
talking
If you
about...
heard me out, you would know you don't need to make a horizontal thing for what I'm talking about.
Well, you've got to compare two things. You've got to compare level
You'll never
against
let me
something
tell
that's
you that.
straight. Go ahead.
I don't believe you'll let me finish, but we'll see. So you make your little 30-foot triangle, right? We all have level land in front of us. Make a 30-foot triangle. Then around that, you make a 60-foot triangle. And as you get bigger, as you keep going bigger and bigger, the angles of the triangles would have to increase. So you'd be getting more of an angle in your triangle, which means the distance in between the first triangle to the last triangle, it's not going to be the same anymore because your
Are
angles
these
would have
triangles
increased.
coplanar?
They're all level. They're all level.
That's not coplanar.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know. You say it's not. This test is going to find out if it
Exactly.
is
So
or
this,
not.
yes, but you're assuming that it's
This
not
test will find
coplanar.
out. This test will tell you if it's coplanar or not. The
No,
thing
it
we're going
won't,
to do
because
with
you're
the triangles.
assuming it's coplanar. Part of your fundamental
No,
reasoning is
I'm
it's
not assuming it.
coplanar, but
I'm
it
not
won't
assuming
be.
anything.
You
I'm not assuming
are.
anything. I'm not
You just
assuming
said it
anything.
was.
I did
You
not.
were, right. So you're saying you're allowing. So in other words, these triangles could. You're allowing for the fact these triangles might not be coplanar. So we've got a 30,
The
60 foot
test tells
triangle.
us. The measurement we're going to do tells us if
What's
it's
the measurement you're
coplanar or
doing?
not. I don't know. Weren't talking, but you weren't listening either. So I don't know. Should I repeat it again? You make a 30-foot triangle. Around that triangle, you make a 60-foot triangle. Then you do a 90-foot triangle, and you keep stepping it up until eventually the outer triangle will have more of an angle. If it is a globe, it'll have more of an angle on it than the smaller one, and the distance apart between the sides will start varying. Because
Right.
there'll be more of an
That
angle.
would only happen if the triangles are not coplanar and are following the curved surface of the Earth.
That's what
Because
I
then you're
mean.
gonna
It's going to tell us afterwards whether they're coplanar or not.
You know
So
what this is
why?
almost like? This is almost like the like concentric circles of equal altitude.
But why bother with the inner circles? Why not just go for a super duper big triangle, 60 miles by 60 miles by 60 miles, and then see if the angle between these things adds up to 100, greater than 180? In other words, measure spherical excess. What are all these other triangles?
Because I would say you need to use the smallest one in the middle that you've verified to know for sure that triangle that's 60 whatever miles larger is actually correlative
coplanar.
with what coplanar. Yes, coplanar.
Yeah, exactly. See, you're trying to make them coplanar, and if they're not, then that doesn't work.
Yeah, you're making an extended plane.
Right, but you can do that. If the angle is greater than 180 degrees, you know they're not coplanar. If it's exactly 180 degrees, you know that those points on the triangle are coplanar, and it's flat. You don't need the other triangles.
But at some point, if the Earth is a sphere, if you have coplanar triangles all coming out from one,
you just need one.
What's the name for it when something is like the mold or whatever? But what's like the first one of like a run? What's that? I'm just trying to think of the name for that.
The prototype.
Yeah, like the kind of core prototype of it. But there's even another word that's beyond prototype. It's like the base structure.
Template. Baseline.
Yeah, more like a template. Yeah, a geometric template. Yeah. So as you create that horizontal plane going out from those three coplanar points from that initial one, the Earth, being a sphere, obviously will start to deviate from that plane. And so the triangles...
That requires you to have them in coplanar. You've just presumed they're coplanar or not.
So, I mean, essentially,
not interested in that.
In order to keep it level, like coplanar with the initial one, you'd have to, like, the walls would start you'd have to build them higher. And the spherical excess would clearly become evident.
But why not just build one that's 60 miles wide, each side equilateral triangle of 60 miles, and then just measure the angle between this walls of yours? And if they sum to greater than 180 degrees, you know you're not on a flat plane.
Well, I'm describing the idea I'm describing.
I know, and it's
if you have a different one, then propose it, but it's got to be good.
Yeah, but all the other triangles, these inner ones, are completely superfluous because you're trying to measure the spherical excess. Well, you can do that with one triangle. Trouble is, it has to be stonkingly sized.
We want
Yeah,
to
but
see.
you could measure the
We want to
distance.
see the entire spectrum of spherical excess happening throughout the entire gradient.
You don't need that though to measure that there is a
You could
spherical
measure
excess,
the
do you?
distance. You could measure the distance from the inner triangle to the outer triangle, and it wouldn't be equal because the angles would have.
Yes.
You're not listening. You're not listening,
No, I'm
Rumpus. That's
agreeing.
why you're having a problem following me.
No.
You can measure the distance.
Right.
You could measure the distance from the inner triangle, from all spots on the inner triangle to all the spots on the outer triangle, and the distance would be different because
But
of the angle
why
would have
bother
increased.
to do that when you could just generate a big triangle and measure not whether there's any spherical excess?
Okay, what are you measuring from with the bit? We just built one triangle. Now, what are you measuring from for
Right,
distance?
you're measuring the angle, the internal angle of this triangle. These where they come together, the three vertices. You measure the angle of the between the things you've used to join together, whatever that might be, whether it's cement or walls or whatever. You measure the angle between them. You add the three angles up. If they're equal 180, you know you're on a plane. If it's greater than 180, you know you're on a sphere.
Yeah, but
So
I hear you, bro.
making.
We're talking about doing it physically, though. So
Yeah, this is physical.
How are you going to
This is
make
physical.
that? How are you going to do that then?
Right, all I need, I just need a 60 miles worth of wall, whichever, or you probably need them. Yeah, you probably need about that 60 miles worth, or a rod. It doesn't even have to be
60?
particular.
Dude, that's
60
way
miles.
bigger.
Yeah,
That's
60
way
miles.
bigger. We've
But I
done
want a
the
decent-
math on it of what would be needed, and it's way less than 60 miles. But okay.
Well, I thought you were measuring spherical excess.
Yeah, but to measure spherical excess, you don't need to go 60 miles.
What angle? How much spherical excess do you think would be on the Earth at a 60-mile triangle?
Well, I mean, just keep going with your thing. We could do the math.
Well,
if you
okay,
want. Just go.
Well, I can't remember, but I mean, for instance, when they were doing when Jesse Kozlowski talks about spherical excess and the paper that is on McToon's website where they got measures spherical excess, NOAA does it. I think they're measuring distances that they're getting a difference of about half a degree, and they're measuring distances of several hundred miles. They're getting a spherical excess on. The excess is really tiny. That's what. And so, if you want a decent size, if you want a degree, an angle greater than 1 degree or something, you're going to need to build a triangle of, I believe, of over 100 miles each side. So that's
See, if you build one triangle, then you just try to measure degrees. That is very untargeted and very loosey goosey. You're not going to get anything solid from that.
Absolutely, you will.
Because if any of that is off, then the whole thing is just bunk. If you have them coming from the center, you're going to get a spectrum. That's the key part of having several.
You could do more of these factors. You could show that.
It's like the same concept of circle of equal altitude. They keep going out planar, whereas over a sphere, they're not going to be able to be planar. They fit differently, and like Jeremy was saying, there's different distances.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you could create the small triangles if you wanted to, but the big one is the one that's going to have the biggest difference. And you could if you wanted to, because we'll have one that has 100 miles, and then that would give you a 1 degree, and then you could build one with only say 50 miles, and then that would give you half a degree, and then you could do one 25 miles, and that might give you a quarter of a degree. Okay, you could do that.
Yeah. Right, but that's good too. But then the problem with that is that the distances are so far between them that you'd have to then have some really good way to make sure they're actually coplanar. Whereas if you have them closer and concentrically going out,
well, they're not coplanar. They're just getting one. They're just straight. You just need to be straight. You just need to join these things straight. So you've got this triangle, and you just want to make sure that the joins between the two things are straight.
Yeah, you're not really dealing with a plane if you're going to do it that way. For that, you need very, very, very.
Well, they are on a flat Earth. It would be a plane.
Lines. You need really.
It would be a plane on a flat Earth, and you join those lines. They would be planar. They would be coplanar. That's the point. On a spherical Earth, they wouldn't be coplanar, and therefore you have a spherical excess.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying if you're doing it larger like that, you don't have to make a plane. You can just do the lines on the Earth, technically. And if you're just measuring the angle,
yes.
What I'm talking about doing is actually making a plane.
Making a plane. Well, that means you've got to make them coplanar, and then you've got the problem about forcing lines, I say, and then you've got to make them accurate to within atoms. Every joint of, I think it was, and the one I would, the 10 atoms
doesn't have to be atoms, dude.
If you do the maths, it ends up being a resolution of atoms is required to create something that's straight. If you're joining it every 10 meters or something.
Well, just imagine this. I know this may sound like a big project, but just imagine for a moment. Let's say you've got just thousands of acres. It's all leveled, just to basic level, quote unquote, I mean, not to some exactitude, but it's leveled land in that sense to the best of your ability. And then you create 30-foot, all the sides of the triangle, 30-foot, 30-foot, 30-foot triangle. Then you make a 60, a 90, whatever, however, increments are going to go. And each time you do it, especially if you made them pretty close together, like 60 to 90. Obviously, those triangles are going to be pretty close. You could then use multiple tools like the little local laser levels,
Not accurate enough.
spirit levels, water levels. You
Not
could
accurate
actually
enough.
make the first one, the first 30-foot one, you could make that a pool, so you could have water in it. So then you'd be going
Well, that
out
would be
and you'd be
level.
creating these additional triangles, and you could have lasers that you could shoot long distance.
Not accurate enough.
It is optical, but anyways, I'm just saying that is one you could do that.
It's
But then
not.
also
It's not accurate enough. You're not
also
listening to
have
me.
water
None of
levels.
those systems are accurate enough to
And,
measure the difference over a few hundred acres or whatever it was you were talking about. You don't seem to understand the geometry of the problem. I'll tell you what. I'll do a
Yes,
presentation on how
it doesn't
accurate it
have
has
to
to
be
be.
anything to do with atoms. Now
It
you would have to
does.
have it,
You
would
don't
have to have it
understand.
accurate.
The bending is so. The Earth is very flat. It's only 1 millimeter drop over 100 meters.
Of course it is.
And to measure, and so if you're not going to measure the vertical change, but you're trying to measure the sort of horizontal change, the situation is much worse. 1 millimeter over 100 meters is the vertical drop. The horizontal change is much, much less than that. And that's
It's a
what you're trying
millimeter,
to.
Rumpus. You keep saying atoms, and now you're saying it's a
Well,
millimeter.
you're joining things at every 30. Yes, if you want to get something to be coplanar, in other words, a straight line, and you've got joints, say every 30 feet, and you want to do 100 meters, then to get 1 millimeter. So in other words, you could simply say, what's the angle you're going to have to. Right, so if you're saying you've got a 1 millimeter change over 100 meters, and that's vertical, because that's not what you're trying to measure, remember? You're trying to measure the horizontal angle, which is much worse. But let's just deal with the vertical drop, which is an order of magnitude bigger. So you've got 1 millimeter over 100 meters. And let's suppose you made that out of 10. You did that in 10 meter lumps. 10 times 10 meter lumps. You would have to not lose 1 millimeter over that angle. So if you measure the angle, those rods would have to meet.
That's why the best way to do this is to make 4 points. You get the distances between all the points. You now will know if that is if that geometrically is a flat plane or a curved surface.
So I didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't agree with Rumpus that level of precision, that level, whatever. You're invoking.
The way to do it is the way I just said. That's the way.
I didn't understand what you said, Jeremy, but I can do you a presentation showing you the accuracy required of the joints to make a 100-meter long thing only have a 1 millimeter error in it after 100 meters. If you had 10 joints of 10-meter lumps, how you would then make that only have the accuracy you would require of the joints, the angle of between one top of the joint and the bottom of the joint, what you would need to do. And I can assure you it comes to the level of being something like, it might be 50 atoms worth, 50 microns or something. It's absolutely beyond anybody possible manufacturing tolerances you could ever have.
Well,
and the way you're doing it,
this demonstration site would have multiple things, because if you're building those triangles,
none of them are accurate enough. You keep on saying this, but it's not working.
All right, I was just going to say something, which is that would be one thing, but like that would all be one part of it. But like Jeremy was saying as well, if you have these concentric triangles like a circles of equal altitude, of course you can involve the stars with this whole thing as well, of course, because if you built this under a GP of a star, boom, now you're really talking. So then we have like basically triangular circles of equal altitude. Well, you have the circles and the triangles, because obviously you can draw a circle around every triangle. So you basically, this whole demonstration system, this whole site would have circles of equal altitude, celestial navigation, spherical excess, water levels, and multiple other components that could be built into it that would all correlate. And then
would be
the distances between those GPs and circles of equal altitude also will show whether it's coplanar.
That's much too inaccurate. All the GP stuff and star stuff would be much too inaccurate for any of this. Absolutely.
We're going to incorporate that. Absolutely.
Well, that would be no good. That's not going to give the accuracy you need.
Because then we're going to build these all over the world and then celestially connect them. That'll be the finale.
No. If you're not going to use optics, well, of course, celestial stuff is optical, and you said you weren't going to do that, but so it's a bit confusing. You're mentioning it now.
Because even if we had this whole triangle like demonstration site, even if we got planar, that could only mean it's planar there. So this needs to be done all over the world.
Well, we're prepared to accept if you made sure that what you were dealing with was level, and you were not, and you were, I think it would be good enough to show that locally it was flat, because that doesn't exist. The whole point about the globe and water is that it will follow the curve everywhere. So you'd be invalidating the globe model if you were able to find, say, I don't know, a couple of kilometers of water that was not curved and was perfectly flat, then you would invalidate the globe to everybody's satisfaction, to global satisfaction.
Okay, so are you guys ready for me now? Because I have a few objections to everybody's comment here. Just a few. Rumpus. So I understand what you're trying to point out there as far as spherical excess, but I could be wrong, but you might not be thinking it through all the way with just one triangle that is line of sight to, let's say, a telephone pole 60 miles away, another 60 miles away from that telephone pole, another telephone pole. And let's say the angles are roughly the same, and you think those angles will be greater than 180. My
Well, we've talked about that. That's one way to. I mean,
I'm telling you guys, the best way to do it. Hold on.
Zanik hasn't made
if you
his
let me
point yet,
finish it, that's not what I'm saying. So let me finish to the end, and then you make predictions. Okay. So we have those three angles. If you have telephone poles, and for me, it'd be like, Redwood City, Palo Alto. I got San Francisco. Then I got Walnut Creek. Those are three cities that are roughly a triangle. And let's say they're all 60 miles away, exactly 60.
And then we add drones with massive plumb lines. Boom.
And they're all. The best way to do this.
Zanik hasn't got to the punchline yet.
Seriously, can I finish? I know.
I'm next.
Yeah, this is why I get so
I'm just
upset.
giving a little color commentary. I
don't mind it. If it's funny, I don't care. But if it's trying to interrupt me, I maybe you were.
Well, no, I'm really saying because if you had a massive triangle like that, you could also have like towers that would. Anyways, there's other ideas that could be added into it. But plumb lines made with massively very high altitude plumb lines made with drones at each part of the triangle to show that they're all actually shooting outwards. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it would be. So all these triangles that are shooting straight upward, even though they're curved away, would all be triangles. The only way you can measure spherical excess is to show the diverting plumb lines by taking the top triangle and have that angle. I think I put it.
I don't think you know what. Hold on, sorry to interrupt, Zanik. I don't think you know what spherical excess is. It's the spherical
I do know
excess.
what it is.
Then why are you talking about the vertical tilt?
See, this is why I can't get it. Even you.
Sorry.
Let me finish it.
Rumpus is rumpusing you. What do you want me to do? Should we mute him?
Go ahead, Zanik. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So spherical. I know it's spherical excess. Okay. So it's concerning the azimuthal difference measured at each location.
Correct.
Now that doesn't happen with one triangle. So they use three triangles for a reason. Well, then that's where I could be wrong, and that's why I'm throwing it out there.
No,
but
you're right.
One triangle.
You're right. It never happens with one. Hold on,
Zanik,
you're right. It never happens with one. I know he can hear me talking. I know he can hear me talking.
Zanik, it does. Sorry, it does. That's what if you look at the McToon's website, he's got one triangle, and it's got a spherical excess, and he's got lots of different triangles which all have a spherical excess. You only need one.
They don't. They
never measure one triangle. They measure angles from different.
No, you only need one triangle. If it's got more than 180 degrees, you're not on a plane.
Rumpus.
It's really simple.
When they measure,
hold on, just one more.
When they measure,
well, I was just gonna say, just for moderation, like Rumpus, we should like view this as almost like a business meeting. Like if you were at a business meeting, you know what I mean, with people, like you let everyone speak because we're all like sharing our piece. And I know that even I was jumping in and joking when Zanik was going too, but it's the most effective because, dude, when you jump in, like, okay, I'm listening to Jeremy, right? He's right in the middle of this thing, and I'm trying to comprehend it. And then when you go, blah, and I know whatever you're saying might be great. It might be fantastic. You might have the best insight ever known to mankind. But when you do that, we don't even really know what you're saying, and then we can't even hear what he's saying. So the whole thing is nullified.
I'm sorry. But it's just, this is so fundamental. Anybody knows anything about spherical excess knows you only need one triangle. It's basic.
Okay, that's not how they do it. They measure different angles. Now, Zanik, you guys,
I thought it was me.
Zanik's right.
I never
they
get to finish my point, but okay, go ahead. I thought it was pretty brief too, but the joking with Gio is fine. I don't mind joking at all by that. But if there's going to be a discussion back and forth, it's like a business meeting. So, presenting, I'm saying, team, our company's going to fail because we have spherical excess wrong. Here's why, and I make my case. You don't just You know?
Well, it's just so fun. I thought we all knew
I know,
this.
but we were trying to move forward. Let's just give the mic to Jeremy.
You guys won't let anyone else. They won't let anyone else get in.
Just go ahead, Jeremy. No one's going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I don't believe you, Gio. But so Zanik's right. They do use different. They measure. They take a the azimuth, the horizontal angle to the plumb lines, and then they measure that at one point. Then they do the same thing at a different point in the same thing. They're basically measuring like 6 different triangles or something, 3 different triangles, whatever. 3 triangles.
They're not
Here's
coplanar.
You only
Triangles
need
are-
one
I don't-
triangle. The fact they're doing multiple triangles is just measuring different triangles, all showing different excesses. But each individual
It's the only
triangle
way
has
they
its
can do
own
it.
excess.
Okay, Jeremy, please allow me to do this. I think you want me to. Jeremy, you want
Listen,
me.
the point, the
Let me
best, the
do it
best
real
way to
quick.
do this.
Jeremy,
All right,
can you
I'm
let me
next.
do it?
I'm
Yes or
going
no?
next. You go, and I'm going.
No,
next.
it's I never got my point out. Come on, be fair here.
You go, and then I'll tell you guys the real way to
Thank
do
you.
this. Go ahead.
Okay, so Rumpus, you're part right. You can do it with one, but it would be one that would be oriented different heights on 3 different plumb lines.
The heights don't matter.
Well, let me just finish, and you can make the objection. So, if you have a plumb line, and it is perfectly plumb at 3 locations, and you went up 1,000 feet on that plumb line, on all 3 plumb lines, and measured the angles, that would equal 180 degrees. If you did, however, look at one triangle, measure 1,000 foot on one, 500 foot on the other.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
20 feet.
You're correct.
Correct. See, I knew it wasn't possible. I couldn't even
Sorry.
finish one
Yeah,
sentence.
you're correct. I'm telling you, correct. I'm telling you, correct.
Oh, thank you. So it is one triangle, but it has to be measured on different points on the plumb line as far
Same
as
elevation. They have to have the same
Yes.
elevation.
So there we go.
Yes.
So I'm just clarifying.
you were right.
Rupp was
Yeah.
just saying, because I think there's a misunderstanding with the other side of the argument. So yes, that's how you do it.
Okay.
Yeah, they have
okay.
to have the
Great.
same elevation.
Cool. So the way hold on. I'm going next. So the way you actually do this without having to have some goofy optical shit is you make a square on a completely level surface. You get 4 points. You have the distances between all the points. These distances will tell you if it's planar or not coplanar. That's how you do it, not optically. There's no optics involved with that.
What? How have you done this over
Right,
60
what
miles?
what Danny just said is why the spherical excess is bullshit, because the elevation.
It's
is
not
what's in
bullshit.
fucking-
You can measure it.
No. I'm agreeing with you, Zanuck. I'm saying the reason the spherical excess argument conclusion is because,
breaking
like, when
up,
McToon brings it up, we tell him
You're breaking
elevation.
up,
This thing
Brian.
gets
We've no idea what you've been saying. Brian, you've got to sort out your internet.
So I don't know why. Yeah. So I don't know why you guys couldn't understand what I said. You get 4 points on a level surface. You have the distances between all 4 points. These distances will tell you if it's flat or if it's curving. How do you not understand that?
Yes, the same thing with the triangles. But the point is, you need to have them about 60 miles long.
The
Which
triangles is
engineering.
wild optical. The triangle you're talking about is a crazy optical thing.
No, a triangle or a square will do the same thing. What you're talking about, you're choosing to do it on a square. If you did it with a triangle, you'd have the same thing.
And Jeremy, we're looking up and down. So we're no refraction in the left and right. We're going up and down. We're saying, you got a mountain at 6,000 feet, when it's 2,000 feet, when it's 1,000 feet. That's some pretty substantial. This is a big angle differences there. And if we measure that triangle between those 3 points at different elevations above the surface, there will be spherical excess. And Rumpus will absolutely agree with me. And that's how it's done. One triangle, different altitudes or different elevations.
You want to avoid different altitudes if you can. I mean, obviously the easiest way to do it is if they're all the same elevation. But if not, then you have to make allowances for it. There's some geometry you have to do. But the easiest way to think about it is they're all sitting at the same elevation. Then we can eliminate a lot of the extra geometry and just focus on that. If they're all say you've got 1,000-foot pole, so you can see something 60 miles away. So you've got 1,000-foot plumb bob. You're at the top of each one. They're all 3 of them 1,000 feet high, and then you measure the azimuth direction between all 3 of them. Add up the azimuths of all 3 vertices of the triangle. They will add up to more than 180 if you're on a sphere. They'll be exactly 180 if you're on a plane.
Oh, Rumpus, I'm sad now because now we're in disagreement. Let me go over this real quick. I'm not going to go over it. Say real quick. You already told me that if you're different altitudes, then you would actually have this one single triangle. If you use all those points, remember, we're not taking tape measures along the surface. We're actually shooting a laser or a tight string between all 3 of those.
No, you don't need a laser. You just need to measure the angle.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick because I want to hear your response. I really do. Right. So we got three lines to those 3 poles, and they're all plumb. Means they're angled away. I'm saying
doesn't matter.
I know you're saying that, but think about it for a second.
Their line of sight, dipshit. They got to be 180. Their line of sight.
Exactly.
No,
Brian's
that's
right.
the
I think.
point. No.
Well, no, that's not the
What are you
point.
gonna look at? You're gonna look at it.
Dang it! Just let me finish, and then we can.
That's what we
This is
needed.
a business.
Brian
It's a
to
business
come
meeting.
in with a
It's a business
group
meeting.
insult that to fire things up. That's
It's a
what we
big-
need.
yeah,
I was just fucking with
it's a
Rumpus,
group.
man.
Remember,
That's
it's a
what the
group
doctor
meeting.
ordered.
Hold on.
It's a group
Did the
business.
rumpus?
It's a group
Is the
business
rumpus
meeting.
trying to
I'm
say
at the helm. I have my pointer.
Hold on,
Hold
Hold
on.
on. Is the rumpus trying to say that
I'm
if we have 3
talking.
points? I know. Hold on. I just missed something. My kid was yelling. If we is the rumpus saying if we have 3 points line of sight on a curved surface, it'll be more than 180?
Yes.
Oh my God, rumpus!
That's
so
what
dumb.
spherical excess is. Jesus
Okay,
Christ!
don't remember the
You don't know what
Zanik,
Zanik. You don't know what spherical excess is. Then
Jeremy, you're causing
Zanik,
chaos. I was going to
fix
ask
this, Zanik.
Jeremy, this is why business meetings don't work like this. I'm at the front of the room. I have the pointer. I have the laser pointer.
Zanik, you better
guys are in
fix
the audience.
this. Your boy's
Don't
out of
fucking
control.
just jump out and start vomiting all over everybody. Okay, just let me finish because I was going to ask that and make that same point that you did, Jeremy. You know I was. So Rumpus, if I have 3 points and I have straight line of sight to all 3 of them, that will be a perfect triangle. There'll be no spherical excess.
Yes,
Spherical
there
excess
will.
only.
Oh boy! Wow!
Again, remember we're in the business meeting.
It's
Now,
Rumpus
I could be
causing
wrong.
most of the conversational problems. Let's be real. Come on, Rumpus, dude. Just get
I
yourself
will-
together. You don't
I
have to
just said
holler.
yes. I answered his question.
I will
He asked
let
me a
you.
question.
I will let
I
you
said
respond.
yes.
I will let you respond, but just it doesn't matter where those points are, where they came from. All I know is there's 3 points, and if you have straight lines between 3 points, it will form a perfect triangle. The problem, Rumpus, is this: if we have a diverging plumb lines, all 3 of those are diverging plumb lines from each other, and we take the measurement from different altitudes, like a 1,000 foot mark, a 2,000 foot mark, a 5,000 foot mark, and then we add those angles together. This triangle will be kind of tilted. Then you will measure spherical excess. Now, Rumpus will never admit he's wrong in this, but he is.
That's a different issue. What you've
You must
described.
think we see in curves.
Hold on, Brian.
You think we
If have
see?
line
You
of
think we
sight-
see
hold on,
points in
Brian.
curves?
If you have line of sight with 3 points, that will be 180 degrees. It doesn't matter what's going on underneath you, above you, to the side of you. You'll never
Jeremy's
get more
right.
than 180 with that.
Yep.
You work. Try drawing, Jeremy. Get a football. Draw one. Pick the North Pole on your football. Put a point there. Pick another point. Make that on the equator. Draw 2 more points that are opposite one another, and draw those things. And you then have what's called a spherical triangle on a ball. The angles that the sum up of those triangles will be greater than 180 degrees, and that's analogous to what's happening on the globe.
3 points, line of sight.
Rumpus. You had 3
Zanuck,
points.
hold on. You had your
Straight lines
shot.
between them.
You had your shot, Zanuck. You
But I
blew it.
succeeded,
All right,
didn't
we're
I,
all
Jeremy?
disappointed. No, because he still thinks you're going to have more than 180.
Well,
with
he's
this
not going
line
to
of
agree with
sight.
anybody, so that's the way it is.
Draw a spherical triangle on the surface of a football, and you're sorted. You can see it yourself and have
Yeah,
experience.
that's true. That's true, Rumpus. But we're not talking about drawing on the surface.
That is
We're
what
talking
spherical
about-
excess is.
We're talking about points.
It's not.
Points.
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
it
that
is. That's
you're,
how-
you're
that's the way
right.
it's
But that's not how
defined
you
it.
measure it. But we're measuring it optically, so you can't use
Yes.
You got to use the pole. That's why we talked about the poles. You said measure 1,000 feet up all those poles, and that's going to be spherical excess. No, you're wrong. Only at the surface will you see spherical excess. On the poles, you won't unless you measure at different elevations above the surface.
This is why they have to use 3 different triangles when they measure spherical excess, because if you have 3 points and line of sight to all the points, you'll never have more than 180 degrees from that, unless you have some kind of weird refraction thing going on. But
Right, Zanuck, the spherical excess is as I described. If you draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere, the angles, if you sum up the vertices, will add up to more than 180 degrees. That's the definition of spherical excess.
There's spherical excess on both axes on the globe.
But we're not talking about. But Rumpus,
you
we're
just
not talking
add
about.
massive
Hold
chaos
on.
to it.
We're not talking about the surface. We're talking about plumb lines dropped from 1,000 feet over 3 points over the sphere. If we have line of sight, all those 1,000-foot points to each other, that will form a perfect triangle. No excess. I like the silence though, because I know people are thinking that.
If you're looking from the top of one pole to another pole at the same altitude.
Yes. You see now? I mean, I'm not going to see. I told you.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Hold on. Yes, I'm a
Wrong.
dilemma now because you
It's a common misconception, Rumpus. Just embrace it. I'm not gonna like rub your nose in it. It's just common. I made the same mistake.
Rumpus is
I think
now.
We're all set. If you have 3 line of sight, if you have 3 points and line of sight on all the points, you'll never get it more than 180, right, Rumpus?
I think Jeremy
Draw-
enlightened me a long time.
Jeremy,
Right,
draw
Rumpus?
a triangle on a ball
He
and
still
add up
doesn't
the
understand,
angles.
Zanuck.
What's that?
He still doesn't get it.
I know,
Rumpus,
it's
if you have
hard.
3
It took me a long
points,
time to get it too.
no, it
It
took
definitely
5 seconds
fights your
to get.
common
This is
sense.
simple shit. What do you mean it took you? This took you a long time
No,
to get.
you thought about. Yeah, I think you actually brought it to my attention. If I was, I don't remember. But I'm. Oh
Back when
yeah,
you were
yeah,
in
you're
the-
right.
Survey when we survey and lay shit out, the ground
Because,
underneath
remember,
doesn't
Jeremy,
fucking
you're like,
matter.
I got a point here. I got a point there.
Rumpus,
How's that
Rumpus
not
still
180?
thinks you're going to get more than 180 with these 3 line of sight points, dude. Are you going to fix
I know.
this or no? I don't think you can.
I am. He's thinking. He's going to figure it out. Just don't rub his nose in it. It's kind of
How
funny.
much you
Like I
wanna
said,
bet he
I'm
won't
not
admit he
embarrassed
was
to
wrong?
call him out because I made the same mistake.
I've been preaching it since Brandon, since y'all first brought that shit up. If we got line of sight, it's got to be 180.
Yeah, they tried doing this to me on Jose.
Well,
They
no,
were
that's
like,
not. No, that's not true either. Now, see, Brian is going off the reservation here. Brian, if we have line of sight on all 3 of those points, but all those plumb lines are different heights. So I'm at 1,000 feet. One's at 5,000 feet. The other's at 10,000 feet. The angles will not. No, it's all line of sight, all straight lines. The angles will add up to greater than 180.
If you only use one orientation, whose orientation? The third.
Brian, it's
If you
pretty
only use-
simple. I have an angle to something I can see. You may not know how high it is, but I know. I know it's higher than you're looking elevation above the surface. And there's another point that he looks at, that guy looks at, that's higher than him. They're all different spots elevation-wise. If we add up those angles, they will
I know
add
what
up to
you're saying,
greater
bro.
than 180 based on the definition of spherical excess.
Yeah,
Period.
that's
End of
based-
story.
Right. That's based on multiple orientations. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm talking about is reality.
How is it multiple
And
orientations?
everybody, I'm talking about everybody the same orientation. And if I can see
What do you
2
mean
other points,
orientation?
if I can see 2 other points, then it's going to make a
Well, I see
coplanar
those other points.
triangle.
It's fine, Brian. That's why I don't like your word orientation.
No matter
We're
what,
looking
if
at
I can
points,
see
Brian.
2 other points, I'm going to get a
I
coplanar
still see
triangle,
them.
even if it's tilted.
we know that, bro. We know that. Rumpus is the only one that doesn't know that.
No, he doesn't know that. Brian,
You
if
know,
we
I
look
just said he doesn't know that. We know.
Yeah, Brian, if we are looking at 3 points, we see them all line of sight, no problem seeing them. If one is 1,000 feet, one is 5,000 feet, and one is 10,000 feet, those are the 3 points. See them, Brian, again. We measure the angles between them. If we're on a spherical surface, the angles will add up to be more than 180 degrees. That's
Zanuck,
called
I can
spherical excess.
okay. If I got to consider myself at one of them points.
Jeremy, that was
Okay?
as clear as I could possibly make it.
Yeah, I'm
See,
with you.
that's
I'm with you.
still
But
get it.
listen, if I'm at one of them points, then I'm only seeing 2 other points. I am one of them points. Unless you're stepping
Are you
outside of the
fucking
hold
kidding
on,
me? Brian,
Unless,
you're
let
at
me.
one point
I'm
you see
listening to
the other
you
2
now.
points.
Can I
Yes.
respond? If I step outside of the triangle with the different elevation, that's fine. But if I'm within the triangle and I have 2 other points that I'm observing, it's going to make a coplanar triangle, even if it tilts a little
No.
bit. If I'm one
Well,
of
yeah,
them
it's
points,
coplanar, but the planar is not oriented to where you think it is. It's
yeah, it can
tilted.
tilt, but it's still going to make a coplanar
No
triangle. period.
coplanar. That's
No
a
getting
bad
around
term.
it. It's reality.
Because all triangles are coplanar.
Well, not according to
Somebody
Rumpus.
else
This
might not be.
one that we have line of sight on isn't going to be. It's going to have more than 180 degrees in it.
Right, but it still could be. There's still a plane. It still describes out a plane, doesn't it?
Listen, they tried doing this to me on Jose's a long time ago. B-Ball for Life was in on it. So was one of them other Glovers. All right, they tried telling me for an hour that if you had line of sight on 3 points, if those 3 points were over a globe, you'd have more than 180 degrees. All right, they didn't. They
Do I have
are
to
on the
take my
same
globe
thing
and make,
Rumpus
like,
is on.
Do I have to make
They're
my
on the
globe
same
and
thing.
poke holes
Listen,
in
the
it?
way to do this, forget all that. I don't care if that Rumpus doesn't know triangles. It's fine. The way to do this is to draw a square. You draw a square on level surface. You have 4 points, each corner of the square. Then you measure the distances between all the points. This will tell you definitively without optical goofy shit if this is a planar or non-planar
Yeah.
surface you did it on.
Maybe we go to Salt Flats to do that because that was one of my questions. perfect square on
Listen,
the Earth.
It doesn't have to be a perfect square, Brian. You just have to have 4 points.
I realize that. I realize that. It was just one of my questions.
Jeremy and Brian, if we're on the picture of the globe, and let's make it really dramatic. I got a pole coming straight out of the North, and I got a pole coming out of the equator, and then I'm 90 degrees opposed to the equator position. I got another pole. So there's your spherical excess that Brumpus is talking about. On the surface, yes, that's a crazy.
Not from a God view. If I have a God view, then I'm looking at a disc, and then I'm looking at a disc, and I'm looking at 180 degrees between the 3 points.
Brian, for all that is holy in the world, please, Mother Mary, the Tooth Fairy, Tom and Jerry, just please.
Well, I'm only arguing line of sight.
No, you're not.
So
you're just not thinking it through. Hold on.
What do you mean? No, I'm not. You're telling me what my argument is now? I'm saying I'm only arguing line of sight. So
these are line of sights.
Equator, then I have to have a God view.
These are line of sights, Brian. These are line of sights. So I get the poles coming out of the equator, 90 degrees opposed on the circle, and I get the North Pole coming out. Now, all these points on these things can be seen if they're all exactly, let's say, a foot off. Let's say they're a foot off your globe. Got a foot coming off one way, a foot 90 degrees above that, and a foot coming out of the North Pole. I can have line of sight for all 3 of those points from any other point and make a perfect triangle. No spherical excess. None. But if I change the altitude to the surface and I have 3 different altitudes, then those angles will not add up to 180 degrees. And that's what Jeremy is saying.
Yeah, you're talking about, or if you change orientation, like on your globe, that's what I'm surprised Rumpus ain't figured this out yet. If you change orientation, that's the only thing that starts giving you excess is the change in orientation. Because now if I'm at Capricorn looking due east, I'm not looking along a latitude line. I'm looking at the fucking equator. And if I'm at Cancer, I'm looking due east. That's because I changed orientation. That's what I can't believe Rumpus ain't even figured this shit out yet. So I'm giving you your argument, Rumpus. But if we have line of sight, it doesn't matter. It's always going to be 180 as long as the other 2 points. There's no getting around it because you're going to go straight for that point of line in free space. As long as there's line of sight, it'll always be 180. Period. That's my only argument.
No, that's wrong. That's a common misconception. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Only if those are all the same height above the surface of a varying plumb line. If they're not, that triangle you draw will have greater than 180 degrees. It's not that difficult to grasp. You just got to fight your assertion that you're right, Brian. It's not right. If I'm at 1,000 feet, if I'm at 1,000 feet, you're at 5,000 feet, and there's one at 10,000 feet, all line of sight, and you measure the angles, there will be spherical excess. The only time there will not be spherical excess is if they're all the same altitude. And first, Rumpus agreed with me, and he understood it. Then he went back to the height. Now he's thinking about it. He'll figure it out.
Zdenek, are you one of the observers in your example? Can you give me an example as you being one of the observers?
Yes, I'm at the 1,000.
So quit naming 3 points. Name 2 points because you're one of the points.
Rumpus has never been wrong, Zdenek. What do you think he's going to do? Come back and tell you he was wrong?
Well, he's going to say, "Oh, I misunderstood you." All right, figure out some excuse. If I don't care, I just want truth. I'm a truth seeker.
I'm thinking about it.
The truth is, he's thinking about it.
I'm a truth seeker. The way to do this, right or wrong. I just want it to be right.
You're not a truth seeker.
And if I'm wrong, I want to be wrong. I want to know it. Believe me. If Brian is right, God bless him. I'll fix my program.
Well, my only argument is line of sight. Line of sight.
They're all line of sight, Brian.
The salt flats?
No one's disagreeing. They're not line of sight. All of them line of sight.
You're thinking about the ground underneath it, Zdenek, and I'm thinking about my straight line of sight to the other 2 points.
I don't have to think about it, Brian. I already know the answer.
How level are the salt flats, guys? Are they like super level, or do they have elevation?
You're perfectly level. Same elevation across. Roughly. It's not perfect.
But Zdenek, you agreed that if you're at sea level and you measure these angles, you would have a spherical excess. And they are at the same altitude.
If you drew a tape measure along the surface, you would.
Right, so you would have spherical excess if they were at the same altitude. You said that they wouldn't have a spherical excess if they were at the same altitude.
There's no spherical axis at the same altitude because you're getting line of sight, straight line.
Yes, that's a separate issue. The line of sight, I agree with you. The line of sight's a separate issue, but you stated at one point that if the altitude was the same, well, perhaps it was in the context of line of sight. Okay, I might give you that. But if the things are at the same altitude,
it was totally in context, and we all agree that we're looking at two. Yeah, we're definitely looking.
Yeah,
straight lines.
I wasn't considering the line of sight situation. But yes, if you have a line of sight, then as Brian said, then if you can see the things, then you are effectively drawing.
Oh yes, it depends on what you're using. Well, that starts to get in. It depends on what you're using for your baseline to get your elevation.
You're right. Even if you have line of sight and you have different altitudes, then you will have.
Yes.
Because you will have different.
Yeah,
I'm aware of that. I was aware of the altitude issue you had to take into account.
Of course you are. We talked to you earlier, but now we just put it all together.
But I thought if they were the same altitude, but yes, but I wasn't then considering the line of sight when I was considering if you're at the surface, which you have agreed. If you're at the same altitude and say on the surface, you would still have a spherical excess. But if the context of the discussion is only line of sight situations, then yes, that must form a. If they're same altitude, then that must form a triangle.
Well, say same elevation then. Same elevation.
Same elevation.
Follow the same elevation the entire path to the other dot, not line of sight. Opposite of line of sight, following the surface, which is different. But if you're following the surface,
opposite of line of sight.
You're looking line of sight, not just as Brian said, where you're looking dot to dot. You're actually looking at dot to dot to dot, which are in different elevations, and they'll form different angles, and they'll have an excess of 180 degrees if you add them all. Only because they're all different elevations.
Keep being slicky and naming three instead of just naming because you're one of the points. Like I said, if you're one of the observers,
I'm one of the points, and I'm looking at two other points.
It could be Polaris in a antenna 50 miles away. It's going to always be 180 degrees if you're one of the observers to line of sight to two other points. It's going to be a coplanar triangle no matter how you tilt it, no matter how you turn it. If you have line of sight to two other points, quit naming 3 points. That's slick, in my opinion. You keep changing the example by sneaking in a third point. I keep telling you, you're one of the observers. Okay, you're seeing two other points. The elevation doesn't matter. You're going to get a coplanar triangle no matter what way you tilt it or turn it.
No, so thank you for bringing Polaris. That's an extreme. I like with extreme examples. So you got Polaris as a point above the North Star, above the North Pole. That's a real far place to be. As long as your other 2 points are not the same height above the surface, this will work.
You think I'm gonna draw a line to the North Pole or to Polaris?
If they got line of sight and that line of sight is a straight line, then they must be coplanar. In which case it would be 180.
And I think Rumpus is 10 times smarter than you, Zanik.
If they're all straight lines, yeah.
Quit acting like you're teaching Rumpus anything, Zanik. He's 10 times smarter than you.
So Zanik's a bright lad. Don't slag him off. Zanik, if you have 3 straight lines forming this triangle, even if they're at different altitudes, it doesn't matter. If there's 3 straight lines between the points, then that must form 180 degrees.
I was just messing with Zanik too, man. I got to give y'all flack, man.
You're just teasing. Okay, yeah. Zanik didn't get too excited. So I think he took it in the spirit it was intended. So Zanik, if you've got a triangle, doesn't matter what the altitudes are. If you've got a triangle in 3D space and there's a lot of straight lines joining the vertices, that's a coplanar triangle. Well, it's always going to be coplanar. So a coplanar triangle, and those the sum must be 180 degrees.
But like if we're talking about not line of sight, then I head for the North Pole instead of Polaris. Then yeah, you're talking about excess in your model. But yeah, if I'm heading straight for Polaris, then straight for the top of that antenna, then that'd be the 3 points. Yeah, I agree with Rumpus, and that's what I agree 100%.
So the issue was I was thinking in terms of it's all about with the context. Whether we were talking about line, I was still not talking about line of sight, but then you were. So Zanik was correct in his thing about but I think if you have a difference in altitude, but you have line of sight, it's 3 straight lines, then the sum must be 180 degrees because they're coplanar. The lines between the points. So I think you can have things at different altitude and still be 180 degrees. I don't think it's necessarily what you said.
Well, yeah, now it's going to be a little more involved. So yeah, we got those. Look at that drawing I put up. The alpha, beta, and gamma angles. So that isn't really the angle between them. It's the angle between where they would see a plumb line and where the next
that's
angle
the one.
sees
Yeah, that's the one. Indeed, that's over. Thank you, Starcoder. Yes, Starcoder has actually put up the diagram. Yeah, indeed, Starcoder.
So Brian, that's right. So that's why we have to look at it a little even deeper. there's a different dissemination of the angles. So yeah, but triangles, all line of sight will always be at 180.
Yes, agreed. So I think we both learned something here, Zanik.
Yep, absolutely. That's why I like these discussions. They're always really fun.
Yes, yeah. So indeed, so my statement was only applicable to the non-line of sight condition. But yes, if you do the line of sight, then yes, then they do have to be 180. And indeed, even the case where there's a different altitude, because you've got line of sight. If you've got 3 straight lines joining 3 points, then that's going to sum to 180. But on the surface of the Earth, it doesn't work, and then the altitude situation confuses things again if you don't have a line of sight.
Right.
And Starkwood has put a diagram in there to help this. I'll read through that.
So those angles top. Yeah, so you're measuring the angles to that vertex from each triangle that is established, parallel triangles from each successive lower point. That's the way it's done.
That makes me think of another idea that we could add on to all this, which would be to, once we have like the triangles, very large ones going out, you could then make you could make plumb lines that go out from those, which essentially would be just directly vertical towers at each of the 3 points of the triangle, and then take visual readings from that higher altitude, which would give you 3 coplanar points. I mean, of course, you have refraction because this is optical. Although I wonder if that could be built in physical as well, but that gets even more complicated. But anyways, my point is that you could compare the triangle on the Earth to the actual coplanar visual one above it.
But we're not comparing. That's just interesting. That's what I kind of learned here with this discussion. That's why I wanted to get in, because I never, like, if someone said, "Is that the way it is? Bet your life on it." No, but that's why I think I understand it. And every time I've gone over with somebody, I've always learned something new. And this is the final straw. Now I got it. Now I really understand it. So what this drawing says is we're not creating a new triangle at all. The spherical axis isn't the triangle. The spherical axis is each of these angles of 3 different triangles adding up to be greater than 180.
Yes,
that's
spherical excess. Spherical excess is.
Yes, the spherical excess, as Starkwood was saying, is as you say, it's the spherical excess added up in each individual's plane. Yeah,
right.
So the way,
a little confusing. I didn't even think that was it. I just assumed.
Man,
here's
can you
this
guys
odd
hear me?
Oh, I can hear. Go ahead. Sorry.
Your mic is a little quiet and it does sound a little muffled.
We were having a revelation, Jeremy. We were having a revelation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you guys just figured out spherical excess. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations.
You look at this triangle.
Jesus.
Well, you look at this triangle. You go, oh. You look at this triangle. You go, oh, geez. There is this other triangle that's kind of not in line with the others, and that's the triangle we're talking about. But that's not it either. It's something that we just talked about.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute Zanuck now. He's done. Okay, go ahead, Jeremy. He's muted, so you can actually speak.
The thing to do would be my AirPods died. Great. It would have been over. I'll be back.
Oh, you went all loud then, Jeremy. Actually, just suddenly you became very clear.
Yeah, it's probably because his AirPod he said died, so it went to.
But when he said it died, he was really clear. Oh, there you go. You can hear you perfectly.
So I can't hear you guys when I can't hear anything now when I'm not on my AirPod. Anyways, listen, the thing to do with the plumb lines.
It's good now. You're back to normal now.
Right. The thing to do with the plumb lines is to just dig a hole mad deep and then build a structure on top of that as high as you can fucking go and hang 2 plumb lines next to each other and just try to measure the difference from the top to the bottom. You know what I'm saying? How far down can you drill a hole? A mile? How long does the plumb line got to be if they're like a meter apart or something? I'd have to run the numbers on that. But what do you think?
I think I'm gonna have to go to bed. My brain has exploded with all that new revelation there, and so I've got to go to bed. But anyway, that was very interesting.
So I'll give my conclusion. If we put everything in,
all right, Rumpus.
Good night, Rumpus. Hey, that was fun. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, good stuff.
Well, when we put everything in perspective,
what was your revelation?
And Brian, you're correct when you said any triangle.
Recount the revelation so we can have it all. We can all hear it.
Right. Well, Brian made a very good point when he said that if you've got line of sight to 3 points, then that has to be coplanar, and he was absolutely correct in that. Then Zanuck said something about the altitude being different. You didn't would have to be different. It doesn't. But in fact, and I said I was didn't really define whether I was talking about line of sight, but yes, in the line of sight case, then it is always 180 degrees, as Brian said. And now I understand from the diagram that Starkotta's posted in that yes, it's the azimuth angle for each individual point that's adding up to more than 180. But any triangle you make up, as Brian said, that's got line of sight you can join with straight lines has to be 180. I haven't really made that very clear, but yes, I'm getting bits. It's 1 o'clock here, so
Yeah.
I've had a revelation.
Well, so if we're all being honest, then the whole argument is whether we're changing orientation or not. All being honest, none of the shit we prove in flat or globe, but like these discussions, I think eventually they're going to lead to every possible idea on. We'll sort out the best.
The measurements of those angles that are not actually the triangle that's at an angle, 3 planes. The angles are each triangle has an angle they contribute to the equation. That's the revelation that just alluded to, and that is where the spherical axis is measured, and they have measured that. So unless we can find out a reason how they measured it, we're still kind of leaning more toward the round side, flat side. But I'm still listening.
And the key point is, unfortunately, there's still no physical way of doing this task. I'm afraid all the suggestions, I'm afraid that Jeremy and Gio, I'll come back with a presentation on that. But yes, you simply can't do it with those mechanisms that were being suggested. All of them don't work. You need super accurate, forcing the line type issues, and I'm afraid it all falls apart. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Anyway, thank you, Gio, and Jeremy, and Zanik, and Brian. Bye.
Good
night, man.
Sleep well.
What do you guys think about the drilling a hole down and building a tower on top of the hole and then hanging 2 plumb lines next to each other and measuring the difference between the bottoms and the top?
Well, then what did we drop? We dropped that.
They already done that a long time ago in the mines and come up with a concave measurement, is from what I heard.
No, we dropped the ball.
Did you not hear?
We dropped the shot put, and we see the Coriolis.
So no one had a comment on my plumb line thing?
Let's say it again. Those guys, I didn't really quite hear it fully.
Yeah. So you drill a hole down, like, I don't know, a mile, 2 mile. I don't know how far down we can drill. You just dig a hole straight down. You hang 2 plumb lines. Maybe you build a structure on top of that if you have to go higher. And you hang 2 plumb lines side by side and you measure between the tops and the bottoms of them and see if it's different.
So Brian alluded to this, but have you heard of the Tamarack mines?
Are you talking about at a distance, like a considerable distance, like 2 holes with 2 plumb lines?
No, just 1 hole so that you can put the plumb lines next to each other and actually measure it with like a meter or yardstick or something.
Yeah, or a string. It'd be equal sag. So as long as we could stretch the string between the 2.
Not a string. No, not a string. A fucking precision engineered meter stick or some shit. Not a string.
Yeah. Well, not a string. I'll just do that out there.
Like, I don't know what the math.
I'm trying to get what you mean. I mean, a hole in the earth would be like small. Like, are you talking about some big hole, like a 30-foot thing, and then having 2 plums in it?
Grand Canyon shit, maybe.
No, not some Grand Canyon shit. Just a nice size hole that maybe the size of a big PVC pipe or something. Something maybe a 1 meter wide, maybe. I don't know. But something where you can hang a plumb line on one side, a plumb line on another side, and then measure if they're the same distance apart on the top and the bottom.
Jeremy, have you heard of the Tamarack mines?
No.
So that's basically exactly what they did. They used air shafts, ventilation shafts, and they dropped 2 plumb bobs down them. And their measurements showed that the plumb bobs were actually diverging rather than converging.
Dope. That's dope. Let's see it.
So the reason behind that is plumb bobs react to the forces applied on them.
There you go.
React to the forces of what?
Pack it up. You're done.
They react to the forces.
That proves a concave Earth. That argues for a concave Earth anyway. But I think it's documented that
it is. And what it argued for is mass attracting mass, because the plumb bob is pulled towards the mass of the mountain they are under.
Yeah, we know. So, this place exists? The plumb lines are still there, or no? I mean, can we go redo this or not?
I don't know if the lines are still there, but the place is still there.
So we just need some string? How long was it?
Roughly a mile-ish.
A mile? How far? Do you know how far away the plumb lines were from each other?
I can get you a mile string by tomorrow.
By
nail
tonight.
No, but what you're asking for. It's called the Tamarack Mines. You're more than welcome to look it up and get the exacts. I don't remember the exacts, but that's what
no doubt.
you're asking for, and Brian was alluding to.
I mean, that's what we'd have to do, even if it is written down somewhere, we'd still have to redo it for obvious reasons. That'd be another thing, though, you could do, Geo. That wouldn't be any kind of optical goofy shit. I mean, I don't know if I would trust plumb lines, though, because these guys are saying plumb lines aren't plumb in certain scenarios and shit. So I don't know.
Or
if
it's affected by magnetic fields, something like that as well could be possible.
There could be a bunch of things with that may not be as definitive as the square on the ground. The square on the ground with the X in it, that shit is fire, bro. That shit's definitive right there. No optical shit, nothing. That's why I was asking about the salt flats. Like, how level are the salt flats? Because we could just go there. Because it's not hard to make a line. I was trying to say this earlier. It's not hard to make a line that's straight as long as you're only talking about left to right straight. Right? We could do that all day. Sit here and snap lines, and you have a straight line at the end of it. So that's not even hard. So, like, you could make your little square with an X in it and shit. And then all you gotta do is measure the distance in between all the points, and boom. As if you had a level surface that big. Like, are these salt flats really, like, are they perfectly level, or is there elevation changes, or what?
There is minimal elevation change. We're talking inches over miles.
I'm wondering if that would throw us off or not.
I mean, I guess we could always look at the measurements where they got that. And most accurate measurements I know of would be the LiDAR scans from high orbiting satellites.
Oh, you know what we could do? We could just we could bring a little 100-foot water level or something and just stake out level across the whole thing, and like a couple feet above the ground or something, and then make sure the land's level to the level mark we make. We like stake the whole square out and shit. It'd have to be level the whole way through, though. If you had humps and shit in between, we could throw your measurement off. That's tough. Like, that's honestly the only thing I can think of has nothing to do with no optical shit. That and the plumb line thing. There's no optics involved with those, so to speak. Or the triangle. You can do the triangle thing. There's no optics in that either.
Well, they have all agreed that if I don't do differential, if I just do spot to spot, that if I was a Glober, I'd agree with it too. That I will get a different measurement than than doing differential. And I'm in my mind, I'm 100% sure that I'll get the same shit, because they're thinking that you're making teeny orientation changes, just teeny immeasurable but compounding orientation change. So if I'm eliminating that orientation change by not doing my back shots, then on a globe I would get a different mark, a different benchmark after a couple miles. It'd be pretty obvious. Even if it wasn't the full 32 inches, it'd still be over half that. It'd be obvious over a couple miles. So so far I haven't had one of them give me any contention or disagree at all. And this is cheap. It's repeatable. It's I want to talk to Blue Marble Science. I talked to Ruhev, Zanuck, Rumpus, Jesse Gordon. I want to talk to Bacon and Blue Marble Science, and then and I'll get a spot to do it. And of course, nobody's going to believe me, but I mean, I'll document it the best I can. But the fact of the matter is, it's repeatable, and it's But most of these tests we come up with, we get either good reasons why they won't work. We'll come up with them ourselves, But some of them we come up with, and we all agree that hey, this may be a good idea. But usually the Globers have excuses on some of them that we think are good, and they have an excuse. It sounds like an excuse. We'll say a reason. I'll be neutral right now. A reason from their state of mind why it won't work beforehand. But this is one that this is not like that. We're all in agreement so far. They say that so basically I shoot a shot 100 feet and it's 5 foot. That's my benchmark. So normally I would go past that, say 50 foot, and I'd back shoot to the benchmark. And you don't try and set your level up to 5 foot like dumbass was saying. You just do the math. So if it's a foot beneath, then you do your foresight and you mark it a foot beneath. And then if the next one's a foot above, when you shoot back because you shot it a little higher, then you do your shot a foot above. So basically you're carrying out that line. And so the thing is so if I don't do back shots, then I'm not going to get that gradual orientation change, not a measured change anyway. They say that it's the differential leveling, which is why I'm getting level on a globe, because I'm doing little line segments with incremental, just compounding little teeny orientation changes that are immeasurable, but they compound, they add up. So I'm skipping that step. I'm just doing instead of back shots, I'm just shooting right next to me. So that little bit of incremental, then when I continue it out, say 50 foot, I'm not continuing out that angle change 50 foot back. I'm just going point to point. So it's not going to, it's basically almost like, in their minds, like shooting real long.
How
But in
would
my
you
mind,
ensure that?
Good.
Sorry, didn't mean to overtalk there. How would you ensure that your second observation line is parallel to your first?
I'm not even going to do it first. I just said doing it first, but obviously I'm going to do it near either already laid out area, well known, or just do it next to calm water, like a lake or a ditch or a canal or something like that. And the water will be the measurement. We all know that on a globe or a flat Earth, if I do differential leveling, the 2 miles, I'm going to maintain level, whether it's curved or flat. There's no contention in that argument. I mean, as far as the models go, I mean, flat earthers complain because I'm like, to me, it's absurd to think I'm slightly changing angles, but just for the sake of fairness, it's possible. To me, highly unlikely, but possible. But in either model, the water is going to be level, whether the level's curving, in either model, if I go and do differential leveling along the water, it's going to be level. So now I do my second shot. So the first one is just a projected, and it's the water. The second one I do along the water, and so at the end of my 2 miles, I compare my line to the water. So it should be, damn near 32 inches higher. But to me, I'm going to still be level. Them back shots ain't doing shit. Them back shots ain't making no difference because I'm not changing orientations incrementally, compounding. In my mind, I'm quite certain of it.
I apologize. Maybe I misworded my question. Maybe you can help me out. What I'm trying to ask is, go out 100 feet and you do that mark, and then you go to the next 50 feet. How do you know that line is parallel to the line you made to the 100-foot mark, and you don't have a angle change there?
I'm using auto level.
Auto level, which, if I'm not incorrect, reacts to the force of gravity, which is changing vector?
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not going past my shot. That's why I said I don't think it'll be 32 inches. I think If we did it technically, I think it'd be a little over half of that, but still, it'd be obvious over 2 miles. Here's the thing: if I'm not going past that mark, it's two things. I'm not going past it doing my back shot to continue it, so I'm losing that incremental orientation change. I'm just getting the tiny little orientation change of a right next to me. I'm continuing out a fucking incremental change of 2 feet instead of fucking 50 foot. So if I keep doing 50 foot over and over and over, and that's going to add up to over 2 miles to be, close to a couple feet or so. But if I'm only doing 2 foot,
I don't think it will. I think what will happen is every one of your lines will be at a different angle respective to each other, and the test will be inconclusive.
So you don't think that so back shots are unnecessary then? That's you're forfeiting your whole argument. Hold on, if you hold to that stance, you're forfeiting your entire argument of that that the back sights and the differential leveling that's do it is because it's on a globe. And that's why they don't do the I don't know what you even call it. Just call it leapfrog.
What I'm saying is every one of your shots will be parallel to the changing vector of gravity.
Yeah, but I'm lining up with a point. That's what you're failing to understand. Yeah, the vector of gravity is all hunky dory, but my height is congruent to what I line up with. So if I'm back shooting, if I shoot 50 foot ahead, and then I go 100 foot, so I go 50 foot past that shot, and then I back shoot and line up my height to that back shot. If I'm losing that back shot each time, I'm still going to be lining up with the vector of gravity, but I'm lining up to a different height. It's a tiny little bit each time. You feel me? That's their whole argument to maintain that the surveying could even work on a globe. And like I said, if you really think about it, you're forfeiting that. I don't think you want to do that within these debates.
That's not at all what I'm saying, though.
Bro, I understand about the gravity and the vector. Okay, on your model, I get that. I get that. But it's all about the elevation, bro. The vector has nothing to do with it at this point. So here, let me give you a exaggerated example.
Why don't I actually
what if I were to back shoot? What if I were to do leapfrog? What if I were to do differential leveling 2 miles at a time? If I jump 2 miles, then my mark is going to be way different than the one right next to me, right? You see what I'm saying, though? If I did 2 mile back shots, it's going to be way different, my elevation that I project forward, if I'm matching up to my back shot. If I'm matching up to back shot that's 2 miles behind me, it's going to be way different than lining up to the height of a back shot right next to me. You get it?
Are you going to let me respond this time, or are you going to continue to overtalk?
I thought I was okay. I didn't know I was over talking, bro. I thought I was explaining.
No, because one more time, you're still going to be changing your vector every shot.
Shit, bro. What do you missed my whole point.
I can't talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Still
sorry.
not allowed to talk.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not arguing what you're saying. I agree on your model. No, it doesn't. That's not my argument.
Well, Brian, you were kind of jumping over him.
Yeah, I did. I definitely apologize for that. I didn't mean. Just instinctively jumped in, and I'm sorry for that.
It's fine. Have fun with it. The time in nature will do you some good.
That's a good point.
What was your response going to be, Kool-Aid? Just the gravity vector assumption idea?
Yeah, and then especially if you're forcing it to an elevation, you're not going to see a change in elevation because you've literally reforced it down to a change in elevation. So what you would get in that scenario is the change over 50 feet or whatever your last segment is that you haven't forced back to the 5-foot elevation benchmark.
Yeah, I mean, Kool-Aid, do you think it's important to recreate these things rather than just you seem to go off various things that are kind of like asserted rather than having it validated?
I don't think I do. I think I go off a lot of what I have personally seen and measured. I know reciprocal zenith angles are not parallel. I can extrapolate from that what would happen. And that's why I asked Brian how he was going to keep his line level or his line parallel. Then he told me he's not even trying to. So that's where I think this test will be inconclusive at best.
I said the auto level will keep it parallel.
No, but it won't because it will be at a changing vector.
It'll keep it parallel to each position, right?
Right. So each one will have its own separate parallel that'll be its own separate angle it'll be parallel to.
So the only difference would be the height, and so the further out that I shot, the more the change in height. So each incremental change. So that'd be the only difference. Would be the.
You're planning on forcing it all back to 5 feet, so the height difference won't matter.
I'm not maintaining that though. I'm not doing back shots at all. So just throw out the thought of doing just throw out the thought of the vector period. Because that's no longer even mattering. I'm not doing back shots. Back shots are to keep throwing forward horizontal lines. You got to be in between them, bro. You got to be in between them to have a horizontal, to be at that horizontal point. Okay, if I'm doing the edge of the horizontal line, it's going to add up incrementally. Then I got 5 foot behind me and 5 foot, 50 foot in front of me. So I'm right in the middle. I'm at the point of horizontal on that line, and I keep doing that around the globe. But if I'm at the front of that line, I'm eliminating. I'm no longer in that horizontal position. Now I'm at the edge of that line, so it's not measurable. But if you keep doing it 200 times to go a mile or 500 times to go 2 miles, then it's going to add up. So that's why I said, don't think about the vector. Think about it being at a non-horizontal position at each point. So yeah, you're right. In a point or two, you're going to get fuck all difference. But if I keep
every point where you reestablish your line and set it perpendicular to the pull of gravity, you're going to have a new vector that is created.
So yeah, so welcome to flat Earth, bro. So differential leveling is unnecessary. So the whole line's
No, that's not at all what I've said.
Yeah, whoa! If I'm at the front of the line each time I do this, instead of being in the middle, and then you're claiming that the front of the line is just.
I'm sorry, you chopped off. What was the last 3 words?
I think you're saying that the edge of the line is horizontal, just like the middle is, but in your model, it can't be.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, you're saying it on purpose.
Every time you set down your auto level and you set it perpendicular to the pull of gravity, creating a new vector. You're no longer going to be parallel. You're no longer going to be horizontal. You're creating a new horizontal. maybe as this is surveying, I don't have the correct words to explain it. I don't know. Maybe explain the test to Jesse and see if he understands.
A test to make a little globe section. We got a globe. We got Google Maps. We just need a piece of it. A stencil. Just a little piece off that Google map.
Oh, yeah, he explained that to me once. He imagines that you can just go print out a stencil or something and that it will be completely inflexible and perfectly curved at exactly the curvature of the Earth that you expect. Which, of course, he doesn't have any comprehension. The actual materials are flexible and non-perfectly rigid, and it would be impossible.
A stencil.
So it's impossible for you to build anything that matches the curve of the Earth? Is that what you're telling me right now? Are you guys record this? It's impossible for any glober for the last 3,000 years of any engineering, any surveying, any geography of any sort to build anything that actually matches the Earth's curve. You guys write that down.
In lieu of that, Demog, they'll just stretch their minds around the curve.
Yeah, I mean, if you just took a... Oh, hey, Gio. If you just
what's up?
Oh, not too much. If you just took built a floating bridge out 100 miles, it's not going to be completely rigid, and it's just going to bend around the curve. If it's curved, or if it's going to go straight, it's going to go straight,
So
but
that-
there's no way to build the bridge itself so that it's actually rigid enough to support its own weight and maintain either straight or curved at the Earth rate, just due to its own strength. That's the problem, is the scale of it.
So if I hold out a pole and the Earth's curve and gravity is what negates the pole's bend and negates the arc of the pole that was straight, what are you saying it's not now? So wouldn't that be the Earth curve stencil? Negated by the Earth's curve, negated by gravity, negated by the geometry of a spherical curve down from the point of my hand downward around the arc? So if you have a bridge built that way, you're telling me you don't have a material do that, but you're telling me Soundly's bridge is doing that. I find this weird.
If you held a pole out, it would curve under its own weight 100 times more than the Earth curves. That's the problem.
So what do you have that curves at the same rate as the Earth? I thought everything was supposed to curve at the same rate, not 100 times more. So everything digs down into the ground now. It doesn't go along the surface of the Earth or the water. So we don't make piers, docks. This is new to me. Physics change every time I talk to you guys. You know that?
Well, that's because you learn a little bit every time.
The rail
physics changing.
The rail on the tow tanks in Bethesda, Maryland, has the identical curve to the unrestrained water directly below it, thereby matching the curvature of the Earth. That rail is supported by the bedrock substructure of the building.
So we can take that rail and make sure that it's an arc, right? We can line it up to our rulers and stuff like that and make sure it's not the same as those. Then we can place little sections of it against the water and make sure it matches.
Yeah, that's basically what the David Taylor Memorial Model Basin is.
So if I get a straight line, a perfectly horizontal line, right, and I make it like on paper, that's not gonna match that, right?
That's correct. The perfectly straight line will deviate from the rail set in the floor.
So I'd love you to get a little section of that, or like trace it out, or have somebody who lives there or whatever, or whatever the material, like however you can do it. Just make a little stencil of it, like put a piece of paper next to it and then draw it along like a 10-foot, 20-foot, whatever piece of paper you got, and just draw that mug, and we'll use that to make a real material. You can make a pipe, anything you want. You could have a peace pipe, arc curve of the Earth stencil peace pipe, but we could line it up against the water.
The reason that it works is because it is sitting directly on bedrock, and the material is not allowed to move any further.
What do you mean it's not allowed to bend to the curvature of the Earth?
It's already at the curvature of the Earth. It is not. It is restricted from bending further.
Further?
Yes.
You mean gravity stops working?
No, I mean there's a big ass piece of rock in the way.
Well, on federal holidays, it
Did
might stop.
gravity form that rock from whatever it was to a sphere in the first place? How did it do that if it can't keep doing it?
Okay, so I'm going to try to explain this at DMOC level. If you take your forehead and you put it in the same position as the wall will stop your forehead from going through it. Just like the big ass rock stops the rail from bending.
Bad example. Nothing stops DMOC's forehead.
Fair, but figure the least
Nothing
we could get him
starts
to
your
do is bang
curved
his head against the
stencil.
wall.
So why haven't you guys got the stencil?
Why haven't we got what stencil?
The one you're telling me exists.
I didn't say anything about a stencil. I said we have.
That's what you're telling me.
No, I said we have human-made objects that exactly match to the curvature of unrestrained liquid water.
That's called an earth curve stencil. You take a piece of it, a 10-foot piece, a 20-foot piece, a 30-foot piece. That's an earth curve stencil, my friend.
I think if you took a 30-foot piece out of the rail that is used to test all Navy ships in the United States, probably going to go to prison.
That's why you take a piece of paper like a carpenter does when they want to match something, and they put it against it, and they take a pencil out of their ear and they trace it. That's called a stencil. Then you make material out of that, like a iron bar, a wood bar, tinfoil, Play-Doh, plastic, glass. I mean, damn. And then you line it up to the water. And if it deviates from every water, lake, pond, bathtub, sink, mud puddle, then there's nowhere curved.
Hey, DMOC, here's the problem. In a 30-foot section of that rail, the center would bulge up 0.0000065 inches. That's
away from a straight
way
line, right?
thinner than a sheet of paper. It's thinner than a human hair, and it's so much thinner than the thickness of
So
the
you're
point of your
saying it
pencil.
doesn't bulge up. So how can you demonstrate thousands of foot of a dropping curve if you can't demonstrate the width of a human hair curve? There's a problem here. So you're telling me your earth curve stencil doesn't even show you a hair of drop? Don't you find that odd?
Well, over
That's
30
odd,
feet,
right?
it would be
So if you
less than a
stand on
human
one
hair's
piece,
width.
add another 30 foot. Stand on it. Show us more than a hair of drop. Show us 8 inches of drop per mile piece. Is that what it's going to do or not?
If you're interested,
Hello?
it is a nationally preserved treasure in DC. It is open to the public 5 days a week, no appointment necessary. You can go there yourself, assuming you're not a felon.
I told you gravity takes 1 day a week off.
Right. Except Sundays. Yeah, you can actually measure the gravitational abnormality at the north end of the tunnel due to the underground train tunnel that is nearby. Really cool place. I recommend everybody goes there.
So you have no way to show an Earth curve from your feet dropping down 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, exponent like a parabola.
How long are your feet again?
Long enough for everything that's outside of them to drop down from that point. How much is a drop again from the point of your feet? Every single billionth of an inch is more and more and more and more of an exponential drop. How much is that?
I think
Forever?
the drop under 1 foot would be at 0.0000001 inches if your feet are 12 inches long.
Where at?
Between your heel and your toe, buddy.
No, in front of your foot, buddy. We want to know where the ground drops in front of your foot, buddy.
Oh, just
We're
how
not
long?
calculating your toes and your feet. Your feet aren't the earth, neither are your toes. So your feet would be the marker. Your feet would be 0 point, right? And then the front of your feet is where you would start calculating from, like the beginning of a tape measure or ruler. And then from that point, every fucking gazillion meter would have to go down, 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 down. Do you have that anywhere, like your backyard, somewhere? Like, do you have this landmass that does that, or the water?
I've got water that does that.
Goes directly down, starts going down directly from your ruler.
Well, yeah, I used a total station and a telescope.
No.
Well,
Why are you doing that? Why would you use a total station? That's the wrong thing. What you need is a ruler. It's going to set your horizontal baseline. The ruler is your 12 inches. That's your foot. That's your 0 point. Everything in front of that ruler in your water, every water, should begin to drop down. Right? Set another ruler anywhere in front of that ruler, horizontally level with that ruler. And if the water's not dropped down from that ruler, you have a problem. Big problem. Really big problem. Do you understand?
Let me make sure I understand correctly. I'm going to post a diagram to see if my experiment is what you have in mind.
I wish you wouldn't, because it's probably going to be something that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. You get the letter T. The one part of the letter T, right? You get fishing string, you throw it down in the water. That part's your baseline. That's going to be your first floating log. It's going to be on the surface of the water, right? Then that's going to be your first ruler, right? Calm water. Then you get another one, right?
Logs don't float on the surface, they float underneath the water.
Yeah, but the surface is going to float above the water. Get a thick log. The top of that
No, actually,
log,
most of them,
right? Just like a ruler,
after they get
the
water
1 foot, the 1 foot square piece of wood you use can be really thick. You can have a 1 foot block of wood. Therefore, so much of it is going to stick above the water, right? Clearly. Then you have another object that's up above at the same level across the way as that block of wood, right? And then another one. If the water doesn't deviate from those, you have a problem. Do you understand? The water should deviate from the second one, the third one, and the fourth one, not the first one.
So,
Do you
to be clear,
understand?
Jesse, I was not wishing DMOC on you. I was actually having a good conversation with Brian, and I would not wish DMOC on anyone. So.
Oh, that's okay. I know DMOC just from here, but anyway, I know him. But I didn't mean to change the topic either.
Oh, it's all good, unless you want to hear about boats.
Yeah, that's another thing. Boats, when they disappear from the top down on a globe, do you have any? Can you show me any image of that? Any live video of a boat or a building disappearing top down or appearing bottom up? Jesse, do you have what you can see on a globe anywhere? Do you have an actual globe demonstration of an object disappearing bottom down or appearing bottom up? I mean, top down disappearing. I'm sorry. Top down disappearing. The top disappears as it goes around the ball away from you. And then the bottom appears. So it appears bottom up and disappears top down. It might be confusing if you can't think.
Please stop.
Do you have the proof of a sphere or not? This is proof of a sphere. Things
feel
will
bad for
appear
your
bottom
children.
up. They disappear bottom up on a flat plane. They appear bottom up on a
Yeah,
globe.
there's
Do
a
you have
picture in the
that?
chat for you, D-Mock. I got a picture just for you.
Of
Okay?
things appearing bottom up. I
A
want to see the
picture
very
just for
bottom.
you. Picture just for you. Okay?
Well, I want to see the very bottom, like under, the
There you
very
go. There's
bottom
the
of the
very
object.
top. The very bottom is gone, hidden by curves.
No, that's a
The
flat plane.
horizon is
That's
flat
not what
front.
happens.
Yeah.
No, that's the opposite of what happens on a flat plane. On a globe is the opposite of a flat plane. Things only disappear bottom up on a flat plane. They
I
appear
hope you dedicate
bottom
your
up
brain
on
to
a globe.
science when you go on
They
your driver's license.
appear
Say,
bottom up.
please send my brain
With,
to science to
no,
analyze.
go get a ball. You just need physics, buddy. A ball and a boat. Go get it. I'll show you right now. Turn your camera on. Just show your hands, a ball and a boat. We'll wait. I'll demonstrate you wrong. I'll prove that you do not have a demonstration of a ball and an object. Clearly, you've never seen one. Because they only disappear bottom up on a flat plane. That's not what happens on a ball. On a ball, they start to appear bottom up and they disappear top down. Do you comprehend? Do you comprehend real physics, or are you just talking about fake stuff we got to imagine?
That's a funny thing to say. Do you comprehend?
Yeah, do you comprehend a sphere? Do you? Show us. Show us your demonstration of how
El
you don't have to
comprehendo.
imagine. Why you comprehend an imagination and not a real ball to show us? That's the sad part.
I got one for you, D-Mock. I put a video.
You got a ball?
Yeah, it's a blue one. It's got a
Yeah, and
boat.
you got a little building going around it?
No, I got a little boat, a little red boat with white sails, pearly
Okay,
white
now
sails.
keep the boat out of your view. Keep the boat out of your camera's view. Just roll the ball away from your camera's view.
No, I
Stop it right
sailed the
there.
boat.
Stop it right. You did what?
I sailed the boat away. I had it on some string. It's a video. I put it in the live stream one text
Are you
for you.
okay, Jesse?
No, I've had too much of D-Mock.
What you need to do is get a ball and clearly just move it out of your camera's view. Don't move your camera. Just move the object across the ball till you can't see the object at all in your camera. We'll wait for that video. Then video 2 will be you pausing that object and sticking it right there with some tape or glue or something. Then you take your camera and raise it up in the air. Don't move it forward. Don't move it backwards, left or right. Raise it straight up in the air. Now, what you need to do is look down and see the very tip of a building, a box, or the boat. The very tip of the thing, like the people on the deck. Like, see them all and describe it. Okay? That's what you need to do on a sphere for us. And if you can do that, then that'd be nice.
Why don't you watch the video I made for you?
Because it's not what I asked for, lollygagger, imaginator of nothing. Listen, I asked for exactly what I asked for. It's nothing. If it's not what I asked for, it's worthless.
Well, at least I put out the effort.
No, you didn't. To do wrong stuff is not putting out the effort. If I ask you to build a wall and you build me a floor, you are not putting out the effort. You're fired.
Why aren't you putting out any more videos, D-Mock?
All I need is one for you to disprove, right? Can you disprove the one with your ball and box? Show me where you can go up in the air, just like I just described to you, and see the top of your box on your ball. Get a red box with a white top. Move it out of your view. Now see the fucking white top on your camera with us live, and we'll be done. Cat got your tongue? Hello, we're waiting for your one demonstration that you have.
I don't yell over people. I've tried to rebrand myself and don't do that anymore.
You don't demonstrate over people either. You rebranded yourself on that too, like every other Glober. You guys don't demonstrate that I'm wrong with an actual ball and little fucking building on it.
Agreed.
Because what you say makes no sense.
So demonstrate what does on your imaginary ball. Bring it into out of imagination. Bring it out of your religion. Bring it into reality. Bring it into physicality for us. Demonstrate yours versus mine, or else we only have my ball, right? I've never seen any other ball than a 360-degree ball. 360, right? Radius 3959, 24,901. Every ball I see is that. Every single one I've ever seen matches that. Where's yours different? Show me your different ball.
Show us a boat
Shifty
disappearing over the horizon line. Because with our calculations, we can see a fucking mountain in the
Listen,
distance over
show us
100
a ball
kilometers
that
away.
does that. No, your calculations are garbage without a ball. We'll go by a real ball, and what a real ball does with real objects, we'll calculate ourselves. We're not going to calculate your imagination.
Yeah, laser test.
What don't you comprehend about this? You're trying to describe a flat plane to us and talking about your calculations of a flat plane. Well, that's great. We want to see what your ball looks like, how it differs from our flat plane. When you go up in the air on a flat plane, you can look and read SOS on top of the building, right? Even if it's slightly out of your view. Now, we need to be able to match that on your ball. If you can't, sayonara, ball.
True.
If you can't match my stuff, sayonara, ball.
It is
You
100%
can't match my stuff.
impossible to prove the globe math and all of geometry,
We're not
trigonometry
proving 2
that is
plus 2
used in
equals 4.
engineering
We're
has been a
proving
flat
the
earth.
dirt building tilts away from you or not. When a building is out of your view on a sphere, all you're ever going to see is not the top of that building when you fly up in your helicopter, hot air balloon, or drone. Right? Now, on a flat plane, you will go up in the air and look down and see the top of the building. You will see SOS or read the earth is flat, written in white paint right on the top of the building with a little 1-foot edge, just for safe measures. Now, if you guys, like you all claim, going up in the air, you're going to see farther and farther and farther on this ball, supposedly, and look down and see everything like you can on a straight grid, show us that on a real sphere. If you can match a real sphere to reality, then we'll fucking say that's what reality is. Do you guys understand or not? You guys are saying reality matches a sphere, but I haven't seen one of you grab a sphere. I grab a sphere, lo and behold, it doesn't match reality. Why?
It's flat. That's the fucking hint.
Right, because the earth is flat. Because you can't demonstrate anything on a ball to us live with a real camera and a real ball that will match this flat reality. That's why I say things don't disappear bottom up on a globe. They
You can see
appear
way
bottom
farther
up.
than 5
They
kilometers.
appear bottom up. Repeat after me. Things appear bottom up on a globe. They disappear top down.
How are you doing, Brian?
He's in Mike's up.
So all the stuff you're willing to do, you can't just get a little box of raisins or a little square box of airheads or something and duct tape it to a globe and spin it away. Pretty weird how technical you guys are. So technical.
Why do they stop talking? Because they can't demonstrate shit. Like, we have fucking hours and hours and hours of factual laser tests and basically long distance, like, eye of sight tests.
And video tests of a real sphere with a real little box of raisins that proves reality doesn't match a ball.
Yeah, direct line of
That's
sight.
my
Like, how
video,
far
by the
can you
way.
see? Can
Hey,
you see
DJ,
farther than 5 kilometers? And that's how supposedly the horizon line of the fucking globe is 5 kilometers away. Then 7 kilometers,
I
12
can
feet of curvature,
demonstrate.
10 kilometers, 25 feet. The fucking lake that I'm doing the laser test on, that's 70,000 feet, fucking 19 clicks. So that should be 93 feet of curvature, even though you can see the other side before the test.
So I can demonstrate navigation both north and south of the hemisphere. I have personally done it
You can't
myself.
prove the globe math, though. You can circumnavigate the flat Earth. It's just following the equator, which is basically a giant ring. And then
What I
basically
can
at that point,
Here's it.
it might be the
I got a
same
good question.
kilometers as the globe, but anything
You're not
beyond that,
proving curvature.
the
You're
Earth is
not proving
bigger when it's
curvature
flat.
either.
literally just
Can I ask a good question for all religious people? This
Go
is a
for
really
it.
good religious question.
Yeah.
If you pray to Mecca or whatever, or pray to whatever, like you got to have a certain wall, right? So say I'm stuck right in between on a ball. I got north and I got south. Say my religion is to pray to the north and I'm in the equator side. I'm right in the middle. Now, which wall, since they're both north, the same direction, the same amount, which one becomes the north wall now? Hello?
I bought.
If I'm equidistantly right in between where north is far away on one side and the other side, so I'm directly on the South Pole, which way is north now? Since they're both the same amount away from me on opposite sides. I can go left and get to the north. I can go right and get to the north. I can go front and get to the north. I can go back and get to the north on a ball, correct? Now, which way do I pray? Which way would I
The
make my
Islam.
north wall if I'm on the South Pole? This is
Did
a
you
question to
stop?
Globers.
Then let me answer.
Yeah,
What you
I
would
bought
do
the
is you would use.
Gallison
No,
map today.
go ahead.
Pardon?
You would do it the same way that the Islamic faith has been doing it for a few thousand years, and use the Haversine formula to determine your correct distance and direction.
That's probably why
They
they
use an
discovered the
astrolabe.
Haversine formula.
You can use
They
any
use an
fucking scientific
astrolabe, a little
and
metal
engineering
thing.
instrument to do
They use an
calculations of the globe
astrolabe.
in the fucking
It's a little
newspaper.
metal instrument, and they line this little thing up and they look through it. I'm in the center point. Which way is it? The floor? You got 5 choices for north. I think the floor is the closest way to north. Not right, not left, not north, south, east, or west, but down below me would be the fastest way to north. So my praying wall would be the floor, right? If I'm a religious guy and I have to make sure, like religiously, if I don't do this, I'm fucked. So I have to get the fastest way to God, the fastest direction. Which way would it be? Don't say Haversine formula, because that doesn't tell me which wall. I need to know which wall.
You would do the math that the ancient Islamic culture
So
figured
what they
out.
do? So what's that, too complicated for you? Too hard for you now, Glober?
The answer is the
Nah,
Haversine.
we gotta help them awaken, not shun them. Everyone was confused in the Globe Initiative. I was the fucking spaceman. Like literally, I knew
Okay,
everything
so we
about
got the
space. So it
Haversine.
was pretty difficult for me to wake up. But when I finally did, like, holy shit, like,
We
it
got the
is flat. And it's
Haversine.
like all the religion is true. Because all religion is the geocentric model of the Earth. The only thing that's different is NASA's view of the fucking flat one.
We got the Haversine formula. We're right on the North Pole, or the South Pole, I'm sorry. We're right on there, like it's right underneath our bums. We're sitting on it, like Indian style, right on the North Pole. Or South Pole, god dang it. Now we want to know which wall is the fastest way to the north. What's the Haversine say? The north wall, the east wall, the south wall, or the west wall, or the floor?
The math.
Confusion.
Confucius say, I confuse.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. The math is not very difficult. Most
The North
high schoolers
Pole.
here in the United States can do it.
Think of the North Pole is the center of the Earth, like true north of the planet. That's like the fucking bullseye right in the center. And the
So I've
equator
always
is like
wondered,
a ring
do you mean the
around
do you
the
mean the
eye.
magnetic? Do you mean the
Yeah.
magnetic or the
No, I
geographic
mean
north?
true north, the very like center of like the actual real North Pole. That is the center of the Earth. And then the equator is the ring that goes around. And then instead of like think of the United Nations flag, that's it exactly. And instead of Antarctica being a continent at the bottom of the globe, it's a ring of ice, like a giant fucking 400-foot ice wall.
Okay.
That is the leaves on the United Nations wall.
So could you then explain to me why, if I am in the southern latitudes and I go south, I have a smaller distance in order to circumnavigate?
No, you have a bigger one. If you're going to circumnavigate Antarctica
don't.
on the flat Earth, which is the true map, that's over
Hold on,
60,000 kilometers.
what you just said was a lie. I have documentation, both my own and
Then
of
post it
many
in
professional
chat.
sailors.
Like I'll post my fucking flat
Sure.
Earth shit.
You want to
I got a
see
whole
a
server
picture
full
of
of it.
them doing it right now? No problem. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I'll give
but
you
if you try to go to Antarctica, since the Antarctica Ice Treaty, you'll get fucking shot out the goddamn sky, blasted right
just not
out your damn
true at
boat or
all.
anything. It's completely locked down to the only military access.
That's the video I'm making right now. I just did a bunch of research
Yeah.
on your Jarl Andoy, and
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of making a video.
Have you heard
Hi,
of
Peter.
Admiral Richard E.
That's a
Byrd?
great point. You know, do you know Mr. Beast just went there and filmed?
Yeah, check it out though. I got his story. All the
Oh,
bullshit.
we're gonna ignore
all the
that.
bullshit
We're
y'all
gonna
been
ignore
told
the
from him
30 hours
and
of
his attorney.
sunlight he had.
I got statements from him and his attorney on what happened to him when he. And it's not going to be good for the Globe, trust me. But just be what I'll post it when I'm.
Mr.
When I'm finished.
Beast had something bad happen to him.
Who?
Mr. Beast, the
You probably didn't
YouTuber,
hear him because
couple
you
million
interrupted
subs.
him in the middle. So you probably didn't hear what he was saying.
Yeah.
He was talking
So what
about
I was
the
talking about.
Antarctica research.
Nope. Somebody else is going to overtalk me now. Go ahead.
I was just saying he was talking about the Antarctica research.
Right. And I was talking about the fact that Mr. Beast literally just published a video from Antarctica.
He
But
didn't circumnavigate it.
Your claim is that only military can go there, which I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast is not military.
Who the fuck is
one
Mr.
cruise
Beast,
ship
dude?
that goes to an island offshore, and that's the closest thing anyone can research. But you don't
That's not
actually go to the ice
true at
wall
all.
unless you're on some really
Who
fucking expensive
you you calling?
What
You referring
proves
to
it's Antarctica?
y'all? Everyone's Mr. Beast.
No, what proves it's Antarctica? What proves snow is Antarctica versus snow of my
That's not
backyard?
his nickname. He's making up a nickname like he knows him. That's not his damn nickname.
Did he climb
That's
the
his
ice wall?
YouTube name.
It doesn't matter what his name is. His name could be Mr. Turd. Listen,
No, it's the
what
source.
proves to you that you're in Antarctica over being in another snowy area that you have no clue where you're at, Igloo Guy?
Sure. So the way that I personally was able to verify it is using the calculations of the azimuth of the sun.
So where the sun's positioned?
So you guessed?
Yes, I know where
You
the DP
guessed
of the
you're in
sun is.
Antarctica. That's so great.
He assumed. He's assuming it's on a
Was
globe
it
again.
low enough or
But
high
anyway,
enough or in a
we don't make the
specific place in
claim
the center
only the military
of
can
one
go to
side?
Antarctica.
Actually,
You can't go to
Jin,
Antarctica
you're saying that
independently.
DJ just
Go
made
on
that claim.
your own boat. That's illegal at the moment.
I've done that myself.
You can
And
go with
in chat,
organised
I have
tours. You
posted
don't have to be
a
military.
array.
Right? You can
Okay.
get a job. You can get a
Well, if you want to bring the
fill in the
sun into
application.
it, there's more
You can end up
proofs for
working
the
down there
flat
looking
Earth.
for people. Apparently,
So
down in Antarctica. Okay, we don't make the claims that the military can go there. We've never said. What we're saying is that
okay, Jin,
independently,
you're
on
repeating
your
yourself. Can you?
in your own boat, you're not allowed to do that unless
Right, Jin, you're repeating
are.
yourself for the third time. That's still a lie.
Okay,
Would you please stop?
it's not a lie at all.
No.
That is a fact. I'm going to
In
post.
chat
I'm actually
right
going to
now.
post a documentary that
Okay,
documents
no.
the steps
Would
you are
you
going to
stop, please?
require before you can go. So I'm not lying. You're lying. Shut your mouth. You haven't got a
Why is
globe.
it so
You're
difficult to have
living
a
every day of
conversation
the
in this
week.
way?
Your whole life is a lie. You wake up lying. You live lying. You
All
go
right.
to bed lying.
Well,
You're going
this
to
isn't
die
really.
a liar.
This isn't
You're a
very
liar.
productive.
Okay.
This is not very.
A documentary
Hello.
right now.
Can you guys hear
30
me?
minutes. It's called
This is not
Yeah,
very
Jeremy, we can hear you.
Antarctica.
Jin,
Yeah, we hear
hold
you.
on a
This is what they
second.
want us to
Antarctica
do.
I know. Hold
denied
on a second,
from
Jin.
2015.
They want us
Jin,
to
we don't
fight
want to mute
over the
anybody, but
fucking
relax.
measurements and all
Jin,
this shit, and
Antarctica
not look at the
denied
bigger
and got
picture.
up the same video with a different title. Sorry, Antarctica, we're closed. That's the other
Jin.
one. You may have heard of it already. Sorry,
Just mute him,
Antarctica.
Jeremy. Just
Yeah,
mute him.
Jin, this is not very
Y'all talk
productive.
about
Just
the
saying you wake
Illuminati
up a
New
lie,
World
your whole
Order.
life's a lie. I mean, we heard your thing. You said it 3-4 times in a row. You know, let's be concise, make our points, and then let the other person go, please.
Right now in chat, I posted a documentation on exactly where the boats of the Golden Globe race are. This is accurate to within 5-minute intervals. These boats are circumnavigating Antarctica currently using celestial.
Now.
Hold on, Jen. Let him finish. But you didn't even know the Indian Ocean, bro. I don't even know how you have.
Let him finish, but I'm gonna interrupt. Dude, shut the fuck up and let this guy finish. What is wrong with you people?
They're afraid of what I might say. These boats are currently circumnavigating using celestial navigation and dead reckoning. These boats are doing it regardless of how many times you stomp your feet. They're there.
Regardless if you go around the entire fucking
I
60,000
thought he was done, but he just repeated. Hold on.
You still can't prove the measurements of the globe. Like,
That's
even
why
if
I'm
you-
Brought that up. He brought up saying that the globe race is going on right now. When, dude, that race shits on your globe. And like I said, the last time we had this conversation, you said that the boats don't even go